Mermaid slave grabs the whip of a celestial dragon and shoots the celestial dragon in the thigh. Fish, crawl for me. As Shalulia swung her whip, Adolf reached out and grabbed it. Everyone kneeling on the ground was stunned. Is this slave insane? How dare a mere mermaid resist? The celestial dragon woman pulled out a gun, and Adolf suddenly yanked the whip, pulling her into his arms. With one hand gripping her neck and the other seizing the gun, he shouted, "Don't move, or he'll kill her!" Bang! With the gunshot, blood erupted from the thigh of St. Roswald. Ami leg. The celestial dragon rolled on the ground, and St. Charlos was dumbfounded. He really dared to shoot. The guards rushed in, but were taken down by 2 more shots. Adolf pressed the gun against Shalulia's head, his eyes fierce. "Step back, or this woman dies first." The crowd erupted. "The celestial dragon has been shot. The admiral is coming. This island is finished. Run." A single mermaid slave actually took a celestial dragon hostage. This storyline is even more thrilling than Luffy knocking down a celestial dragon. Will the Navy Admiral come over next? Can Adolf escape with the slaves? This operation is simply digging a grave on the King of Hell's head. It's so intense that my palms are sweating. The mermaid slave forces the Navy to unload their cannons and has incited 8 slaves, all of whom have bounties in the millions. Move another step, and I'll shoot this woman. Adolf pressed the gun against Shalulia's forehead, while St. Charlos was still bleeding. The guards were so scared they dropped their weapons. The keys. Here are the keys. The keys were thrown over, but Adolf didn't dare to pick them up, fearing he would be shot by the Navy the moment he bent down. Everyone step back 10 meters. Turn the cannons around. Unload the shells. The Navy complied without question. Who dared to gamble that he wouldn't pull the trigger? Do you want freedom? Adolf looked at the other 8 slaves, and the burly men with collars had their eyes light up. Let's do it. Fight with this mermaid. Picking up the keys to unlock, they turn out to be captains with bounties ranging from 30 million to 50 million. On the other side, Sengoku slammed the table and stood up. Akainu, come with me to Sabaody. With Marineford this close, the admiral would arrive in the blink of an eye. Adolf looked at the distant sea, cold sweat pouring down. Can they escape after unlocking the collars? Are these 8 new teammates reliable? Will Akainu come and blow up the island directly? This is simply a hellishly difficult jailbreak. It's so exhilarating that I'm shaking all over. The Marine Admiral arrives, and the mermaid slaves are furious. They can't resist even after being captured as slaves. The Marine Admiral is here. Derek pointed at the sea, his calves cramping. The entire Sabaody was surrounded by warships, with Sengoku and Akainu standing in front. Adolf pressed the gun tighter. Less out to sea. Shalulia's face turned red from holding her breath. Sengoku, save me. Akainu's face was dark. Another one who wants to destroy Fishman Island? Is your justice just watching people become slaves? Adolf roared, the gun in his hand trembling. This is a big shot who can destroy the island with a flick of his finger. The 8 slaves behind him panicked. Boss, what do we do now? Suddenly, Adolf felt a surge of power inside him. Just now, he couldn't even beat a small fry, but now he actually has the strength of a colonel. This pressure has unleashed incredible potential. Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Release the hostage, and he'll let you go." Can this be trusted? Akainu's gaze seemed like it could burn everyone to ashes. Adolf gritted his teeth. Today, either we escape, or we take 3 celestial dragons down with us. This storyline is even more thrilling than Tiger breaking into Mariehua. My heart is about to jump out. The mermaid slave forces the Marine Admiral to kneel, and even shoots a celestial dragon on the spot. Get down. Cover your heads. Adolf gripped Shalulia's neck, shouting at Sengoku and Akainu. The entire venue fell silent. Has he gone mad? Akainu's killing intent surged like magma, and Sengoku's conqueror's haki pressed down, making it hard to breathe. I am lowly. What fear is there in death? Adolf shouted. A black-red wave of energy exploded, actually resisting the conqueror's haki. Bang! Blood spurted from St. Charlos' forehead, and he fell unconscious on the spot. Sengoku and Akainu's eyes almost popped out. He really dares to kill. Now, will you kneel or not? With the gun pointed at St. Roswald, Sengoku suddenly pressed down on Akainu's head. With a thud, the Marine Admiral knelt on the ground. Sengoku. Akainu's eyes turned red with rage. Adolf looked at the kneeling Admiral, his hands trembling. Is the next step to make Akainu kneel too? If he kills 2 celestial dragons, can he still live today? This conqueror's haki awakening is just too timely. The slaves behind him were dumbfounded. This boss is even fiercer than Tiger, but Akainu's gaze seemed like it could burn the entire island down. This storyline is like dancing on the edge of a knife. It's so intense it makes my scalp tingle. Exchanging celestial dragons for 20 devil fruits? The mermaid slave makes a bold demand, and the 5 elders are furious. 1 celestial dragon for 10 fruits. 5 must be mythical Zoan or Logia types. Adolf gripped Shalulia tightly, laughing maniacally. Akainu exploded on the spot. Why don't you go and rob them? Bang! The gun was once again aimed at St. Roswald. Sengoku quickly pressed Akainu down. He'll report to the world government. The phone worm transmitted the furious roar of the 5 elders. Trash. You can't even handle a slave? 30 minutes. If you don't see the fruits, another one dies. Adolf stared at his watch, while Sengoku was sweating profusely. This is not a negotiation, it's clearly a robbery. Top-tier devil fruits are worth more than warships. 20 of them could arm half the navy. The 5 elders gritted their teeth. At most 5 per person, so celestial dragon lives can actually be bargained? Adolf laughed, even more viciously. The Marines were dumbfounded. This slave really dares to ask for a lion's share. Can they gather them in 30 minutes? Will the 5 elders secretly send CP0 to assassinate? After getting the fruits, can Adolf escape? This storyline is wilder than Blackbeard robbing the Tremor fruit. It was so high energy that I didn't dare to blink. The 5 elders sent the Knights of God to assassinate. The mermaid slave awakens observation haki, and Sengoku and Akainu kneel. Set sail. Out to sea, Adolf grabbed 2 celestial dragons and jumped onto the warship, and surprisingly, Sengoku and Akainu followed. Still maintaining their kneeling posture, Derek woke up and was stunned. The Marine Admiral and General are actually chasing a mermaid while kneeling. Sengoku, who was about to stand, was shot a glare by Adolf. Don't move. Is this observation haki? Sengoku was dumbfounded. This slave actually awakened haki while being chased. As soon as the warship set sail, the Navy fleet surrounded them. 50 meters? Akainu can leap over in one bound. Adolf's scalp tingled, and the celestial dragon in his hand became his only shield. In Mary Geos, the 5 elders sneered. The Knights of God, go kill them all. Fegaland is already set off with a group of big shots. Adolf was still waiting for the devil fruit, completely unaware that death was approaching. Can he escape after getting the fruit? With the Knights of God and the Navy closing in from both sides, is there any way out? This awakening speed is even more intense than Luffy's, but the death rate is also high. It's so thrilling that he wants to bite his nails. The mermaid slave chopped off the celestial dragon's leg and directly threw it to Sengoku. This operation is too insane. Hang him up. Just as Derek lifted Rosward Saint, Adolf swung his knife down. Ami leg, blood splattered all over the deck, and the celestial dragon's severed leg was tossed onto Sengoku's ship. Sengoku looked at the bloody leg, his temples bulging. Are you crazy? Akainu's face twisted like magma. This is looking for death. Step back, or the next one will be ahead. Adolf pointed his knife at the Charlia Palace, and Sengoku quickly ordered the fleet to stop. 50 meters, 100 meters. The distance widened. Big brother, we're overweight. Derek scratched his head. 7 big men stuffed in a wine barrel. Can you pull it? The purple-clad dancer panicked. Take us away. They will cover us. Charlia Palace collapsed on the ground crying. Don't kill me. It'll make the Navy let you go. Believe you? Better to believe. Akainu will laugh. Adolf sneered, gripping his knife tighter. Now the problem arises. The Knights of God might already be nearby. Can a wine barrel evade the Navy's eyes? How fast can a single mermaid swim while dragging 7 big men? This severed leg operation is practically rubbing the celestial dragon's face in the dirt. Next, they will probably be chased to death. It's so exciting that he trembles all over. The mermaid smashed the battleship's mast with a punch. With the celestial dragon, he drilled the ship and escaped into the sea, infuriating the 5 elders. Crack! Adolf broke the Navy's iron sword with his bare hands, turned around, and slammed a punch on the mast. Boom! The mast, harder than steel, broke directly. Derek was stunned. Is this still the captured mermaid slave? Pour gunpowder on it. Ignite it. Rosward Saint's severed legs sizzled and emitted white smoke. Even the screams changed pitch. Charlia Palace trembled in fear. This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. Boss, it's done. Derek put a wooden barrel on his head, his neck muscles tightly strained. This sealing technique is even more outrageous than Luffy's diving gear. Drill the ship. Jump into the sea. The bottom of the battleship was smashed open, and Adolf dragged 2 celestial dragons and plunged into the sea. When Sengoku boarded the ship, only a line of text remained on the deck. Dare to touch Fishman Island, and we will publicly execute the celestial dragons. The 5 elders slammed the table in Mary Geos. Useless. Can't even stop a slave. The Knights of God would take a while to arrive. Adolf had already let the big fish lead the way, rushing toward the doldrums. Can a mermaid command sea kings? running wildly in the sea with a group of big men, dragging 2 living hostages. This operation is even more fierce than Jinbei. The world government must be going crazy. Searching the first half of the Grand Line, can they find them? This plot is getting wilder and wilder. The mermaid awakened the bloodline factor in the doldrums. Escaping to an uninhabited island with the celestial dragons, the pirate captain cried on the spot, "I'm free." As soon as the captain shouted, Adolf shot him a glare. "Lower your voice." This is the doldrums. A group of people collapsed on the beach, watching the kilometer-long Sea King swim past. Their legs went weak. Adolf stared at his palm, suddenly realizing. Bloodline factor? Could it be Sengoku and Akainu? No wonder the strength increased so quickly, able to break the mast with a punch. Is this trying to replicate the physique of a marine admiral? Brother Adolf, should we kill these 2 celestial dragons? Derek rolled up his sleeves, while Rosward Saint was still moaning. Let's wait until we finish questioning. Adolf glanced at the 3 purple-clad dancers, who were looking at him eagerly. "We are the stars of the South Sea, and we haven't been defiled yet," Aina said, inching closer to Adolf. In the distance, 5 pirate captains were wailing, and no matter how you looked at it, they were no match for this mermaid in front of them. "Rest assured, we won't leave you behind." Adolf smiled, knowing full well. These pirates can turn on a dime. Leaving the 3 dancers here might cause trouble. But the Sea Kings and the doldrums are not to be trifled with. If the celestial dragons have a life card, the world government will eventually come looking. Adolf clenched his fists. How far can the bloodline factor awaken? Can it defeat the Knights of God? This uninhabited island might not be safe for long. It's making everyone sweat profusely. A new mermaid with a bounty of 1 billion berries? Higher than Marcos. Just because he dared to peel off the celestial dragon's clothes? Do you need a leg to wake up? As soon as Adolf approached, Charlia Palace was so scared she collapsed. I was wrong. Don't kill me. What is the celestial dragon's national treasure? As soon as this question was asked, Charlia Palace's pupils constricted. What does this guy want to do? The 5 elders slammed the table in Mary Geos. Withdraw, Admiral Sengoku. Akainu held back his anger. We've already knelt. What more do you want? The entire Navy stopped their missions just to find a mermaid. Look, this bounty is insane, right? On the Moby Dick, the crew erupted. God Slayer Adolf, 1 billion berries. Marco's eyes nearly popped out. I only have over 1.3 billion. Whitebeard sat up straight. What did this little fishman do? Adolf was still interrogating the celestial dragon about the national treasure, completely unaware that he had become a 1 billion big shot. This bounty will probably attract hunters from all over the seas. Will the 5 elders send CP0 to assassinate him? What will happen if the Knights of God find the uninhabited island? This plot is wilder than when Luffy first set sail. It's so stimulating that he wants to flip the table. Idiot, can I possibly miscount a 10-digit number? Marco scolded loudly. 10 digits? Instinctively, he began to count on his fingers. He watched as the newsbird circled in the sky, pulling out a $100 steel coin. The prepared newsbird immediately swooped down, retrieving a newspaper from its backpack. That old bird is getting better at teasing us, not dropping everything at once. Marco complained as he opened the newspaper. The cover was even more explosive. Hahaha, Marine Admiral Sengoku, top fighter Admiral Akainu, actually forced to kneel on the ground, holding his head with both hands. Old man, come look. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. What? The crew was taken aback, quickly pulling out steel coins to buy all the newspapers the newsbird brought. Whitebeard was also attracted by the cover, kneeling on the ground, unwillingly holding his head and enduring the humiliation in a classic scene, which made him unable to help but laugh out loud. Gulalala. Boys, cut this cover out later and hang it on the ship. Ha ha, good old man. I can laugh myself awake every day. This is just too funny. The Navy has really embarrassed themselves greatly. If it were me, I would just commit suicide. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard continued to read. Adolf, captured by slave traders and auctioned on the Sabiti archipelago, bought by the celestial dragons, taken hostage. He killed 1 celestial dragon, captured 2, and forced Sengoku and Akainu to kneel and hold their heads. No wonder the bounty is 1 billion. This is truly shocking news that has rocked the world. Whitebeard took a couple of swigs of alcohol, feeling great. This guy is so handsome. Muir, go invite him to join our pirate crew. The crew cheered. It's not that simple. Muir looked at the newspaper with concern, worried about whether Fishman Island would face retaliation. Don't worry, Fishman Island has the old man's flag. He comforted his worried companions by patting their shoulders. You fools, he still has 2 celestial dragons in his hands. Bringing him in would just make the world government come after us. Marco scolded. It's exhausting being a babysitter every day. What's the big deal? We are the Whitebeard Pirates. Gulalala, that's right, it's time for a feast, sons. Let's toast to the Navy. Ha, cheers. All the pirates raised their glasses and laughed wildly, even clinking their glasses against the newspaper cover as if toasting Sengoku and Akainu who were kneeling. Their laughter became even more unrestrained, with snot bubbles popping out. Leaning on the deck, Marshal Teach looked at the newspaper in his hand, eating a cherry pie while laughing heartily with his companions. Mom, the whole world is watching the Navy's joke. The most uncomfortable are the world government. It's bad enough that the celestial dragons were killed, but now too were captured. They can't save face. That's their own doing. Mama. Let's post this cover on the island and hold a tea party. Yes, Mom. The audacious guy who killed the celestial dragons. It's been years since that happened, and he even made Sengoku kneel. How satisfying. Boys, celebration time. Kaido laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, pounding his thigh with tears streaming down. Boss, let's print more copies of the cover and throw them at the Navy base. In the future, whenever we see a Navy ship, we just fire cannons at them. Just thinking about it feels great. Hahaha, let's do it. This guy is amazing. The whole world is throwing a feast for him. Soul Dancer, Play Queen, even started to dance with her plump body, fully engaging in the club activities. Adolf, Flame Disaster. Jin looked at the bounty notice with satisfaction. He had suffered a lot from the world government in the past. Even the Lunarians were exterminated by the world government, and he became an endangered species. Even the foolish Mammoth Jack looked at the bounty notice, strange emotions rising in his heart. Merfolk. Big trouble for the boss. Someone actually dared to kill the celestial dragons. It's over. This sea is going to be chaotic. Useless. The Navy and the world government will find him sooner or later. It's just a matter of taking the opportunity to escape with the celestial dragons. Capturing the celestial dragons. What do you want to do? The era will go berserk. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper with a serious expression. First mate Ben Beckman also squinted at the newspaper, and the entire sea was stirred up by this newspaper. Pirates were already laughing uncontrollably just by looking at the cover. Meanwhile, those noble kings were frightened and fearful. Celestial dragons were killed. They expressed dissatisfaction with the Navy's incompetence. The dignified fleet admiral actually knelt to a slave. Countless civilians were restless, and some, due to the Navy's humiliation, no longer cared about the Navy's suppression and directly seized a ship to go out to sea. From a certain perspective, this is an event that is not inferior to the Marineford War. Whitebeard is ultimately just a pirate. Even if he dies, there will be other pirates to take his place. But the Navy is spread across the seas and the Grand Line, and the world government controls the entire world. Their influence is genuinely global. Killing the celestial dragons and making the Navy fleet admiral kneel is a tremendous blow to the Navy and the world government's prestige. This will directly promote the era's upheaval. And at this moment, it will also be recorded by historians as a historic turning point, the awakening of the Great Will. The moment of liberation. Brothers, seeking all support, seeking a bookshelf, seeking electricity. Oh, former fleet admiral. Big trouble. A Navy soldier rushed in. What happened? Did those two celestial dragons already die? Sengoku slurped his noodles, feeling a bit hopeful. No, look at this. Trembling, he opened the newspaper and handed it to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The first scene on the cover hit Sengoku like a bolt from the blue, his eyes almost popping out. Anger rushing to his head. That old Burr Morgans. Where did he get that photo? And he even dared to publish it. Sengoku slammed the bowl down on the table. Even his conqueror's haki burst out in anger. Dark red lightning flashed, and the entire room became extremely oppressive. It was already humiliating to kneel in shame back then, and now he is embarrassed in front of the whole world. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to burrow into and never come out again. Who is he? Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy. The new officer's first fire burned him to the ground. Even he, this wise strategist, turned into a fool, unable to endure even a little. Akainu couldn't tolerate it either. What underground world king? Go find him. I want to roast that old bird. Akainu crushed his cigar, veins bulging on his forehead. His face twisted with rage. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. The scorching light from the fire shone through the crack of the door, faintly accompanied by the sounds of smashing and breaking. Those who heard it felt their scalps go numb and hurriedly ran far away. If he spoke a little louder, it could trigger a volcanic eruption and cause casualties. Aside from Adolf's bounty notice, the other 8 were all issued bounties, with several pirates who originally had bounties of 30 to 50 million being raised to 100 million berries. The one who captured the celestial dragon and made Adolf chop off a leg, Derek, was even raised to 300 million berries. Even the 3 dancers were awarded a bounty of 10 million berries. Their bounties had nothing to do with their strength, but were entirely due to their involvement in this incident, and the anger of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu. However, under Adolf's shadow, it all seemed insignificant. Meanwhile, on a certain uninhabited island in the Calm Belt, the outside world has stirred up a huge wave. But there is no news here. The newsbirds rarely enter the Calm Belt. Brother Adolf, drink some coconut juice. Dancer Aina knocked open a coconut and handed it over by the campfire. Thanks. Adolf nodded. Brother Adolf, I've already circled the island. There are large forests everywhere. Plenty of animals and a freshwater lake. Long-term survival is no problem. Derek reported. Brother Adolf, I just found out while fishing that the fish in the sea are very abundant and very large. We can catch one, and it would last us a month. That's great. Doesn't that mean we don't have to worry about food and drink? It's a pity there's no wine. Otherwise, we could celebrate properly. Although it can't compare to the carefree life we had before, being alive is already a blessing, so there's no need to ask for too much. One good news after another brings smiles to their faces, and as they laugh, tears flow uncontrollably. Even when they were slaves, they needed the celestial dragon's permission to smile. What a level of oppression and despair that was. Oh, are you satisfied with this? That's fine too. Forget about the pain and live well here. Adolf looked at the bonfire and said inexplicably, Brother Adolf, are you leaving? Everyone looked at him. This world is so big. Why should I be trapped here? Just because of the celestial dragons? Because of the world government? Because of the navy? Were they even? Adolf looked up. The bonfire burning fiercely reflected in his eyes. Like the fire of ambition ignited within him. I will replace the world government and establish a new system. I will pull those lofty, celestial dragons down from the heavens. As he spoke, the conqueror's haki unconsciously spread out, an invisible pressure enveloping the surroundings, making it hard to breathe. This is the world of pirates, with beauties like Nami, Robin, Shirahoshi, and Hancock. There are so many to choose from, even capable of unifying like the ancient emperors. How could he back down because of a bunch of NPCs? Derek and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. This unconscious aura, while not enough to make them faint, was still a form of mental oppression. Adolf, but the world government. Derek forced himself to say, I know they are powerful, immensely so, but no one starts off standing in the sky. Neither you nor I, not even gods. The throne of the heavens is coming to an end, and one day I will stand at the top. When poor, one can only lay down and die. When rich, one can rise from the coffin. Zhu Yuanzhang built the Ming dynasty starting with just a bowl. If you have a golden finger and no ambition, you might as well go home and farm. No, don't even farm, just lie in the coffin. Adolf, brother. Aina, Shauna, and Haida looked at him in shock. It was too crazy. Adolf, brother, take us with you. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I was once a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. The 7-meter-tall Grant flexed his biceps to show his strength. Count me in too. Those who dare to enslave me, I will take them down even if I die. This life was saved by Adolf, brother, and from now on, it belongs to him. One by one, they were filled with passion. They didn't think about whether they could succeed, but were wholly focused on the desire for revenge, wanting to tear off a piece of flesh from those who wronged them. The fact proves that no matter how outrageous or clueless one might be, those who boldly express their individuality and move forward will always have someone captivated by them. You all. Adolf's gaze swept over them with suspicion and scrutiny. I am here to establish an empire. Everyone must adhere to the unified system of governance. This is not a lowly pirate gang that resorts to burning, killing, and looting. Can you control yourselves? Derek grinned instead. Brother Adolf, you don't understand pirates. The first rule on a pirate ship is, the captain's orders are absolute. Those who disobey the captain can leave, but to defy him means death. That's right, even though we are pirates, we understand the ways of survival for pirates even better. Don't worry, Brother Adolf, we will definitely listen to you. One by one, they showed no signs of retreating, but instead became even more fervent. Are you serious? Shalilia couldn't help but speak up. Do you really understand what the world government means? Don't even mention the world government. You can't possibly contend with the subordinate organization, the Navy. If you think you can use us as hostages to threaten, then you're gravely mistaken. The two of them spoke with a hint of mockery, a group of clueless individuals thinking a few slaves coming together could shake the world. I am quite displeased with the way you look at us, like we are ignorant country bumpkins. Do you know what it means to be a failed art student? It's time to give this world a little shock. In modern times, deep-sea phobia is a psychological fear. Just the feeling that there are giant monsters lurking beneath the ocean that make one's scalp tingle, a fear of the unknown. But in this world, those things are real. And they are everywhere, like the indescribable giant sea centipede in front of us, measuring over 500 meters in length. The modern nearshore is only 200 to 300 meters deep, and this thing is 500 meters long. From the seabed to the water's surface, it can rise up to 200 meters in height. Who wouldn't feel their scalp tingle after seeing that? An aircraft carrier could get wrapped around it several times, especially with its hundreds of pairs of legs. It's truly chilling. Its whole body, even as big as a single leg of mine. Haha, in the pirate world, there are all sorts of monsters of this size. You have to get used to it. Don't just make a joke out of it with a simple slide. Adolf allowed a deep breath. He didn't come to deliver food without some skills. To confirm his own strength, he had Derek and the others attack him together. Instead, he easily defeated them, just like dealing with small fry. After all, they were pirates with bounties ranging from 30 million to 50 million, which is quite significant in this era. This indirectly proved that his strength was at least on par with Luffy when he stormed the world government, capable of smashing the spring fruit user with a single punch. No, it should be more like when he arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. This also won the respect of Derek and the others. What an impressive boss. With a swift motion, he locked onto his target, and his sky-blue tail flicked like an arrow. In the water, mermaids are the fastest swimming race, no exceptions. Mermaid karate, kilowatt punch. Boom! The giant sea centipede ignored the approach of small fish and shrimp, and Adolf struck it unceremoniously with a punch against its heavy armor. His immense power could shatter even rock with a single blow. A muffled roar echoed, and the seawater surged like a strong wind, causing the surface to explode with waves. The giant sea centipede was sent flying several dozen meters from this strike. However, with a 500-meter-long body, bending a few dozen meters was merely a curve at its waist. It hadn't actually moved at all. Instead, it drew the attention of the giant sea centipede. This was of no use. Adolf found it tough. Hiss! His hoarse roar erupted like a sonic explosion, causing the seawater to ripple with shock waves. And the surface of the sea surged with waves as high as 7 or 8 meters. What level of sea king did he provoke? This is too exaggerated. On the island, Derek and the others also felt a chill run down their spines. Swish! The mouth parts opened wide and suddenly lunged to bite down. Adolf quickly swam to dodge, circling around the giant sea centipede, delivering several punches that twisted its segments. However, he was like a fly or mosquito, causing little damage but a lot of insult, completely enraging the giant sea centipede. Hiss! The monster went into a frenzy, as if chains were tightening, trying to seal off the hiding space, with its numerous long legs stabbing in unison. Adolf immediately fled, escaping in front of the blockade. A giant sea centipede chased after him, rolling like a massive wave. Was the 500-meter beast really creating such tumultuous waves? Looking back at the imposing giant sea centipede behind him, being hunted by such a monster sent his adrenaline skyrocketing. Not only did he push his speed to the limit, but his cerebellum was also working at full speed. My physical fitness is very strong now. I can easily defeat weaker opponents, but I lack experience in combat and means to inflict damage. The only thing I learned was mermaid karate, and I learned it poorly. I remember the essence is to strike out the surrounding water in the form of impacts and waves, like flowing water particles. Because of the impact of water molecules, this attack has extremely strong penetration. As the saying goes, only by coming close to death can one comprehend the true meaning of life. He understood and suddenly turned around, his right hand clenched into a fist, as water began to swirl around him like a viscous state while his body continued to retreat at high speed. Mermaid karate, water strike fist boom just as the giant sea centipede was less than 100 meters away. Its eyes gleaming fiercely, he unleashed the attack from a distance, and the seawater roared like a laser cannon, causing the ocean to surge. Taking the full force of the blow to the face, his entire head exploded. It wasn't hindered by the seawater. On the contrary, the seawater maximized its power. He was a member of the mermaid clan, born as a beloved of the ocean. How could seawater possibly be an obstacle? Not bad. I managed to pull it off. It seems I possess talent like that of the monstrous Akainu from the Warring States period. I should find a way to obtain Charlotte Lean's bloodline factor, that monster who took down a group of giant clans at just 5 years old, and still managed to have children and become one of the 4 emperors. Truly powerful. Adolf gasped, gradually calming his emotions. In that moment, he had really given it his all. It shouldn't be something that can be obtained just by contact. Does it require pressure? When facing off against the Marine Admiral Akainu and the others, a tremendous pressure enveloped him. It was in that state that power continuously surged from deep within his body. The pressure activated his bloodline factors, and the external environment forced him to adapt. It was then that he felt a sense of transformation. Fighting and war are indeed the fastest ways to grow, pushing one to break through their limits. But if one can't break through, then they have to die. Boss, Adolf's brothers, Derek, and the others all rushed over. Let's find an animal to test for poison. This big one can feed us for a while, and its shell can be fashioned into tools. Adolf dragged the giant sea centipede ashore. Although centipedes don't sound like proper food, at this size, it wouldn't trigger any fear of dense clusters. Eating it would be completely silent. Moreover, he had smashed its head. A sea creature this large could easily last a year. Derek was ecstatic. So strong, boss. A sea creature this big could easily topple a warship. Just one collision would shatter it. The others looked at the giant sea centipede with immense excitement. In the ocean, sea creatures can be considered the greatest terror apart from climatic disasters. Everyone come here. I have something to say. Later, I will go out to learn hockey, and you all stay on the island to train your strength, pushing yourselves to the limit. We will gain our freedom from slavery together, and, in the future, we will not only escape this deserted island, but also shake the entire world. I don't want anyone to fall too far behind, so far that they can't even see my back. Adolf looked at them with ambition and passion. Yes, big brother, they all replied with enthusiasm. Aina, Sarah, Haida, you deliver food to those 2 celestial dragons every day. Don't let them starve, and you must not beat or torture them. I have great use for them. I know your hatred for the celestial dragons, but I also want you to understand that you are not pirates now. If you can't control yourselves and obey me, then I can only do as you said and get rid of you. Adolf was still very uneasy about the 5 of them. After all, pirates who burned, killed, and looted were known for their unpredictability and disregard for consequences. Don't worry, boss. If any of them dare to act recklessly, I'll take care of them, Derek said, scanning the group with his eyes. As the man who was not completely unconscious amidst the clash of conquerors hockey, he was the strongest among them. Adolf nodded. The pie he drew should be enough for them to eat for a while. Today, I saw a video on Douyin about a love where both parties rush towards each other and protect one another. It's very sweet and beautiful, making one yearn for it. I would trade my lifetime of being single for everyone here to meet their good match. Bro, where is the daughter nation? Don't know? Is there anyone on that island in the calm belt? Or did the ship that appeared in the calm belt stop at that island? Over there? Since you know the way, why don't you take me along? Fish. The merfolk can communicate with fish, and to them, fish are as obedient as pets, so they naturally wouldn't eat fish. Of course, this only applies to ordinary fish. Shellfish, shrimp, crabs, and the like are not included. And neither are the monstrous deep-sea fish or sea beasts or sea kings, etc. Those can't be called fish anymore. They can only be described as creatures that live in the sea like fish. Too exaggerated. Just providing some clues can earn 100 million berries. And assisting the Navy in finding St. Roswald and the Charlia Palace can immediately earn 1 billion berries. Along with a promise from the world, noble celestial dragons to absolve all past crimes. Boss, if we find those 2 kidnapped celestial dragons, wouldn't that be a step to the top? The promise from the celestial dragons could make us legitimate kings, right? Kings? Wouldn't all the treasures of the kingdom belong to us? All the women at our disposal? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Haha, whoever gets married, I want to be the first to enjoy the first night rites, and I want to do it in front of that man. Then I will gather all the lowless and watch them learn. You perverts, instead of thinking about this, why not sell off the goods from the robbed merchant ship and go enjoy yourselves on Pleasure Street? Look at this bounty poster. The female celestial dragon that Adolf has caught is quite nice. I hope she hasn't been ruined yet. Do mermaids have that kind of thing? If we find the celestial dragons, trying out the taste of celestial dragons wouldn't be bad either. Anyway, we are pirates, so why not just rob the world government as ships? If we capture the celestial dragons, we would also make a name for ourselves. The Black Skull pirates were all excited, surrounding the newspaper and going wild. As pirates, they fully let themselves go, expressing countless gentlemen's dreams. The celestial dragons being shot and kidnapped further shattered the myth of the world government being unattainable. Even thinking about the fate of the kidnapped female celestial dragon, men understand the outcome, which is simply grinding the world government's face into the ground. What nobility is there to speak of? Not good, Captain. There's a pirate ship approaching rapidly at 3 o'clock on the right. It's the Kuja pirates, led by Empress Hancock. The lookout shouted in panic. What 7 warlords, Empress? Just a lackey of the world government. Even the celestial dragons are captured and turned into everyday items. What is the 7 warlords worth? I'm also a big pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Boys, prepare for battle. Oh. The Black Skull drew his sword and shouted. As pirates, the most disgusting thing is the Navy and the world government, and there are even pirates acting as their lackeys. The supreme world nobles have been reduced to hot weapons. The Navy admiral knelt down, holding his head. Who still cares about the world government? Prestige? It's something to be trampled on. Ah, women. All women. The rumors are true. The Kuja pirates are all women. Everyone in the Black Skull pirates was excited to the point of madness, their energy resembling that of someone on adrenaline. I want to be the first aboard. Bastard. Don't push me. I want to be the first to choose. You worthless things, the captain said I go first. Line up behind me. They all rushed forward like a blind king grabbing a beautiful concubine. Oh, what a bunch of foolish men. The over 5-meter-tall, green-haired Sandersonia leaned on the edge of the ship, watching them. Underestimating our Kuja pirates will cost you your life. The equally tall, but more robust, orange-haired Marigold was displeased. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps was pleasant, and one could immediately imagine the image of a delicate beauty in their mind. Ah, so beautiful. Hancock. Hancock. The moment they saw Hancock, all the hearts of the Black Skull pirates were about to leap out. The shouting and killing pirates instantly turned into cheerleaders. How could such a beautiful person be treated so roughly? It was a beauty that surpassed mere looks, exuding a charm like killing intent and ghostly aura. For the men, it was simply irresistible, and the uncontrolled pirates couldn't handle it. We want the supplies on your ship. Could you help us move them out? Hancock looked charming and pitiful, striking straight at their hearts. What nonsense are you talking about? How can we give it to you? The Black Skull captain scolded angrily. What is wrong with that? We'll give it all to you. However, all his crew transformed into sycophants, actively moving all the supplies from the ship. Their eyes turning into pink hearts, filled with passion and motivation. Sacrificing everything for the goddess. Just thinking about it is sweet. You bunch of idiots. Have you never seen a woman? You've never been this proactive during a fight. The captain turned around and realized they had moved out all their assets. It's just a life. How can it compare to Hancock? Exactly. We just robbed a merchant ship, and we'll bring that too. Someone even volunteered to introduce the merchant ship being dragged behind. Hancock jumped with joy like a little girl. Thank you. That one phrase struck the hearts of all pure love warriors. At this moment, it would be worth risking life and limb. Bastards. Aren't you going to Pleasure Street? The captain roared. With such a beauty, who would still go to Pleasure Street? Captain, you're so vulgar. I don't know if it's the devil fruit ability or pure beauty charm, but for men, it's truly a dimensional strike, even able to appeal to both genders. Damn it. The Black Skull captain gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Hancock. Utterly foolish. Hancock indifferently disregarded the Black Skull captain who leaped towards her, not like a delicate bird, but rather like a proud empress. Arrow of captivity, her delicate fingers lightly touched her lips, and a pink peach heart was drawn like a bow, unleashing a barrage of arrows. The captain at the forefront swung his sword to block, but the moment of contact petrified his steel blade, and then he was shot through by the subsequent arrows, instantly petrifying. The other pirates were even more shocked that their beloved Hancock would harm them, and even knowing did not want to dodge. With just one move, they were all petrified. This is why men are so stupid. They don't even know to dodge. The green-haired Sandersonia was used to it. Some tossed the pirates overboard, while the rest quickly moved the supplies onto the ship. There was no choice. They had voluntarily moved the supplies out. The newspaper? Old Lady Nyo wants it. The purple fanflower casually took it. Big sister, with a pirate ship and merchant ship's goods, our ship is almost full. The orange-haired Marigold reported. Then let us head back. Yes, Lady Snake Princess. This, Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu of the Navy, actually knelt before a mermaid? The purple fanflower exclaimed, her words mixed with an uncontrollable smile. Navy Admiral? Admiral? Kneeling? Even for those who were uninterested in the newspaper, they couldn't help but look. It's Sengoku. He really knelt before a mermaid. Green-haired Sandersonia saw the newspaper cover, and it was precisely because of the explosive headline that it caught their attention at first glance. Wait, it's a celestial dragon. Her pupils constricted as she suddenly noticed that the hostage kidnapped by Adolf was wearing the unforgettable attire of a celestial dragon. Celestial dragon. Hancock sat on her snake throne, completely stunned, her mind blank. Sister, he has taken a celestial dragon hostage and even killed one. Her head was blown apart, and there was so much blood on the ground. He is dead. This celestial dragon is definitely dead. Green-haired Sansonia was terrified, her voice trembling. Hancock, with shaking hands, took the newspaper, and her pupils constricted the moment she saw the cover. She didn't care about the humiliation of Sengoku and Akainu kneeling with their heads in their hands. Her attention was completely focused elsewhere. Adolphe had one hand gripping the neck of celestial dragon Shirlea, while lying on the ground were the celestial dragon Rosward, who was knocked out by Conqueror's Haki, and the celestial dragon Charlos, whose head was bleeding from a gunshot. They are celestial dragons, truly celestial dragons. Her pupils trembled, and she was engulfed in shock, feeling excitement, fear, and exhilaration all at once. They could never forget the appearance of the celestial dragons, their clothing, and their ugly faces. Lady Snake Princess? They looked at Hancock in confusion, not understanding why this was happening. Everyone get out, shouted the orange-haired Marigold. Longdan, Persian Daisy, Paper Fanflower, and others left the great hall in bewilderment. Sister, Marigold, and Sansonia looked at Hancock. Hancock suppressed her emotions and finished reading the entire newspaper, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Sister, there is also a bounty here for the Godslayer, Adolphe, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The green-haired Sansonia handed the newspaper to Hancock. The Godslayer, Adolphe. Marigold, Sansonia, he is truly our benefactor. Hancock looked at the photo of Adolphe on the bounty notice. The calm belt, pulling a ship with 2 sea serpents? Is this really the main person? Adolphe looked up at the large pirate ship above, with its 2 distinctive sea serpents. Boom! One shot out of the sea and landed on the deck. Fortunately, the sea serpents didn't attack. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Who are you? Before he could fully land, the people on the deck instantly reacted and surrounded him. I'm Adolphe. I mean no harm. Adolphe raised his hands directly to avoid any misunderstandings. He didn't want to cause a ruckus, just to prove himself by fighting, only to later meet Hancock and explain that he had taken down a celestial dragon in a showy manner. It was his fault for entering someone else's home without a word. When the host asked who he was it polite to beat them up? Godslayer Adolphe bounty 1 billion berries. Everyone was stunned. They had just seen it in the newspaper, and now they were seeing the real person? Huh, you know me? Adolphe was taken aback. Wasn't it just the second day? Is news in the pirate world transmitted that quickly? Even the closed-off Kuja pirates knew about it. You just got recognized from the newspaper, mermaid. Did you really force Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu to kneel? And you killed a celestial dragon? The newspaper says you also captured 2 celestial dragons. What did you hide them? Your bounty of 1 billion berries is even 10 times higher than Lady Snake Princess. I've never seen a mermaid before. Your lower half is fish. So amazing. Can I touch it? Wow, it's so big. They all gathered around, very interested, asking various questions. Some couldn't help but reach out to touch. Is the newspaper really that fast? It's only the second day. I have a bounty of 1 billion. Adolphe admired the newsbird a bit. It was really impressive how quickly it spread the news in such a short time. Unfortunately, he was in the calm belt on a deserted island, and newsbirds didn't come to the calm belt, let alone a deserted island, so he naturally didn't receive any newspapers. I have something I want to discuss with you, Lady Snake. Could you please convey that? Adolphe spoke with confidence. Although he had killed a celestial dragon and hit Hancock's sore spot, boasting about it himself was different from others knowing about it, making him seem particularly petty. Originally, he wanted to let Hancock know about his great achievements accidentally through a roundabout way. Now, it was even better to avoid the trouble. Come with me. Lady Snake has asked you to enter, said Paper Fanflower as she approached. Thank you. Adolphe nodded. After he entered, the door closed again. Adolphe glanced around. The cabin was like an ancient palace, and this ship was a large one, over 100 meters long, with quite a spacious interior. After walking along the dozens of meters of red carpet, he saw Hancock sitting on a high platform. Marigold and Sansonia, both 5 meters tall, stood on either side like guards. They all lowered their heads to look at him, their expressions complex, not revealing what they were thinking. You want to see me? What is it? Hancock spoke, her voice cold, but it was merely a facade. If she were truly cold, she wouldn't have met him at all. I want to learn Haki, armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki. I just heard that you know about my situation. In order to avoid the Navy and the world government, I can only hide in the calm belt for now, and I can't even return to Fishman Island. I need to rapidly increase my strength, not just to roam freely in the sea, but to drag the celestial dragons down from their pedestal. Adolphe stated his purpose directly. without any concealment, and even pointed out the celestial dragons. Indeed, these 3 words made Hancock's pupils contract, and Marigold and Sandasonia trembled. What are you saying? You want to kill the celestial dragons? Marigold and Sandasonia felt somewhat weak, looking at him in shock. I'm saying, kill all the celestial dragons. His gaze was firm, with not a trace of evasion. With one sentence, the 3 of them were left breathless, their minds stopping in operation. No one had ever had such a bold idea. Hancock was shocked, feeling extremely complex. Many had thought of killing the celestial dragons, but they simply couldn't do it. After realizing the gap between themselves and the world government, they ultimately turned their resentment into deep-seated hatred, swallowing their unwillingness. Adolf seemed to see the grievances accumulated by the world government, the resentful souls of countless people. I promised to teach you hockey, but as for Conqueror's hockey. Hancock furrowed her brows in thought, wondering how to help someone awaken Conqueror's hockey. I have already awakened Conqueror's hockey, so you don't need to worry about that. Additionally, I hope to keep this a secret from outsiders for now, as it would be detrimental to Amazon Lily. I don't want my presence to cause harm to you, even to those around you. I am a mermaid, a favored child of the sea. Once I grow up, they will lose their power to sail the seas, which is also one of the reasons I dare to challenge the world government. Adolf said directly. Hancock nodded, acknowledging that in this vast sea, no one can ignore the power of the ocean. Only with a heart full of reverence can one navigate its waters. However, what weighed on her mind was the thought, I don't want my presence to cause you harm, even to those around you. Are you heading back now? I'll disembark first and then go to a nearby deserted island, Adolf suggested proactively. You don't have to worry about being exposed. The Amazonian daughter nation's matriarch has the final say. No one will notify the Navy or the world government. Hancock responded with dominance. Thank you. Adolf was moved. He was now in extreme danger, and to accept him would be to willingly embrace that danger. Even the identity of a Shichibukai could not offer protection. Speaking of which, we're just like you, Hancock said, as she removed her chi pao in front of Adolf. Hancock confessed, and indeed, she was very fair, without a trace of disheveled hair. Turning around, she endured the pain in her heart and struggled to lift her long hair. The hoof of the celestial dragon, the proof that the slaves raised by the world nobles could never erase their status as inferior humans. Adolf looked at the seal behind Hancock. Every word he spoke made Hancock tremble, gritting her teeth in agony, while her 2 sisters clutched their heads in pain. It was a painful and heart-wrenching past, and every recollection was an unbearable torment, a torment within. I haven't seen this, and I haven't had much contact with the Sun Pirates, but it's all the same. Although the hero fisher tiger liberated you from Ariehua, you should have been free, but you are not. What torments you is not this mark, but that memory, the seal imprinted on your thoughts. The celestial dragons and the world government loom over your hearts like an inescapable shadow. As long as the celestial dragons exist, as long as the world government exists, you will never be reborn. His words were like sharp blades, cutting into the hearts of the 3 sisters, their hearts bleeding, wishing for death. They even vaguely saw a dark cloud looming, from which they could not escape no matter where they fled. This is the indelible mark. Do you remember what I just said, Hancock? Give me a little time, and I will shatter that darkness. If there is still no sun, I will become the only light in your hearts. You. Hancock suddenly looked up, staring at him in disbelief. At that moment, she even felt a sense of relief. It was as if a tiny candle was lit in the darkness, not illuminating the whole world, but lighting her way forward, holding up a small patch of brightness. A glimmer of warmth. Adolf! Adolf! Marigold and Sandasonia looked at him with the same stirring feeling, a sense of being saved, reborn. Do you really? Hancock took 2 steps forward. Don't be fooled by my current strength seeming boastful. I actually have a lot of confidence. Adolf confidently grinned, thinking that as a loser, he shouldn't lack this bit of courage. Stop playing around, just hang up. He stepped forward to Hancock, draping the spacious chi pao she had taken off over himself. You idiot, don't just take off your clothes in front of others. You know how beautiful you are. Who can withstand such a test? A decent person would lose control and turn into a bad one. Hancock slightly turned her head, feeling embarrassed. I know. The more she felt the kindness and warmth, the more she was in torment, struggling with anxiety. Would you look down on someone like me who used to be a slave? How could I? I was captured too. If I hadn't fought desperately, I would have almost ended up with that label as well. We're the same. Adolf gently comforted her. Speaking of which, I still have 2 celestial dragons in my hands. If I let you kill them with your own hands, would you gain inner freedom? Hancock's pupils constricted, and Marigold and Sandasonia trembled in shock. Kill a celestial dragon with our own hands. I can let you kill one. The other one is still useful. Let's go with that old cripple. I've chopped off one of his legs, and there's no medicine on the deserted island to treat him. Who knows how long he can live? Chopped off one leg. The three women were stunned. This sounds like butchering pork. That's a leg of a celestial dragon. In fact, they're not much different from ordinary people. At first, they were arrogant, thinking they were the world's nobility, that no one dared to do anything to them. After I killed one, they became obedient. Adolf was lightly teasing Hancock, poking at her inner G-spot. Sister, Mary, and Sandersonia looked at Hancock. This proposal was truly tempting. They longed to take revenge on the celestial dragons, wanting nothing more than to tear them to pieces. Since Adolf was still useful, they decided to keep him. Didn't he say he wanted to be their light? Hancock, holding her clothes like a girl, felt sweet inside. That phrase about becoming their only light. So sweet, incredibly sweet. Hahaha, don't say that. I was a bit too arrogant just now. It's quite embarrassing, Adolf said awkwardly. It sounded quite cinematic when he said it, but repeating it felt strange. So do you have any newspapers? After escaping, we're in the comm belt and still don't know what the world government is up to, Adolf asked. Here, and her bounty notice as well. Hancock personally handed over the newspaper. Godslayer, bounty of 1 billion berries. The others are also over 100 million berries. That title is quite good, but one day the name of Godslayer will turn into God Executioner, God Butcher. However, a bounty of 1 billion is a bit exaggerated. At this point in time, 1 billion is equivalent to the level of the 3 disasters or 3 admirals. And, based on his personal strength, he clearly hadn't reached that level yet, not even mastering hockey. It seems there really isn't anything like a life card, nor any clues to find me. At least not in the short term. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to send a powerhouse to secretly deal with me? It wouldn't harm the supreme authority of the celestial dragons. The photo is quite impressive. Sengoku and Akainu would love to devour me whole. If such a photo can make it to the newspaper, it must be thanks to an old hand. I become famous, but being famous without substance won't do. Especially without high-end bounty hunters. But there must be someone wanting to step on my head to get famous. Those who are dissatisfied with the world government and navy must be quite pleased to see this newspaper, and they likely have a good impression of me. There's a saying, to see the essence through the events. Adolf gleaned a lot from the newspapers, also perceiving the underlying meanings and forming a rough judgment about his current environment. His political intuition was uncertain, but the unique social customs of China, the culture of drinking, and especially historical references such as the art of war ensured that he was far ahead of the rest of the world. The Amazonian daughter nation, located in the doldrums, is an all-female island. However, despite being entirely female, they're a genuine warrior nation that worships strength and values power, believing that strength is beauty. Furthermore, even ordinary citizens possess a dual aura, truly embodying the concept of a nation where everyone is a soldier. This demonstrates how deeply they understand and popularize the aura of dominance. Only by grasping this aura to an extremely profound level can the barriers be lowered, allowing even those without strong physiques to master it. Unlike Rayleigh, who blindly swings a stick, carelessly tossing it in front of beasts, which is the mark of a mediocre teacher, the Amazonian daughter nation also has a crew member from the rock ship, Granny Jia, as a former ruler of the seas. Kaido was merely an intern. Even if Granny Jia is not a monster like Whitebeard, Gold Roger, or Charlotte Linlin, her presence in the same frame indicates her strength is no trivial matter. Wait, is the crew member from the rock ship Granny Jia, or someone from the Sabati archipelago? Forget it, no matter how you think about it. For him, Amazon Lily is the best choice. Moreover, there's a beautiful woman offered for free. This world has 2 paradises for the daughter nation. One is Fishman Island, and the other is the daughter nation. Open the door. The Snake Princess has returned. Welcome back. 9 snake pirates. A great harvest, wahaha. The 9 snake pirates slowly entered the city, with many citizens lining the streets to greet them, and flowers falling. A clear sign of support. Led by Hancock, the 9 snake pirates disembarked. Snake Princess Mary Gollad, Lady Sandersonia. They shouted the names of their admired idols. As the 9 snake pirates appeared to them like warriors expanding their territory, acquiring external resources through their formidable strength. Iron, gunpowder, medicine, alcohol, cloth, vegetables, and crops, among others. Amazon Lily has fish and sea kings as food, so they're not lacking in that regard, but many other essential items cannot be obtained. Look, that person next to the Snake Princess? He actually has a tail. How strange. Could he be a sea creature? Don't you think his sky blue tail is beautiful? That long curve, the powerful-looking chest muscles. Ah, you think so too. Lady Salome is holding him, standing side by side with the Snake Princess. He must be an esteemed guest of the Snake Princess. Countless citizens couldn't help but discuss as they looked at Adolf. Adolf stood on Salome, who was dragging the mermaid's lower half along the ground. On land, she could stand with her tail finned, but it was indeed quite troublesome and not very smooth. It could be said that on land, the mermaid's combat ability would significantly decrease. Watching the crowd on both sides, it was clear that she was beloved and admired by everyone, creating a strong sense of cohesion and unity. This was because she was simply too beautiful. Hancock held her face in her hand, feeling flustered. Is this related to beauty? She glanced sideways at Hancock, and from the perspective of beauty and charm, Hancock indeed had a kind of rule-breaking allure. If it was just about looks, everyone has different preferences. Some like pale and slender, some prefer curvy figures. Some like the flirtatious type, some only love purity, and some even like little Lolas. But Hancock was the kind that could charm both men and women. Even women couldn't resist when she acted spoiled. Only those who were completely uninterested in women, or those who did not understand what sexuality was, would remain unaffected. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Hancock noticed Adolph's gaze and asked, strong and beautiful, there is probably no woman in this world better than you. Adolph praised without holding back. If there is, it would be the future White Star, filling the void with unimaginable depth. Oh, no way. Hancock, feeling shy and flustered, covered her face and couldn't even face him. Adolph smiled. Just as he didn't know how to flirt, this opportunity was truly nice. Why did Snake Princess bring back a male mermaid? Granny Zha appeared in front, confused. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Hancock's face turned cold in an instant. Granny Zha was taken aback. Adolph, let me show you around the palace. Hancock looked at Adolph with hope. Sure. Thank you. Hancock jumped onto Salami's lap, holding Adolph's hand, occasionally looking back sneakily, as if she were the person sitting behind on a bicycle. What is this? Granny Zha watched Hancock leave, her heart suddenly trembling. As someone who had been through it, she seemed to realize something. Marigold, Sandersonia, what on earth is going on? Oh well. The two scratched their heads, finding it hard to explain, handing her the newspaper, which might be the reason for all this. Newspaper? Welcome back. Lady Snake Princess. Who is he? Ah, a person with a fishtail. The palace steward, Inista, looked at Adolph in surprise. He is my friend, or rather, my disciple. Adolph smiled and said, please don't make it difficult for me. Disciple? Inista was taken aback. Inista, quickly prepare a banquet. I want to eat with Adolph, Hancock said. Yes, Lady Snake Princess. Would Lord Adolph like something to drink first? Inista nodded. White wine. I'll have milk. Then I want milk too. Hancock quickly corrected herself. Understood. Inista went down. Adolph sat down. Hancock invited Adolph to sit on the snake throne transformed by Salome, leaning on it like a sofa. It was quite friendly for a mermaid with a tail, and Hancock sat close beside him. For Hancock, it felt like her heart was racing in love, and Adolph was experiencing this sensation for the first time, even feeling like he could get a lot for free right now. Moreover, Hancock was so beautiful. Who could resist that? But one must understand restraint. It's perfectly normal for a man to be lustful. We are all mere mortals, and desires are not shameful. Even that 20 trillionaire keeps 100-member singing and dancing troupe to cater to high society. Does that make them elegant? But one must distinguish when to do what. Indulging in desire will lead to ambition being shattered. Nothing will succeed if one can't control their desires, no matter how good the thoughts may be. Only by caging the beast of desire in the prison of rationality can one exhibit sexual tension. Of course, this restraint isn't about a few years later, but rather about the timing in the evening when it's time to rest. One can't be doing this 24/7 without attending to serious matters. Hancock, I want to start my training as soon as possible, preferably right now. If possible, I want to return to the uninhabited island for it. Those 2 celestial dragons are being watched by a few people I let escape with me. 5 of them are pirates, and I'm not at ease with them. Adolph naturally embraced Hancock, but he suppressed his thoughts and stopped his next actions. Hancock seemed like a shy yet charming bride from ancient times, saying, all right, I'll listen to you. No, the roof shattered and someone fell down. It's Valentine's Day today, and with my lifelong single status, I offer everyone a good match. Adolph frowned, and Hancock's forehead was filled with bulging veins. She loved fiercely and hated fiercely, shy and charming like a little girl in front of the one she adored. But in front of others, she was truly the proud empress. What are you doing here, old hag? This is the room of the Kuja tribe. The fire on Hancock's forehead was already burning. Snake Princess, do you know what he has done? The Navy and the world government will not sit idly by. This country is currently protected by your title of Warlord of the Sea. Before, we relied on the comm belt as our powerful defense. But now, with the new shipbuilding technology, the world government can move freely in these waters. Because you're a Warlord of the Sea, the Kuja tribe, even as pirates, will not set foot on the island. Once the title is lost, this place will become a pirate kingdom, and that tragedy will happen. What will happen to the old and young on the island? GOLD. Roger descended from the sky, extremely anxious and serious. So annoying. Drag this old thing out. Hancock was furious. She didn't want to hear this nagging. Yes, 2 female warriors restrained her. Wait. Snake Princess. Goldi Rojev Straguld. What do you think you are? Your era has long ended. Iam Golde Rojev. The emperor of the Amazon lily from generations ago. Even if my stubbornness leads to the destruction of this country, everyone will forgive me because I am just too beautiful. Hancock looked up with her classic pose, gazing down with her chest, creating an absolutely stunning scene. You stubborn little girl, this is not the time for jokes. GOLD. Roger was also frustrated. Hancock, she was thinking of his country too. We should sit down and think of a way to resolve this together. Adolf supported Hancock's beautiful back, suddenly becoming like a little bird leaning on her. Adolf, I'll listen to you. Hancock instantly became obedient, no longer unreasonable. Everything he said was reasonable. The so-called double standard actually has only one standard, and that is the standard. Sure enough, GOLD. Roger's pupils constricted. She recognized this looked too well. I have indeed brought you catastrophic trouble. No, you clearly said you want to go to an uninhabited island. And it was I who brought you to the Amazon kingdom. Hancock took the blame first. This is your trust in me. And as a man, I certainly can't let you bear everything alone. I had already thought about it before coming, including potential dangers, and I have solutions. If I were to walk around like a disaster, bringing calamity wherever I go, I couldn't forgive myself. I might as well die. Adolf patted Hancock's arm to reassure her. Whether Hancock felt reassured, he didn't know, but she nodded seriously and obediently. Furiosa began to take Adolf seriously. Initially, she had only gained Hancock's favor because of her mermaid heritage and by killing celestial dragons. But now it seemed there was more to her. When dealing with Amazon Lily or any enemy, it's best to eliminate them at a distance, preventing battles on home soil that could lead to civilian casualties. The world government navigates the doldrums with new technology. However, that doesn't mean they can sail freely and be absolutely safe. In fact, their ships can also be attacked by sea kings. It's just relatively safer, as they operate quietly to avoid detection by the sea kings. So, we just need to make sure their ships get noticed by the sea kings. Make them discover the ships. Furiosa was puzzled. For example, creating large disturbances on the surface, like cannon fire or bloody animal carcasses. This is the doldrums, filled with sea king nests, and any slight commotion can attract numerous sea kings. You have sea snakes, which can even pinpoint the location of sea king nests. I suggest cultivating more large sea snakes. They're very useful for capturing sea kings as food for the nation or for protecting the country. Adolf's idea was simple. If you're playing hide and seek and are afraid of being caught, then I'll be a little troublemaker to help you out. How can you stay quiet then? The sea snakes of the 9 snake pirates are highly venomous, and even sea kings are reluctant to attack them. Even if they are discovered by sea kings, they will attack the navy instead of us. Furiosa instantly understood. That's right. But this requires a large number of cannonballs and animal corpses to be prepared in advance. Additionally, we can also have the sea snakes lure the sea kings over. As long as there is a fierce battle causing a bigger commotion, it will naturally attract more sea kings. Besides, don't forget that I am a mermaid, a race that lives in the sea. It would be easy to destroy warships from below the sea, and then we can leave the rest to the sea kings in the comm belt. Finally, the 2 celestial dragons in my hands should also serve as a layer of protection. Furiosa nodded repeatedly, feeling that this plan was foolproof, filling the missing corner of a natural fortress and making it even more impregnable. Of course, there's a critical point here: how to determine if the enemy is coming. Developing a complete defense system for a country is essential. If it's just a group of pirates, they can drift anywhere, but a country must consider this aspect. I have 2 plans. One is to use sea snakes along with snail phones. Amazon is good at raising snakes, and cultivating small venomous snakes that can survive in the sea shouldn't be difficult. Spreading them out can serve as a warning. The other is to use sea slugs as radar, which can detect the situation in the nearby waters. They might get eaten in the comm belt, but pairing them with sea snakes can reduce losses. Everyone in Amazon has snakes as pets and partners, so how to raise them is clear enough. As for the sea slug, it appeared in the Charlotte Lingling Kingdom and can be used as a biological radar, like the snail phone. As a mermaid, he can communicate with the sea slugs, and there would be no difficulty in taming them. In fact, the most convenient and hassle-free option is still the stare fruit user, who has ultra-long-range vision and can simply survey the area every half-day. Although the stare fruit doesn't have strong combat power, it is indeed a strategic-level ability. With the added capability of seeing into people's hearts, definitely a god-tier fruit. Others need spies, but what need do you have for spies? Just learn lip reading and watch directly. Isn't that more precise than a spy? Unfortunately, the people in this world are quite clever, and even Doflamingo only sees the surface abilities. Or rather, most fruit abilities only develop surface combat power, pursuing individual strength. Astare fruit user. Giroliosa pondered. However, I don't recommend using a rough method to take her away, as she is, after all, a princess of a member country. If this gets to the world government, it would be too conspicuous and would also let the Navy and world government know of her existence. This kind of ability can only be maximized through secrecy. Speaking of which, he forgot the name of the country of the stare fruit's charming women. Normal people wouldn't remember such trivial details. But it's not a big deal. We can check the New World sea charts later and buy a permanent guide to solve it easily. Of course, all of this is preparation for the worst-case scenario. If we can avoid exposure, it's better not to expose ourselves. Adol smiled. He didn't mention high-end combat power because it wasn't necessary. Don't forget that Hancock is not weak. And there are also powerful individuals like Giroliosa. Shaki from a Sabidi archipelago is also from Amazon and was the former captain of the 9 Snake Pirates. There are indeed quite a few high-end talents. If the Navy only has one admiral, they would likely face defeat. Giroliosa looked at Adolf and secretly nodded, calm and composed. Meticulous in thought, completely different from a pirate. Before they could enjoy the prepared singing feast, Hancock went aboard with Adolf to return to the deserted island. As for the cultivation of sea snakes and other trivial matters, they were all left to Granny Jia and the steward to handle. Regardless of whether Adolf is on Amazon Island or not, a complete defense system is essential for a country. Didn't the world government later abolish the Shichibukai system and immediately turn to attack? In the 9 Snake Pirates Hancock's room, 3 women and 1 man were together, having quite an exciting time. The potential power that all humans possess is innate, characterized by momentum, killing intent, and fighting spirit. Manipulating these invisible feelings can transform willpower into a weapon. This immense power is what we call hockey. Hancock transformed into a teacher, explaining earnestly. Perhaps it was talent, or perhaps Adolf's physical quality had already met the requirements, but he naturally mastered the 2-color hockey, especially the observation hockey, which he grasped immediately. The way she taught was simple and easy to understand. Even though he only had 3 fingers, under Hancock's guidance, he could effortlessly explore the unknown black hole. Zulfust, you've mastered it so quickly, green-haired Sandersonia exclaimed. No wonder you are the man who killed the celestial dragons. Orange-haired Marigold admired. Of course, it's because teacher Hancock taught well. There's no need for confusion, and you can see a glance where I got stuck on that problem. Of course, it's fast. Adol said happily. Where? Hancock blushed, holding her face. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The loser drinks a glass? Adolf looked at her. Sounds good. Hancock sweetly nodded. Marigold, Sandersonia. Adolf looked at the 2 sisters beside him, treating them without regard for their looks. Sure, they both nodded, and at the same time, they brought wine glasses and poured white wine. Then the 4 began to play rock, paper, scissors at lightning speed. Mastering observation hockey allows one to read the positions, numbers, and the next moves of enemies outside of their line of sight. And with both mastering observation hockey, the competition was about personal reaction and depth of understanding of observation hockey. Then the dilemma arose. There were 4 people present, 3 opponents. Just having master observation hockey and wanting to kill all around was clearly a bit too ambitious, so they chugged down their drinks. Fortunately, it was just 1 drink. If it was a game where the loser had a strip, this chapter would be a disaster, and he feared he would lose his tail. Is Adolf okay? If not, don't drink anymore, green-haired Sandersonia teased. Adolf. Hancock carefully supported him. Asking questions wasn't a big deal. Adolf burped from the alcohol and forced himself to hold on. He had never been good at drinking, only loving coconut milk. Even though he had come to this world and his physical quality had greatly increased, his alcohol tolerance wasn't high, and he wasn't a heavy drinker. After a few bottles, he couldn't hold on anymore. A man who cares about his image, green-haired Sandersonia, found it amusing. Observation haki requires calmness to be used. If emotions are stirred and rationality is lost, observation haki will also be affected, orange-haired Sandersonia reminded. All right, I really can't drink anymore. Adolf leaned against Hancock's embrace to ease the effects of the alcohol. If it weren't for training his drinking ability, he wouldn't have suggested this. Or rather, even in a not-so-good state, he still maintained a clear consciousness. But to be fair, the pushback feeling of the dual high-thrust air cushions is really nice. Anyone who tries it knows. Oh no, I see a ship coming over. How is that possible? This is the comm belt. If you still have the energy, go around the island a few more times. Don't let me not even see Big Brother Adolf's back when the time comes. I'm thinking of becoming one of Big Brother Adolf's 8 kings. 8 kings? Haha, that sounds really good. Derek heard this and quickly climbed to the top of a tree to look into the distance, where a large ship appeared in his sight and was even landing on the island. No, it's the 9 snake pirates. What? The Shichibukai. Hurry back. The celestial dragons and Ain are still to the east. If the Shichibukai find out we're on the island, it's over. Damn. Of all times, the group training around the island hurried back. Not good. I see a ship approaching. It's the 9 snake pirates. Charla ran over in a panic. Quickly. Control those 2 celestial dragons. Don't let them make a sound. Ain thought instantly. However, upon hearing that the Shichibukai were nearby, the 2 celestial dragons went wild. Even when tied up, they crazily ran towards the sea, completely unleashing their life potential. The legless Roswad Saint hopped on 1 foot even faster than Shalilia Palace. Hurry, stop them. Ain, Charla, and the other women anxiously chased after them. It's normal. Anyone would fight desperately upon seeing the redemption from endless darkness and suffering. And at the moment they saw the light and people, they tripped over themselves in excitement, causing Shalilia Palace behind them to stumble over them. Hearing the commotion, the people landing looked over, but they couldn't care less as they lay on the ground, faces full of madness, shouting, "Help! Someone help! I am Roswad Saint. I am a celestial dragon. I can offer you endless treasures. Where are the Shichibukai? Where are the Shichibukai? We are celestial dragons. We are the world nobles." Hancock looked at the 2 disheveled celestial dragons, lowered her head, and clenched her fists in trembling rage. They are really celestial dragons. Marigold and Sandersonia looked in shock at the fallen, howling celestial dragons, especially the missing leg. "It's you. I know you. You are the Shichibukai Boa Hancock. Take me back to Mary Geos, or I will have the world government revoke your Shichibukai title. I will have the world government destroy your country." Roswad Saint struggled to lift his head from the ground, shouting crazily at Hancock. "Hurry and untie us. I want to kill those slaves, kill that fishman. Damn it, they all deserve to die." Shalilia Palace's anger was uncontrollable. Hearing the word slaves, Hancock trembled again. The painful past hard to forget, a permanent shadow in their hearts. However, a hand rested on her back, half hugging her, the warmth turning into a spring breeze. "Oh, who do you want to kill? Whose country do you want to destroy?" At this moment, the celestial dragons suddenly understood what the echo of the devil meant. Their pupils trembled, mouths open but unable to utter a word, even holding their breath as if something was choking their necks. All their clamoring abruptly ceased. Brother Adolf, Ain, and the others were surprised, also finding the only male among the crowd, the particularly eye-catching merman, Adolf. Brother Adolf. Derek and the others finally arrived. Adolf nodded, his gaze lowered towards the celestial dragon lying on the ground. "It seems our great Saint Roswald has recovered quite well. Even after losing a leg, he can still run so fast. Come on, give me the knife." This statement made Saint Roswald's heart tremble when he saw the knife being handed to Adolf. Saint Roswald panicked completely, pleading desperately, "No. Please, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Don't cut me, don't cut my leg, Oh, so you want me to cut off your head instead? If I cut off your head, you won't be able to run anymore, right?" Adolf held the knife in one hand, bending slightly as he grinned at him, exuding an oppressive aura, as if a demon had descended. A madman, a true madman. Beside them, Shalilia shrank back in fear, not daring to breathe after her earlier bravado. In Hancock's eyes, and in the eyes of Marigorud and Sandersonia, Adolf shone like the sun, tearing apart the gloom that enveloped their hearts, like light illuminating their souls. "Oh, my leg, my leg!" No matter how much Saint Roswald screamed, Adolf still mercilessly plunged the knife down, blood staining the air. This splash of red left an indelible mark in everyone's eyes and hearts. The blood of the celestial dragons held special significance, akin to slaughtering an emperor. tearing down the highest authority. Shirilia watched as St. Roswald's leg was severed, the blood, the flesh, the bone. At that moment, Adolphe left an indelible shadow in her heart, like the celestial dragons in the eyes of slaves. Kneeling on the ground, she resembled a frightened little animal, terrified that the steel knife would fall upon her. However, Hancock and the others felt liberated. Their trembling was not out of fear, but excitement and emotion. Adolphe. Hancock looked at him, gazing deeply. If blood is needed to wash away the wounds in your hearts, then let it be blood. If their deaths are required, then let it be their deaths. If that is still not enough, then let all the celestial dragons atop Mariawa be slaughtered. From the moment they decided to kill the celestial dragons, it was clear that there was only one path to take. That is to kill them all. For these pigs waiting to be slaughtered, the last thing they needed was fear. Adolphe held a blood-stained steel knife, commanding the scene with his words. Even if he needed to keep their lives for other uses, it didn't hinder his grand speech. He still drew admiration from everyone, who looked up to him with fervor. Adolphe. Hancock couldn't help but rush over, feeling a softness upon encountering him, as if spring water reflected pear blossoms, wishing to melt into him. It's okay. Adolphe patted Hancock's back, continuously soothing her. Derek, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and stop the bleeding for this noble celestial dragon. All right, big brother Adolphe. One by one, those with ill intentions surrounded him, skillfully starting a fire, while others tore a piece of cloth from him and roughly tied it around the wound. The effect of stopping the bleeding was indeed strong. He stopped bleeding immediately. Finally, using a borrowed steel knife heated in the fire, under the horrified gaze of Shiluya Palace, he pressed it hard against the already unconscious Rosward's leg, waking him up in pain. Be gentle, old man. Don't die just like that. I still want to chop you once more, Adolphe reminded. Shiluya Palace. Everyone. So that is what you meant by be gentle. Their eyes involuntarily glanced at their hands, then finally moved to their necks. If it's just once, it's only here, right? This made Shiluya Palace recall what he said earlier about chopping off limbs and placing them in a vase, then spreading honey on them, causing her to shudder. So this madman really would do that. The sizzling hot iron knife indeed brought relief to Hancock and the others, who looked at Adolphe with increasing satisfaction and joy. A reckless lunatic challenging the heavens? No, that was a hero going against the heavens, their only light, big brother Adolphe. This old man might not hold up. Shouldn't we give him some medicine? Derek frowned and suggested. It wasn't he that they were afraid he would die, but because big brother Adolphe said he could still chop once more, and keeping him alive would be useful. It would be a pity if he just died like this. Hancock, do you have a ship doctor on your ship? See if he is going to die. Adolphe looked at Hancock. The ship doctor came over, checked briefly, then shook his head, saying the injury was too severe, and he had lost too much blood. If he couldn't receive a blood transfusion treatment immediately, he might not survive the day. Should we start emergency treatment? If so, it would require a blood transfusion. Adolphe. Hancock looked at Adolphe. The others also looked at him, waiting for a decision. Adolphe stroked his chin, thinking, then decided to petrify him. Everyone was stunned. What kind of method was this? Why treat someone who would eventually make me chop him dead? It's a waste of energy. As long as he doesn't die now, that's enough. Adolphe said nonchalantly. Come on, Hancock. Who? Hancock took a deep breath. Arrow of captivity. A small pink arrow petrified Rosward, and her gaze involuntarily turned to Shiluya Palace. Don't kill me. Don't petrify me. I will obey you. I will tell you everything you want to know, and if the Navy comes, I can command them to get lost. I want to run away. I absolutely want to run away. Shiluya Palace suddenly shivered and hurriedly knelt down in front of Adolphe, crying bitterly, although the knife hadn't fallen on her yet. Seeing her father have his legs chopped off deeply cut into her heart. It wasn't pity, it was fear. She was really scared of this madman. Adolphe glanced at Hancock. Okay, perform well. Thank you. Thank you. I will perform well. Shiluya Palace repeatedly bowed and nodded, feeling so moved that she almost cried. At this moment, Hancock also felt the humility of the celestial dragons. It turned out they could also kneel down, yielding like slaves. Here, a task for you. Throw this leg into the sea to feed the fish. Adolphe untied the rope binding him. Shiluya Palace's heart tightened in an instant, gritting her teeth. She forced herself to say, I'll do it. Father, please don't blame me. Trembling, she picked up the severed leg and walked to the seaside, throwing it into the sea with all her might. In this windless zone, a bleeding leg would definitely feed the fish. There was no miracle of it drifting across the ocean to appear before anyone. For a while, I will ask the 9 snake pirates to teach you haki. You must learn well. Once I organize my strength, I will leave this island. Your time is limited. Adolf scanned the surroundings. Yes, Brother Adolf knew they were just minor pirates. He didn't expect much from them. The only one with a bit of potential was Derek. To achieve something significant, loyal underlings were essential. These people had gone through life-and-death experiences with him. He was their savior and could be cultivated. Hancock rested her chin in her hands, gazing dreamily at Adolf, like a young girl admiring her beloved. As for Derek, Aina, and the others, Hancock showed them some respect by not killing them outright. Aina, Sarah, and Hedda exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They couldn't compare to Hancock's stunning beauty, being a warlord, captain of the Kuja pirates, and the empress of Amazon Lily. What could they offer? A split in the air? Artistic gymnastics? Brothers, we need all the support we can get. At night, Aina, Sarah, and Hedda looked at the Kuja ship docked by the shore. Don't hide it. You feel the same way as I do, right? What should we do? Are we really going to give up? Aina was distressed. But Hancock had been with Brother Adolf all this time, leaving no opportunity for them. Aina was equally conflicted. She was the queen of the daughter country. Even if the 3 of us worked together, Hedda felt hopeless. No, even if I have to be a maid, I am willing. After all, we are already in this situation. What do we have to lose? That's right. Brother Adolf will leave here sooner or later. Why not take the plunge now? The 3 exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. Derek and the other pirates saw them board the ship and were indifferent. They all knew Aina, Sarah, and Hedda's little thoughts. What girl doesn't love a hero, especially one who is also a lifesaver? Wouldn't they be willing to offer themselves? As for the 5 pirates, while they envied them, their desires were purely for women. True love? This group of pirates had no concept of true love. Treasure and power were their eternal pursuits. Shalilia hesitated, but then followed them. Adolf. Hancock covered herself with a blanket and lay on Adolf's chest, savoring the lingering emotion of the waves crashing against the shore. Adolf played with Hancock's hair with one hand, while wrapping his other arm around her smooth back, fully enjoying the moment. Who could resist such a pure, love-struck display? He was no exception. Isn't that the purpose of working hard in life? Lord Adolf, Aina, Sarah, and Hedda are looking for you, said the green-haired Sansonia. Let them in, Adolf smiled. What are they here for at this time? Hancock expressed her dissatisfaction, as this was her intimate time with her beloved, big brother Adolf. Upon entering the room, they immediately spotted Adolf and Hancock in a close embrace. The blush on Hancock's face and the mist in her eyes were enough to make even girls feel moved. They wanted to join them. Then we want to stay by your side. Aina mustered her courage. Sure, Adolf happily agreed. The 3 women appeared as dancers at the auction and were noticed by the celestial dragons. They were already very beautiful, and with their active approach, he had even less interest in sending them away. Really? Hedda exclaimed in surprise, nervously looking at Hancock. Hancock pouted, expressing her doubt that it could really be that simple. Adolf patted Hancock's back and held her in his arms, momentarily speechless from his romantic thoughts. Whether real or fake, I have always been unabashed in my love for beauty. You were originally dancers from the South Sea, right? Speaking of which, I've never seen you dance before. In the world of pirates, it's really not something difficult to mention. Being open about it instead makes one seem heroic and bold, a true man's character. Still a star from the South Sea. Aina's words added a different kind of interest, as she began to perform a graceful dance, full of exotic flair. As she danced closer to Adolf, her delicate fingers traced along his neck, showcasing the beautiful curves reminiscent of the Mysian peaks before his eyes. The splendid scenery made Adolf's heart flutter, prompting thoughts of an impromptu trip as he casually shifted his underwear aside to take a seat and rest. Aina obediently sat down, giving a close-up performance of this moving spectacle. Sarah and Hedda appeared by his side at some point, assisting Adolf in appreciating the stunning scene. Hancock had a lot to say, but when Adolf placed his finger in front of her lips, she could only mumble indistinctly about how she was the rightful queen. The music flowed like the undulating waves of the sea, sometimes surging with splashes, other times receding like tides, with fierce waves even engulfing them, sinking them in the scorching seawater. As a beloved of the sea, they naturally enjoyed rolling in the waves, exploring endless caves, digging for treasures deep within, and tasting the sweet waters of love. Brother Adolf, the celestial dragon wants to see you, Sansonia eagerly reported. The 2 sisters stood outside, of course knowing what was happening inside. If it were anyone else, they would be impatient, but for Celestial Dragon, they wished they could witness it firsthand. Watching that lofty noble, who considered himself a descendant of the Creator, being roughly pinned to the ground, celestial dragon. Hancock was taken aback, her lips curling into a smile as she willingly said, "Let her in." Charlia entered the palace, feeling even more nervous at the scene before her. "I have something to ask of you." At this moment, asking me for a favor, shouldn't you show some humility? Adolf set Haida down and pulled out a sparkling prop he was maintaining. Everyone else looked expectantly at Charlia, watching the celestial dragon, who considered herself superior. Even Hancock didn't mind if Adolf had one more. Instead, she hoped to see Charlia actively showcase her talents. Charlia clenched her fists, suppressing her reluctance, but still chose to sit down for a serious conversation. "You can do whatever you want with me, but I want to go to sea with you." "Go to sea? That's not possible. Although we are completely safe within our sight, I hate the possibility of what if." Even in such a sincere conversation, Adolf directly refused. "I promise I won't run away. You can even cuff my hands and feet." Charlia was anxious. Charlia's face fell, but even so, she didn't retort. "If you're still not at ease, you can petrify me. Is it because of Derek and the others?" "I can understand." Adolf contemplated. He wanted to trust his subordinates, but the best way was to not give them a chance. "Then show me some initiative, and I will agree." Adolf smirked. Charlia had no choice but to put in her best effort. "Father, this man is too terrifying. You are hopeless, unworthy of being a woman. From now on, we will sever ties," and secretly made a decision, feeling a bit lighter with guilt. "What? That's not allowed." Derek, enveloped in armament hockey, grinned wildly. "Damn it. Don't celebrate too early. I have also grasped armament hockey, just lacking a bit of refinement." "Ha, bring it on." Nearby, one by one, whether with swords or fists, they collided fiercely. Compared to running and jumping with weights, fighting was the best way to train. Boom, boom, boom. Huh. The island's dense jungle echoed with tremendous sounds as the two figures moved as fast as lightning, engaged in a furious battle. The terrifying gusts of wind swept through, turning trees into splinters. The ground collapsed, revealing shocking cracks one after another. Fragrant feet, a long, beautiful leg entwined with powerful arm dominance, forcefully tearing through the fierce winds. However, Adolf had already anticipated this, his left fist blocking in front, producing a sound of metal clashing as the dark armament hockey blocked the petrifying power. In that instant, he transformed his fist into a palm, grabbing the beautiful leg while simultaneously. Mermaid empty-handed karate, 100 waves burst fist. His right fist seemed to grab the water vapor from the atmosphere, unhesitatingly launching it forward. Like the 6 powers of superhuman. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of punches, layering their power like waves crashing one after another. Boom! The water vapor spread like a stream of particles, obliterating everything in its path. Whether mountains or trees, all were smashed to pieces, even creating a half-arc gap in the distant mountain. "Idiot, why don't you dodge? Even armament hockey can't help you." Adolf's punch flew past Hancock's face, her black hair fluttering elegantly. "I guess you want to attack me," Hancock teased, sticking out her tongue. "If that punch and team missed, it would have marred her beauty." Reluctantly, he rubbed her face. Despite the enormous power of this punch, in this world where pure strength reigns, physical attributes naturally have defenses and resilience to match, not to mention the presence of armament hockey. If it weren't for fighting until exhausted and covered in wounds, even a direct hit to the head would be hard to kill. A single punch deciding the outcome was even less likely. Hiss! The mountain was smashed through. That's a bit exaggerated. No wonder he is Brother Adolf. Everyone watched, shocked and excited. This was everyone's primitive worship of power. "Here, here," seeing Adolf come out, Charlia hurried over with a towel, acting like a dedicated maid. "You're adapting quite well." Adolf was satisfied. Charlia lowered her head, truly resigned. Hancock watched the celestial dragon, so pleased, happier than if she had killed someone. "You all did well. In just 2.5 months, you've generally mastered the 2-colored hockey. Apart from the basic strength of hockey, your progress has been rapid. Especially you, Aina, Sarah, and Haida. It has been even more challenging for you." Adolf scanned the area and expressed his satisfaction. The 3 dancers, praised, were overjoyed. Yes, even they had roughly grasped hockey. Regardless of how strong they were, at least they had learned it. Even the children of the Amazon lily needed 2 years of training to master it. Hancock was amazed. 2.5 months was already quite a long time. "We are not children. It's not that impressive." Each one grinned with pride, but Adolf felt something was off. The children of Amazon were familiar with hockey from a young age, understanding it as common knowledge, a natural thought culture. For all the daughters of the nation, mastering hockey was as natural as language. This was normal. But for Derek and the others, who were just beginning to learn hockey, their foundational strength was indeed higher. But how powerful were they really? Moreover, did Aina, Sarah, and Haida truly have such great talent? He had personally felt Hancock's significant improvement in their practice sessions. Adolf naturally had a sense of the situation. With so many abnormal things happening at once, the most abnormal one was him. Could the bloodline factor influence those around him? Could it make the bloodlines of the surrounding people become active as well? Like a bonfire, which not only has flames, but also spreads warmth to its surroundings. Although he didn't know the specific reason, it was obviously a good thing. What was he so proud of? With this little strength, he could be dead in minutes if he went out. Soon, he would leave with the 9 snake pirates, and if he couldn't come back with some decent strength, he might as well stay on this island forever to avoid being slaughtered outside. Adolf showed no mercy. All right, big brother Adolf. I've really had enough of this deserted island. Speaking of which, he was really not a competent leader. Ancient emperors would share hardships with their subordinates. Although he worked hard during the day, he was even more intense at night. This one T-Do, it was very bad. So he decided to leave with the 9 snake pirates. If he couldn't see it, he wouldn't think about it. It had already been 2.5 months. Hadn't they found anything yet? Sengoku looked at the bounty order in front of him with a headache. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Navy has been searching all over the world for the past 2.5 months. And there's been no news of Roswald Saint or Shaluya Palace, nor have we received any calls regarding clues. We speculate they're likely hiding in the doldrums or underwater in places the Navy cannot reach. Under the influence of Adolf, pirates were becoming increasingly reckless. With multiple kingdoms being robbed by pirates, the Grand Line was spiraling out of control. The advisor looked at the report. It's really troublesome that we can't catch the merfolk in the sea. Kizaru crossed his legs and glanced over at Akainu. The issue with the celestial dragons has dragged on for too long. If this continues, the Navy will struggle to maintain control. Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, had a heavy expression. Sengoku looked at the bounty order and made a decision. The entire Navy would stop searching for the celestial dragons and focus on hunting down pirates. I will talk to the Gorosei about this. Let the warlords of the sea get moving. It's time for them to play their role. Yes, they certainly hated Adolf, but they had no intention of rescuing the 2 celestial dragons. If they died, they died. As long as it wasn't in front of them, it was the world government's business and had nothing to do with them. Akainu stood up and walked outside. What he loved most was cleaning up the garbage at sea. Unfortunately, after becoming an admiral, he had too many important tasks to execute and couldn't wander around to clean up pirates, and there weren't many pirates worth a general's pursuit. If he had to act, it would only be against significant forces like Kaido, Big Mom, or Whitebeard. But launching an encirclement against such powerful pirates was not something to be taken lightly. It would be a major battle. But now it was different. The sea needed to be calmed quickly to show the world the deterrent power of the Navy, which was also a very important task. The 9 snake pirates. Just right. Not long after leaving Mary Geos, Akainu's warship ran into Hancock of the 9 snake pirates. Sister, Lord Adolf, Sandersonia, and Marigold were anxious. Adolf looked towards the Shaluya Palace. I can step in to make Akainu leave, but I don't know if it will work. He likely won't care about my life. And the Knights of God will definitely rush over immediately. The Shaluya Palace quickly said. Adolf only took a glance. He knew that this method could not be used a second time. If he discovered it, he should have launched an attack directly. If absolutely necessary, the 2 of us could work together to sink him. I'll go out to deal with it first. Hancock nodded, not caring about the so-called admiral. The door opened, and he walked towards the bow of the ship. As a strong individual, even when facing someone stronger, there is confidence, which is granted by their powerful abilities. Hancock, the Navy is going to clean up this sea. Let those trash quiet down. You 7 warlords should play your part. Akainu is robust and fierce. The 7 warlords are directly under the world government. The Navy has no authority to give orders. Hancock was completely unyielding. This statement made Akainu grit his teeth in discomfort. Truly disgusting. He believes in absolute justice. Suddenly, the sea trash turned into colleagues. They even dared to refuse the Navy's orders. Furious, he clenched his fist, hot magma roiling, and the atmosphere became tense. Not only was there the fruit ability, but the observation hockey also spread out. Hancock's pupils contracted. Buzz the Invisible Conqueror's hockey suddenly surged out. And within this invisibility, there were dark red streaks like snakes and lightning dancing chaotically in the air. A wave of air surged violently outward. Even the sea was being stirred up in waves toward the distance. Plop, plop. One by one, the Navy personnel on the warship fell down. with 90% unable to resist Hancock's Conqueror's Haki. As she broke through the barrier of the celestial dragons in her heart, her spirit was liberated, and the Conqueror's Haki similarly broke free from its constraints, showcasing the pride and strength that an empress should have. Akainu's gaze swept behind him, forcefully suppressing his surging anger towards Hancock. What do you want to do? Sakazuki, this is Hancock's ship, and she was unyielding, not giving an inch. Akainu's fist burned with magma, and the atmosphere reached a peak of tension. Oof. After a moment of stalemate, Akainu ultimately did not explode. As far as I know, you haven't been active at sea for a long time. Do you still have the deterrent power of the 7 warlords? You don't need to worry about that, Hancock said, turning back into the ship. 2 serpents carried the pirate ship away, treating him as if he were nothing. Admiral Sakazuki, the vice admiral, was worried. Akainu tightly clenched his fist, his face twisted in a grimace. But even until the 9 snake pirates disappeared from view, he did not make a move. Adolf was forced to kneel and cover his head because the celestial dragons couldn't take action, and the humiliating scene spread throughout the entire sea. This time, he couldn't act either because the opponent was one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government. What a frustration, setting aside the power dynamics between both sides. I actually quite like Akainu. Compared to the lazy Kizaru and the slacking Akiji, he's one of the few diligent ones. Adolf sighed. Brother Adolf, you made Akainu kneel. You know, when he sees you, he might come back for revenge in a frenzy, Aina joked. Shalilia Palace felt disappointed yet relieved. If they had been discovered earlier, they could have been rescued, but it was more likely they would have lost 2 legs or even their lives. Adolf, to go to the New World, the ship needs coding. I know a skilled craftsman in Sabeti Archipelago, and I can also use my warlord authority to take the route above the Red Land. Hancock looked at him shyly, like a little girl waiting for praise. Let's take the underwater route directly to the New World. No need to stop at Fishman Island. Adolf wisely rewarded Hancock with a kiss. Hancock is truly the best choice for a pure love warrior, a stunning beauty with her eyes only for you. Not only is she powerful, but she is also the queen of the Amazon lily. Who wouldn't love her? Sabeti Archipelago, the sea of no return. Hakka! Oh, isn't that Hancock? Long time no see, Zaki said in surprise while smoking a cigarette. Hello. Adolf followed Hancock inside. Adolf, this was truly unexpected. The world government had been searching for you for so long without any news, and it turns out you were with Hancock, Zaki exclaimed in surprise. I was staying in the Calm Belt to learn hockey and sought Hancock, but it seems I got captured, Adolf chuckled. Me too. Hancock sweetly gazed at him. Her eyes always filled with him. Every Amazon emperor is like this. I wish you both well. Zaki poured drinks for the 2 and asked, so what brings you here this time? Although the Navy isn't searching the whole world, as long as the bounty is still there, someone will definitely report clues. I'm here to find Rayleigh for help with the coding. Hancock got straight to the point. That old man, I haven't seen him in a long time, Zaki said while smoking. We don't have time to wait for him. Hancock closed her eyes, her observation hockey spreading out. The Sabeti Archipelago isn't that small, but it can't be considered big. It's just tree roots exposed above the sea. Soon, Hancock found her target, and her conqueror's hockey struck like lightning from afar. Rayleigh, the Dark King, was momentarily stunned and then burst into hearty laughter. This is calling me back. What a unique way. Oh man, at the slave auction. The people nearby looked at him. How could someone who had been captured as a slave still be laughing? Then they saw him easily break free from the handcuffs, remove the collar, and step out of the cage. Hey, old man, take us with you. They wanted to keep up, but the cage was closed. What's going on? The slave trader ran over after hearing the commotion, but before he could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground. And Rayleigh had already returned. It's Hancock. She's all grown up now. Adolf. Haha, you did great. That photo made my stomach hurt from laughing. Rayleigh recognized Adolf at a glance and burst into laughter. I've heard so much about you, Dark King Rayleigh. At that time, I was terrified holding a celestial dragon. Adolf smiled. Terrified holding a celestial dragon? Ah, because of you, the celestial dragons dare not come to Sabeti Archipelago. Even I somewhat admire you now, Brother Adolf. Zaki laughed. Only you would dare to hold a celestial dragon and make the fleet admiral kneel. The world government must be having a headache over you. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Headache? No, they are afraid. Rayleigh and Zaki were taken aback. You don't think I should be grateful for escaping and that it's all over, do you? How is that possible? Everything has just begun. Adolf's eyes seemed to burn with flames. Rayleigh particularly admired such a person, regardless of dreams or ambitions, hatred or gratitude. Having been a pirate, he did not possess such noble character. Going to sea represented the future, represented vitality. No matter how many people these pirates killed or how much evil they committed along the way, the world government has existed for too long. Long enough for people to take it for granted that those guys were born with supreme authority, too close to dare to resist. Even if they were enslaved or tortured to death, they would only kneel on the ground and pray for the arrival of a savior. If that is the case, then let me shatter that supreme authority. Adolf raised his fist and delivered an impassioned speech. Haha, shattering the authority of the celestial dragons is truly an incredible dream. Rayleigh drank with enthusiasm. Rayleigh, I need your strength. Adolf looked directly at the Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh was taken aback, realizing after a long time that it was all about him, and couldn't help but laugh. Does even the savior need help from others? I'm not a savior, and there is no savior in this world. The only ones who can save us are ourselves, Adolf declared. No savior. Rayleigh paused with his raised cup, his smile gradually fading. He recalled what Roger said on Laugh Tale. They went too early. It wasn't the right time yet. The future Joy Boy, the true king of the future. Is there really a savior in this world? Adolf's words were profound. There isn't one. No one can become a savior. If everything is predetermined, then wouldn't everyone just go home and sleep? After all, the future is already decided. What do you want to do? Rayleigh set his cup down. Adolf's expression turned serious as he awakened the numb hearts of the people. Starting from the execution of the celestial dragons, Rayleigh and Shaki were shocked, staring at him in disbelief. The others, including Hancock, also looked at him in disbelief. This madman. I'm starting to believe that you might really be the savior. Adolf? Rayleigh laughed to the point of tears, slapping the table in admiration. I will not become a savior, but what I do may, for the world, be akin to that of a savior. Adolf's lips curled up in confidence. There was no other way. Being broke and having nothing meant he could only rely on his words. But isn't every A-share company listed and funded through PPT and talk? They all make a fortune that others envy. Even many founders of companies like Alibaba initially relied on just their words. When it comes to attracting investment, isn't every investment secured through talk? Truly promising projects are the ones that come to you on their own. Do you really need to attract investment? What is a vision? This is it, starting with empty pockets and relying solely on words to fill them up. The most unfortunate were the failed art students, just a little bit short, just a little bit. 3 days quickly passed, and the Nine Serpents pirate ship was successfully coated, moving towards the new world. Do you think Adolf will succeed? On the shore, Shaki was smoking, gazing at the pirate ship venturing into the sea. I don't know, but he must be someone who instills fear in the world government. If he survives, he might really shake the world. Rayleigh felt expansive. He originally thought the most chaotic figure would be Kaido, but now he has changed his mind. This is someone he completely cannot see through. The world is truly incredible. There are even such crazy people. If Roger knew, he would surely be excited. This would be an event comparable to circling the globe and becoming the Pirate King, shaking the world. Shaki felt excited. Run, run. Whoosh and arrow shot out. As the citizens who had exhausted all their savings for the country fell at the hands of the king they trusted, in the pool of blood. With eyes filled with disbelief, they wondered why. Why did their beloved king have to kill him? Stop, please stop. King Liku cried and begged, but his body could not stop, being manipulated to kill his beloved citizens. King Liku, please stop. What do we do wrong? The people beside him still felt they had done something wrong. Get away. Don't come near me. Stay away from me. King Liku cried and wailed, but no matter what he did, he couldn't control his body. Why? Why did his body move on its own? Why? Your Majesty, what is wrong with you? The commander of the soldiers stared blankly at their beloved King Liku. What a brutal king. On the enormous castle of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed wildly. Come on, the night has just begun. Dear warriors, you should join in too. Parasite line, run. Even the warriors have gone mad. King Liku has trampled on our trust in him. How could he rob us of our wealth and lives, treating us like trash for his own selfish desires? King Liku, you bastard. We hate you. You are simply scum. Run. King Liku's army is coming. Who will stop all this? Swish, a wave of light sliced through the air from above, its sharpness continuously spreading outward, cutting all the invisible fine lines in midair, leaving long slashes on the enormous castle at the far end of the city. Such a distant strike? Doflamingo's expression changed. From a small town to the castle at the city's end. That was too far. It's possible. King Liku was stunned. Quick, throw down your weapons and immediately rescue the injured. All the soldiers hurriedly stopped the slaughter, tossed aside their weapons, and began to explain to the people, Thud, Thud, Thud. Are you the king of this country? Hancock asked with an aloof and proud posture, her powerful aura silencing everyone. Behind her was the Nine Serpents pirate crew and a cart pulled by the monkey woman. Panic, unease, and tears all abruptly ceased, whether it was the citizens, King Liku, or the soldiers. They all stared blankly at this proud and beautiful empress. Yes, yes. Did you save us? King Liku still had snot on his nose, but realized that the sudden stop was not due to the devil's conscience awakening, but because someone else had saved him. We have something to discuss with you. Hey, Boa Hancock. This is my target. Doflamingo, accompanied by several family executives, approached with a grim face, even contorted with rage. He had prepared for this day for a long time, even planting spies in advance. But unexpectedly, just when he was about to succeed, someone forced their way in. Then change your target. I have my eyes on this place. Hancock's expression was emotionless, completely disregarding him. Damn, how dare a mere woman speak to the young master like that? Mr. Diamante was displeased. Senor Pink, Dillinger, Laoge, Machvise, Gladius, Ilka, Monet, Yora. And a group of executives stepped forward, their aura pressing down. The Nine Serpents pirate crew also gripped their weapons, with Sandasonia, Marigold, Rorinoa, Persimmon, Daisy, and Purple Fanflower standing their ground. Though they are women, even the children of Amazon Lily possess haki, and they are a truly strong fighting nation. With every member of a Nine Serpents pirate crew being a top contender in national competitions, it can be said that every single one possesses dual-color haki and has formidable strength. If it weren't for plot requirements, how could Luffy have possibly defeated Sandasonia and Marigold? Not to mention that the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters must at least possess dual-color haki. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense, as a major battle seemed imminent. King Liku stared blankly at both sides, not even daring to sniff the snot hanging from his nose. When did this impoverished country become so welcomed? Doflamingo looked at the Nine Serpents pirate crew behind Hancock, gritting his teeth and deciding to take a step back. Hancock, what do you want? I can consider giving it to you. You. King Liku wanted to open his mouth to stop this, but he realized he had no power to speak. Even in this atmosphere, he trembled when trying to speak. What a fool, after driving you away. Everything in this country belongs to my lady and that big man. Green-haired Sandasonia mocked, almost letting it slip. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins. He had always been unruly and ruthless, never known for his good temper. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he unleashed his powerful Conqueror's haki. And Hancock released her Conqueror's haki as well. Those who possess Conqueror's haki will never bow to others, nor will they retreat a single step. Buzz, the two Conquerors' haki collided, creating shockwaves that surged like a storm. Dust was kicked up, flames extinguished, and even people struggled to open their eyes. In this intangible clash, the black and red intertwined like dancing snakes, sending chills down people's spines. The citizens of Dressrosa fell one after another. Even veterans of countless battles could not withstand it. This woman actually possesses Conqueror's haki. Trouble was so scared he even let out a snot. Damn, she actually suppressed the young master's Conqueror's haki. The others were equally terrified, regretting having stepped on a landmine. They had always regarded Conqueror's haki as a symbol of the ocean's dominion, and it was because of Conqueror's haki that they revered Doflamingo as their master. Now, a mere woman possesses it, and moreover, surpasses their young master. What the hell? Doflamingo was equally shocked. He didn't expect to be suppressed. His Conqueror's haki could not spread out at all. However, as it was compressed, the intensity of this small circle of Conqueror's haki became even stronger, enough for self-protection. Doflamingo, a voice emerged from the chaos. Give me some face. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever. The voice from the carriage of the woman ape rang out, and Hancock also withdrew her haki, standing coldly beside the carriage, as if the proud empress was granting him a chance to breathe, and it seemed like the characters inside the carriage were the ones in charge. You want me to give you face? You don't even dare to show your true face. How can I give you face? Doflamingo looked up at the woman ape carriage. Are you sure you want to know? Adol said calmly. Doflamingo fell silent. His gaze subtly shifted to Hancock standing beside the carriage, while the entire Kuja pirate crew stood behind him. He didn't know who was inside, but judging by Hancock's attitude, he knew that the person inside was definitely not ordinary. Once they showed up, there would probably be no other choice. He was confident he could escape if a battle occurred, but he feared that none of the family executives behind him would survive. The kingdom of Dressrosa has belonged to the Don Quixote family for 800 years. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Doflamingo's tone became serious. 800 years? Why don't you say 1,000 years? According to your logic, this world didn't originally belong to the world government. It doesn't belong to the celestial dragons. Doflamingo's gaze turned fierce. You want to protect the kingdom of Dressrosa? You could say that, but I won't stay here to be their babysitter. If you want to do something after we leave, feel free, but I will kill you. Adolf said calmly. You bastard. One sentence made the veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulge, and he felt anger rising. Then he calmed down slightly. We're leaving. Doflamingo suppressed his anger. Young master, are you just going to let them have it like this? Just a bunch of women, and a guy who doesn't even dare to show his face. Are you afraid of them? Doflamingo, fight. How will you know if you don't try? Everyone was taken aback. This cowardice was too sudden. It was really too embarrassing to retreat like this as a pirate. Shut up, you bunch of idiots. Doflamingo reprimanded angrily. Did he not want to fight for real? Our goal is to steal the country, and now that we have been discovered, if we drag this out, the Navy will intervene. This is a member country of the world government. Adolf watched as the Don Quixote family left, showing no intention of stopping them. Even with Hancock's help, he had no confidence in keeping Don Quixote behind. They could fly away. If he couldn't keep everyone here, he would be exposed. Instead, it would put Amazon Lily in a passive position. A mutual destruction was not what he wanted to see. King Riku, take us to your castle. Adolf said. All right. Despite being a king, he acted like an elementary school student, still processing the situation. When King Riku returned to the castle with the 9 snake pirates, Violet, Scarlet, son-in-law Cyrus, and granddaughter Rebecca had already arrived. Father, what happened outside? Why did you suddenly kill the civilians? Scarlet couldn't help but ask when she saw King Riku return. Get all the servants and guards out. Hancock said coldly. Your Majesty, Riku. Who are they? Cyrus looked on guard at the 9 snake pirates. Everyone go outside. King Riku waved his hand. Marigold also instructed the other members of the 9 snake pirates to stand guard outside. Scarlet looked at her sister Violet, who understood her sister's meaning and had already seen it with her ability earlier. She whispered, it's a mermaid with a blue tail. However, before she could report it, Adolf emerged from the monkey woman cart himself. Peeking and reporting is a bad habit. Adolf glanced at the purple dress wearer, the user of the stare fruit, and then scanned the others. Scarlet in a pink dress, but unfortunately, she was already married with a 6-year-old child. No choice. Wait for you for 10 years, Adolf. King Riku opened his mouth wide. He never expected it would be this guy, the one who killed the celestial dragons. That Adolf. Cyrus also grew terrified. So remember to keep it a secret. If the world government finds out I was here, all of you will be doomed. Adolf said with a smirk. Why you? King Riku's eyes were about to burst. That man who killed the celestial dragons for freedom. Scarlet had seen the newspaper and admired Adolf greatly. That's right, better to die than to live in bondage. In this sea where life is at stake. I'm fortunate to have succeeded. Adolf smiled and then looked at Violet. Let us get straight to the point. I came here for only one purpose. I want you, the user of the stare fruit. What's your name? Violet. Violet said, somewhat scared. No way. If you want to touch Scarlet's family, you'll have to step over my dead body. Cyrus stood in front, completely ready to fight to the death. If you want to seek death, I'd be more than happy to take good care of your wife and daughter. The princess is so beautiful, and your daughter is adorable. I wouldn't lose out at all. Speaking of which, if I kill you all, it would be even more confidential. Adolf is quite casual about it, and I can't help but feel a bit excited. After all, Scarlet is indeed quite impressive, and she has the added appeal of being a married woman. But if it's at Cyrus's grave, no way. He is a righteous person. How could he do such a thing? However, if he seeks death himself or gets killed by others, then there's nothing to be done. After all, someone has to take care of things. You dare. Cyrus's anger flares up. Family is the Achilles heel of all good men. Scarlet also feels anxious and quickly pulls Rebecca behind her. Cyrus. King Riku intervenes, feeling extremely complicated in his heart. They saved me and drove Doflamingo away. Otherwise, we would all be dead by now, and Dressrosa would have fallen into Doflamingo's hands. Them? Everyone is surprised. Just now, Monet opened the castle gates and let a group of pirates into the castle. She is a spy planted by the pirates, but later, when Adolf and the others came to rescue the king, these pirates left. Violet said, she possesses the power of the stare fruit and saw the whole thing very clearly, having no real hostility towards Adolf and the others. But as soon as you come here and specifically mention wanting her, how can she not be scared as a girl? What if it's a group of people? No. Even if it's just one person, that's not acceptable. Violet must be taken away. Isn't that a fair reward for sheltering you this time? Additionally, I hope you keep it a secret and hide that I was here. Of course, if you want to make a big fuss about it, I can say I came here to reach some deal with you. I don't think the world government would mind destroying you while showing off their power. The world government can't do anything to me, but they can easily deal with you. Even if you manage to negotiate with the world government, it's hard to say what Doflamingo would do. Adolf was completely in control of them. Everyone was stunned. If the world government found out, who knows what would happen? Would the world government listen to their explanations? The little goodwill they had just gained vanished, and they felt even more desperate about their situation. With the world government in front and Doflamingo behind, and Adolf might even retaliate, this was just too difficult for them. They were just a poor agricultural country. Was it really necessary to be treated this way? Princess Violet, you wouldn't want anything to happen to the Dressrosa Kingdom, right? Adolf's lips curled up. He had them in his grasp. I'm willing to go with you, but you absolutely cannot harm my father and sister. Violet mustered her courage. So I'm now reasoning with them, but compared to reason, interests make them more rational. Adolf sighed. He was clearly a good person. King Liku, you know what to do next, right? Clean up well. Come in, we need to leave, he said as he returned to the mermaid carriage. Violet, I'm sorry. Father is useless. King Liku wept. Violet shook her head. At least the worst situation didn't happen, and this was already the best outcome. Rebecca, your aunt will play with you again. Be sure to listen to your mother. She pinched Rebecca's little face. Aunt, are you leaving? Rebecca held onto her hand reluctantly. Aunt will come back, she said helplessly as she entered the mermaid carriage. Aunt, I will save you back, Rebecca shouted at the departing team. The parting felt so tragic, making Adolf speechless, thinking that this little cutie wouldn't end up clashing with him in the future. Forget it. It was pointless to come anyway. Every day, the celestial dragons entered the Snake Princess pirate ship, and Violet was completely stunned. She actually saw a celestial dragon tied to the head of a bed. The head of the bed. At this moment, her mind was filled with R-Star restricted item plots. However, in reality, she was right. Come sit. Adolf took Violet's hand. No, don't touch me. I will behave. Don't tie me up. Violet was frightened. But Aina and the others couldn't help but laugh. Shalilia bit her lip and turned away. As a member of the world aristocracy, this was humiliating. But what was even more humiliating was that she had actively done it. What else could she do? Violet came to her senses and apologized. I was too nervous. Why don't you introduce your abilities? Adolf didn't mind. I am a user of the stare fruit, able to see through all lies and have X-ray vision, Violet said, making an OK gesture with her hands over her eyes, looking at Adolf. Adolf frowned. You. Violet's face instantly turned crimson. She actually saw Adolf fiercely impacting her. This was too. I want you to help me. Don't look at what I'm thinking randomly. Adolf spoke with a hint of coldness. Sorry. Violet lowered her head, frightened. Normally, she was in a state of long-distance sight, able to observe within a radius of 4,000 kilometers centered on herself. 4,000 kilometers. Hancock was surprised. That distance was too far. No wonder a user of the stare fruit could ensure the safety of Snake Island. Look at where Doflamingo and the others are, Adolf said. Violet looked around and quickly found Doflamingo and the others 70 kilometers to the east, just leaving the Dressrosa Kingdom. Note down Doflamingo's number. Adolf instructed. Violet nodded, directly seeing Doflamingo's snail number. Let us go to the nearby island. You're looking for the Dongdada tribe. Violet was nervous. I need their strength. Don't worry. I want to cause trouble. Adolf also didn't hide it. Whether it was the healing fruit or the little people themselves, they were strategic assets. The Dongdada tribe, also known as the Little People, had bodies the size of a fist but possessed extremely exaggerated strength and speed. They were also skilled in plant cultivation, loved nature, and all of Doflamingo's artificial devil fruit materials were cultivated by them, proving their abilities. But they were also particularly naive and pure, like children of fairy tale who never grew up, believing in nonsensical tales, making them very easy to deceive. It's Princess Violet, Princess Mancheri, Leo, and Bambo. Violet happily looked at them. Princess Violet, are they your friends? How amazing, their lower halves are fish. A group of little people surrounded Adolf. Because of Violet's presence, they had no guard against Adolf, completely treating him as one of their own. Because I'm a merfolk, a creature that lives in the sea, like you. I'm a special race. Adolf's words made them feel like they were among their own. Wow, merfolk, such beautiful scales, can I touch them? Princess Mancheri curiously poked at Adolf's tail fin. Actually, I have something to ask of you. Adolf began to tell his story. Just tell us what you need. You are Princess Violet's friend. We will definitely help you. Leo patted his chest and said, That's not enough. We can't just help because you're Violet's friend. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Adolf. I'm a merfolk from Fishman Island in the deep sea. Because I'm a rare merfolk, I almost got sold into slavery by the celestial dragons. Adolf candidly admitted that he had no intention of hiding his embarrassing experiences, but rather used them as a weapon. After all, successfully retaliating against the celestial dragons and making Akainu kneel is definitely something worth bragging about. Slaves. The celestial dragons are so despicable. The little people are filled with righteous indignation. I am very fortunate to have escaped before being sent to Mary Geos. But in Mary Geos, there are countless people enslaved by the celestial dragons. Humans, giants, merfolk, fishmen, furfolk, longlegs, longarms, snakeheads, little people, and many other races that have been brutally exterminated. Adolf clenched his fists tightly, anger burning in his chest. Even the conqueror's haki unconsciously spread with his fury, making everyone feel his rage. Adolf. Hancock empathized. Adolf. Violet looked at him, suddenly feeling a sense of recognition. The little people. Are there also the Dongdadat tribe being enslaved? It's horrifying that there's even genocide. They're so pitiful. The celestial dragons and those royal nobles are too despicable. The little people became enraged, wishing they could take down those people right now. Among the crowd, the chief of the Dongdadat tribe, Ganxiao, stepped forward with a cane. In the past, our Dongdadat tribe was also enslaved. It was a dark history of blood and tears. The Don Quixote family later became one of the 20 kings. Now, the celestial dragons. The Don Quixote family. Violet was shocked, not expecting that Doflamingo was actually a celestial dragon. What happened? The little people couldn't help but look. Just now, the Don Quixote family had arrived at the Dressrosa Kingdom. Violet said, Could it be that those devils are coming back? The little people panicked. Yes, that guy controlled the king and slaughtered the people. It was Adolf who drove them away, Violet said with complexity. That's great. If the Don Quixote family returns, we will be doomed too. Chief Ganxiao of the Dongdadat tribe said with fear. Thank you, Adolf Lando. The little people expressed their gratitude in unison. This is just a small effort, but there are countless others imprisoned in Mariewa. I want to completely end all of this to execute the celestial dragons, those cruel royal nobles, and all the scum of the seas, to restore peace and order to the entire world. Adolf raised his fist and shouted, pledging his ambition. At that moment, he seemed to be fighting, battling against the sleeping hearts of the people, awakening their numb souls. At that moment, the sun rose behind him. All the little people held their hands, mouths agape, gazing at him with admiration and longing, like a great hero raising a flag. My strength alone is not enough. Adolf lowered his head, looking at the little people, at Leo, at Princess Manchiri and the others, and extended his palm. I need you. This world needs you. And you also need to make your voices heard. Are you willing to fight for yourselves? Adolf Lando, let's fight for you. Manchiri gathered her courage. No, you're fighting for yourselves, not for me. Adolf transferred the sense of crisis onto them, suddenly feeling the impending storm. That's right, for ourselves. If the Don Quixote family comes back, we're all done for. Leo instantly believed, and all the little people firmly believed the same. Their fighting spirit was incredibly high. Doflamingo, are we just going to give up like this? That's your country, Treble said, sniffling in reluctance. Doflamingo glanced at him and replied flatly, That guy is not wrong. After all, it's been 800 years. This is no longer our kingdom. Perhaps the king of Liku has already contacted the world government to change it to another non-member country. The 7 warlords taking over member countries is simply unacceptable, if allowed. Wouldn't that be slapping ourselves in the face? But after all, he doesn't have the identity of a celestial dragon, so it shouldn't be that serious. But the warning is unavoidable. Who is that mysterious guy? Damn, it's so close. Pika complained in a falsetto voice. To make a woman with Conqueror's haki completely obey him. He must be someone extraordinary, Diamante pondered. Unfortunately, I've already been exposed. Otherwise, I could have returned to the castle to gather information. Monet pushed up her glasses. Nothing is more direct than violence, and nothing lasts longer than thought. After Adolf's speech, the little people completely transformed into a shape, ready to fight. Princess Manchiri, please keep producing healing items and store them up, Adolf said. Okay, Princess Manchiri nodded, not asking why at all. The little people, being such a naive and simple race, would likely forget after a few days of excitement. For this, Adolf specifically added, Princess Manchiri, the battlefield is deadly. For every healing item, there's one less sacrifice. Your ability will save countless warriors, countless families, and even affect the direction of the world. I will do my best to produce healing dandelions. Manshiri panicked and quickly promised. It turned out she was so important. She was given a sense of responsibility. Thank you for understanding, and no need to overexert yourself. Your health is also very precious, Adolf said with a gentle smile. Although he didn't have direct combat power, it was no exaggeration. Who doesn't know the importance of a healer? Leader of the Dongdada tribe, Ganxiao, can I ask you to lead the little people to cultivate high-yield crops? Adolf looked at the elderly little people's leader leaning on a cane. High-yield crops? That's a small matter for our Dongdada tribe, Ganxiao replied confidently. Thank you for your understanding. The whole world is made up of islands, and many places are simply unsuitable for planting food. Countless people die of hunger, like dry firewood, and children have never experienced the taste of being full even until death. If there are high-yield, easy-to-cultivate crops, they won't die and can live happily. Though your little people are only a few thousand, you have the ability to save millions, benefit the whole world, and make everyone feel happy and full. Adolf seems to have a heart for the world, filled with empathy and compassion. Please hand over the flame of fighting spirit that ignites the eyes of the entire small race. Adolf Lando. A sense of responsibility, mission, and honor thoroughly ignites that kind heart, urging them to burn themselves desperately, feeling guilty even for resting a second. No need for a penny. The spiritual food is already sufficient. So I entrust this to you. Adolf earnestly and solemnly entrusted. Therefore, every leader must have a good skill in drawing promises, especially leaders. A promise with ideological awareness can not only satisfy hunger, but also bring happiness and strength. You haven't provided enough money. The promise isn't complete, yet you act all high and mighty every day, while I serve for a mere 3,000 salary. What the hell? Adolf, Violet suddenly hesitated to speak. What's wrong? The Dressrosa Kingdom is purely an agricultural country, and everyone lives very poorly. Some villagers can't even fill their stomachs. Can these crop seeds? Violet felt awkward. Adolf was speechless. With such a powerful neighbor, the two races often played together for 800 years. Haven't you thought about doing something for the citizens to have enough food and clothing? Well, this world is purely a competition of mediocrity. There is no worst, only worse. Compared to those brutal kings who massacre slums at the slightest provocation, the Dressrosa Kingdom, which has not experienced war for 800 years, can be considered a wise ruler. Violet was too embarrassed to speak. As royalty, they never thought about these things. I will talk to King Riku. The high-yield crop seeds will first be promoted in the Dressrosa Kingdom, which can also serve as a vegetable-producing country to export to the outside world or stockpile. I will purchase all of it. Adolf said, Please do this way. Everyone in the Dressrosa Kingdom can live a little better. Violet expressed her gratitude. Such a large kingdom, raising 10 billion would require gathering from the entire nation. It's absurd. Aaron is in the East Sea, and a village can receive 25 million berries, right? Converted to 250 adults, and it's been received for 10 years. Although the King of the Sea is a good person, it turns out that Adolf Lando is the man who cares for the world. The little people conclude that they're extremely proud to work for such a person. So everyone, I should be leaving now. I am currently wanted by the world government, and it's not suitable for me to stay here for long. Please keep this a secret and do not mention it to anyone else, and don't bring it up casually. If others hear about it, it could bring you catastrophic consequences. If you really encounter such a situation, make sure to hide, and then contact me using the phone bug. I will take you to a safe place. Adolf gave them a telephone bug. Then, in an instant, the little people dismantled the telephone bug, allowing the snail-like creature to crawl around. The words that Adolf wanted to say got stuck in his throat. We love nature and don't like to confine animals like this, explained the leader of the Dongdada tribe, Ganxiao. Well, as long as you're happy. But make sure to put it back on when you need to call me, Adolf said. The telephone bug itself is a living creature that can be used with a button microphone attached, and it's fine to take it apart normally. After saying this, Adolf also left Grinbit with a group of people. They returned to the 9-snake pirate ship. Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, and Violet, no peeking. Adolf waved and led Hancock and the three sisters into a secret room. What's going on? Even we're coming too, Sandersonia said, puzzled. Take off your clothes. Marigold and Sandersonia were completely stunned, their faces turning red as they fidgeted. However, Hancock showed no hesitation, trusting completely, and took off her clothes without a second thought. Turn around. Hancock obediently turned around, and Adolf also tossed his long hair, using the healing tears he had just collected. He healed the dragon's claw mark on Hancock's back, leaving no scar at all. It disappeared, completely disappeared. Mary Galad and Sonda Sonia were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Hancock also reacted, trembling in disbelief. Could it be that the mark? Look, Adolf took out a mirror, and the smooth, snow-white skin on her back was so beautiful. 2 tears flowed from Hancock's eyes, and the emotions in her heart erupted uncontrollably. Adolf, thank you, Adolf. You have given us a new life. Adolf held her and comforted her, thinking about what kind of reward he should give me. I want to give it to Mary, and Sonda Sonia also went away. Hancock nodded heavily, her face flushed with embarrassment. So that day, she expressed her deep affection for him with her mouth. Boom! A giant sea king, 5,000 meters long, swung its tail and sent Adolf flying. The immense power carried by its gigantic body was unimaginable. It was like a mountain crashing down. It was too heavy. All the bones in his body felt like they were breaking. Adolf struggled to block with both hands in front of him, his body continuously flying backward, having already been hit many times. The giant sea king immediately lunged to bite, its massive mouth a dark abyss that could easily swallow a giant peak. Ordinary attacks were useless, like a mosquito bite. The life card is burning. Then let's end this. Mermaid's soft technique. Whirlpool, white dragon. Adolf suddenly noticed the condition of the life card he was carrying and decided to unleash his full power. With both hands, he seemed to grasp the seawater as if it were tangible, and suddenly threw out a white dragon hundreds of meters wide, surging forward with great force. Even the giant sea kings, towering at 5,000 meters, could not withstand the massive flow of water and were sent flying out of the ocean, 1,000 meters high. But it wasn't over yet. Fishman Karate Sea Slash, with his right hand open like a palm, straightened into a blade, the azure flowing water wrapped around it, slicing through the air with a swift motion. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. A fierce surge erupted from the sea, resembling a sword technique unleashed by the ocean itself. The sharp water blade cleaved the giant sea kings clean in two, with waves extending to the horizon. From the side, it appeared as if the seawater had suddenly risen to the sky, transforming into a spectacular curtain of water that stretched out. It had the sharpness to split islands apart. Even the clouds in the sky were cut through by the seawater. Finally, it turned into a torrential downpour. The severed sea kings fell heavily back into the ocean, creating a tremendous splash. Indeed, fighting is the fastest way to enhance one's strength. The injuries to his body were manageable, not severe. There was no need to use healing dandelions for recovery, as natural healing would instead allow his body to grow. Adolf looked at the dandelion in the test tube. He definitely needed to carry some with him, along with the tears of healing that had even better healing effects. Because of this, he dared to fight sea kings recklessly in the windless zone. It could be said that as long as he didn't die on the spot, he could recover and continue to push the limits of his body's potential. Hancock reminded him that it was time to go back. He took out the life card in his hand, aimed in the right direction, and swiftly moved through the sea. With the swimming speed of a mermaid and his strength, he was incredibly fast. Boom! Adolf jumped out of the sea and returned to the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Beside him, the black leopard lay half dead on the ground, its life card burning because Hancock had slapped it. To prevent the listening snail from eavesdropping, they used this method to convey information. Sorry for the trouble, little black beast. Adolf looked at the pitiful black beast with amusement. Adolf! Hancock rushed over despite being drenched in seawater, soaking her clothes and making them cling to her body. Hancock, it's only been a few days, and you're already this clingy. Adolf took the opportunity to hug Hancock. Perhaps in anime, Hancock isn't as pretty as Nami or Robin, which doesn't quite match her title of the world's most beautiful woman. But this lovesick girl with eyes full of you is truly endearing. Moreover, her immense strength and status as the empress of a country full of women. Who could resist such a proud and powerful empress, whose eyes are all on you? Adolf, I haven't seen you in days. I miss you so much every day, Hancock said, playfully clinging to Adolf. I miss you too, Adolf replied, feeling the same longing. Shall we go take a shower? Our clothes are soaked. Hancock's eyes lit up, always wanting to be close to Adolf. But not now. There are still many things to do. Adolf looked at Violet. Let's talk inside. Violet nodded with a slight blush and followed them into the pirate ship. Earlier, when Adolf was resting with Hancock and the other women, she had used her observation haki to see everything. With the ability of the stare fruit, nothing could block her sight, even through walls. And she watched with immense curiosity until it ended. Now seeing Hancock's expression, It seemed even more deeply affectionate. I found the naval base you mentioned and confirmed the locations of the east and west, Violet said. Have you encountered anyone else during this time? Adolf asked. No. I've been using my ability to observe. Any ships that came within hundreds of miles just avoided us, and the people on those ships didn't notice the 9 snake pirates' reactions. So they probably didn't see us, Violet replied. Well done, Adolf said. Violet, send me the memories you've seen. Also, focus on observing which rear admirals and midshipmen are at the base, and mark their personnel distribution on the map, if possible. Hancock, tonight you will come with me. Violet, you stay on the ship and make sure the 9 snake pirates disappear from everyone's sight. Don't let anyone discover us. This matter is known only to the 3 of us. Not even Marigold or Sandersonia can be informed. Adolf said very solemnly, because the matter was too important. The 2 nodded. As the time approached midnight, boom! A gigantic Sea King-class creature, 3,000 meters long, suddenly flew up and crashed heavily into the shallow sea. Immediately after, another 3,000-meter-long Sea King-class creature fell down. The 2 Sea Kings resembled 2 giant mountains, and even though they were separated by a chasm, they caused the nearby islands to tremble violently. Splash! The impact raised 2 waves of over 50 meters height tsunamis, wreaking havoc, flooding beaches and mountains, all the way to the naval base, even sweeping away many sailors. This is bad. 2 large Sea Kings have appeared on the island. They're too big. The tsunami is coming. What? Why are there large Sea Kings appearing? Quick! Everyone come out and stop them. Stormfoot Great Weasel King, a rear admiral stationed at the naval base, rushed out and suddenly kicked, tearing apart the tsunami. Hey, this is too big, even more exaggerated than our giant race. How are we supposed to fight this? A giant race rear admiral wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The giant race is over 10 meters tall, while the large Sea King-class creatures are 3,000 meters long. Even if calculated by height, it's starting from kilometers up. Looking up at them gives a sense of helplessness, like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis. Don't let the Sea Kings come ashore. If they crush the power rock, it will be over. Another rear admiral gritted his teeth. Why did the Sea Kings return to the sea by themselves? You idiot, do you still want the Sea Kings to come over? Everyone, be on guard by the seaside. And as they stood guard nervously, Adolf Hancock had already circled around from behind and entered the power rock storage room. Hancock directly petrified with one hand, turning the jar along with the stones inside into stone. If living beings can be petrified, the power rock is of course no exception, losing the properties of the power rock itself. He opened the jar directly and roughly took it out. Then he took the fake. That's right. It was a glowing stone like a night pearl, polished and then dyed to be a fake, exactly like what Violet had shown him in his memories. With the processing skills of a failed art student, a bunch of rough men couldn't see anything through the jar. He twisted the head off and soaked it in. Do I really need to blow it up to test if it's real? Now, I can truly have the confidence to stand up to the world government. If I can gather the ability of a space-type devil fruit, Adolf looked at the pile of stone eggs in front of him, a terrifying smile appearing. It's been over 3 months, and there hasn't been any news at all. The Science Defense War God, Gigalucius Satan, Saint clenched his fist. Those 2 idiots are probably done for. Just destroy Fishman Island. The Legal War God Topman Vachely Saint said bluntly. Let Fagelan Jalen Saint go too. If they dare to act like last time, then let's wipe them out together. The Finance War God Izambalin Nashru Saint said in the style of Wayno Country. Fishman Island seems to be flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. The Environmental War God Maka's Maz Saint said. It doesn't matter if they dare to come. We'll wipe them out. This sea is not sure of pirates. The Agricultural War God Shepherd 10 Peter Saint completely ignored the so-called title of the world's strongest. It should have been like this. We've waited too long. So it's decided, release the newspaper. In 10 days, destroy Fishman Island. Exterminate all fish species. The authority of the world nobility cannot be provoked. In just a few short minutes, the highest authority of the world government decided on the extermination of a race. Just like many races that had been eliminated before, only a few remained drifting in the sea, living and hiding. Upon receiving the order, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters commanded to quickly gather a large number of coding masters to code the warships. Adolf is in trouble. The world government has issued a report stating that Fishman Island will be destroyed in 10 days. Hancock ran in holding the newspaper, extremely anxious. Adolf's mood sank after reading the newspaper. The others in the room didn't dare to breathe, worriedly looking at him. Although it was expected, it was still a pity. I thought capturing the celestial dragons would buy me more time, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. If I could have 2.5 years. The world government. Adolf's site. Should they return to Fishman Island? Hancock stood firmly behind him, willing to bring disaster to Amazon Lily if necessary. This is what love makes you do. The incident of Adolf pressing his finger on Hancock's hand began because of me. I couldn't pretend I didn't see anything and let so many people be affected by me. According to his original plan, after being able to withstand a bit of strength, he would go find Teacher Kaido to further his studies. Along the way, he would resolve the lineage of the flame disasters and make a significant leap. Then would be the lineage factor of Big Emon, and finally, the monstrous power of Whitebeard. After this whole process, he would train hard for another 2.5 years, and he wouldn't allow anyone to speak loudly. But plans can't keep up with changes. He couldn't bear to see Fishman Island destroyed because of him, which was something he couldn't accept due to his education. Next, I need you to keep an eye on the movements of the Navy and the world government. I need to meet with Don Quixote Doflamingo, that bad guy Doflamingo. For that guy who almost destroyed her country, Violet undoubtedly felt both hatred and fear. He is involved in the underground arms business and has a considerable territory in the North Sea, which can provide me with enough ammunition. Don't worry. If he dares to lay his hands on the Dressrosa Kingdom, I will make him sink into the sea. Once I get through this period, he will be of no use to me. In my heart, he can't compare to you. You are truly one of my own. Adolf stood behind her to comfort her. I believe you. Sometimes, in special circumstances, there's nothing we can do. Violet's face flushed slightly. After spending time together, she had come to trust Adolf very much. She often witnessed exciting things on the ship as well. Adolf thought for a moment, then rubbed his hands rapidly. Before long, a thick, milky liquid appeared, resembling a high-concentration dishwashing detergent. He then blew a strong breath at the point where his hands came together, creating a huge bubble that encapsulated the 9-serpent pirate ship with remarkable resilience. At the same time, it pushed aside the seawater below, exhibiting complete coating properties. The coating was made by hand. Coating, after all, is the application of bubbles. Fish can secrete special mucus, and a mermaid's body fluid, after processing, has greater strength than ordinary coatings. All right, you all go now, and don't let anyone see you on the way. It's not the right time to expose ourselves. Adolf urged him. Something's wrong, Your Majesty. A catfish merman wearing a top hat rushed in with a newspaper, looking anxious. What's the matter, Minister Zwa? Did something happen with Princess Odoheim again? King Neptune, a gigantic anglerfish merman, looked on. No, just look at the newspaper. What? The world government is going to destroy Fishman Island in 10 days. They want to exterminate all fishmen and merfolk. Neptune was terrified, losing all his strength. What? The world government is going to do that? What should we do? Fishman Island can't possibly resist. Minister Yu was panicking, completely frantic. Don't tell Odoheim about this yet. Neptune hurriedly said. But the news had already spread across Fishman Island, and everyone was in a panic, wanting to escape. Bang! Princess Odoheim stood at the back, having already heard it, tears streaming down her face. They had already obtained the signed document from the celestial dragons. They were so close, just a little more, and they could set foot on land, but why? Why now? No, I must take action. We have to show the world government our determination. We desire peace. We are not bad people. We won't harm others. Sign. Everyone, sign faster. Princess Odoheim hurriedly dashed out. Quick, go get Jinbe. Neptune was anxious. The sky was falling. Run. Fishman Island is going to be destroyed. It's over. We're doomed. We'll face endless persecution in the future. Adolf, it's all his fault, that guy. Hurry and pack your things and run, or it will be too late. The moment the 5 million inhabitants of Fishman Island saw the newspaper, everyone was terrified. It was a death sentence. We can't run. No one can run. If we leave Fishman Island, where can we go? Where's there sunlight and air? Princess Odoheim's anxious voice came through the communication snail. It will be resolved. It can definitely be resolved. We will express our intentions to the world government together. As long as we work hard together to show that we mean no harm, we can do it. Doflamingo, there's no one on the island. Pika blended into the rocks and surveyed the area. Hey, we can't wait for him, can we? Toripole said impatiently, dragging his snot. Let's wait a bit. This is a deal worth billions. Diamante got off the ship. You guys unload the cargo from a ship, Doflamingo commanded. So how long are we going to wait? Just wait a bit. After all, this guy is... Splash. Don't shout, he's already here. A sea beast resembling a polar bear emerged from the water. Its massive form stood nearly 100 meters tall, equivalent to a 33-story building, imposing and fierce, casting a shadow that filled the area with pressure. Ordinary pirate ships were just oversized toys in front of it. On its back was a slender mermaid with a sky-blue tail. Hee, the god slayer, Adolf. Bounty of 1 billion berries. The man who killed the celestial dragon and forced Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu to kneel. Doflamingo laughed wildly, his grin reaching his ears, and though it sounded like laughter, it revealed an indescribable arrogance and brutality, as if he might suddenly explode into violence at any moment. Let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Did you bring the samples? Adolf dismounted from the sea beast and scanned the area. His gaze lingered briefly on Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5. 2 strategic god-level devil fruits, 1 Logia type, and they're all beautiful. Let's wait until the situation on Fishman Island settles down before dealing with Doflamingo. The timing is too tight now. Then did you bring the down payment? Doflamingo stood firm on a wooden crate. The Don Quixote family subtly surrounded him, their expressions cruel, looking like they didn't bring any money. You dare come without money? Are you trying to play us, the Don Quixote family? You can pay with your 1 billion berry head too. Merman Karate, Water Strike. Boom. Adolf ignored their chatter and threw a punch, the white mist shooting out like a particle cannon, forcing Doflamingo to dodge quickly. However, behind him, countless trees were destroyed, and a 2.5-meter wide chasm extended hundreds of meters away, even creating a hole in the abdomen of a mountain. You bastard. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, blood vessels writhing. Anyone would be unable to withstand a sudden, life-threatening attack, let alone a brutal figure from the underworld like him. However, Adolf had already opened a wooden box to check the goods and pulled out a shell. Everyone from the Don Quixote family launched their abilities to attack this guy who dared to offend their young master. Sticky Flow. Stone. Bull Fighting Long. Steel Helmet Blast. Blizzard. Boom. Yet, as each attack was raised, Adolf's cold gaze snapped and black lightning surged, a powerful pressure sweeping out. Everyone froze, their pupils trembling, bodies shaking, teeth chattering. Conqueror's Hockey? What a joke. Another Conqueror's Hockey. Is the new world this crazy? Whatever anger or brutality, pull all back. At that moment, they felt like clowns. Brothers, I seek all support. I seek love and electricity. This guy. Doflamingo suppressed his anger and began to take Adolf seriously, no longer viewing him as just a lucky individual who killed a celestial dragon and became famous. Adolf withdrew his gaze, ignoring it, and weighed the pitch-black shell in his hand before casually tossing it towards the distant mountains. Boom! The fireball expanded, creating a pit 2 to 3 meters deep, with thick black smoke billowing and shadows dancing alongside the burning flames. The cannons in this world are similar to the red-coated cannons, and the shells are mostly solid rounds or explosive shells with fuses that need to be lit before firing. However, triggered explosions do exist, such as the slave collars, which even celestial dragons dare to sit on, indicating that they have never malfunctioned and have very good stability. This type of shell does not require a fuse and will not suffer from dampness in the sea that makes it unusable, though it is undoubtedly much more expensive. The product is still good. How much for one of these shells? Adolf directly asked, showing no reaction to his earlier actions. 10,000 berries. Doflamingo quoted. 10,000 for one? Adolf's gaze turned cold. It felt like being treated like a pig for slaughter. Hey, this is a new type of shell used by the Navy, and there aren't many underground arms dealers who can produce this kind of stuff. The iron material could almost be forged into a sword, Doflamingo introduced. Adolf suddenly remembered that in Roadtown, even the worst common sword costs 50,000 berries. So how good could the quality be? Moreover, the price in the black market would definitely be even higher. Doubling wouldn't be surprising. It's not like they were robbing a merchant ship in a hurry to offload their goods. So I want 500,000. 500,000. 5 billion berries. The Don Quixote family members grinned. This was a big deal, almost half of the heavenly gold. I don't have cash, so let us use this as payment. Adolf took out 5 test tubes from his pocket, each containing a small drop of transparent liquid. You can't tell me this is worth 5 billion. Doflamingo's brutal temper flared up again. Does he think he is joking with him? A warship only costs 100 million berries. And an unknown devil fruit is also 100 million berries. What is this thing, a bottle that can shout out 1 billion? The other members of the Don Quixote family couldn't hold back anymore. It was clearly a robbery. This is called the Water of Life, which has the ability to restore all injuries and illnesses of living beings. Even if there's only a breath left, it can heal even a pierced heart. The simplest and most straightforward use is to gamble lives. For example, a top-tier powerhouse like Whitebeard, with all his injuries and ailments healed. How much combat power could he regain? 4 strong beings like Kaido and Charlotte, who would be their opponent in the same tier when they gamble their lives. When these powerhouses recklessly risk their lives, who can stop them? But with just 1 bottle of water of life, the last person standing will definitely be him. 1 bottle for 1 billion. Do you still think it's expensive? Adolf shook 5 test tubes in his hand, the clear liquid attracting everyone's attention, becoming so captivating and dazzling, as if it were glowing. With this in mind, 1 billion seems not too expensive. He swallowed hard. As a pirate, he truly understands the feeling of being on the edge of life and death. If there were a chance to buy a life for 1 billion berries, no one would hesitate. Of course, the premise is that this pirate has that much money, meaning it is only available to high-end, powerful pirates. A country can easily gather 10 billion berries from the gold in the sky, in which slightly powerful pirate doesn't have 1 or 2 island nations under their control. Big MOM controls more than 30 small island nations. Is 1 billion really a lot? Adolf's words were filled with seductive temptation, as if possessing him could bring one back to life and guarantee invincibility. Young master, the members of the Don Quixote family looked toward Doflamingo, and at that moment, they were truly moved. Whether to sell him off or keep him for salvation, both were excellent choices. Hey, what you said indeed moved my heart. Is it the ability of a life devil fruit? Or a scientific product? How can I be sure of its effects? Doflamingo looked at Adolf and broke into a wild laugh. Effects? I actually hope you can experience it for yourselves. I'm also worried that you might falter at a critical moment. So it's necessary for you to understand who you're facing. Even if I fail in the upcoming confrontation, coming back to hunt you down with my life is more than enough. Adolf's gaze turned to Doflamingo, directly ignoring the first question. You bastard. Diamante of the Flare fruit could no longer hold back. This guy completely disregarded them. The others remained vigilant, prepared for Adolf to strike suddenly, ready to launch an attack. Doflamingo's expression darkened, and his sunglasses obscured his eyes, but soon he let out a defiant laugh. Let's skip this fight. Instead of wasting energy, why not think about how to deal with the upcoming battle? As for the authenticity of the goods, a little test will suffice. He randomly picked a lucky subordinate and raised his hand. Wait, young master, The string line shot out like a bullet, an almost invisible segment piercing through the heart in an instant, the powerful impact shattering it into pieces. Doflamingo turned his gaze to Adolf. It's your turn to perform. Adolf opened a vial, and the water of life was thrown onto the wound, miraculously healing it in an instant. Just that simple. All right, it's completely fine now. The younger brother exclaimed excitedly as he jumped up. Really? This stuff is actually that effective. It even destroyed the heart. Everyone was astonished. And if it weren't for the bloodstains on the younger brother's chest, they would have doubted their eyes. Wait, this is worth 1 billion berries. How dare you waste 1 billion berries? You should die. Toribol reacted, furiously using his ability to kill him. He hadn't even had time to feel happy before he was dead again, and this time he was reduced to ashes. The other lower-ranked subordinates shivered in fear, mourning for their comrade. What bad luck. It's a good thing, but without cash, it's difficult for me to help you, Adolf. A 500,000 unit order this large, and you have no cash. Even if I wanted to team up with other underground arms dealers, there's nothing I can do. Doflamingo spread his hands in a show of helplessness. He couldn't just let him do all the work without paying, right? Then let's dilute this thing. The value of the universal medicine is even more profitable than arms, and nobles and kings are willing to spend money for their lives. Adolf threw the healing urine over. Those idiots are indeed willing to spend money on themselves. Doflamingo caught 3 vials, laughing mockingly. That's right, it's healing urine, not tears. Whatever devil fruit you eat determines what kind of person you are. The tears from the healing fruit are healing tears, so of course, the urine is healing urine. Even healing feces. If you want to be cruel, you can have healing blood, but there's no need for that. Using it on others. There's no psychological burden with feces or urine. It's just Princess Mancheri who blushes and doesn't dare to go out. Excessive shame is just because the little people are indeed too small. The whole person is only the size of an ordinary person's fist. And what they excrete is pitifully small, so you can only say drink more hot water. The advanced use of a healing fruit is to restore everything to its original state, regardless of whether it's organic or inorganic. It can even restore physical strength, life, and age. This kind of bug-like operation is not impossible. It all depends on the developer. What you use will count against your head. These 4 can be considered your deposit. Doflamingo added, I don't care how you come about it, But if I don't see 100,000 shells in 8 days, you can wait to pay with your head. Adolf could fully accept that. He even had some on him, just didn't take it out. Follow me, and then return when I want to Fishman Island. He turned back to command the tamed Arctic bear sea beast behind him. Oh woo! The Arctic bear-like sea beast patted its chest and nodded repeatedly. The sea beast itself had a certain level of intelligence, but the ones that could be tamed were basically only the strong of the merfolk or fishmen. Then I'll wait and see. Don't die so easily. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh maniacally, waving his hands as if to tear everything apart, filled with chaos and madness. At this moment, he even hoped Adolf would win. Let those high and mighty guys fall from grace. Old man, the Fishman Island still has our flag hanging. The world government doesn't take us seriously at all. They dare to be so brazen. It's too arrogant. Captain Muir, Fishman Island is your country. Why don't you say something? Old man, give the order. On the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates' crew was grumbling and shouting. They still had the flag flying over their island, and they dared to say they would destroy it. Weren't they looking for a war? Fools, don't just stir up trouble. Marco was having a headache. Being a babysitter all day was really tiring. An old man above within 4 drip and a bunch of loud fools below. Each one was a headache. He looked up worriedly at Whitebeard beside him. Don't drink too much, your health. If he couldn't even drink, life would be too boring. Whitebeard completely ignored it, holding a wine bottle in one hand and a newspaper in the other, pouring it down. Although it was tea to the point of needing in 4 drip every day, given his physical condition, illnesses didn't just emerge overnight. It was a long-term deterioration process. As a pirate drifting on the sea, challenges arose every few days, and he had to clean up after this group of foolish sons. He couldn't compare to those old geezers in the Navy like Carp, Sengoku, and Kong. Marco and the group of strongmen suddenly sensed something and turned to look. In the next moment, the sea erupted, and a gigantic figure appeared, a huge sea beast resembling a black panther. However, compared to the Moby Dick, this giant pirate ship was slightly lacking. A sea beast? Ha! Today, everyone gets a feast. Their first reaction was not fear, but rather the confidence that came from their powerful strength. This was the confidence that comes from strength. Just like wealth and inferiority cannot coexist in a person. Don't rush to act. This one has an owner. Marco scratched his head, glancing awkwardly at the man on the sea beast. Just as he finished speaking, a figure jumped down from above. Adolf. Ha! It's a banquet. Brothers, it's time for a feast. Everyone's eyes widened, and in the next moment, they erupted into wild laughter. Now, Adolf was truly famous worldwide, even more so than those great pirates. Which pirate had forced an admiral of the Navy to kneel and hold his head? Just this newspaper cover. Who knows how many pirates cut it out to hang on their ships? Many were even printed en masse and shot out of cannons towards the branch bases, filled with mockery. This newspaper could be said to be the best by for old birds, the most promotional, and the most eye-catching. Of course, the old birds also had a hide everywhere. The banquet would wait until I crushed the Navy fleet. Adolf looked up at the towering man before him, a figure exuding dominance, as if he could stand against the heavens. This wasn't just about size, but about physique, a long-standing aura. Even just sitting there, he seemed like an insurmountable mountain. It stirred something deep within him. Instead of becoming a mountain he could not climb, it ignited a tempestuous wave of excitement. He wanted to challenge the man known as the world's strongest, and even more so, to acquire his abilities. He regarded him as prey. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, observed Adolf and instantly recognized the fighting spirit in his eyes. Gururara, you want to challenge me, old man? Whitebeard laughed heartily, full of bravado. That's one of the reasons I came here. Adolf did not hide his intentions. Challenge, old man? Are you kidding? Don't think that just because there's a bounty of 1 billion berries on your head, you have the right to challenge me, you brat. There was a guy named Crocodile who came to challenge me, and he ended up being tied to a fishing rod by me, using that gold hook on my left hand. Let's have some fun with you, little mermaid. Ha! The Whitebeard crew laughed heartily, completely dismissing the idea that Adolf had the strength to match them. If he were strong, how could he have been captured and sold as a slave? Gururara, the young ones nowadays are really something. Let's see what you've got. Whitebeard laughed heartily and stood up, drawing a massive blade from behind him. The events at Sabeti Archipelago had left almost all pirates with a special fondness for Adolf. After all, that would entertain them for a lifetime. Wait a moment. Let's finish talking first. Adolf called out. He really wanted to battle immediately and gain that monstrous strength. It's about Fishman Island, isn't it? Whitebeard sat back down, took a couple of swigs of alcohol, and his expression turned serious. As expected, it was this matter. Marco's head ached. and he glanced at the captain of the 8th Division, Namor. To be honest, he really didn't want the Whitebeard pirates to have a direct conflict with the world government over Fishman Island. Following Whitebeard all this time, he had seen the true power and scale of the world government. Only those who were ignorant and had never witnessed the cruelty of the sea would be so passionate and fearless. It was ignorance that bred fearlessness. Yes, I hope the Whitebeard pirates can provide 300,000 naval shells. Of course, not for free. I can pay in berries, Adolf said directly. This left Whitebeard and Marco stunned. Marco asked affirmatively, "Are you saying you want to rely on yourself to resist the world government's destruction of Fishman Island? We can only protect Fishman Island by relying on ourselves. We must also learn to bravely stand in the sunlight with our own strength. We are a race that lives in the sea, the darlings of the sea. As long as we muster up our courage, no one can defeat us." Adolf spoke with an unwavering and determined tone. Although he had come to this pirate world, his spirit and soul would always come from an indomitable nation. Gulalala, I underestimated you a bit, Adolf. Whitebeard, filled with passion, felt his blood boil at these words. Marco stood there in a daze, thinking he had come for help, even imagining various scenes of desperate pleas and tears, but he never expected it to turn out like this. And at that moment, he seemed to see the true phoenix in Adolf, an indelible will that could accomplish nothing relying solely on words. Teach grinned while holding a cherry pie and said, "But without such a spirit, nothing can be achieved." Fathers, why can I only see my own comments? Some pictures were posted in the comments, but they don't show up on other accounts. What is that? Whitebeard looked at Adolf as he pulled out 3 test tubes. The water of life. It's something I sold to Doflamingo for collateral, 1 test tube for 1 billion berries. 1 billion berries. Just for a drop? That's too expensive, right? Everyone's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Adolf opened the test tube and swung his hand, throwing the liquid inside onto Whitebeard. Whitebeard did not resist, allowing it to fall on him, and instead showed a hint of curiosity. At the moment of contact, a miracle occurred. The scarred body, which had experienced thousands of battles, instantly healed. Especially, all the ailments that plagued Whitebeard disappeared. The healing fruit not only healed injuries but also ailments and poisons, meaning any negative side effects could be cured. This is the power of the devil fruit. Almost simultaneously, Whitebeard felt a long-lost sense of relief. With his heart beating strong and powerful, boom, a powerful aura surged, as if a sleeping beast had awakened, inexplicably causing a fierce wind to rage. What's going on? What happened to old man? What did this guy do? Could it be poisoning? You idiot, open your eyes and see. All of old man's injuries have disappeared. Even Marco, who had been listless, widened his eyes. Old man's illness is cured. Whitebeard's drip was never about the tremor fruit's countershock. What truly troubled him were his ailments, arising from aging. Even someone as strong as Roger faced death due to illness. Zephyr also saw his combat ability decline because of asthma. Gulalala, an unprecedented sense of ease, as if he had returned to his younger days. Whitebeard stood up, his robust body filled with a sense of power, a strong force surging from within. Kid, you should have waited until after the challenge to give me this. Now I have even less chance of winning. Whitebeard took a few more gulps of alcohol, feeling immensely satisfied. I didn't think I would defeat you right now. Isn't it nice to see the strongest in the world in full condition? Adolf chuckled. Old man, maybe drink a little less. Marco, the pineapple-headed, said helplessly. How can I not have some alcohol when I'm this happy? Whitebeard replied with a hint of helplessness, but he was very pleased with his son's concern. This is his one piece. Haha, Marco, old man's injuries are all healed. Let us have a feast. The party was filled with joy. Hey, you guys still have work to do. 3 bottles of life water worth 3 billion berries in exchange for 300,000 shells. Adolf was troubled by this group of foolish pirates. Even the relatively well-regarded Whitebeard pirates were still pirates who burned and plundered, but there was no way around it. Good people had little space to survive in this world, let alone support a faction. 300,000. Are you trying to destroy a country? Even the Demon Slayer Order doesn't have that many shells, right? But then again, it doesn't seem like too much for opposing the world government, does it? 3rd Division brothers. Follow me, we're going to raid the Navy base. 4th Division over here. 5th Division assemble. Where's the 6th Division? Don't let others get ahead. Suddenly, those still shouting about the banquet immediately set sail, creating an atmosphere like a competition. Marco was troubled by this group of idiots that hadn't even said anything yet. What does it matter? The son is showing filial piety to his father, and I'm quite pleased. Whitebeard was moved, taking on the heavy responsibility. This stuff costs $1 billion per bottle, and you know the effects. The best use is to gamble your life in high-stakes battles, not worrying about trivial fatal injuries. Adolf threw the remaining 2 bottles to Whitebeard. 2 equally matched powerful beings had severely injured each other, and suddenly you pulled out a bottle of Big Red, instantly widening the gap. In a desperate gamble for their lives, they both reached for each other's hearts. But who knows if these grandiose pirates would actually go for the kill. If they're foolish enough, they might end up smashing it on the ground. Because they find it despicable, a mere fatal wound. One by one, they looked at Adolf, speechless. Marshal D. Teach couldn't help but ask about the 2 test tubes. Is this a devil fruit ability? Or a scientific potion? Does a panacea really exist? Adolf looked at him. Still a chubby guy who got along well with his companions, without a beard and lacking any hint of cruel, greedy, insidious ambition. With a deep and meaningful smile, he said, confidential. He had a considerable appreciation for Teach, as he was the only one among the pirates who was genuinely playing the role of a pirate, rather than just a prince on a journey. Although insidious and cruel, that was what ordinary people were like, calmly lurking in the everyday, risking everything to seize the only opportunity. Ah, sorry, but this is a treasure worth 1 billion berries. Teach scratched his head awkwardly, looking harmless. So, Whitebeard, let me witness the strongest in the world next. Adolf's fighting spirit was boiling. The lineage factor of the Warring States Marine made him grow rapidly, and he could no longer suppress his greed for that monstrous strength. Gulalala, then let's ride back. Edward Newgate laughed heartily. Report, this is the Whitebeard pirate surveillance ship. We have found Adolf. Adolf, finally out. Warring States' forehead throbbed with veins, and uncontrollable anger burned at his heart. Ha, don't be angry, Warring States. Ask that kid what he's doing. Is he calling for Whitebeard's rescue? Carp couldn't help but burst out laughing, showing no signs of consolation. Bastard, you laugh too. This is our entire Navy's disgrace. Warring States couldn't help but roar. He asked the phone bug, suppressing his anger, what that kid had done. The snail perfectly mimicked Warring States' gritted teeth, but had to maintain a rational and restrained demeanor. It's too far to confirm, but the captains of the Whitebeard pirates' various divisions suddenly went out on a ship. Out? At this time, Warring States frowned, feeling extremely suspicious. It was too far away. Otherwise, they would have seen that Whitebeard had already recovered from his injuries and illness, but the Navy knew it was just a matter of time. Oh no! Whitebeard has launched an attack on us. Whoosh bang. Even from 100 miles away, a military ship was instantly torn apart. Everyone on board was shocked to death, and then engulfed by a surging tsunami. That guy Whitebeard wouldn't want to go to Fishman Island, right? Carp asked while nibbling on Senbei. If Whitebeard gets involved, things will get complicated. We're not prepared for an all-out war with Whitebeard yet, and underwater combat is also very unfavorable for Sakazuki and the others. Warring States was also in a difficult position. The current 3 admirals were not yet at the level they would be 8 years later. But Whitebeard also hadn't aged and fallen ill to that extent yet. He wouldn't be dragging in 4 before the battle. It could be said that there was a huge gap in combat power, especially underwater. If the Tremor fruit goes berserk, none of the ability users could escape. Who wouldn't be afraid? Carp you. Where's Carp? Warring States suddenly came to his senses. Marshal Warring States. Vice Admiral Carp said he was going back to the East Blue for a holiday, taking his leave early this year. The adjutant beside him was even more troubled. What? Carp, you guy. Warring States was so angry his nose twisted. He ran away at such a critical time when they needed him. However, even more frustrating news came. Marshal Warring States. Not good. The G7 base has been attacked. It's the Whitebeard pirates. What? Requesting support. The G8 base has been attacked by pirates. It's Diamond Jozu. Come quickly to support. Flower Sword Vista has appeared at the G9 base. Hold on. I've already sent Borsellino to support. Damn it. Does that guy Whitebeard want to start a war? Warring States clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. Father, give some support. I beg you anything. Fishman Karate. Water strike fist. Adolf stood in the sea, unleashing a punch that sent a massive water cannon roaring straight ahead, as if a particle beam was piercing through, parting the surface of the ocean and creating a wave-shaped trough. The highest virtue is like water. It is soft, but can be hard. A drop of water can penetrate stone. Water is gentle, yet its power is boundless. When concentrated at a single point under high pressure, even the hardest steel can be pierced. To some extent, this is already a molecular level attack. The water molecules are quite formidable, so I should take this a bit more seriously. Shock blade, shattered jade, a swirling white light condensed on the blade, slashing through the air with a ferocious swing, causing the atmosphere ahead to vibrate, transforming into a shockwave that could tear everything apart. Though invisible, it possesses a destructive power that is not visible to the naked eye. Or rather, the fact that it is invisible is what makes it truly terrifying, as it has exceeded the limits of what the eye can perceive. The sea was shaken, raising huge waves that swept outward, truly demonstrating the terrifying might of parting the seas. Boom! Two attacks seemed to cross through space, suddenly colliding together. Visible shockwaves and water ripples erupted from a clash, pushing the seawater back 100 meters, forming a massive depression. Splash! The impact and shockwaves instantly stirred up a tsunami dozens of meters high, waves crashing toward the distance. The entire sea area surged. It was as if a punch had slammed on a table, causing cups to fly up. The entire surface of the ocean surged with waves. The ocean was like this, and the atmosphere was even more so, with violent winds and waves raging across the sky. Quickly grab onto the ship. Don't get thrown off. What kind of monster is that? How could he withstand a blow from Dad? How did he end up as a slave? Did he get captured after a shipwreck? Fool! He is a mermaid. How could there be a shipwreck? That mirror. Why didn't you tell us about such a strong guy earlier? Didn't I say it before? I didn't know him earlier. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, everyone clung tightly to the ship's body, and some had already been carelessly thrown off. In this tumultuous sea, the Moby Dick appeared particularly small, violently bobbing on the waves. Hahaha! Whitebeard Adolf rode the waves of the crest, completely exhilarated. Arriving in this world as a slave, he had been hiding himself all along, only able to fight sea kings, practicing with Hancock, and never experiencing such a blood-pumping battle, releasing all of his power. Attack freely. I can finally feel this long-lost ease of body. Let me move around well. Whitebeard laughed heartily and took the initiative to attack. Shock Blade sliced the power of the distorted atmosphere gathered on the blade as he swung down with all his might, cleaving the air, and the sea was torn apart into a chasm of kilometers like a devastating shockwave strike. Mermaid Karate Sea / Tsunami strike rising from the sea, as if the ocean itself was striking back. As one side of the sea split open, the other side countered. Both had the terrifying power to shred islands. When they collided, an unimaginable scene occurred. A massive void a kilometer deep instantly formed, revealing the battered seabed rocks turned to powder. However, above, it was as if an island floated to the heavens, stirring up a massive ocean current that pierced even the cloud layer. The water waves above transformed into torrential rain, while the void below created a receding tide. Mermaid Jujitsu Thousand Waves Island collapsed, both hands grasping the ocean as if it were solid. The intangible water waves, armed with color like tentacles, became extensions of his limbs, spinning with all his might and throwing it out. Yet in the next moment, centered around the Moby Dick, layers of towering waves surged toward the center, drowning everything. Each wave higher than the last, starting from 10 meters to later exceeding several hundred meters. The sea within dozens of miles boiled. Is this guy a devil fruit user? Can he really control the sea? This is a joke. Can a mermaid achieve such a feat? Even more exaggerated than Jinbe. The tsunami is coming. Quickly protect the ship. Gulalala sons, hold on tight. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Shock tsunami with 10 fingers pulling apart, the atmosphere visibly twisted. In the next moment, the entire sea appeared like a circular staircase, presenting layers of orderly sea steps, with the seawater rising and falling in straight lines. Tsunamis capable of shattering islands were torn apart by this powerful force. Whitebeard, how about these two moves? Adolf was completely unfazed, instead using his tail fin to whip up a water column and charge toward Whitebeard. There was a hint of the East Sea Dragon King's posture from Neza Conquers the Dragon King, riding the waves and stepping up from the water column. Ocean trident like Zeus holding thunder as a weapon, he drew a trident made of seawater from the ocean, armed with color wrapping around it, utilizing the ocean as a weapon. Is this a special ability of the merfolk? To actually manipulate seawater? Whitebeard laughed, growing more optimistic about Adolf, while raising his Naginata to defend. Boom boom. In an instant of collision, the entire Moby Dick sank downward, as if a 10,000-ton giant had suddenly fallen. The two clashed, and Adolf and Edward Newgate locked eyes just inches apart. Grinning wildly, they shared an unexplainable sense of ambition and grandeur. As they struggled for a moment, pushing against the sea, Whitebeard suddenly pushed back, sending Adolf flying with an unmatched, monstrous force, while the ship lifted slightly as the pressure was released. It wasn't that Whitebeard couldn't hold on, but standing on the Moby Dick, the ship itself had to bear the force. It was reaching a critical point where the ship couldn't withstand it. Such terrifying strength, truly worthy of being a monster. Adolf felt an uncontrollable force, sending him flying backward. He suddenly realized that it wasn't the tremor fruit that had made Whitebeard great. On the contrary, it was Whitebeard who had established the tremor fruit's reputation. If it weren't for Whitebeard's immense strength, even the power of the tremor fruit would only be able to shatter a ship, similar to the impact user of the East Sea, and might even require direct contact. The tremor from a distance would only stir up airwaves, not possess world-destroying capabilities. It could be said that even Jinbe could grab the ocean current and throw it over his shoulder, right? Adolf stopped his body, gripping the armed trident tightly, and swung the seawater away, instantly raising a wave dozens of meters high. He's not as exaggerated as you think. It's like he's a god of the sea. Whitebeard swung his sword, tearing the wave apart. Adolf charged through the repelled waves, wielding the armed trident of the sea for another close attack. Haha, not bad, right? The sea god, the ruler of the ocean. With every clash, the Moby Dick trembled. As the battle progressed, shocking cracks appeared on the ship. And who knows how many planks were shredded by the water cannon-like waves. Whoa! The ocean boiled, the waves surged, and a fierce storm raged on, with torrential rain falling like bullets. If an ordinary person were here, they would truly be blown into the sky by the storm, beaten to death by the raindrop bullets. Their bones could snap. You could say the entire sea had become an enemy, with heaven and earth working against them, ready to flip them into the sea at any moment, making one worry about how much longer they could hold on. This kid attacks harder every time. His growth rate is truly astonishing. Whitebeard swung his naginata, growing more excited with every strike. It was as if he was hammering a piece of pure gold, shedding its shell to reveal the brilliant glow inside. Dad can't fight anymore. Our ship can't take it. This is too unfair. The sea is not only his weapon, but also his shield. Damn it. The merfolk are too cunning. Mirror, stabilize the ship. If I weren't steering, the ship would have capsized by now. Gulalala, it seems the little brat can't fight anymore. Let me show you something good. Don't die on me. Whitebeard's arm bulged with veins, and with monstrous strength he sliced open. Immediately, besides the twisted, vibrating ability on the Naginata, there was also black lightning entwined, overlapped with Conqueror's Haki. Crack, crack. Boom. The atmosphere shattered like glass, and streams of golden light surged out with the vibrations. Among them, figures flew at dozens or hundreds of times the speed of sound, completely like shadows that the naked eye couldn't capture. Then, the sea seemed to be forced apart like two legs, with a semicircular depression a kilometer wide stretching for hundreds of miles, almost reaching the horizon's end. The terrifying vibrations and shock waves raised massive waves that could completely submerge islands like Dressrosa. In the face of this strike, islands became mere clouds. "Aw, Dad, you're not going to kill him, are you? Hurry, go rescue him." On the Moby Dick, everyone's eyes were about to pop out, turning even more panicked. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gulalala, that brat isn't that easy to kill. With Dad saying this, they all felt reassured. As a strong man on the sea, he still had some control over the situation. The merfolk are truly powerful in the sea, able to fight Dad to such an extent. I've never seen such a strong merfolk. Let him join our pirate crew. If that guy had attacked our ship from the beginning, it would have been a real disaster. What? Attack the ship? So despicable. Idiots were pirates. Isn't being despicable what we are supposed to be. On the Moby Dick, the pirates enthusiastically discussed, seeing such a world-destroying battle, anyone would get fired up. And their initial good feelings about Adolf, as just an event, turned into respect for his strength. Whitebeard, my blood is really boiling. Let's move to an uninhabited island and continue. Hearing the voice, everyone suddenly turned their heads. What? Adolf has returned so quickly and unscathed? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. That kind of attack capable of annihilating an island. And he was completely unharmed. Life water? Pineapple-headed Marco thought instantly. As long as this tube isn't used up, I'm locked in blood. Adolf grinned and took out a test tube of life tears. What? A whole test tube? That's at least 10 portions. No, at least 20 portions. Doesn't that mean it's worth 20 billion berries? Damn, that's too despicable. Watching, the pirates were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. It was too enviable. Hey, Whitebeard is more than twice my age and several times bigger than me. Why not chop off a section from his waist and fight with me. Adolf thought dismissively. To get this tube of bloodlock. He even told a ghost story to trick a little girl into tears. After all, he still had to be a bit particular when using it. Just consider it a way to bond. Actually, he was curious if Princess Manchuri's bathwater had the same effect. Gulalala, sons, find an uninhabited island. Let me and this brat fight to our heart's content. Whitebeard laughed loudly. However, little brat, the next part won't be a joke. Just what I wanted. Adolf's blood was boiling, completely surging, with power continuously pouring out of his body, as if every cell was leaping. Yes, on the ship, Whitebeard's strength could not be fully exerted. To put it simply, a ship as a foothold was too fragile, and he had to be cautious. As long as the Moby Dick was destroyed, even if he claimed to be the strongest man in the world, he would just be left to wait for death. Drinking seawater to his fill. How many could save him? Could Marco enter the sea? Jozo would be doomed himself. Only those who hadn't eaten a devil fruit, especially the fishman named Merman, could provide rescue. If he also entered the sea and launched an attack, none of those who went down to rescue would escape. Even if he was stopped, what good would it do to rescue someone from the surface just to catch a breath? With no islands or footholds around, being in the water was like being a slaughtered tiger waiting for death, becoming a burden instead. And was it really that difficult for him to destroy the ships? Didn't the world government issue a destruction order for Fishman Island? Marco felt helpless. Of course I'm anxious. Isn't this looking for a solution? Adolf clenched his fist, his face filled with excitement and madness. Feeling the immense power continuously surging from his body, he had already confirmed that long-term contact could grant him the other's abilities. If a fierce battle occurred, with spirit and energy fully unified, the efficiency would accelerate. Besides that, there was battle experience, the same equipment and economy. But a newbie and a professional player were on completely different levels. They might not even understand how they died. High-intensity combat not only gained battle experience, but could also transform this talent into strength. Combat was the best training. Pure muscle training had no danger, but practical combat did. If you didn't give your all, you just get your head pressed down and beaten. Boom, boom, boom. The entire island shook continuously, the ground cracking with long fissures stretching for kilometers. Giant waves hundreds of meters high rose one after another, directly swallowing the waves ahead, continuously crashing into the depths of the sea, even exposing the kilometer-deep seabed outside the small island. The sky was covered with dark clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived, terrifyingly black. More frightening were the countless dark red lightning bolts colliding and splattering, thundering in this apocalyptic predicament. Wasn't just a binding? Who couldn't do the same? Boom! Then, a figure flew out from the small island, exploding the sea and creating a tremendous wave. But the next moment, it transformed into a dragon, swirling back with a towering tsunami. That guy Adolf had been knocked back 7 or 8 times, right? Yet he still charged back. What a luxury. One treatment cost 1 billion berries. His strength was entirely built with berries, which was so enviable. Dozens of miles away, the people on a Moby Dick desperately looked up, but they could only see the continuous waves of collision and had to face the tsunami sweeping in wave after wave. Meanwhile, above the small island, the immortal bird Marco saw it even more clearly. Adolf indeed relied on the water of life to play dirty and forcefully lock blood. But each time he became more resilient, and his attacks grew heavier. He even made Whitebeard gasp and sweat. It was hard not to notice how quickly this little brat's strength was advancing, using his old man as a sharpening stone. As the island nearly completely sank into the sea, leaving only a small foothold beneath Whitebeard's feet, the battle gradually came to an end. Adolf, exhausted, lay in the sea, letting the waves carry him away, unaware of where he was drifting. Dad, Marco descended, standing beside Whitebeard. Marco, after fighting him, I suddenly felt the limits of humanity. Whitebeard thrust his naginata into the ground, breathing heavily, gazing out at the gradually calming sea, the dusk illuminating the waters. Everyone sailing on this sea must maintain a reverence for it, a reverence for nature. Even I, Shiki, and those guys like Roger, ultimately cannot oppose this world. When the king of this sea appears, this reverence becomes tangible. Whitebeard did not laugh heartily. His gaze was deep as he looked into the depths of the sea. Dad, that guy Adolf? Marco was taken aback. He did not expect Dad to give Adolf such a high appraisal, calling him a king. This world ultimately belongs to the sea, and perhaps it will belong to them in the future. Gula la la, the future is bound to be lively. That guy's ambition is overflowing from his conqueror's haki. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. World government, you've got into big trouble. A word from the world nobles can exert great power at the World Conference. This is a precious document personally written by the world nobles for the friendly exchanges between the fishmen and merfolk and humans. I express my agreement with the opinions of the signatories. In other words, if many people propose signatures, this paper will give us more concrete power. Whether it is about immigrating to land or expressing to the world that we mean no harm to humans. Fishman Island, Jalanko Square. Princess Odoheim took out the precious document she obtained from the world nobles and shouted desperately to the people of the island. I know you're scared, but it's okay. We'll be fine. Fishman Island will definitely get through this. Please express your will to coexist with humans, your desire to go to land, through signatures. Princess Odoheim shouted with all her emotions, that intense feeling unconsciously resonating with others through her observation haki. For ordinary people, this influence was too strong, unknowingly impacting their thoughts and values. In a moment of pause, the densely packed crowd erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, responding to Princess Odoheim's call. Princess Odoheim, do you know how many people Fishman Island has? The boxes aren't enough to hold them. Give us more forms. There are still many people who Haven T signed. In just a short while, the small signature box was filled to the brim. Everyone, Princess Odoheim was moved, and she also felt a glimmer of hope for salvation because of the support from everyone on the island. However, at that moment, the noisy voices suddenly vanished, a strange silence spreading. Princess Odoheim looked up, feeling an inexplicable unease. The crowd shifted, making way, no one daring to stand in front of him. It was Adolf. Adolf had arrived. On both sides of the road, the murmurs were filled with fear, terror, anger, unwillingness, and dread. No one dared to meet his gaze. Adolf! Adolf! Princess Odoheim saw him. Her gaze sharpened, unexpectedly slapping out a palm. However, Adolf reached out and grabbed her, lifting her by the arm. He looked down at Princess Odoheim. You bring Fishman Island in a crisis, and you still have the face to come back. The right minister of the Seahorse merfolk shouted in anger. However, with a cold glance, Adolf left several fishermen warriors frozen in place, wilting like they were dehydrated. Why commit such brutal and terrifying acts as killing the world nobles? Even being lifted, Princess Odoheim remained unafraid, staring directly at Adolf and questioning him. Why? Because our beloved Princess Odoheim. Because of the various beauties of the world above that you speak of. Adolf sneered a bit. If that's the case, then it makes even less sense. What good results can being an executioner bring? Will it bring happiness? Princess E.G. scolded. Haha. Will being captured and turned into a slave bring happiness? Princess E.G., you tell us about the beauty of the surface, with more sunlight, more air, forests, amusement parks, countless things that Fishman Island doesn't have. Like those children, I yearn for everything you speak of. So I left Fishman Island alone, heading to the surface, wanting to draw the beauty you described. And then I was captured. Because of my identity as a mermaid, I started at 1 million in the slave auction. Female mermaids can even go as high as 70 million. Do you know how many people from Fishman Island secretly went to the surface because of you? Do you know what happened to them when they were captured? Adolf couldn't help but laugh, his laughter filled with sarcasm and anger. Suddenly, everyone in the square fell silent. The Sabati archipelago was right next door, and pirates often went to Fishman Island to capture mermaids for sale. They knew this. The parents of the children who often listened to Princess Odoheim's stories were even more anxious, fearing that their children might secretly run away and be captured and enslaved. Meanwhile, the fishmen who had been rescued by the hero fisher tiger looked up at the stage with heavy hearts, their fists tightly clenched, recalling a past they wished to forget. Among them, how many were influenced by Princess Odoheim and curious about the outside world? You ask me why I kill celestial dragons? If I don't do that, can I save myself without using them as leverage? Or will you come to save me? Will you go save those who have been captured and turned into slaves? Noble Princess Odoheim. Adolf's voice was filled with anger, echoing throughout the square. A question that could not be avoided. Yet such a question clearly would not receive an answer, because it was impossible. I'm sorry, I clearly caused this. But I didn't pay attention to your feelings. Your inner fury pierces my heart. Princess E.G. felt guilty, tears and snot streaming down her face, crying like a child. It was as if she truly empathized, feeling the pain of being a slave. Despite being of royal blood, she was able to leave Longwan City to visit the common people, which was already quite extraordinary. To shed tears over a mere commoner. Undoubtedly, she was a kind-hearted person. Many onlookers felt soft-hearted and compassionate. After all, they were just lowly commoners. How could they make a noble royal cry? But this approach is also not feasible. Doing the same cruel things to others will only spread hatred further. I'm sorry for not becoming a royal that the citizens can rely on. We truly cannot escape blame. Oh, while crying and empathizing. She also urged that this was wrong, all the while blaming her own inadequacy. But really it is very helpless. Adolf looked coldly at the weeping Princess E.G. and said in a deep voice, "Can you really feel it? To empathize means to have tasted our suffering, endured our hardships, walked our path and suffered our sins. Have you experienced any of this? No, you haven't. You don't know the despair of being a slave. Even if you could feel it, can your tears erase the pain of the victims? Can they bring back those who have been tortured to death? No, they can't. Your tears have no meaning. They can't change anything. They only highlight your powerlessness." Adolf showed not a trace of compassion and completely could not accept her tears, which she claimed were filled with empathy. As he said, "Can tears bring the dead back to life? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." The merciless blow left Princess Oki pale, covering her face with her hands in utter sorrow. Her tears, like flowers in the rain, were truly pitiful, not a weapon of her abilities, but tears of helplessness. Only crying children get candy, and how many people have soft hearts? But her emotional resonance could not affect the steadfast and mature-hearted Adolf, making her tears seem particularly powerless. "Adolf, has everything been said?" After saying it, "Let us leave Fishman Island. We still need to resolve the issues you left behind," King Neptune of Fishman Island said in a deep voice. He had received news upon Adolf's return and rushed over with Jinbei, but had refrained from interrupting earlier. Adolf found his words very reasonable. As a king, he had an undeniable responsibility. "Oh, how you plan to solve this?" Adolf questioned. "With the handwritten documents from the world's nobles and the signatures of 5 million citizens of Fishman Island," Jinbei replied. Adolf was taken aback, looking at the piles of signed lists in the nearby box, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" The mocking tone made Princess Odoheim unable to hold back her question. "Bastard, do you know how many people across the nation are working hard because of your issues?" Jinbei was furious. Adolf pulled out a piece of paper from a pile of signatures, exclaiming that we clearly have the power to choose for ourselves. Yet we believe in the tricks of the celestial dragons to deceive children. It's really frustrating. Deceiving? Neptune frowned. "It can't be. I went to Mariejois and saw with my own eyes the world nobles writing this down." Princess Odoheim said firmly. "So you've been to Mariejois, huh? Then you must have seen the slaves held by the celestial dragons, right? Why choose to turn a blind eye? Why not rescue those slaves? At least save our fellow countrymen. You say you can feel the pain happening to us. How truly empathetic." Adolf's mockery is truly ridiculous. Princess Yuki opened her mouth to retort, but couldn't say a word, completely stunned. "All right, Adolf. Fishman Island indeed owes you an apology, but you're not much better off. Just say why it's not credible." Jinbei interrupted in a deep voice. "Is there even a need to ask why? Those celestial dragons, can they be trusted?" Adolf retorted. And not a single word came out of their mouths. Even the words on the tip of their tongues couldn't be spoken. If they truly had sincerity, they wouldn't have captured us as slaves after writing the documents. At the very least, they should have released the original fishmen slaves. Princess Odoheim seemed to lose her soul. Lowering her head, her face hidden from view. "Do you have a way to deal with the celestial dragons?" "You don't." After coming ashore, 5 million compatriots were captured and turned into slaves by them. Princess Odoheim, do you have a solution? Where can Neptune turn the tide? What about Jinbei? In such a situation, what can you do? 5 million compatriots are wailing and enduring torment. What can you do? Are you going to fight desperately? Adolf's gaze swept over everyone, and no one dared to meet his eyes. They all lowered their heads, their bodies unable to stand straight. We should not assume the worst of others, but when it concerns the safety of an entire nation and its people, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario without any element of gamble. This is a necessary responsibility for a king. Even a slight deviation could lead to the death of tens of thousands of people. Who among you can bear that responsibility? As Chinese citizens, the thoughts accumulated over thousands of years are ingrained in our bones. Even a college student appears exceptionally mature and possesses a strong sense of the bigger picture when it comes to this world. How can we possibly trust those guys? Adolf is right. Princess E.G. is too idealistic. The Sun Pirates, who have been enslaved by the celestial dragons, understand Adolf particularly well, gritting their teeth in anger. It's terrifying. We almost all became slaves. With a population of 5 million, even if one person didn't escape, that's still 50,000. The truth, the consequences, the disasters, the enslavement, all laid bare before everyone. leaving no room for relief, igniting fury among all. In the square, millions of people leaned towards Adolf. Who would dare gamble their life on someone else's morality, especially if that person is a celestial dragon? If it's like this underwater, wouldn't it be waiting to be caught in a net as soon as we come ashore? Adolf, Hody Jones, honing his skills in the military, looked deeply at Adolf, admiring him greatly for having killed a celestial dragon. And now he had a new understanding. So, what are you planning to do about this? If it's not resolved, Fishman Island will be destroyed. We will also face the world government's pursuit until we are exterminated. Jinbei said solemnly. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. It's easy to solve. Since they want to go to extremes, let them come and destroy Fishman Island. What? Everyone was taken aback. But Adolf's gaze turned fierce and cruel. The world government will also face our revenge. Facing the crowd in the center, he asked, what are you all afraid of? What are you all terrified of? Leave Fishman Island. Can't we survive? No. The entire sea is our world, our playground. We can live anywhere. Can they really destroy the entire sea? We are the favored children of the sea, born mythical beasts. We are the one tribe that holds the right to navigate the seas. We hold the dominion over the ocean. Adolf raised his arms high, filled with passion, stirring the emotions of everyone present. He may not have the abilities of Princess Odoheim, but words hold power, and he conveyed his thoughts and will through his speech. Indeed, they're a race that exists in the sea. Why should they be afraid? Why should we be afraid? Is it because of Fishman Island? When did Fishman Island become our mental shackles? We live here in peace and prosperity, and they should be grateful, yet they dare to regard us as fish, to capture us at will and make us slaves? How dare they? Who gave them the courage? If they dare come, let them all sink into the sea. Let all the warships in the ocean sink. Let them regret for a lifetime, regret being enemies with our kind. Can they stop us from launching an attack from below the sea? Can they really stop us? Can they discover us? They should be the ones who fear. They should be the ones who are afraid. Stand up, my compatriots. Adolf's will soared, his words infused with all his emotions and strength, a heartfelt shout. And this was also his most genuine thought. How dare those people? They are from a sea tribe. In this world, apart from the 99 of the ocean, there is only one island of land. How dare that group treat them this way, even if their high-end combat power is inferior? Can every one of your warships be equipped with a vice admiral who is proficient in observation hockey? What about the four seas? I want to entangle with you. I'll just poke your ship, and I can completely cut off connections from all sides. Can you still maintain your status? Will your subordinates still listen to you? They have 5 million, splitting into smaller groups to disperse across the vast ocean. How dare you? Boom, as his words grew passionate, dark clouds rolled overhead. Dark red lightning flickered from his body. An invisible pressure filled the air above Fishman Island. Only that man appeared stronger, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if he were the center of the world. This is the aura of a king, the domineering color of the conqueror. How is this possible? Jinbei was shocked and incredulous. Countless people stared in awe, even more excited and enthusiastic, gazing longingly at the man on the stage, who radiated confidence in every gesture. We are the legendary elves, the darlings of the sea, born mythical beasts. We do not need to envy those on land for having sunshine and air, because we can ascend to the land ourselves. We do not need anyone's permission. We do not need anyone's agreement. Let us become our own sun, without relying on anyone's light. Raising fists high, they shouted out with fighting spirit, delivering their final cry. Adolf! The entire Fishman Island erupted in fervor, arms raised, fists pumping. Shouting back with heart-wrenching intensity, their hearts ignited. They repeated the phrase, "Become your own sun," without relying on anyone's light, which bestowed them with boundless power. At this moment, they were fearless. Countless voices converged, their shouts breaking through the clouds, echoing throughout Fishman Island. Why should they be afraid? They're the masters of the sea. They want to be their own sun. Elders, children, and women, go back and pack your bags, prepare to leave Fishman Island at any time. The rest who are willing to fight alongside me to defend our tribe's freedom and dignity, stay. However, after waiting for a moment, not a single person left. As if they hadn't heard it all, Adolf scanned the crowd and repeated, "The elderly, children, and women can go back and pack their things now." However, the people around looked at each other, and still no one left. Instead, someone stepped forward and spoke up. Adolf, we female mermaids are the ones who suffer the most as slaves. How can you only let your men bleed and fight? That's right. Don't treat us as outsiders, Adolf. If we can't go to the battlefield, at least we can do some logistics and rescue work. One by one, legendary mermaids stepped forward, summoning their courage to join the collective will and fight for their survival. What little fairies you star, that's just because of a good living environment. Don't say that in an environment where one could be captured and turned into a slave at any moment. Even old me over there can teach you how to be a person. Silly little Puki, you're still so small. You should go back and let your uncle protect you. Elderly, children, and women should all go back. The battlefield is for us men. It's not your turn to step in until we're all dead. Don't underestimate us women. Be careful we beat you up, you jerk. Adolf's passionate speech, infused with all his emotions, resonated with everyone, igniting confidence and fervor, awakening a certain will, regardless of gender, age, or physical condition. They were filled with strength, unafraid of any difficulties and dangers, because they were fighting for themselves. You all. Neptune couldn't believe that so many people would join without hesitation, even the frail mermaid women and those children. Ha! You are not hopeless fools. Since you want to join, then let's do it together. Adolf couldn't help but laugh. How could he not be happy with so many followers? Perhaps not everyone thought this way. Many were swept up by the atmosphere, diving into the collective will. Humans are social creatures. You wouldn't dare to run naked alone. But if the whole group stripped off their clothes and walked down the street, what would be embarrassing about it? Wearing clothes would instead make you the odd one out. Adolf, do you know how many people would die because of this? Don't go down the wrong path anymore. Princess Odoheim couldn't help but worry. She was undoubtedly a representative of the peace faction, but she couldn't be called a saintly hypocrite, because she was indeed willing to sacrifice herself, rather than just making others pay. But this weak and powerless approach wouldn't work in the cannibalistic world of pirates. Princess Odoheim, you are wrong. The crisis in Fishman Island indeed began with Adolf, but it has always been a problem we face. Even if we don't go out, we are still captured and enslaved by passing ships. We have always been avoiding it. Even when our relatives were captured, we could only hide like turtles. But now we have reached a point where we can no longer avoid it. Princess Odoheim, you are of royal blood, with so many warriors to protect you. How can you understand our fear? Adolf had not yet spoken, but countless people spontaneously stood up to refute him. Their inner beliefs were ignited, burning like a fierce fire, and their unwavering will was no longer so easily changed, especially after Adolf pointed out. Moreover, even she herself was no longer confident, filled with self-reproach and guilt. This should have been the case long ago. As the sea race, why should we fear those who can't even breathe underwater? That's right. Our fisherman tribe is born with 10 times the strength of humans. With the advantage of surviving in the sea, why should we fear them? Our merfolk swim the fastest in the ocean, moving freely. Why should we let them do as they please in the sea? The previous royal family was too weak, which allowed those humans to become more and more outrageous. Brother Adolf, we will always follow you. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. The more they spoke, the more frustrated they felt, clearly possessing such obvious advantages in strength. What are they afraid of? Is it because there are more humans? Or is it because Fishman Island might face devastating destruction? Perhaps they could be hunted down? But if they cannot show a strong determination, will they not be captured and enslaved? Just look at their current living environment. Even now, they shout to understand and actively approach humans. What a joke, Princess Yuki, Neptune. For this world, you are not brutal and can think of your people, which already makes you a decent king. But wanting to change the living environment of Fishman Island is far from enough. I'm going to teach you a lesson now. Adolf took a deep breath and, with a fierce expression, shouted with all his heart, "What you cannot obtain on the battlefield, do you think you can get it just by talking? Peace is not a gift from the gods, without the strong force to curb war. Peace is merely a wonderful illusion. Only the peace that we control belongs to us. We must tell those guys that the roles of attack and defense have changed. If they can go, so can we." As a member of the Yanhuang nation, he knows well that praying for world peace is useless. Only a strong motherland can bring peace to the world, and everyone will smile at you. Indeed, they are not strong enough yet, but they possess the ability to bring destruction upon themselves, thus grasping the power of peace, which must not be granted by others. A great leader once used the tactic of exchange to make two major powers retreat. At that time, the nation had just been established, and its nuclear capabilities were inferior to those of the opponent. But it was this determination to bring destruction upon themselves that forced the other side to abandon a war of annihilation, making another superpower retreat. This is true peace. Adolf, brother Adolf. Everyone screamed with all their might, their voices filled with fervor and passion, their blood rushing to their faces. Even the delicate mermaids went wild, shouting together, "If they can go, so can we." This was what they had longed for. In this moment, everyone was united against a common enemy. They had been oppressed for far too long, for a full 800 years. Become king. We need you, Adolf. Let us as king. Become king. Become the king of this great sea. Their fervent cries, a collective madness that nearly lost all reason, showed how desperately they needed such a king. One who would bring them peace, freedom, safety, confidence, and dignity. Does Adolf represent the will of the entire Fishman Island? Is this truly the voice of the people? Jinbei widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe that such a slogan could be shouted. Could it be that I am so inadequate? Neptune panicked, frightened, and retreated. He never expected things would turn out this way, with 5 million people collectively hoping for another to replace him as king. Why choose war? Why? Princess Odoheim could not understand, staring blankly at the boiling crowd before her, looking at Adolf. She once chased after signatures one by one, but now everyone agreed so wholeheartedly. They would even risk their lives to start a war. Could it really be that she was wrong? But war is not right. It will kill many people, bring pain and tragedy, and pass hatred onto the next generation. Adolf looked around, raised his hand, and the whole venue fell silent. He admitted that he indeed wanted to take over the entire Fishman Island. To accomplish something great, manpower was essential, especially when building a unified empire. Therefore, he could not let Fishman Island go, especially with someone like Poseidon and Shirahoshi, such big beauties, lying there, satisfied with holding the world. However, his original plan was to wait until after Kaido's teachings and after achieving substantial accomplishments. He never expected things to turn out this way. As Adolf raised his hand, the entire venue fell silent, and the scorching gazes were fixed on him. Adolf also looked at Neptune, who felt a pang in his heart, his brow twitching. Drenched in sweat? Oh, Alexander. Princess Odoheim wanted to stop him, but found she could do nothing. At this point, it was useless to do anything. This was no longer just a matter of a few people's wills, but the choice of the entire 5 million people of Fishman Island. The ministers on both sides, Jinbei and others, were also stunned. The change was too rapid. Neptune held his breath and exchanged glances for a couple of seconds before finally lowering his noble head and taking off the crown. I am indeed not a qualified king, Adolf. I hope you can truly achieve it. King Adolf. King Adolf. No matter where they were, regardless of age, gender, or status, everyone was filled with passionate fervor, shouting excitedly. Even the most reserved mermaids forgot their modesty, and the weakest men stirred with courage. The elderly forgot their years, and their bodies were filled with faith and the rising sun. They didn't know what the future would hold, but they knew that if they did not fight for themselves, they would forever be bullied and deserve to be enslaved. Hahaha, Adolf. King Adolf. This is how a king of Fishman Island should be. Cody Jones laughed wildly, deeply admiring him for this single moment, becoming his most loyal follower. However, amidst the cheers of millions in the square, his wild laughter seemed less noticeable. Now that he had become king, let us set a 3-year agreement here. Adolf raised his arms and made a solemn vow. I promise, we will land within 3 years. No one needs to give permission. No one needs to agree. We will be our own masters. Oh, there's no doubt that the crowd cheered. They needed such hope. Not because of landing, but because of deciding what to do for themselves. Adolf gave them hope and confidence. Turning to the former King Neptune, he asked, "How many troops does Fishman Island have?" Neptune, covered in cold sweat, replied, "It should be 700, maybe 800. The right minister then spoke up, "There are 1,000 Sea King soldiers, all top-notch experts, and 2,000 Nautilus warriors responsible for maintaining order on Fishman Island." Adolf has lost interest in complaining and raised a huge crown to issue commands. From now on, the entire island will enter a state of war readiness. Recruit 100,000 warriors, requiring them to lift 30 tons for 10 seconds. The rest of the people should pack their bags as families and be ready to leave Fishman Island at any time. Remember, no matter what happens, do not abandon your family. The right minister was shocked and hurriedly said, "What? We can't support so many soldiers on Fishman Island. It will collapse without a fight. This is not something you should be concerned about. What you should do now is obey my orders, quickly select 100,000 warriors and organize them into teams. If you cannot complete this within 2 days, it means your abilities are limited and you will no longer need to be the right minister. Fishman Island is undergoing a huge transformation and does not need any incompetent individuals, nor will allow any capable person to be overlooked. Adolf coldly interrupted. Yes. The right minister's heart sank, and he instantly felt tense, glancing at Neptune. But Neptune's face was full of helplessness. He could only accept the order. Left Minister, I want you to manage the entire population of Fishman Island well, and no chaos is allowed. And expel all humans from Fishman Island. If you can't do it, then you might as well retire. Adolf looked at the Left Minister. Understood. The Left Minister could only nod. Quick, prepare 100 stones weighing 30 tons each for me. No, 1,000. Everyone line up properly. Anyone who dares to cut in line will lose their qualification. Both ministers hurried to act. In this world, it is normal for a strong adult to lift 1 ton, and 3 tons would be considered an average East Blue pirate captain. The Fishman race is 10 times stronger than humans, and selecting the elite among them, 30 tons, is not particularly exaggerated. The fishermen who live by fishing often fight to escape sea kings, and their strength far exceeds 30 tons. Odoheim. Neptune curled up in a corner, looking despondently at the eager crowd signing up in the distance. Neptune, did I make a mistake? Odoheim observed this scene with complexity. Clearly, Adolf had put Fishman Island in crisis, yet everyone supported him. Many people nearby noticed them, but they all avoided them, not out of disgust, but disdain. They had led Fishman Island in such a pathetic manner for a whole 800 years. How many people were enslaved during these 800 years? How many were killed? Perhaps we were all wrong. Neptune felt increasingly upset. There was a sense of guilt towards his ancestors, and also a feeling of his ancestors being sorry for him. They had always lived this way. We cannot rely on others, but must rely on ourselves. Jinbei looked at the crowd, feeling enlightened. King Neptune, Princess Odoheim, I'm starting to understand Adolf, and everyone. The road ahead may be bumpy, but through our own efforts, it will surely be bright and broad. Neptune, take me to the Dragon Palace. Adolf approached. Neptune hesitated for a moment, but agreed. All right, I'll take you. Jinbei, you come along too. They flew upwards with the help of coral bubbles, Adolf rubbing the bubbles to ascend. On land, mermaids can walk using their tail fins, but their movements are indeed inconvenient. They rely more on bubbles for assistance. What do you plan to do with King Neptune and the others? Jinbei looked at Adolf beside him. Neptune also lowered his gaze. His enormous size was originally imposing, but now he felt uneasy. I want to kill you, but moving out of Dragon Palace City is certain. I can allow you to build a small residence at the junction of Dragon Palace City and Fishman Island. Neptune felt slightly relieved. At least his family would be worry-free. Additionally, I really hope you can serve in the military and continue to shine for Fishman Island. As for Odoheim, after her mindset changes and she understands what self-reliance means, she can consider taking on the role of educating the citizens. Adolf thought, although Princess Odoheim has some ideological issues, she naturally possesses a certain charm. And with her observation hockey, she is indeed a rare talent. What could he do? He was also quite helpless. There are only so few people on Fishman Island. He could only pick and choose to cultivate them. He began to understand the feeling of ancient emperors having to compromise with the aristocracy. What do you think of humans? Do you want to completely sever ties with them? Odoheim couldn't help but question. There has never been such a thing as severing ties. We express goodwill to any race, nation, or even individual. Anyone willing to befriend us, whether human or any other race, can become our friend. But those who bully, oppress, harbor hostility, and harm us are enemies. And that is our stance. Princess Odoheim, your biggest problem is placing hope in others, not understanding what self-reliance means, especially when that person is a celestial dragon. It seems particularly foolish. Adolf did not shy away from saying that calling it foolishness was already giving face. Didn't you see how White Star and the others were treated in Mariewa? If it weren't for the plot's needs, such a ridiculous development could allow them to return to the sea, afraid of becoming like Japan's Q and being played to death, wishing everyone a happy lantern festival with family. By the way, seeking love and electricity. Bad guy, you can't say that about my mother. The delicate and gentle little Loli came out. Adolf stopped and looked just a 6-year-old White Star, soft and pink like a little pudding, completely lacking any sense of aggression, even when angry. At this height, she was already more than twice his height at just 6 years old. The mermaid tribe's tails must be longer than human legs, making them appear more slender. White Star, my little angel. Odoheim rushed over, hoping for comforting strength after being hit too hard in a single day. My dear mother. White Star looked worriedly at Odoheim, who was holding her tail. If it weren't for White Star summoning the Sea Kings, demonstrating the legendary power of Poseidon, she might not have had the courage to go to Mariewa with the celestial dragons. But without a strong heart, even possessing the power to destroy the world is meaningless. Nothing can be protected. My dear mother, my dear father. Prince Sharkstar, Prince Royal Star, and Prince Flipstar approached. Sharkstar, father is no longer king. Neptune felt awkward. What happened? Jinbei. The three princes were shocked and turned to look at Jinbei. This was something even Jinbei found difficult to explain. This is the will of the entire island's 5 million citizens. They chose Adolf to become the king of Fishman Island. Neptune still took the initiative to speak. What? But it was only a short while? The third prince was completely dumbfounded. Didn't they just pass 2 hours in their memory? The voting activities for Princess Otoheim never took less than half a day or a day. They lost the throne in just 2 hours? Too fast, my dear mother. White Star also looked foolishly at Adolf. To put it simply, your father and mother are too weak to lead Fishman Island to self-improvement. So I'm here to take over the position of king. Adolf was straightforward, as it wasn't embarrassing for him. Weak? Sharkstar frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Father defeated pirates to protect Fishman Island, and mother bravely conveyed our wishes to humans. They are definitely not weak. What exactly did you do? Forcing the entire island and threatening father and mother. The three brothers also didn't believe him and became alert. Neptune scratched his face, feeling a bit hot. Otoheim also shook her head at Sharkstar, Royal Star, Flipstar, and White Star. Perhaps we indeed aren't suited to be kings. Mother, if you have doubts, then follow with your doubts and watch. But don't hinder me from doing my work. Adolf ignored the three oddballs and continued deeper into Dragon Palace. Neptune, tell me how much cash is in the treasury. What special items there are, such as devil fruits, famous swords, sea prism stones, etc. How many weapons are in the armory? How much explosives and shells? How many sea beasts have been tamed? How many weapons can be produced in a day in a state of war? What are the tax revenues of Fishman Island? What is the source of a national economy? Is food cultivation sufficient to meet the daily needs of the people? How many warriors can the stored food provide? Additionally, regarding the population, how many male merfolk, female merfolk? How many male fishmen, female fishmen? And how many strong individuals are there in Fishman Island? What is their strength like? Do they have criminal records? Do you know their current addresses? Lastly, regarding Fishman Street, how many people are there? Who is the current leader? A series of questions left Neptune dumbfounded. This and that. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead as he stuttered. Adolf stopped and looked at Neptune. I need to gain a comprehensive understanding of Fishman Island as quickly as possible to face all the upcoming challenges. This was no longer the nervousness of a clueless elementary school student, but rather a sense of shame and responsibility. At that moment, Neptune realized how incompetent he truly was. If this were in a square, it would probably be a public execution, and he would be sweating profusely. All of this was under the responsibility of Minister Zwa. Neptune felt guilty and doubted that Minister Zwa could know so many details. Jinbei was speechless. The feelings of guilt he originally had for Neptune had completely vanished. Adolf's Vorhet Weinsbeuget, which means that apart from bringing me to the Dragon Palace for sightseeing and showing me your 4 children, you can't answer anything? Neptune shrank his head, feeling increasingly guilty. Being 18 meters tall made him feel so small. I can help you keep them in check on Fishman Street. What do you want to do? Jinbei spoke up, helping to relieve Neptune's pressure. Of course, we should recruit them and integrate them into Fishman Island, getting rid of some trash directly, Adolf said. Integrate into Fishman Island? Jinbei was surprised. Fishman Street is a gathering place for illegal groups. If those people enter Fishman Island, it will lead to serious security issues. Sharkstar frowned. Although he was small, he still had some understanding of the kingdom's situation, even if it was just through rumors. Fishman Street was originally a large place for orphans, but it became like that due to the incompetence of the management. But why are there so many orphans? Had he thought about it? Some lost their parents or relatives, but are all those fishmen on Fishman Street like that? Did all their grandparents die, too? Those trash who give birth and abandon their children. They could be considered murderers. Even if they mess up Fishman Island, it's self-inflicted. Moreover, those guys on Fishman Street are much more passionate than you, just lacking the means to change Fishman Island and the right ideological armament. Adolf's gaze swept over Shirahoshi and Neptune, causing both of them to lower their heads in silence. The reason Fishman Island was in this state was a responsibility they could not shirk as royalty. Not exposing the truth in front of the children was already giving them face. The statement, giving birth without raising, is equivalent to murder, also rendered Sharkstar, and the others speechless. On behalf of everyone in Fishman Street, I thank you, Adolf, Jinbei said solemnly, bowing his head in thanks. No need for that. It is the king's responsibility. Adolf turned and left toward the Dragon King's palace, prompting Shirahoshi and Neptune to lower their heads again and hurriedly follow. Even Shark Star and the third prince, Fukaboshi, joined them. Mother, I've been receiving this a lot these days. Fukaboshi took out a note. What is this? Shirahoshi opened it and was stunned. Love letters? But Fukaboshi is only 6 years old. Love letters? Where do they come from? Neptune was nervous. It was one thing to lose his throne, but he couldn't lose his daughter too. I don't know. No matter where I am, they come flying to me every day, Fukaboshi answered honestly. Come flying to you? The others were puzzled. Adolf found it. The secret of the White Star King has already been known by several people, which is really troublesome. Who will catch him? He stole a lot of my money. Hey, get lost, I have a gun in my hand. And I have a hostage. Don't come any closer. Bastard. Just when Fishman Island saw hope, this happened. Let's kill him together. Don't be afraid, let's go. A fishman boss, a fishman robber, a fishman hostage, and a group of passionate people. A simple and clear relationship. However, as a group of people was about to pounce and tear the robber apart, a small figure rushed out first and slapped him. Ah, my hand. What are you complaining about? The fishman who was knocked down to the ground couldn't speak. It was him who got hit. Princess Odoheim? The others around were stunned. It was indeed Odoheim. Then they reacted. No, she is no longer royalty. That's right, she shouldn't be called princess anymore. Odoheim held her hand in pain, but didn't care about that, angrily questioning the robber why he would do such a thing as robbing. Shut up. You privileged royalty know nothing. I have 10 children at home crying with empty stomachs. The fishman robber shouted with a gun. He was also driven to a dead end. That's even more unacceptable. Will raising children with stolen money make them happy? Odoheim grabbed his collar and slapped him fiercely. Parents cannot live a spineless life in front of their children. But I also want to apologize to you. Odoheim's tears suddenly fell. I'm sorry. Clearly we are in the same country, yet I have not felt your pain. The pain in your heart also pierces my heart. Ah, you must have your own difficulties too. Odoheim's innate observation haki does not allow her to hear others' thoughts, but to feel their emotions. That sadness, despair, pain, and the torment of being cornered. Mother, the third Prince Sharkstar and White Star were touched. This is their gentle and kind mother, always striving for a better future. Are you okay? Adolf gently helped the mermaid lady up. Thank you. The mermaid lady blushed, looking at him with admiration and longing. Adolf nodded towards Odoheim, feeling a bit overwhelmed. How could he talk about dignity when his children at home were starving? If it came to that, what about his responsibilities as a father? Could he just watch his children starve to death? It was truly a case of why not eat rice porridge. Hearing the commotion, the Sea King army bound him. Wait, according to the laws of Fishman Island, how should this be handled? Adolf called out. 1 month of confinement, Odoheim said. Would his 10 children still be alive after a month? Adolf was suddenly at a loss for words. Forget a month. Even 3 days was a problem. No wonder there were such serious issues on Fishman Street. This kind of handling wasn't going to work. Adolf sighed, thinking about the future. They needed to focus on the present first. If they couldn't even ensure basic living conditions, how could they talk about the future? The matter of confinement should be postponed. They would execute it after stabilizing the survival of the children. Everyone else can leave. You will come with us to Fishman Street. Thank you so much, King Adolf. The robber fishman knelt down, overwhelmed with gratitude. Fishman Street? Hody noticed and volunteered. Your Majesty, I also come from Fishman Street, and I know quite a few people there. Let me go with you. Let's go together. Adolf nodded, and the group continued towards Fishman Street. King Adolf is truly a good king. He even cares about the people's livelihood. Yes, if they really took those 10 children away for a month, they would definitely die. Princess Iji's vision of the future is not only illusory and full of risks, but also completely disregards the lives of the people in the present. Exactly. King Adolf is the best. After Adolf and the others left, the onlookers praised him. Iji, is it your expectation for the children to die like this with your approach? Is this the dignified life you hope to see? Only when there were no other citizens around did Adolf speak up to correct Iji's thoughts. I'm sorry, I'm really not a qualified royal. Iji felt extremely disheartened. You are a pure idealist, with ideals detached from reality. Losing your royal status this time and experiencing life from an ordinary person's perspective is also a form of training for you. Do well to feel the hardships of the world. Adolf still has high hopes. After all, she is the mother of the White Star. It is definitely a priority for their family to build a good relationship, to nurture them if possible, rather than to fight to the death and dismiss them completely. I'm sorry, because I'm just a piece of trash, a robber and a fisherman, ashamed. It has nothing to do with you. When you're in a desperate situation, taking risks for your family, you're also a hero in your child's eyes. However, crime is still crime. And don't think you can escape the law. Adolf highly recognizes his original intention. To solve my child's settlement problem, I will obediently serve my sentence, even if it costs me my life. The robber merman is touched. You didn't hurt anyone. How could it lead to your death? According to criminal law, confinement is enough. Adolf smiled, which also made him completely committed. Shark Star, Emperor Star, Flip Over Star, and White Star silently followed without speaking, but their attention was entirely on Adolf. And they came to understand him better. It seemed different from what they had imagined. He wasn't the big bad guy forcing the king and queen to abdicate. Not good. Fishman Island will be destroyed at any moment. Quickly tell King Adolf. A mermaid woman with a shark tail is holding her head, her cold blue eyes showing pain. It's Lady Shalife. Lady Shalife, what did you see? It's okay, even if Fishman Island is destroyed. King Adolf will definitely lead us to establish a new homeland. Kind-hearted people came to comfort and help. Now they are full of confidence about the future. Even if it's difficult, they have already seen the light that belongs to them. Make way, King Adolf is coming. Adolf and his companions arrived, and the crowd automatically made way. It was Lady Shirley. I had heard of her in Dragon Palace City. In her childhood, she had predicted the arrival of the great pirate era. And then 2 years later, Roger was executed and many pirates came to the island. Neptune whispered. Adolf nodded, stepped forward to help her up, his gentle words carrying an unwavering tone. For over 800 years, Fishman Island has endured the deepest oppression and the most tormenting pain. This is the darkest and longest night in all our hearts. It has been so long that we have all come to accept and obey it as a matter of course. If the price of awakening our people is the destruction of Fishman Island, then Fishman Island should sink to the bottom of the sea. I firmly believe we will be reborn. Sacrifice, courage, determination, words without a hint of confusion inspire hope. King Adolf, we support you. It is true. We cannot take the oppression from others as a matter of course. Cheers and shouts of support from the people seem to break the chains within their hearts, awakening them. You will follow me from now on. I need your strength. Adolf looked at Lady Shirafu. The title lady is a mark of respect from the people, honoring her for divining the future and the mysteries, not an indication of being married. But all I foresee are unfortunate futures. Lady Shirafu hesitated. Then let us change the unfortunate future together, shall we? At least we can save more people before it happens. Adolf smilet gently. Lady Shirafu looked at his face. The king's nobility seemed to shine, and she slightly lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. Adolf took her hand and led her away. Now Mrs. Sharif is 19. Her massive figure is unbeatable, coupled with her snow-white skin, purple nails, and the cold, fierce beauty of a shark mermaid. It's simply stunning. In terms of abilities, with future divination and observation hockey, he is really looking forward to how overpowered she will be. Fisherman Street, behind Fishman Island, is a place without bubbles or air. Old and rotten. The slums of Fishman Island, a lawless zone. Who would have thought this was once an orphanage? It's so dark. Shirahoshi was a bit scared, hiding behind Odoheim. It is indeed a terrifying place. The Sharkstar brothers were on high alert. You were born at the top of Fishman Island, enjoying the best light and environment. While this is the darkest and most dilapidated place on Fishman Island, Adolf said flatly. Did Jinbei grow up in a place like this? Sharif looked around. Adolf, I know some people here. Should I call them out? Hody and Jinbei spoke up. No, in a place like this, it's easier to reason with force. Adolf raised his hand to stop them. He then went to the top of Fisherman Street, overlooking the entire dilapidated and dimly lit area. Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu, undersea maelstrom, with both hands grasping the intangible seawater as if it were solid. His armament hockey transformed into tentacles that extended into the water. With a sudden pull and swing, the seabed surged, creating a massive whirlpool that stirred the entire Fisherman Street. Wow, what a huge scale. Neptune and the others were astonished. No wonder he is a wielder of Conqueror's hockey, Jinbei said calmly. But they were puzzled. Was there really someone this strong on Fishman Island before? How could someone so strong be captured and sold by human traffickers? However, they were now witnessing the reality right before their eyes, and all their doubts became meaningless. Splash. As the underwater whirlpool swirled, broken wooden houses, mud, and gravel were all swept up like a tornado, giving shape and outline to the intangible water, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Countless fishmen hiding in the shadows were forcibly brought out, desperately swimming to escape the swirling maelstrom. Hey, what's going on? Why is there such a whirlpool here? Damn it, my house has been destroyed. Look, there's someone up there. It's King Neptune. And Jinbei is there too. Finally, someone noticed the abnormality above. That giant mermaid, Neptune. Adolf descended into their line of sight and was immediately recognized. He is the Adolf with a bounty of 1 billion berries? The hero who killed the celestial dragons? Look, it's really him. Fishman Island is located beneath Mariewa, the closest race to the celestial dragons, and also the most hidden race, having experienced the Fisher Tiger incident. They hold a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons, but they have endless gratitude and admiration for Adolf. Jinbei, Hody, and even Neptune came to stand behind him, seemingly expressing something. Adolf's gaze was cold and filled with authority. With a fierce glare, his conqueror's haki unleashed, dark red and black lightning flickering ominously, radiating terror and power, as if he had emerged from destruction, instantly intimidating everyone. If it weren't for his control, he might have knocked out all the fishmen in Fishman Street. Even Jinbei was stunned. My name is Adolf, the fishman who killed the celestial dragons, and now the king of Fishman Island. I will lead my fellow fishmen to strive for self-improvement and resist those who oppress and enslave us, even the celestial dragons. We are a race that lives in the sea, and we deserve to swim freely in the ocean that belongs to us. Those who are willing to follow me and join the people of Fishman Island, come before me. His commanding and powerful words echoed through the depths of the sea, igniting excitement among all the fishmen, who raised their arms and shouted his name. Really? Can we really return to Fishman Island? Haha, we can finally fight back against those trash. King Adolf, lead us. Who doesn't want to fight back when they've been wronged? This race has accumulated 800 years of resentment and humiliation. As long as I haven't killed my fellow countrymen and love my race and nation, anyone can return to Fishman Island. Adolf declared confidently, raising both arms. He opened up the vision, treating everyone equally, completely unconcerned about their origins from Fishman Street or their character. Did they want to be bad? Did they want to be fierce? Who wouldn't want to be born a royal, enjoying everything? The king of Fishman Island? Ha, just a mere fishman slave. Even killing a celestial dragon is just luck. I don't recognize you as a king. Suddenly, a few fishmen swaggered over. It was Macro, Garo, and Tans, the scum who captured fishmen and sold them to human traffickers. Everyone glared at them, instantly recognizing them. Capture fishmen? Sell them to human traffickers? Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of killing intent flashing. In an instant, the three were dismembered, blood spraying. What happened? The trio of traffickers didn't even react. They were taken out as soon as they appeared. Who could tell them what was going on? What happened? They had only said one line. After I deal with the matters of Fishman Island, I will handle you trash. He took out a healing dandelion, crushed it, and mixed it with seawater to stop the bleeding on the human zone's wounds. Now that they're dead, it's a relief. Everyone who is willing to follow me, come with me, Adolf said as he swam towards the sea. Countless people transformed into a long dragon following behind him, totaling over tens of thousands, nearly all of Fishman Street. Instead of heading directly back to the island, they went to search for food. They harvested vast amounts of kelp, slaughtered kilometer-long sea kings, and tamed numerous sea beasts. Fishmen primarily fed on various seaweeds, oysters, shellfish, and fruits from the sea, not eating meat, and could communicate with ordinary fish. In addition to these, fishmen also consumed meat, such as sea beasts and sea kings. However, Fishman Island had only 5 million inhabitants, with scattered individuals elsewhere, making it seem as if they had endless ocean resources. It wasn't just rich, it was inexhaustible. They could never eat it all, no matter how much they wasted. There were even countless sunken ships and underwater minerals, allowing everyone on Fishman Island to live a life of royalty. But the reality was that the dilapidated Fishman Street had people starving to the point of robbery. Adolf found it ridiculous. It's truly outrageous. For 800 years, every royal family member of Fishman Island has been useless, including Neptune and Odoheim, with innate strength 10 times that of humans, innate survival abilities in the ocean, and such rich natural resources, over 99 of the sea territory. To put it bluntly, even the leading boar on the throne could become the only dominant race in the world. And yet, this is the result? Reduced to this state? Fishman Island is hiring a large number of male traversers requirements, must be well endowed and capable 10 times a day, no less than 10 times. Those uninterested in women need not apply. No homosexuals and no infertile individuals. Unlimited recruitment for female traversers. Requirements: 18 and above. Good luck charm. Must enjoy intimacy. Those who don't need not apply. Can sleep until 5 o'clock with plenty of cake and milk tea. Salary: 1 devil fruit of your choice. 1 cubic meter of pure gold for eternal life. And an uninhabited island where you can build your own crystal palace, opening the door to your ancestral dreams. Warning: illegal construction of Lolita Island is prohibited, but taking in lonely little girls is also a good deed. First, contacting Whitebeard. Now becoming the king of Fishman Island and gaining the support of the entire island, all signs indicate that this Adolf is very unusual. If he really disperses and spreads out, it will directly threaten the rule of the world government. Even if this war is won and Fishman Island is destroyed, in the end, we will still lose. Admiral Sengoku arrived at the Holy Land. Mary Geos, feeling terrible, his expression incredibly heavy. Just a few days ago, it was announced in the papers that Fishman Island would be destroyed. Are you now asking the world government to back down? Sengoku, the justice god of environmental warfare, remained expressionless. To compromise over a speech, where will the world government's face go in front of the whole world? Where will its authority go? The justice god of legal affairs said coldly, "This guy has quite the skill and ideas, but so what? He actually wants to go against the world government with a group of fish people. He is overestimating himself." The justice god of scientific defense scoffed. Sengoku suppressed his anger and clenched his fists. Adolf has driven away all the humans from Fishman Island. Our people can no longer obtain intelligence from the island. I have directly contacted that guy. Although he is crazy, he is indeed a rational madman. I even suspect he wants us to kneel as a test of our bottom line. It doesn't matter. It's just a mere fish kingdom. In 2 days, the fleet will set sail, and let this boring legend disappear along with it. The justice god of agriculture said flatly, "It has been 800 years. History has become an uncertain legend, and this sea has always been ruled by the world government, ruled by the world nobles. It is the same now, and it will be the same in the future." The justice god of finance, holding a sword, said in a calm tone, "They have already announced to the whole world the destruction of Fishman Island, using absolute military force to uphold the dignity and authority of the world government and the world nobles. Now they are backing down before the battle has even started. Don't they care about their face? Moreover, it's the fish people they have discriminated against for 800 years. If these fish people could really do something, would they have to beg them like dogs? During this time, they have even been captured by human traffickers and sold, yet they act as if they see nothing. In the end, they truly look down on them. What if Adolf really acts as he says? Soldiers have already discovered mermaid tracks near Marineford, and they have a complete grasp of the Navy's every move. Now, giving up on negotiations is merely losing face. The aftermath will be endless trouble. Although they have high-end combat power that can settle things decisively, Sengoku increasingly felt uneasy. On one side is the image of the future Navy being attacked at sea, and on the other are those high and mighty Gorosei who are obsessed with face. He feels overwhelmed. Enough, Sengoku. We are the highest authority. The Navy only needs to obey our commands. In this battle, we want to see Fishman Island completely sink to the bottom of the sea. The Gorosei are also tired of hearing this and directly reprimanded him. Sengoku's eyes widened in anger, feeling like his hair was about to stand up. Unable to contain his fury, wanting to say something but unable to, he could only tightly clench his fists, suppressing his emotions. You will regret this. The highest authority, Gorosei, watched coldly as Sengoku left the room. If it weren't truly for the benefit of the world government, they would not tolerate such a tone. Let Jinbei remain as a warlord of the sea and have him capture Adolf and hand him over to the world government. Otherwise, strip him of his warlord title and kill him too. They truly do not regard Fishman Island highly. With just a few million people, they could be exterminated without hesitation. Sitting high on the empty throne, it merely cast a cold glance. They certainly know the legend of Poseidon and the mermaid princess. But if they really cared, how could they treat Fishman Island that way? During the long reign of the celestial dragons, exterminating nations is merely a game. The number of extinct races is countless, including those called the God race. And the awakening of races is even more so than the Lunaria tribe of mythical beasts. King Adolf, we have discovered 30 warships being coded at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, far exceeding the scale of the Demon Slaughter Order. However, we have not yet confirmed who is on board. Should we get a little closer? A report came from the 1,000-man team sent by Adolf to investigate the Navy headquarters in Marineford. A total of 1,000 mermaids surrounded the entire Navy headquarters. Let alone warships, they could see even wooden rafts thrown into the sea clearly. Do not engage in battle with them. Primarily focus on intelligence gathering. Monitor in shifts for 24 hours and relay information at any time. In Dragon Palace City, Adolf issued instructions. Yes, although the number is not small. They have not undergone military training, and their professional quality is far from that of the Navy. They even lack experience compared to pirates. But there is no choice. Time is pressing, and in Dragon Palace City, besides Adolf, there was also a group of people. Violet. Adolf looked at the woman in the purple dress beside him. Violet stepped forward 2 steps, and Adolf took the opportunity to embrace her, letting her sit on his lap while he sat on the throne. Her heart raced with embarrassment, and she secretly glanced at Hancock and the others nearby. But she did not struggle. Instead, she leaned against his strong chest. With the ability of the dazzling fruit, Adolf's actions on Fishman Island were all seen by her. That overwhelming confidence and charisma had a profound impact on a girl like her. I will convey what I saw to you. Coming back to her senses, she hurriedly pressed her fingers down over Adolf's eyes. The conversation between Admiral Sengoku and the Gorosei, the warships being coded at the Navy headquarters, and the meeting of high-ranking officers on the warship. Fishman Island is located beneath Mary Geos, very close to the Navy headquarters. There are truly no secrets. They know even what color underwear they wear. Whatever little tricks you want to pull, we see it all. A silent version of a live broadcast. Afterward, just learn lip reading, and you can see what they are saying. Violet, you've worked hard. Your next task is very important. Keep an eye on Admiral Sengoku, the 3 admirals, Chief of Staff Crane, and important figures like the Gorosei and Im at the Navy headquarters. Pay attention to every word they say. Moreover, I hope you can learn observation hockey from Hancock and the others. Deeply develop the dazzling fruit, for example, seeing the signals of transponder snails, glimpsing other dimensions, and even seeing the past and the future. Your ability is of strategic level, and it will directly affect the entire world. Adolf solemnly said to Violet, well, I understand. Seeing Adolf's expression, Violet also nodded seriously. Adolf, let me help you in the upcoming battle. Hancock, worried, had no mood to feel jealous. No need to be nervous. Everything has already been arranged. I will use this war to show the world who the true king of this sea is. Adolf Galint. His eyes filled with excitement and madness. And on this day it arrived. Akainu stood on the deck of the warship, frowning at the sea. This group of fishmen has been staring for several days, and we couldn't drive them away. The lieutenant said, let's set sail. Our abilities are too limited at sea. Akiji lay on a sun lounger on another warship. A bunch of rats. Set sail. Yes, King Adolf. The Navy warships officially set out to sea, led by Admirals Akiji and Akainu, with as many as 30 warships, each carrying 1,000 elite naval soldiers. The commander of the 1,000-man team executing the surveillance mission reported nervously. Keep an eye from a distance. Yes, they actually dispatched 2 admirals. This is troublesome. Neptune felt uneasy. Akiji's freezing fruit ability is indeed tricky at sea. Jinbei frowned. 30 warships. Odoheim was shocked. Do not show your anxious expressions in front of the citizens. Adolf sat on the throne. His calm words startled several people. Once they regained their composure, Adolf spoke. Odoheim, you and ministers will lead 30,000 warriors to assist the fishmen in evacuating the island immediately. Anyone who engages in arson, killing, or looting will be executed without mercy. Neptune, Jinbei, you 2 go to the checkpoint and use the terrain to intercept and strike. Leave 5,000 warriors on Fishman Island, ready to await my orders. Action. With a command, everyone immediately sprang into action. Fellow citizens, I am King Adolf of Fishman Island. From now on, Fishman Island will officially engage in battle with the Navy. All civilians on the island will evacuate in an orderly manner under the leadership of Odoheim and Minister Zwa. Do not panic, do not be afraid. I will show you with a decisive victory that we can. Please give me a little time, a little trust. After announcing this to the entire island, he hung up. Trust, we certainly believe. We won't leave. Let's fight together. This is our homeland too. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight together. Why be afraid of them? Adolf's attempts to stabilize emotions only stirred their deep-seated resentment. 4 brothers, they would fight to the death. For benefactors, they would brave fire and water. How could they just run away like this? It's truly outrageous. Slap. E.g. slap down. Don't waste the time that Lord Adolf has fought for us. And don't drag that lord down. Wasn't E.g. already? What we can do now is to leave the island as quickly as possible, so that King Adolf has no worries. Left Minister said. Everyone, quickly leave the island. Move fast. Form groups by family units. Don't get separated. E.g. The Left Minister is leading 30,000 warriors. It seems he has called up a third of the army, leaving the front lines understaffed. But an army formed in a short time, without weapons, and with chaotic commands, whether it's 70,000 or 100,000, there's no difference. If chaos occurs during the evacuation from Fishman Island, there might be more deaths than on the front lines. Want to escape? Regret opposing the world government? Mary Geos. The 5 elders looked at the Den Mushi with disdain, sneering at Kizaru. Don't let them get away. Yes, this is really a troublesome task. Kizaru put down the Den Mushi, looking at the dark sea before him with a headache. The deep sea is truly terrifying. In such an environment, it's simply impossible to intercept anyone. Since it's so troublesome, why not just give up and go to Fishman Island for tea and fishing? Adolf. Kizaru was startled as he looked at the shadow, faintly visible in the sea beside him. Merfolk's soft technique, sea strangle. Adolf used his armed color to penetrate the seawater, grabbing the water and suddenly twisting it. The invisible seawater coiled like a giant python, squeezing crazily towards the center, forming a visible flow. It was truly terrifying. It was as if it wanted to tear apart the ship's membrane upon arrival. The atmosphere around Kizaru darkened, and this time, the fear was real. If it weren't for the armed color hockey enveloping the entire warship's coating, it would have probably been shredded in an instant. Even so, the membrane layer twisted like iron skin into a twisted shape, severely deformed. Kizaru showed no signs of ease. Instead, he became more serious. Break. The unpredictable water flow suddenly shifted, fully displaying the flexibility of the water. Even with Kizaru's armed color enhancement, it still tore through forcefully. It's over, Admiral Sengoku. Watching the engulfing seawater, Kizaru's heart turned to ashes, and he even gave up resisting. If it were sea prism stone, he might have resisted a bit. But in this deep sea, once the coating broke, it was game over for the ability user. The seawater would engulf him, leaving him unable to move even a finger. No matter how strong the ability, it couldn't be used. Admiral Borisolino. Quickly take Admiral Borisolino back to land. Just before the seawater engulfed them, the Vice Admiral and others frantically ran toward Kizaru, trying their best to rescue him. Fishman Karate. Water hard, a barrage of water droplets came like cannonballs, instantly knocking them away, causing them to choke on water, their mouths and noses filled with seawater, losing their ability to resist. I'm very busy right now. No time for an exciting battle with you. Adolf lifted Kizaru by his foot with one hand, and with the other, put the sea prism stone handcuffs handed to him by the Fishman warrior on him. After that, he used coral bubbles to squeeze out a small bubble and placed it over Kizaru's head to avoid the embarrassment of him drowning. Adolf, everyone underestimated you. Kizaru, with his head in the bubble and submerged in the sea, felt powerless, filled with deep helplessness. He, a general with so many years of experience, had actually fallen into this pit. This trench was really terrifying. Weren't you underestimating Fishman Island? Coming into the deep sea with just a thin layer of coating, I really don't know who gave you the courage. Adolf personally removed his Den Mushi and then tossed Kizaru to the nearby Fishman warrior. With Kizaru's strength as a general, covering the membrane with armed color was not difficult. He could even cover the entire warship. But the coating itself was too fragile, and it could only passively endure. Faced with this all-pervasive and soft attack, it couldn't hold up at all. As soon as a small hole was poked, seawater would rush in madly, leading to immediate disaster. To put it bluntly, as long as they punctured that layer of membrane, what would follow would be at their mercy. You'll take Kizaru and imprison him in the underwater cave, and he must never leave the seawater. Right, Minister? I taught you about ship tactics before. Lead 2 10,000-man divisions to take down the remaining 9 warships and imprison all the Navy on Fishman Island. Yes, King Adolf. The right minister stood confidently, and everyone responded enthusiastically. The world government sent out 10 warships and Kizaru early to block their escape route, intending to encircle them from both sides in the deep sea. Unfortunately for them, they had a perspective advantage, and the ambush turned into a solitary right minister looking up at the Navy, trying desperately to return to the surface. These Navy personnel were elite from headquarters, able to handle 4 or 5 Fishman warriors easily. But in the sea, this environment made it impossible for them to sustain a prolonged battle. Even a slight increase in intensity caused them to be unable to hold their breath. Given their current position, they couldn't even swim to the surface. Fishman Island was beneath the red line, and the red line had the width of the Grand Line. How magnificent! Rayleigh could swim from Sabeti Archipelago to Amazon Lily, but trying to swim from the seabed to the New World on a single breath was impossible. They split into 9 routes, sinking all the warships to the seabed and capturing all the sailors. Yes, report, the Navy fleet is about to enter the underwater waterfall. Okay, I got it. Continue to follow from a distance. Jimby nodded at the Den Mushi. Neptune beside him looked slightly embarrassed, even if he wasn't the king anymore. He was still a general now, and the report didn't even reach him. The underwater waterfall was a spectacle formed when seawater crashed into the red line and the currents converged, making it impossible for ships to withstand. Even if strong individuals came out of the ship, they would be swept away. The cannonballs and attacks fired from the ship would also be affected by the underwater waterfall. After that was the underwater passage, a long section exceeding dozens of kilometers. Jimby looked at the map in his hand. The Fishman tribe living in the sea discovered numerous cracks in the red line, but these cracks were too narrow for ships to pass through. A slight push from the undercurrent would crash them against the rock walls, and ordinary ships would be shattered on the spot. Even the atom tree couldn't withstand many hits. It wasn't useful for anyone. This was no longer a matter of nautical technology. It purely depended on luck. The main route became the only choice for passing ships. Although it was still dangerous, the passage was very spacious, making it the safest route. Meanwhile, the Fishman tribe was scattered among the enormous cracks in the red line. With ample space and food, it was pitch black and oppressive to live in for long periods. Jinbi, take the initiative. Everyone can't wait any longer. Some warriors urged. What are you in a hurry for? King Adolf wants to devour them all. 30 warships, along with admirals Akiji and Akainu. Hody Jones remained calm. No wonder King Adolf is so impressive. Instead, Jimby felt uneasy and remained silent. Roger, Whitebeard, and other great pirates were being chased by the Navy. The Fishman Island was lacking confidence. From the first half of the Grand Line downwards, the first stage, the underwater waterfall where currents converge. The second stage, the long underwater passage. The 30 warships successfully entered the underwater passage. And at the back half of the passage was where Jinbi and the others lay in ambush. Received signal, sniper team, attack. Hody saw the life card in his hand burning and immediately gave the order. Fishman's soft technique. Flowing iron cannon, thousands of cannonballs wrapped in flowing water shot out. But due to the resistance of the water, neither the bullets nor the cannonballs could fly far. However, the warriors skilled in Fishman's soft technique could throw water-wrapped projectiles without being affected. Instead, they could shoot farther and with greater penetration, all while making minimal noise, making it harder to detect in the dark underwater passage. Moreover, this was aided by the current, further enhancing its power. Cannonballs. A large number of cannonballs appeared behind the ship. Quickly evade. Damn it, the enemy is attacking from behind us. How could they be back there? They came in from behind after we entered the passage. The Navy knew that there were fishmen monitoring nearby, and all the Navy surrounded the ship, wary and not daring to let their guard down. They even turned on the spotlight in the deep sea, fearing a sneak attack. However, they discovered that the Fishman attack wasn't coming from these sailors, but from Admirals Akainu and Akiji, whose observation hockey was active the entire time. But the cannonballs were not coming from the front. They were coming from the rear of the fleet. Boom! I shield. Akiji sensed the moment and rushed from the front deck to the stern, extending an ice pillar from his palm, wanting to create a barrier at the back. However, this was a passage. Each warship was over 100 meters long, with the distance between ships even greater, ultimately exceeding 5 kilometers. And the cannonballs still sped up along with the current. The flames exploded and extinguished in an instant, transforming into huge, expanding fireballs. And the wooden warship was instantly shattered. Swim over quickly. Help! Everyone come help. The impact and tremor of the explosion caused many to suffocate before taking their last breath, with seawater flooding into their nostrils as they struggled in pain. Only a very few who were close were fortunate enough to be rescued, along with the rear admiral captain who relied on his solid skills to save himself in the water. Fishman karate water bullet mermaid, karate, starfish, cannon fishman karate, flowing iron cannon the rear of the warship came under cannon fire. And all the soldiers rushed to the stern to defend themselves, while a massive barrage of cannon fire was welcomed from the front. Jinbei and Neptune weren't acting because of the commotion at the rear. It was too far, over 10 kilometers away, as their life cards burned out in an instant. They immediately led the fastest 1,000 fishermen warriors to rush out along the rock wall below, launching a counterattack from the front. As the third warship in the rear exploded into pieces, the barrage from the front also flew past. The coordination between the two sides was nearly perfect. Up ahead, Aokiji and Akainu's expressions changed. They had reached the stern, and now there was more coming from the front, given their current position, unless they rushed to the front deck of the warship immediately. But doing so would mean abandoning the rear. Damn! Gritting his teeth, Akainu made a painful decision in a split second. He abandoned the rear and rushed to the front deck, deploying an arc-shaped shield over 1 kilometer long to block all the cannonballs. The attack wasn't focused on just his warship. The barrage covered all the fleets in front. But under the admiral's powerful strength, it was easily blocked. Unfortunately, neglecting the rear, 13 warships in the back exploded into pieces one after another. If it were just 1,000, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, each warship had rear admiral-level captains and many skilled fighters, so blocking the cannonballs was still manageable. But in the pitch-black, deep-sea environment, who could withstand a saturation bombardment of over 1,000 shells per second? It directly tore the membrane layer apart, leading to the ship's destruction and loss of life. At this moment, Aokiji's freezing shield finally protected the entire fleet. Stop shouting. Be careful of the ship's bottom. The next wave of attacks is coming. So despicable, attacking from behind, and now from the front. The timing was impeccable. How did they manage this? Just this wave took out 13 warships and 13,000 naval soldiers, over a third. The extreme tension made everyone anxious, looking around the sea in fear, as if the figure of a fishman could appear anywhere. This is such an exaggerated achievement. Jinbei and Neptune were both shocked. This was only their first wave of counterattacks. At first, they thought this method of attack was despicable and couldn't bring themselves to do it. But Adolf's words, "The warriors entrust their lives to us. This is trust in a commander. Will you hand over their lives because of your integrity? That would be truly tragic," broke their resolve. Even if they had to bear the blame, they were willing to do so, because they represented not just themselves, but also those warriors who had entrusted their lives to them. Now seeing the results, it suddenly didn't seem so hard to accept. Aokiji and Akainu's expressions darkened, and they couldn't control the terrifying aura that was released. The painful casualties from both admirals acting together far exceeded what they could accept, not to mention annihilating the entire Fishman Island. Even engaging in battle with the Whitebeard pirates shouldn't have resulted in so many deaths. Shameful. These fishmen. Akainu glared down, his right hand glowing with red lava, billowing thick smoke. Admiral Sakazuki could not attack. His lieutenant shouted that the magma fruit's power was too strong. If it touched the membrane layer, it would be burned away. Just as Akainu was about to raise his hand, he froze, tightly clenching his fist, suppressing his anger, and even extinguished the magma fruit. The second round was prepared, focusing the attack on the farthest warship from Aokiji. The sniper team leader, Hody Jones, ordered Fishman Karate Water Cannon Fishman Karate Flowing Iron Cannon. The troops he led were the best 1,000 martial artists recruited from 100,000 soldiers, able to shoot water droplets like cannonballs, wrapping the shells in gunpowder for a maximum explosion. Led by Hody, thousands of flowing cannonballs flew together, targeting the bottom of the ship. Clearly, they could launch a lethal and effective attack from the bottom of the ship. Why throw cannonballs at their faces for them to intercept? This point was emphasized by Adolf, fearing that these people would act foolishly. "We can attack from the front as well," Jinbei calmly ordered. "A pincer attack. Let's see where you can defend." "Kazan, do you have any countermeasures?" Akainu asked in a deep voice, showing that he truly had no way out. As long as the magma fruit touched the membrane layer, he would be done for first. What use was that? His strength had not increased, but rather became a pure weakness. Aokiji said nothing, apart from enduring. He had no other way to stop it. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the medium of the shockwave, seawater was nearly incompressible, meaning that the shockwave propagating in water would lose almost no energy. The power of an underwater explosion is several times that of an explosion in air. Then, a large amount of high-temperature and high-pressure gas generated during the explosion caused bubble pulsations, resulting in even more destructive phenomena. Thousands of shells concentrated at one point, breaking through the ice shield, creating a hole 3 to 4 meters thick, and the following warships were buried in the baptism of cannon fire. This time, even the rear admiral captain didn't escape. The entire warship was completely blown to pieces. It turns out that even the highest combat power of the Navy, the admirals, isn't that great. We were actually afraid of these guys for so long. Neptune, that useless. Hody Jones grinned widely, growing more confident and increasingly despising the former royal family. What a bunch of trash. Do you see this? This is the power of our fishmen. Long live King Adolf. Long live Fishman Island. The morale of the sniper team, he led soared, truly becoming confident. So troublesome. Akiji's expression turned grim. All the warships gather. Ice pillar net ice pillars shot out, brutally tying the remaining 16 warships together, forcibly dragging them to the surroundings, with the outer layer frozen into a gigantic ice sculpture warship. The ship's coating is a very special material, extremely flexible, and has good resistance to both high and low temperatures, able to withstand various tests at depths of over 10,000 meters. Under Akiji's restraint, the ice he used was not cold and did not release cold air to freeze. It was completely restrained. Otherwise, the warship's membrane layer would freeze into thin ice, directly losing its original effect, allowing the seawater to crush it. Continuing to repeat the previous attack pattern, as long as they blew a hole, the warships inside could be slaughtered at will. Hody grinned, completely unconcerned. Boom, boom, boom. The massive explosion bubbles burst, but this time it had no effect. It merely created cracks and then restored. Akiji elementalized and moved within the ice layer. Completely unaffected by the seawater, everyone retreated. The cannonballs were no longer useful. Jinbei decisively said. Everyone dispersed their attacks. He is just one person. We don't believe we can't break through a shell. Hody, the frog at the bottom of the well who had never seen the vast world, instead refused to believe it. Can one person really go against the heavens? Kazan, you protect the fleet. I will take care of these guys. Even without the power of the fruit, I can still take these guys down. It just requires some effort. Akainu's suppressed anger has reached its peak. He can't stand being beaten passively without being able to fight back. He actually came out himself. With 1,000 of us, let's take him down. Hody Jones watched as Akainu emerged from the bubbles, like a shark smelling blood, instantly filled with excitement. Hurry, supply troops, give me the shells. The shells are as big as a human head, and we can't carry many at once. Each person is equipped with 3 supply personnel and 10 sea beasts to transport the ammunition. Raging Legate vacuum flying kick passes by in an instant. So fast that people can't react in time. The 5 leading men are cut in half at the waist, blood mixing with seawater. Attack! Hody Jones shouted. Fishman karate, water stream, iron cannon, thousands of shells completely cover the area, but Akainu simply dodges them left and right. Without the observation hockey, with such a large power gap, it's clearly a delusion to think he could be hit by such an attack. The speed is restricted. I have to burst out of the bubble. Akainu sensed the water resistance limiting the bubble. But even so, it doesn't affect his killing spree. Raging leg. Crimson storm his right leg swings. Countless crimson air slashes fly out, densely filling the entire space, flying out over 1,000 meters, instantly slicing nearly 100 Fishman warriors into pieces. He is simply a humanoid killing machine. Damn it. Fishman karate. Waterheart. School of Sharks Hody, furious and ashamed. Transform the seawater into a school of sharks to bite at Akainu. Are you their leader? Akainu turned his head and casually smashed the sharks back into the seawater. He charged straight towards Hody Jones, moving at incredible speed. Akainu's fist magnified in Hody's eyes, and he couldn't react at all. Boom! The seawater surged, creating strong waves. In a critical moment, Jinbei crossed his fists to block the attack. Hody, lead your troops and attack the warship with Neptune. Leave him to me. Jinbei's arms trembled, struggling to hold back the force. Go! Hody Jones gritted his teeth in frustration, but quickly led his team away. Jinbei, step aside. Do you think you can stop me? Akainu tilted his head slightly, gazing seriously. Then let's see if you can. Jinbei's expression was heavy. Words are useless. The battle begins. Akainu didn't use the power of the fruit and threw a punch. Fishman karate, ultimate technique. Demon tile straight punch, the two clashed, and the battle was about to erupt. Due to environmental constraints, Akainu couldn't use the fruit's power, couldn't move at high speed, and had to protect the bubble, which limited him greatly and made him feel extremely frustrated. Jinbei, on the other hand, thrived in this environment, unleashing his strongest power. Even if there was a gap in their strengths, the outcome was still unpredictable. Neptune. Hody led his troops forward. Upon seeing him, Neptune directly stated that he would lead his troops in a probing attack, and all shells were blocked. Hody, you and my troops, along with the supply personnel, attack the same spot. Since all the warships are protected inside, that's also his weakness. As long as we break the shell and feed the shells inside, The explosion's impact will fully act on the interior. Neptune's troops, like Hode's, consisted of 1,000 elites and 3,000 supply personnel, totaling 8,000 troops. It's not that they didn't want to bring more, but the passage didn't allow it. The passage's diameter is 2,000 to 3,000 meters, with so many people clustered together. Wouldn't it create a big bottleneck? Moreover, Admiral Adolf ordered them not to approach, purely to attack from a distance. All right, Hode nodded, looking at the massive ice-shaped warship. He could see the numerous shattered marks on the ice surface, which quickly restored to a smooth surface. It was clear that it was impossible to catch them off guard like before. In other words, only the ice fruit and the barrier fruit, which could perfectly defend against any angle, and those who have activated observation hockey for 24 hours could have resistance. Otherwise, being targeted would mean sinking. No one would be able to help. Fishman Karate, Starfish Iron Cannon Fishman Karate, Water Bullet Fishman Karate, Water Stream Iron Cannon Neptune's strength far surpassed the young Hode Jones who hadn't taken drugs, reaching the level of a Navy Vice Admiral. At his command, 8,000 shells were fired simultaneously, densely gathering like underwater meteors. Whoa, this is too exaggerated. Even Akiji's face changed. Even though the Demon Slayer order didn't have 500 shots in a round, you have 8,000. Moreover, the explosive power of shells in the sea is several times higher than that on land, and he no longer had confidence. Frozen Time Capsule Kiji elementalized and entered the attacked ice wall, extending his hand as a massive cold shockwave spread out, freezing everything in its path, including seawater and shells, extending over 1,000 meters. Seeing this scene, all the fishmen hurriedly fled, but still, 500 were frozen within. The widespread freezing over a kilometer was like a super long trumpet, creating an incredibly vast area. Hode's pupils contracted. At this moment, he finally understood the value of the Navy's top combat power. Don't be afraid. Continue attacking. Everyone spread out and keep bombarding one side. Hode! Neptune shouted loudly as he sensed the morale was off. I understand. Hode came back to his senses, recalling Admiral Adolf's tactics and regaining confidence. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers continued to bombard, but Neptune and Hode used their ultimate moves. A massive vortex tornado slammed against the ice wall. 5 giant sharks crashed into it, and thousands of shells followed in succession, each creating huge bubbles that exploded. However, their goal was not to break the ice wall. Instead, they aimed to use the explosive impact and the force of their ultimate moves to make the ice ship crash into the passage's rock wall. Such a potential impact on the Red Earth continent would surely not harm Akiji, but the warships and people inside would not be safe. Boom, boom. Boom explosions connected in a chain. Massive bubbles exploded one after another, shaking the entire giant ice mass, and a huge vortex water column surged. Even the underwater currents became a boost, uncontrollably shifting toward one side. Ice Age Akiji's gaze swept across the panicked soldiers on the warship, actively freezing himself into the passage's rock wall, creating a massive tumor occupying half of the passage, obstructing the water flow. Although the collision crisis was resolved, they were also forced to sit in prison. What is wrong with these guys? They're so passive. Akiji felt uncomfortable. It's not that he didn't want to wipe them out in one go. The problem is that at a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, long-range bombardment means he would freeze them and immediately run away, and they were scattered too wide. He couldn't freeze many at once. Instead, he formed a huge block of ice, easily colliding with the passage's rock wall under the push of the currents, without needing shells to push them. Adolf. Akiji inexplicably thought of someone. Even before meeting him, he had a deeply profound impression of Adolf. If these tactics were led by Neptune and the others, they wouldn't have been in such a miserable state before only Adolf. If it weren't for his ice fruit ability to freeze seawater, even Akainu, Kizuru, or even Sengoku would be ineffective. Even Garp would be the same. Could he use his clone technique under such a pincer attack? It's still a matter of neglecting the rear. It's difficult for Admiral Sengoku. We indeed should not have launched this operation. Akiji is feeling uncomfortable. There is panic and unrest on their side, while Fishman Island is exhilarating. Haha, let us stick it to the wall. As long as they dare to come down, let them crash into it. Just wait to die, you all. The Fishman warriors shouted one by one. Having been bullied for so long, they finally erupted, truly realizing that they indeed have the strength to fight against the Navy. Filled with confidence, Kazan, Akainu turned back, his mood sinking to the bottom. The ice ship is frozen against the rock wall, and he can't just run around in bubbles. There is no choice but to stop fighting actively. What about Jinbe? Neptune came over to ask. It's very exhausting. If it weren't for him being unable to use his devil fruit powers, I might have already been defeated. Jinbe gasped, bearing some injuries. He took out a small pouch from his bosom, filled with golden dandelions, and pressed one against his skin, his injuries visibly healed. This thing brought back by King Adolf is truly miraculous. It healed me instantly, Jinbe exclaimed, while also handing it to the nearby warriors to distribute it to the injured. Hurry up and treat the wounds. But such a precious thing, the warrior hesitated. This is an order from King Adolf. Yes. Upon hearing it was an order from Adolf, they immediately stopped talking, filled with endless admiration. Compared to this, it's Adolf's wisdom that is truly admirable. Neptune sighed, completely failing to reflect on whether they had been too foolish in the past. They were happy, but Akainu and Akiji were feeling uncomfortable. Fleet Admiral, the fleet is now in the underwater passage, protected by my ability. Should we continue to advance or retreat? Akiji reported back via the Den Mushi. What? You've suffered such heavy losses without even completing a third of the journey? The Den Mushi was shocked at Sengoku's expression, and after hearing it, the person was stunned. Losing 14,000 men before even reaching a third is unbelievable. Even fighting Whitebeard Wound T have resulted in so many deaths. Those are the elites of a navy. The underwater environment does not allow for injuries. If something happens, it's over. The best case scenario is being captured by Fishman Island. The next steps are likely to be difficult. Akiji said heavily. You came to report with the intention of retreating, right? Sengoku had to consider seriously. Even the Golden Lion failed because of a storm. It wouldn't be surprising if Akainu and Akiji died down there. Continue advancing. Akainu came back. The restrictions in the underwater environment are too great. If the bubbles burst, we will sink to the bottom. Akiji looked on. For the next leg of the journey, you protect the fleet, crash through directly. I'll deal with those annoying flies. Akainu said sternly. Akiji frowned, opposing the idea of continuing to advance recklessly. Brew. The Den Mushi distorted, its face becoming dazed. Sengoku, Akiji, Akainu, we already know the situation. Continue advancing. The order came from the Gorosei. Next, I will assist you, the Navy. A man with hair and beard shaped like a crescent moon stepped out, with a western sword at his waist, exuding royal authority. The three of them fell silent. Everyone hurry up, prepare the ammunition. Hody commanded. Hody, look. There's movement. Hody turned to see the tumor on the ice ship frozen against the rock wall falling off, while two bubbles emerged from the cracks. Attack. Let him crash into it. Yes. Wait. Everyone stopped attacking. Retreat. Jinbe suddenly spoke up to stop them. Why? We can clearly trap them here. Hody directly questioned. Because this is an order from King Adolf. Jinbe took out a blue life card that was currently burning. Hody was instantly speechless. Only Adolf on Fishman Island could make him believe. I think it's because of that person next to him. He is very dangerous. Jinbe squinted slightly at the person beside him. Although he didn't recognize him, he could directly feel a powerful aura, the unmasked presence of a king. Is King Adolf nearby? How does he know what is happening here? Neptune wondered. I don't know. Since it's an order, let us retreat. Jinbe said calmly. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Neptune and Hody immediately led all the warriors to retreat. Huh? They retreated. Akainu and the others were puzzled. It doesn't matter. Let us head straight to Fishman Island like this, wasting time on these fish. The man beside looked down arrogantly, completely disregarding Jinbe and the others. But why do I still feel uneasy? Akiji felt restless, as if they had already entered a death trap the moment they entered the sea. The fleet continued to advance, maintaining the ice ship state to prevent being ambushed again. His premonition was soon confirmed. They couldn't even pass through this passage. Far away, a pirate ship was sailing on the sea. On the deck, a black panther, an eagle, lay there with a face like ashes, utterly despairing. Family, who understands? The beautiful mistress slaps me every now and then, each time nearly causing me to kick the bucket. It's a psychological shadow that traumatized me. However, what even more despairing are the small animals in the cage. They were killed directly. Violet, how is the war situation ahead? What about Adolf? Is he injured? Should we head over now? Hancock was anxious. You just asked 5 minutes ago. Adolf just crossed the red line, now rushing from the back to the front battlefield. His task for me was to keep an eye on the Navy fleet and help the Fishman Island troops seize the opportunity. Violet sighed. This guy's full of love brain. Still so beautiful with such a good figure. It's really incomparable. Hancock, the red life card is fully burned. Smack with a turn of the hand. A mouse was killed on the spot. I have a bad feeling about this. Is it just an illusion? Akiji glanced around. The empty and dark seabed had nothing, but he felt increasingly uneasy. He didn't notice anything with observation haki, but a chilling feeling told him he was being watched by something. Akainu felt heavy in his heart. He sensed it too, especially thinking about being humiliated by Adolf. He had to learn to be cautious. The fish in the gutter would play some tricks. The aloof king despised this. It hadn't yet been humbled, speaking so grandly. Then in the next second, he learned to respect the unknown and the deep sea. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying fire erupted, and the dark passage was instantly illuminated by a sun-like, dazzling light. Although extinguished in the seawater, the bubbles evaporated from the high temperature, and a shock wave swept wildly. Each explosion could even blow a mountain into pieces. Akainu, Akiji, and Figuran Gallant instinctively turned back. Their pupils constricted, hearts tensed, and scalp tingling. A series of fireballs exploded, filling their vision. Even though the ice ship's ice layer obstructed their view, they could clearly see the bright, strong light. It was as if a series of suns were rising from behind them, rushing towards them like firecrackers. Adolf didn't know if they had the foresight of the observation haki. But even if they did, could you foresee what would happen in 5 minutes? The buried explosives exceeded 100 boxes, all self-developed explosives from the Dragon King's palace. The small treasure chests had been placed for over a decade and could still blow down the gigantic castle of Bigmum like a colossal pillar, with the power amplified geometrically in a confined environment. And there were over 100 boxes along the passageway. To avoid the observation haki and Akiji's abilities, instead of killing them with explosions, they concentrated their force in one direction like the lion's roar of the landlady. The expanding flames filled the passage, forcing the giant ice ship, 1,000 meters long and 500 meters wide, to accelerate as if it were a warship bursting through the universe. But Akainu Akiji and Fegalan Jalance were not excited. They were terrified, because the passage was not straight, and the exit was not to the sky. This was the deep sea, the ice age. Akiji no longer knew how to stop it, and could only desperately release cold air. High temperatures can be cooled, and seawater can be frozen. But shockwaves cannot be frozen. Even if you freeze the seawater in this section of the passage, you still have to burst out like a piston. Adolf. Akainu's pupils widened to the extreme, barking helplessly, praying for divine protection with no other options. Fish. At the most critical moment, the supreme commander of the Knights of God, Fegalan Jalance, took action. He burst out of the warship, unleashing a powerful counterattack with a dominant technique as the red dragon raised its head, surrounded by dark red lightning. Filled with the power of destruction, charging through the passage with sheer force, capable of annihilating a small island. Although there was no dominance, this was 100 boxes of explosives, and the explosive force roared down the passage. Who could withstand this? After just 3 seconds of stalemate, they were sent flying back, crashing heavily against the ice ship, causing the 500-meter-thick ice layer to crack and dent before being instantly frozen. Under the terrifying impact, the ice ship plunged into the corner as if a bullet had struck the rock wall. Boom rumble! The terrifying shockwave hit the red Earth continent, causing the reinforced 500-meter-thick ice ship to collapse with a loud crash. Following that were massive boulders raining down from the explosions, burying everything in an instant. The impact at the passage's entrance roared straight, but when it reached the seabed, it spread wildly, turning the entire underwater world into a terrifying storm. The fisherman army hiding in the passage was swept away by the rushing seawater. Everyone be careful, the impact is coming. Fishman karate, water flow guidance. Jinbei shouted desperately, positioning himself at the front to lessen the pressure. No, the explosion shock was too great. After just 2 seconds, even Jinbei couldn't hold on and was swept away. Fishman karate, sea stabilization. Adolf finally arrived from the other side of the red Earth continent, directly charging into the eye of the storm, his hands seemingly grasping the seawater to forcefully calm the turmoil. Adolf. It was King Adolf. All the fisherman warriors looked excitedly at the figure in the storm, their vision distorted and unable to see him clearly. But they knew it was him. Their king had come. Their chests were filled with excitement, almost bursting forth, and their morale was at its peak. Warriors, you have done well. You have proven to the world with your actions that we possess the strength to fear no one. We are the masters of this sea. Adolf waved his arms and shouted, instilling in them the confidence and courage to be strong and fearless. He received an enthusiastic response from all the warriors, their fervent gazes burning like flames. Adolf, let me lead the warriors to take a look. Jinbei proactively volunteered, feeling deep admiration for Adolf. He initially thought that discussing strategies on paper was too risky, but after seeing it, he realized how shallow his views were. Adolf was just about to nod when he noticed the 3 life cards on him burning rhythmically, one igniting and the other extinguishing. Not dead? Passed through quickly? At that moment, a massive ice ship burst out from the passage. Countless cracks and fragments covered it, with large rocks frozen on top, making it impossible to discern the original shape of the ice ship. Behind the ice ship was the noble Phegaland Gallon, Saint Frozen. In that instant, Aokiji maximized his release of cold air, freezing everything. Cracks appeared and instantly froze over. Even the falling rocks were frozen together. Coupled with Phegaland Gallon's Saint's intervention, they managed to hold out for just a few seconds, preventing the ice ship from accelerating to its peak and turning into complete rubble, with everyone perishing. The core of it all was Aokiji's freezing fruit ability. As long as he was there, anyone else would be a guaranteed kill. But that would mean crashing into the Red Earth continent. 14 warships with fewer than 6,000 personnel. Inside, the sea was filled with floating corpses, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Aokiji breathed heavily, his heart pounding, feeling a thrill he hadn't experienced in many years. Phegaland Gallon, Saint was injured, in a dreadful state, struggling to break through the ice layer to return to the ship. If it weren't for Aokiji, they wouldn't have survived the first wave of action, let alone this series of explosions. The highest commander of the Knights of God. It's truly an honor to have you personally involved. Are you satisfied with my warm hospitality? Adolf's lips curled slightly. Fishman, you're the first to make me this embarrassed. What's even more humiliating is that there's not even a decent opponent. Phegaland Gallon, Saint drew his sword. He had only intended to punish 2 celestial dragons and had no intention of attacking. But now he wished he could instantly kill Adolf. Just embarrassing? Should I really bury a few more kilometers deep, dig a pit at the impact site, and bury dozens of boxes inside? Unfortunately, time was too short, and the preparations were insufficient, disappointing you all. Adolf expressed regret. Veins throbbed on Phegaland Gallon Saint's forehead. If it were to go that way, he feared there would be nothing left of his ashes. Akainu, Aokiji was equally apprehensive. Insidious, too insidious, Adolf. This time, there are no hostages for you to use Akainu's bubble on. Oh, do you need me to personally make you kneel? This time, there are quite a few spectators. I also have a special recording phone bug here that can give you a close-up. Adolf mocked Red Dog, urging him to come out and face him. Red Dog's face twisted in rage. This was the greatest humiliation of his life, and yet he dared to provoke him. There was no need for more words. This was the moment to wash away that shame. I'm not just a user of devil fruit abilities. Red Dog did not initiate a long-range attack. He was afraid that Adolf might scare him off, afraid that he would run away. He needed to capture him first, then unleash all the pin-up anger he had suppressed. He must hold it in, just a little more, and I will catch you. Adolf grinned maniacally, his twisted smile gradually becoming grotesque, filled with a perverse sense of vengeful pleasure. Even someone as composed as him lost his composure at this moment. He had waited too long. The strange looks from the entire navy. He had endured for too long. You fool, I have caught you. Adolf grinned, equally showing an excited smile. The two intertwined their fingers, gripping tightly, both afraid the other would run away. Was this monstrous power? How can it be evenly matched with me? The moment their fingers crossed, Red Dog felt something was off. The overwhelming strength should have pushed him down. But as he exerted his strength, Adolf also unleashed a powerful grip. No, it wasn't even match. It was pain. Even the fingers twisted, the power far surpassed his own. How is this possible? Although contact with seawater would cause some degree of weakness, what kind of power does he have? He is the highest combat power of the Navy. Admiral. His mood plummeted like a roller coaster, instantly falling into the abyss. That was a pitch-black abyss with no bottom. One that could kill. Mermaid karate. 100 waves burst. Fist Adolf grinned with excitement and madness, his left hand connecting with Akainu's heart, while his right hand raised to strike directly at his core. Dog bite black fist. Akainu's pupils constricted as he unleashed his haki to the extreme, delivering a punch as brilliant and pure as steel forged 100 times, colliding forward. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted from the clash of their fists, an astonishing air wave that raged uncontrollably, spreading like an invisible sphere. The collision of their haki caused destruction within, even pushing the seawater aside for over 10 meters. creating a vacuum. The same power as that monster Whitebeard. And the seawater counters me. Akainu suddenly felt discomfort. A punch that gathered seawater naturally countered his abilities, weakening their collision by a third. What made it worse was that his left hand was interlocked, leaving him unable to retreat. Only then did he realize who had captured whom, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, ignoring the bubbles. He had to exert all his strength until he let go. Bow! A punch wrapped in top-tier hockey heavily landed on Adolf's chest, causing his chest cavity to cave in, breaking 3 or 4 ribs. He didn't even defend. Akainu's pupils constricted. He already anticipated what would happen. It's my turn. Adolf took a hard hit, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, injuring his internal organs. He didn't possess the vitality of Kawaii Duo, nor could he perform Luffy's techniques. A full-force strike had already wounded him. Yet, a crazed triumph flickered in his eyes. He aimed to use this opportunity of enduring the blow to finish off Akainu. Akainu's pupils contracted, but it was already too late. Boom! The injured strike he had yet to recover from was definitely no match for Akainu's attack. But how could mere bubbles enhanced with haki withstand it? They shattered in an instant. Hahaha, you lost. Sakazuki, Akainu, grinned wildly. Adolf. Akainu's heart sank into the abyss, his eyes filled with madness and unwillingness. But the surrounding seawater was already rushing in. He could only watch as he was submerged, not even having a chance for one last breath. I hate this. Wah! The unwilling resentment seemed to take form, but it couldn't stop the encroaching seawater. The water flooded into his mouth and nose, bubbling up as he started to drown, causing Adolf to clutch at his throat. In front of the ocean, no matter how strong he was, it was all for naught. Any ability user was doomed. And in this world, aside from the Red Land, 99 was ocean, with the Navy being a military force navigating the seas. Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, was shocked. How could it come to this? He hurriedly used his ability to freeze the water. Ice Age as long as the seawater was frozen. It would no longer be liquid, greatly alleviating the mobility of the ability users, giving Akainu a chance to move again. How could I let you save him? Mermaid Karate. Sea collapse hockey wrapped around him, as if the weight of the entire ocean converged. A punch of azure waves accompanied by dark red, lightning roared. Rumble. Endless seawater froze, sweeping over like an unstoppable avalanche. However, merely freezing it couldn't stop his attack. It shattered the 1,000-meter ice layer effortlessly, crashing heavily onto the ice ship. Countless cracks appeared, as if it would collapse at any moment. Terrified, Akiji had to give up, fully focused on protecting the ice ship. But it was wrapped in hockey? How could that be? Akiji couldn't believe it. How could such a man be captured and turned into a slave? How dare the celestial dragons? How dare the human traffickers? Fegalin Gallon was also shocked. This was beyond his expectations. Realizing this made both of their expressions darken as they exchanged glances. This was the deep sea, the opponent's home ground. Akainu was captured after a single punch shattered the bubbles. How could they fight back now? Come on, let's respect our admiral and restrain him. Send 500 men to the underwater cave to serve him well. Just let him soak in the water. Don't let him have the strength to resist. Adolf tossed Akainu to a nearby soldier. Yes. Then Adolf took out a drop of healing tears, and his injuries instantly healed. Adolf, you have deceived everyone. Perhaps even the 5 elders didn't expect you to have such strength. Fegalin Gallon said solemnly, unable to muster his former pride. There's no choice. The situation is stronger than the individual. This is how things stand now. Do you two have any willingness to surrender? I can tell you that I've already had explosives reinstalled in the passage. Although the amount isn't as large as before, it can still blow up a significant amount of rock to block your retreat. It may not hold for long, but it will definitely stop you. Because I have arrived. Adolf was extremely confident, completely unlike someone who was lying. But if you believed him, then you fell into his trap. If you didn't believe him, just act as if he hadn't said anything. This made both of them very uncomfortable, as the suspense was already hanging in the air. Adolf, over here. We have me, Fegaland, and Kaling Shung, along with 10,000 Navy troops. You haven't won yet. Release Sakazuki, and I can end the assault on Fishman Island. The Navy will no longer be involved in this matter. Akiji made a rare, serious proposal. Huh, I thought you were the most rational among the 3 admirals. But it turns out you're the one who dreams the most. Are you still not awake? In this situation, you still want to compare combat power with me and negotiate conditions? Adolf mocked as the formless water gathered in his hands, forming a trident of water. Then let the battle begin, leaving you utterly defeated. It will also broaden my people's horizons, allowing them to see the vastness of the world. Oomph. It should have been this way from the start. Bowing to trash only makes you trashier. The supreme commander of the Knights of God, Thud, drew his western sword from his waist, a powerful aura entwined with dark red, lightning flashing with intimidation and terror, making anyone who saw it feel fear. Adolf, your little tricks are ultimately just tricks. Let me show you what true power is. King's Dragon, Overlord Thud burst forth from the warship, smashing through the ice ship with a single strike. The crimson slash entwined with the Overlord's color, leaving a scar over 100 meters long, resembling a divine dragon flying towards Adolf, striking terror into the heart. Sea King, Wrath of the Sidolf, held the trident as if grasping the sea itself, and with a swing, the entire ocean surged violently, invisible undercurrents swirling like a storm, unleashing a terrifying power that could overturn rivers and seas. Suddenly thrusting forward, the azure waters seemed tangible, radiating a breathtaking brilliance of the ocean. Boom! Crimson and azure intertwined in the deep sea, illuminating the entire underwater space, entangled in a chaotic and shocking dance of dark red lightning. What is this? What kind of terrifying power is this? Is it truly something that living beings can possess? Hody looked in shock at the massive sphere of light expanding to 100 meters before him, the destructive power sending chills down his spine. And this scene was created by two individuals. It shattered his narrow vision, revealing the vastness of the world and the individual might that transcended nature. A deep sense of helplessness surged within him, too great, so great that it inspired both longing and fear. Not just him. All the fishermen warriors felt the same. They had no idea that someone could shatter mountains with a single punch, nor that someone could easily destroy islands. Having spent their entire lives trapped to the seabed, their perspectives had become narrow. How could true power ever be born? Everyone retreat. Don't get close to their battle. That's not something we can participate in. Jinbei shouted anxiously, his expression losing composure. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Neptune quickly echoed, boom boom. However, there was no need for them to remind anyone. The raging undercurrents, the violent lightning, and the overwhelming currents that could overturn rivers and seas caused a terrifying impact that shook the entire underwater space, the seawater parting thousands of meters away in an instant. All the fishermen warriors, even a massive ice ship, were thrown into the air, crashing heavily against the rock walls. But this was the seabed. The water that was pushed away would come rushing back. Thud was similarly overturned by the surging seawater. Damn! He struggled to stabilize himself amid the chaos. But the effect was minimal, still drifting unsteadily. If it weren't for the top-tier armament hockey enhancing the bubbles, the residual shockwaves would have already torn through them. Their attacks were all wrapped in top-tier armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Why can't they stand firm? Do you want me to help you? Bang. Adolf said this, but his actions showed no respect for the elderly or love for the young. He was truly beating them mercilessly. So heavy. It's just like that monster Whitebeard. What's wrong with this little brat? Is he just a mere merman who has awakened some special ability? Thud, the holy hand, suddenly turned around with his western sword to block. He immediately felt a tremendous force strike him, and he couldn't help but fly backward. Bang! Bang! Adolf swam with his long fishtail, transforming into a flowing blue light that surged forward, launching a rapid and fierce attack, entangling wildly with the red light dots, creating a terrifying energy that stirred the depths of the sea like a storm. The more he fought, the smoother it got, the more exhilarating it became. His spirit soared, blood boiled, every cell came alive, and his heart thumped like a drum, constantly tapping into his life potential. His sapphire eyes released the deep and boundless colors of the ocean. Haha, come on, let's fight. He laughed madly, completely disregarding his physical injuries, unleashing 200 of his strength, and engaged in a fierce battle. He struggled on land, but in the sea, he swam faster than anyone. In contrast, Thud, who could withstand this immense force on land, was now being pushed back step by step. After all, without a solid footing and needing to protect the bubble with all his might, it was difficult for him to exert even 50 of his strength. Faced with Adolf's reckless style of exchanging injury for injury and life for life, he was determined to tear a piece of flesh off him. Feeling panicked. He could be injured. But this layer of membrane couldn't he, clearly having stronger strength yet being completely suppressed was making him uncomfortable. The proud General Kazan had never felt such frustration before. Let's retreat now, the anxious lieutenant suggested. Go. Akiji ordered without hesitation. Akainu's defeat was too swift, perfectly illustrating how fatal the weaknesses of devil fruit users could be. Quick, hold them back. Don't let them escape, Hody shouted, lifting a giant rock. Disregarding his injured body, Fishman Karate Water, Heart School of Sharks, Fishman Karate Water, Heart Shoulder Throw of Ocean Currents, Mermaid Karate Water, Heart Super Ocean Current, Fishman Karate Water Flow, Cannon Hody, Jinbe, and Neptune launched successive attacks, and the Fishman warriors bombarded the giant ice ship with projectiles. Indeed, with Akiji's strength, they could not break the ice ship. However, the ice fruit did not possess mobility, which made the situation awkward. The explosions continued to shake the entire giant ice ship, making it difficult to maintain balance. Just hold them back like this. Don't get close. As long as we can hold them back, we win, Jinbe shouted. Oh, all the warriors were filled with high morale. Despite their bodies aching from the shocks, they unleashed unprecedented strength, adrenaline surging from their spines to their brains. This was their strength, the strength of Fishman Island. Who else dared to underestimate them? Commander of the Knights of God, your ultimate move was powerful, but the follow-up is lacking. Are you getting old? Maybe you should take some medicine to regain your dignity? Adolf's spear shadow combo struck while he mocked mercilessly. Damn little brat. The use of that honorific infuriated him, and his suppressed anger surged even more. He was indeed getting old, his strength starting to decline, but what was his identity and status? Did he need you to remind him? The legendary commander of the Knights of God, mocked by a fish-like trash. A great humiliation. The king's supreme judgment. The supreme conqueror's haki entwined around the blade of his sword, radiating a golden light. Before he even struck, dark red lightning accompanied it, exuding majesty and dominance. As if the supreme ruler had descended. The underwater space was illuminated in golden brilliance. Even the water took on a golden texture. Yet it carried an unavoidable fear. Those who were timid found themselves shrouded in shadows from afar, only able to sit down in despair, revealing their ugly state. You're getting anxious. Then let us settle this once and for all. Adolf laughed loudly as he saw Fei Gallon Shung recklessly launch an attack, which was akin to seeking death for no reason. As his strength increased, his control over water became more profound. Although he didn't have the freedom of a devil fruit user, he was inherently a part of the water, and that affinity was etched into his bones. It was as if the racial bloodline factors had awakened. This led to a deeper understanding of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, especially after a thrilling battle with Whitebeard, stepping into a whole new realm. At this moment, the fierce battle made his blood boil, urging him to fight until he was completely heated up. The Sea King Trident of the Sea unleashed the conqueror's haki to its peak, and the formless water swirled around him like spirits, forming a real trident of water in his hand that connected to the entire ocean, resembling a legendary artifact of the sea god. It could easily stir up monstrous waves, sink islands, annihilate living beings, and bring about the end of the world. It possessed the supreme power to destroy the heavens and the earth, ruling over all in the sea. It symbolized the strength and authority of the sea's dominator, brothers, seeking everything. Boom! The red gold slash collided with the azure trident, as if crossing space and distance, suddenly crashing into each other. Visible shockwaves erupted like an apocalyptic storm, draining the nearby sea once again. In the clash, the diverse colors that burst forth twisted everything, resembling the embodiment of destruction. Even the seabed was blasted into a giant pit with a diameter of a kilometer. Rumble. The muffled roar transmitted through the water medium at 1,500 meters per second, far exceeding the speed of sound in the atmosphere, representing an even stronger kinetic energy. It directly invaded the eardrums, resulting in countless Fishman warriors' eardrums shattering. Even those over 10 miles away lost consciousness from the shock, their bodies sustaining damage once again. This level of battle was no longer something ordinary people could approach. Even the aftershocks were enough to take lives. And this proximity was a staggering 10 kilometers. Exceeding the scale of an entire city, the released strong light could blind people's eyes, an extremely exaggerated light radiation. It was completely like a nuclear explosion scene. Physically, it was impossible to look directly at, to approach, or to hear without knowing. Strong beings on the sea and ordinary people were already two different levels of beings. A true human-shaped nuclear bomb held its ground for 2 seconds, but the red gold slash, unable to follow up, was forcefully extinguished by the immeasurable seawater, crashing forward unstoppable. It even created a massive cave several kilometers deep in the red Earth continent behind it. Even Fei, Gallon, Sheng disappeared. Huh, Adolf a Stunt. Suddenly realizing that he had run away. So the bubble burst. No wonder there was no follow-up. With sharp eyes, he spotted Fei, Gallon, Sheng darting into the passage and excitedly chased after him, opening up a wild taunt. The dignified commander of the Divine Knight Corps, resorting to such tricks in a hard fight with me. You're really something. Fei, Gallon, Sheng's anger surged, his face turning red with rage. Damn it. If it weren't for the bubble bursting, how could I let you be so rampant? No matter how he thought about it, being taunted at this moment was truly life-threatening. Not saying a word and holding his breath while running wildly. From the very beginning, he had been in an explosive state. The longer this kind of environmental battle lasted, the easier it was for something to go wrong. Although he wasn't a power user, this was the deep sea beneath the red Earth continent. Not something that could just be swum straight up. There were dozens of kilometers to the surface. The bubble burst. How far could he swim in one breath? Bruce. There was a mad fish that smelled blood chasing him. However, once he got too excited, the overwhelming technique clashed, and he couldn't spare any strength to protect the bubble, ultimately leading to its destruction. King Gallon, Sheng soon saw countless fisherman warriors entangling the ice ship, angrily swinging his sword to slash. He wanted to eliminate all these thousands of deep-sea trash, to relieve the hatred in his heart and make that fish regret. However, the swimming speed of the merfolk was certain. Even without the bubble's restraint, they couldn't compare to Adolf, who caught up at a faster speed. As the red light flickered ahead, a blue glow erupted behind him. Instinctively, Fei Gallon, Sheng turned to look back. Then came the scene he would regret for life. Stop him! Jinbei immediately reacted and shouted loudly. Fishman Jujitsu Water Heart Sea Flow over the shoulder, throw Fishman Jujitsu Water Heart Group of Sharks Fishman Jujitsu Water Heart Super Sea Flow Fishman Jujitsu Water Cannon Jinbei, Hody Neptune, and all the Fishman warriors who reacted launched their attacks. Most of them lacked observation haki, and their attack intensity couldn't cause damage. But covering attacks were already a detour. The explosive shock could also cause interference, and that was enough. Sea King Impact of the Sea quickly condensed into a youthful version of the Trident of Water, armed with Conqueror's haki wrapped around it, and was forcefully thrown, transforming into a blue stream of light that sped away at an extreme speed. Even fisherman warriors who were close by instinctively rushed forward, wanting to use their bodies to block it, even if just for a moment. Damn it! Fei Gallon Sheng was hanging with 7 or 8 people, his eyes bloodshot, filled with rage, but the truly life-threatening attack had already arrived from behind. Swish! The blue stream of light crossed space and distance. And under Fei Gallon Sheng's own eyes, he desperately dodged but still had one of his arms severed, passing right through the shoulder. A splash of blood appeared so prominently against the blue stream of light. Gritting his teeth, he didn't have time to hate, not even time to retrieve his severed arm. He swung his sword to tear open the ice ship and entered it, and the torn area instantly froze behind him. Kazan, freeze the exit. Abandon these people and retreat with me. The commander of the Divine Knight Corps, Fei Gallon Sheng, ordered ruthlessly. A heavy weight settled in Kazan's heart as he faced the worst outcome he had anticipated, which was also the most difficult choice. Even Fei Gallon Sheng had lost an arm. Admiral Kazan, you go. You being alive has greater value. You can do more for the Navy. I'm sorry, Admiral Kazan, for holding you back. If it weren't for us. The Vice Admiral and the Captain didn't hesitate. Even other Navy members on the deck looked at him the same way. Although afraid of sacrifice, if sacrifice were necessary, it would definitely be them, allowing the stronger ones to live on. Only he had the strength to escape. Kazan felt increasingly uneasy. Although he had always been a loner and had little connection with these sailors. Although he had severely slacked off during the Marineford War, watching so many Marines sacrifice unnecessarily. Although he had seen Marines in battle many times and had not helped at all, but now, to abandon them in front of so many people, the psychological pressure was truly immense. Moreover, this was a national extermination war. He had mobilized 30,000 elites here. Now with less than 10,000 dead. He still had to abandon them and return alone. How could he face them? Leave if he must, but seal off my escape route. Fei Gallon Sheng did not give him any face and showed no intention of waiting. Taking a deep breath, he charged straight out of the ice ship, using his individual strength to cross the seabed. Hurry up. Taking us with you will only slow you down. The Vice Admiral shouted anxiously. Leave? Let us leave them all. Sea King Impact of the Sea Adolf finally caught up, crashing into the sea with the weight of the entire ocean. A tremendous sound shook the air, and a massive ice ship, akin to a millennia-old iceberg, collapsed in an instant. The Ice Age brought Green Bull back to his senses, and two ice pillars shot out from his hands, releasing cold air completely. Endless seawater seemed to freeze like frost, the cracks refreezing, stitched together by cold air and water vapor. Adolf, he had to protect the naval soldiers before, so he couldn't leave the ice ship. But now he had no other choice. He actively emerged from the ice ship, freezing the seawater and appearing in the frozen environment with his elemental abilities. As long as he emitted strong, cold air around his body, he could freeze the seawater before it even touched him, then letting the ice cubes soak in the sea. He himself would only be weakened by the ocean's breath, not ending up like Akainu. Green Bull, Adolf said with slight gravity. Among all the ability users, the ice fruit posed the greatest threat to them. There was no exception. The Logia-type devil fruit, the ice fruit user, the Iceman. It could freeze anything it touched, turn any part of the body into ice, and the light blue ice blocks created could take any shape, forming any type of weapon to attack targets, and also freeze anything it came into contact with. Those frozen would enter a state of false death, their bodies becoming as fragile as ice. Green Bull, surrender. Even if you have a great chance of winning with your ice fruit abilities, what about them? Are you willing to die for those celestial dragons? Are you going to sacrifice because of your stubbornness? I can save all the naval soldiers now and ensure their safety. Adolf opened his mouth to persuade surrender. Bing Feng Zonkingzi hesitated for a moment. He was ready to fight to the death, but he couldn't help but look at the ice ship. There were nearly 10,000 naval officers whose lives hung in the balance based on his decision. He had no assurance of victory in battle, and even if he won, it would be difficult to kill Adolf. However, he certainly couldn't take them all away, and he had even put himself in danger to protect them. Surrender seemed to be the only choice. At least there would still be negotiations with the Navy and the world government to find a way to rescue them. Of course, he knew that his own value was far greater than the lives of these 10,000 naval officers, and escaping alone would be the best option. But he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. You can take your time to consider how to decide. Adolf did not rush him. Instead, he gave him enough time, even indifferent to deliberately dragging it out. The more he fought against Fegaran Gallon, the stronger he became, even gaining the bloodline factor of Fegaran Gallon. He was extremely eager to battle Akiji. However, he did not believe he could capture Akiji like Akainu did, freezing the seawater, then elementalizing to quickly pass through, and simultaneously blocking the passage in sections like the Ice Age would be very difficult for him. It would be better to use the Navy as hostages to persuade him to surrender. This way, he could hold all three admirals of the Navy, and it could be said that the Navy would be nearly crippled, unable to make any significant moves, completely under control. Compared to that slight increase in strength, it was obviously of greater strategic value. Akiji clenched his fist and ultimately made the decision, I surrender. After saying that, he voluntarily emerged from the ice and made contact with the seawater. At the same time, he lost his strength and was unable to use his abilities. As long as his whole body made contact with the seawater, it was an absolute restraint even more effective than Sea Prism Stone. Sea Prism Stone merely seals the fruit's abilities, and the weakness can be adapted to over long-term contact. But seawater is different. Even Big MOM cannot move in the sea unless she is isolated and not in contact. Adolf waved his hand, and Jinbei stepped forward to cuff Akiji with sea stone handcuffs. He then took out a coral bubble and created a bubble the size of a human head to put on his head, while his body remained submerged in seawater. Neptune and Hody also led thousands of warriors to surround the ice ship, forcing them to surrender. With even their own general surrendering, what fighting spirit do they have left? Their morale has already collapsed. The Fishman Island defense battle has ended. We have won. Adolf opened his mouth and announced loudly, with a solemn and resonant voice, shouting out to spread the news for dozens of miles. It reached everyone's ears, allowing them to truly hear the victory of war. We won. We really won. Ha! The two naval generals dispatched 30 warships. We won. All the fishermen warriors celebrated, laughing like madmen, overwhelmed with joy and tears they could no longer hold back. They've been oppressed for too long, really too long. It turned out they could win. They could be free from bullying. The joy of victory appeared on everyone's faces. The long-standing gloom dissipated, and their hearts were illuminated by the sunlight. King Adolf. Everyone shouted his name, the king they admired, their savior, their hero. Jinbei also looked at Adolf with joy, the man who seemed to be the center of the world. He let go of the heavy burden in his heart and sighed in relief. As one of the few strong beings from Fishman Island and a member of the Shichibukai, the more he knew, the more he understood their strength, and the more worried he became. Now, he could finally let it go. Adolf raised his hand, and everyone stopped speaking, gazing at him with fervor, waiting for his command. The battle was over, and everyone was clearing the battlefield and helping the wounded, determined to save everyone as long as there was still a breath left. I don't want to see any soldiers die because of delayed rescue. Yes, everyone was filled with passion. Even after fighting for so long, they still had endless energy and felt no fatigue. Jinbei, the Navy is the same. Lead your men to rescue as many as possible, throw them onto the warship, and then take them to Fishman Island for confinement. Adolf called Jinbei and instructed him. Got it. Jinbei immediately went to carry out the order without asking further. King Adolf, share this good news with Odoheim, and tell our compatriots in hiding to return to Fishman Island, our homeland. Neptune excitedly approached with the transponder snail. This victory had truly humbled him and completely won over those who had doubts about Adolf. Adolf nodded and immediately used the phone bug to convey the news of victory to those taking refuge on the isolated island. If the previous mobilization was through the art of language, this victory was a tangible achievement, and he rightfully became the king. If you succeed, even farting makes sense. If you fail, no matter how reasonable your arguments are, they're just nonsense. Without any achievements, even the most eloquent speech will be seen as nonsense by others. In fact, he himself needed a complete victory to boost his confidence. Returning home, holding a victory banquet, show off your strong and mighty appearance, and display the spirit of a soldier. The entire nation is watching, and the girls are watching too, so don't make a fool of yourselves. Adolf laughed loudly, causing countless people to burst into laughter as they quickly adjusted their appearances, standing tall and striking the strongest and most imposing poses. Haha, I just witnessed quite an extraordinary battle. In the distance, a bold man with long silver hair and glasses, sporting a straight scar over his right eye, laughed heartily. All right, you all should return to the banquet. I also need to go back to the surface. Huh, Mr. Rayleigh, aren't you coming with us? A nearby fisherman warrior asked in astonishment. I didn't exert any effort at all. How could I possibly attend your victory banquet? If you want to thank me, just have Adolf bring a bottle of good wine. Rayleigh responded with a smile. He had planned on exerting much effort anyway. He wasn't some overpowered second generation. With the ability to see through the powers of the stare fruit, and knowing that there were so many experts present, it was only wise to be fully prepared. According to Adolf's original plan, Rayleigh would tie up Admiral Fegalan Gallant-Saint. They had at least met on God Island, were aware of each other's general strength, and had a good understanding of one another. Both were swordsmanship experts, not fruit users, and were of similar age, with comparable strength in the underwater environment, at least for a short period of time. Then Jinbei, Neptune, and all the other fishman troops would attack the warship to forcibly hold down one admiral. Otherwise, the entire fleet would be doomed. And the only admiral who could protect the fleet was Akiji, as he was the only one willing to do so. In the end, he faced Akainu, quickly defeating him and then overwhelming the others with their smaller numbers. Unexpectedly, the plan changed. Akainu came out to challenge him one-on-one and allowed him to finish him off in one go. This situation was drastically different, to the point that Rayleigh wasn't even needed. Of course, this was better. Look, it's King Adolf. Behind him is Jinbei and also Neptune. While cleaning the battlefield and aiding the wounded, everyone had returned to Fishman Island, rushing to the sea entrance to welcome the returning warriors. Flowers, cannon fire, music, and cheers filled the air, and Adolf's name echoed throughout Fishman Island. Leading the procession were Adolf, followed by Jinbei and Neptune, returning triumphantly to Fishman Island. Behind the three were 3 prison carts lined up in a row, with limbs stretched out in a large X shape, sea stone shackles on their hands and feet. Submerged in barrels of seawater were the 3 admirals: magma fruit user Akainu Sakazuki, ice fruit user Akiji Kazan, and light fruit user Kizuru Borsellino. No matter how powerful a user, once shackled with sea stone, they could not use their abilities, and if submerged in seawater, they would have no strength to move. When both were applied at the same time, it meant the end. Even attempting to break out was futile, and they could only wait for a miracle. However, there were transparent bubbles, allowing outsiders to clearly see the small movements inside. There were also 2 camps set up to separate them, ensuring that no one could approach within 50 meters, equipped with 3 carts of seawater ready to spray at the slightest incident, providing comprehensive surveillance with no blind spots. leaving no opportunity. Just 5 meters ahead was Adolf. If any uncontrollable signs appeared, he would immediately execute and eliminate anyone who tried to play any tricks. 25,000 captured Navy soldiers also entered Fishman Island under the watchful eyes of the mighty Fishman warriors. The entire scene was extraordinarily spectacular, resembling a triumphant return. Look, it's the Navy's highest combat power, 3 admirals. They were all captured. It was astonishing that all 3 had been deployed. They were determined to destroy Fishman Island. Damn, they are so powerful, they defeated the entire navy that came out in full force. Long live King Adolf. The entire island's populace felt a surge of national pride, standing tall and confident. This victory held a new meaning for them. Wow, I didn't expect you two, along with Fegelin Gowan Saint, to be defeated. Fishman Island is truly terrifying, Kizaru said, feeling weak and soft while submerged in seawater, astonished by the defeat of Akiji and Akainu beside him. This time, what you said was truly frightening. It's absolutely terrifying. We should be the ones surprised. Who defeated you? Are there other strong fighters on Fishman Island? Akainu turned his head, his fierce and serious expression appearing particularly weak, as if drained. It was Adolf. That guy suddenly appeared and tore through my bubble. It's such a headache, Kizaru lamented, truly feeling the weight of this headache. Adolf, no wonder I didn't see him at first. He must have gone to deal with you, Akainu quickly realized, but then a new question arose. How did he know your location? A spy? Don't you have a listening snail? Who knows? His sudden appearance startled me, Kizaru replied, feeling uncomfortable, unable to understand where the problem lay. Then how were you captured? With your abilities, escaping shouldn't be difficult. Akainu looked towards Akiji. There were still 10,000 Navy soldiers. I had no choice but to surrender, Akiji said. Coward. As a Navy officer, you should be prepared to die. If you're captured, who will relay information to headquarters? Akainu was dissatisfied. Even if 10,000 soldiers died, they couldn't compare to 1 admiral, let alone the intelligence of this war. Akiji remained silent during the O'Hara incident. He was shocked by Sakazuki's bombardment of the escape ship and had no good feelings towards him. However, he didn't question Akainu's words. People from different positions would have different answers and would change according to their stance, so he wouldn't question other people's views, no matter how much they argued. Now with Seastone and seawater involved, surrounded by thousands watching like a street parade, it was a truly uncomfortable situation. They had lost all face. If it weren't for the Fishman warriors blocking outside, there would be no shortage of rotten tomatoes and eggs. King Adolf, Otoheim, accompanied by Shirahoshi, the Shark Star brothers, and all the officials and soldiers of Fishman Island, welcomed them. Prepare for the victory banquet. We must reward these warriors well. Adolf nodded and smiled. The ones who should be rewarded the most for this battle are you. You awaken the confidence of the people, Jinbei admired. Adolf was not modest or courteous. In the previous world, he would have had to show some humility, thanking friends, family, and mentors before acknowledging his own achievements. But in this world of martial strength, a strong personal presence is more appealing. Compared to reasoning, they admire heroes more, and heroes are essential. Geelong Code Square, the place where the old king is deposed and the new king is supported. It is where the fate of the entire Fishman Island changes, and where Adolf steps onto the world stage. There are many powerful beings in this world, but only those with sufficient influence can extend their will. King Adolf. People fervently shouted the name of the hero, their voices tearing through the air, shaking the entire Fishman Island. Men, women, and children all were stirred up. Compared to the first public gathering, this one had much more grandeur and was even more shocking. On the highest platform stood Adolf, surrounded below by the 3 admirals soaking in the seawater, with orderly Fishman warriors in the outer circle. They stepped on the faces of the Navy, intensifying the atmosphere. Hey, at this rate, you might as well just kill us. This is too embarrassing. Kizaru felt uncomfortable. He was just a worker clocking out. Did he really deserve such humiliation? Akiji, often slacking off, also looked bad, floating in the seawater, limbs spread out in a star shape, with bubbles completely transparent. It was truly shameful. Akainu's face was even darker, his face being ground into the dirt. The so-called heroes for the second time are merely ordinary people who have mustered their courage. Ordinary people can shine, and that light can become a torch. Those warriors who fought alongside me, you are brave, fearless, and protect your homeland. You are also heroes. Each of you should be remembered. He had never been involved in a pyramid scheme, but he had consumed too much motivational talk. From childhood to adulthood, everyone encouraged him to work hard. finding every way to push him to strive, yet no one ever asked if he was tired. He was fed up, but for this world. He was simply a king among kings. Hero. An infinite sense of pride and emotion rose in the hearts of all the warriors. He understood them. He truly understood them. They were also heroes who fought with their lives, not some nameless foot soldiers, and certainly not cannon fodder. Adolf looked at the warriors with emotion, as long as it can resonate and have a positive impact. Even chicken soup is a nourishing broth. Strength comes not just from the violence of muscles, but from a person's inner self. The cohesion of a nation stems from the recognition within each individual's heart. Nothing is more direct than violence, and nothing is more enduring than thought. Additional rules: 2 updates daily, with an overall reading completion rate averaging 10 for 1 additional update, 15 for 1 additional update, and 20 for 1 additional update, and so on. I asked my older brothers and sisters not to skip. Excessive content can be quickly scrolled through. Gifts for additional updates. 200 for love to generate an additional chapter, which is free and only takes a few seconds of everyone's time. I beg you. Finally, foster father in a loud voice. This ocean is so vast, 1,000 times wider than the islands. Yet we only have a population of 5 million, which is too few. We are the darlings of the sea, born as mythical beasts. If there were 500 million or 5 billion people, how many genius strong individuals would emerge? Would the world government dare to destroy us? They would tremble before us. Now, encouraging childbirth, giving birth to 10 children can nominate a glorious home, and the mother will be honored as a heroic mother, receiving a medal of honor, respected by all. The birth of every small life is the inheritance of great will. The growth of every child is our shared responsibility, and the state will bear all education and living costs for every child. I, Adolf, will be responsible for everyone. Adolf clenched his fist and pounded his chest, exuding an unwavering sense of responsibility. That reliable figure is worthy of trust. The Sea Tribe is not a race with reproductive difficulties. There are countless families with many children, and with the vast resources of the ocean, how could they not support them? As the saying goes, even a breeding boar on the throne can pass the level. Completely not needing to be smart, just having a good kidney is enough. Isn't this the responsibility that readers dream of? To stand tall for the rise of a nation. What great righteousness, 10 children per family. Isn't that too much? Can they really afford it? Fool! Have you forgotten the food that King Adolf brought back before? Seaweed piled up half the square, several thousand-meter-long sea kings. How could they not support them? The previous royal family didn't care about whether we had enough to eat and wear. But King Adolf is different. He cares about each and every one of us. If he had become the king of Fishman Island earlier, things like Fishman Street would never have happened. Wasn't he at King Neptune who trained our survival skills? Who? Did they get paid? Is there still someone trying to whitewash this? He really. Crying. The crowd discussed, growing more and more in admiration. And the more they spoke, the more they highlighted Adolf's brilliance. They truly saw the broad road to standing on top of the world. It was direct and bright. This got everyone excited. After the banquet, shouldn't there be a great battle? Who would want to? We must strive to be a glorious family. A model for childbirth. A model for childbirth? Ha ha ha. Together, together. Together? You guys. Hey, don't play too perverted. If it's this comfortable to stand at the top of the world, wouldn't every man work even harder after hearing this? Even at 80, they still want to have some fun with their partners. They're also shy women, but with so many like this, it's still a sacred and glorious mission. And gradually, they loosened up and accepted it generously. Of course, this also has to do with the customs of Fishman Island. Living in the sea, most clothes are just 2 pieces and still made of shells, so they wouldn't be that conservative. When every household has 7 or 8 children in the future, you, the only child, will be bullied and won't find any help instead. You'll be the odd one out. A great country must have great people. A great nation must create a great country. Because of you all, every person who loves this country, we will stand at the top of the world. We will expand our population from 5 million to 5 billion. At that time, what navy, what world government, humans will all be a minority, and what justice will they execute? The World Conference will no longer be needed. Everyone can come to the Sea Tribe channel to seek justice and complain. They are numerous. They are powerful. As long as there are 100 million people paying attention, they can influence the fate of a kingdom. At that time, their reasoning will be the reasoning of the world. This guy, we all underestimated him. If Kizaru gets serious, even if we really destroy Fishman Island, Their rise will only be a matter of time. This is the royal way, unstoppable, just like the fish in the sea that can never be completely killed, unless we concentrate them and kill them all beforehand. Akainu was extremely serious. Aside from that, he couldn't think of any other way. When we came to Fishman Island, they had already left. Akiji said. The three admirals fell silent. They couldn't think of any way to stop it. Everything was just a matter of time, and the final result couldn't be changed. The world's geography and living environment destined the world to belong to them. Instead, Yahim and Neptune beside them suddenly fell to chill. They suddenly thought of concentrating signatures and the matter of migrating to the surface. ISNT, that just concentrating all the people of Fishman Island. Jinbei glanced deeply at Yahim, saying nothing. Changing the situation was not worth discussing. The celebration banquet began. Cheers for the new birth. Cheers for the Sea Tribe. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted passionately, then drank it all down. The celebration banquet officially began. Some Miss Fish were singing joyfully, while others danced dreamily. There were warriors bragging about their bravery on the battlefield and wrestling matches for entertainment. Countless people sang and danced together, with the entire Fishman Island participating. Sherry, you should join the banquet too, Adolf said to Sherry. Feeding you is my task at the banquet. Sherry happily held the milk bottle, her cold and elegant personality revealing a flush of excitement, her crescent shark tail swaying continuously. The goddess is aloof, only towards those she doesn't like or look down upon. If you want this, then I want to be polite. Just serve me by my side. Adolf took the opportunity to hold her in his arms. A man full of passion-liking beauty is nothing to be ashamed of. As a king, he doesn't need to hide. This is called being sexually bold, encouraging childbirth. As a king, he naturally has to lead by example. If others have 10 children, shouldn't he and the queen start with at least 100? Dragon Palace is so big, of course, he can't do anything in public. Some image still needs to be maintained. But before he could drink a few cups of comforting milk, Yahim came over with a bottle of wine. A few days ago, I was here collecting signatures, almost leading Fishman Island to destruction, and I was abandoned by everyone here. Today, a few days later, you lead Fishman Island to a new life and hold this grand celebration banquet, gaining the support of everyone. She leaned drunkenly against Adolf, feeling emotional. Do you hate me? Adolf asked. Not hate. Although it's embarrassing and I'm sorry for Neptune, but I still want to thank you. At least Fishman Island wasn't destroyed because of me. Yahim's eyes were dreamy, looking at him through the haze of alcohol. As long as you don't hate it, your daughter, Shirahoshi, has been angry for several days. Adolf looked at Shirahoshi, who was laughing in the crowd, amused. Yahim, you're drunk. Ministers were hurried over. This is just the beginning. I'm happy, and I want to drink more. Yahim pushed Zwo away and raised her glass to Adolf. Let us have a drink. All right, then let us have a drink. Adolf happily clinked glasses with her. Wait, what is this? Why is it white? Yahim suddenly called out when she saw the liquid in the cup, snatching it to taste. This is milk. You're actually drinking milk at the banquet? Are you still a child? Her eyes widened in disbelief. That all-powerful man, who was smart and brave, was actually drinking milk? I don't really like drinking alcohol, Adolf replied helplessly. That is not acceptable. You must drink at the banquet. You are the main character today. Yahim directly poured out the wine and filled Adolf's glass with her bottle of wine. Adolf, come drink. How can a man not drink? Neptune laughed and urged. Drinking milk at sea will get you laughed at. You're our king. Jinbei also joked. I do have to compensate for what S spilled. Adolf looked regretfully at the ground, helplessly raising his glass to clink it. What is so good about wine? It's nowhere near as delicious as comforting milk, which you can savor in your mouth. He really couldn't understand why they liked drinking alcohol and took pride in it. Come drink, cheers. They drank it all in one go. Yahim, completely drunk, ran up on stage to sing like a wild child. She even pulled Adolf up to sing with her, showing terrible drinking manners. He wanted to teach Yahim a lesson right there, but in public he still gave her this face. The crowd below also started to cheer along. Adolf couldn't help it. The celebration banquet was too disappointing, so he could only start singing. The wind blows against me. I spread my wings, fearless, turning distractions into ashes, waiting for my triumphant return. The song erupted with an incredibly high voice, as if entering a moment of war, and everyone felt the impending arrival of battle. But the song was filled with heroic spirit, fearless, turning distractions into ashes, waiting for his triumphant return, just like at this moment, a peerless king. As a game song, the lyrics are not suitable here, so they are directly modified. Boom became smoother and more passionate as he sang. Even the Conqueror's haki surged with emotions. As dark clouds rolled over Fishman Island and dark red lightning flashed. But it couldn't compare to his war song, completely relegated to the background. This scene was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. That towering, powerful, invincible, unparalleled king. The rules for updates: 2 updates daily. With an average overall completion rate reaching 10 for 1 additional update, reaching 15 for 1 additional update, 20 for 1 additional update, and so on. Please, brothers and sisters, do not skip. Excessive content can be quickly skimmed over. I humbly request gifts for additional updates. 200 for a free chapter, wasting everyone a few seconds. I beg you. Lastly, foster father, very loudly. My left arm was lost in the deep sea. Those damned fish. Figaland Kalen was extremely angry, clutching his left arm. In his youth, whether fighting against Whitebeard or rocks, he had never sustained such a severe injury, nor had he felt so humiliated. He ended up fleeing in a panic. Losing an arm, even the garbage pirates behind Whitebeard wouldn't leave scars. Yet he broke his left arm while fleeing? A shame, a tremendous shame. Kalen couldn't bear it. What's wrong with you? Doctor, quick, call a doctor. Get lost. Back in the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The guards looked at the one-armed Figaland Kalen in horror. With so many people witnessing, it was utterly humiliating. It even made him think of the scene where Akainu made headlines during the Wano War. It was unimaginable that such a disgraceful sight would be seen by the entire world, likely causing him to lose his teeth from laughter. Kalen, what happened underwater? The 5 elders were shocked. Even the commander of the Knights of God had turned into this? Figaland Kalen gritted his teeth in shame and anger, unwilling to mention it, but such a huge defeat couldn't go unexplained. It was that guy Adolf. His strength exceeded all our expectations, thriving in the sea, while we, with the slightest misstep, faced irreversible doom. At first, Sakazuki took the initiative to accept the provocation to catch him, but fell into a trap. It wasn't Sakazuki who caught him, but Adolf who caught Sakazuki. Kazan surrendered voluntarily for the remaining navy. His strength is very strong, already not weaker than us. While we faced significant limitations in the deep sea, especially those with fruit powers. Although this is a simple recounting, the 5 elders could tell from his severed arm just how formidable Adolf's strength was, and they could imagine Akainu's unwillingness when facing Adolf. As the top-tier powerhouse of the sea, he ended up failing because of the weakness of fruit users. It was indeed frustrating. Both Sakazuki and Kuzan were captured. This situation was no longer simple. Contact Sengoku. Have him come for a meeting. The 5 elders were extremely serious, unable to casually mention the destruction of Fishman Island. No, let's have a video conference. If those fish down below notice that Sengoku is on the warship, that guy Adolf will likely come immediately, and Sengoku will be in grave danger. Figaland Kalen said in a deep voice. Is it that dangerous, even on the surface? The 5 elders frowned. That guy's attacks are primarily water-based, too restraining against ability users. If he shatters the warship, Sengoku will be doomed too. Although they were reluctant to admit it, that fish indeed possessed the ability to threaten them in the sea. Figaland Kalen was certain of Adolf's strength. Then let's have a video conference. The 5 elders quickly decided and set up the video conference. Sengoku, Sakazuki, and Kuzan have already been captured by Adolf. The 5 elders said directly upon meeting, causing Sengoku to tremble, lowering his head heavily. I just contacted Borsalino, but couldn't reach him. Later, other warships reported that they were attacked by the Fishman forces and have now all sunk to the sea. Borsalino is likely defeated as well. Sengoku felt an immense weight. This news also made the 5 elders' pupils' contract, falling into complete silence. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Even the air felt oppressive. Just a single battle, the Navy's highest fighting force, the 3 admirals, 40,000 elite troops from headquarters, all perished in the deep sea. What loss? Even if the Whitebeard pirates, Bigman pirates, and Kaido pirates teamed up to launch a major battle against the Navy, it wouldn't cause such heavy casualties. Not even during the battle on God Island against rocks had it been this severe. It was too fast, so fast that we couldn't react at all. In the deep sea environment, a mistake meant defeat. At this moment, the 5 elders had to reevaluate the sea, reevaluate the deep sea. It did not belong to them, especially the ability users. Even more terrifying was that from the moment we entered the deep sea, we had been under his calculations. After only 1/3 of the journey, we almost sank to the bottom of the sea before even seeing Adolf. If he had a little more time to prepare, as he said, there probably wouldn't even need to be a battle. Everyone would be blown to death at the bottom of the sea. Fiegel and Kalen felt terrified. Bury a few hundred boxes of explosives where the ice ship crashed? Are you a devil? Not giving way out, huh? The Golden Lion almost lost a battle due to a storm, turning himself into a ship's rudder rooster. The deep-sea environment is far more extreme than a storm. Even if you're not an ability user, falling into an explosion means drowning. When water enters the respiratory tract, lungs, throat, and trachea, it basically means the end. Even the best hockey won't help. Rayleigh also faced a maritime disaster. 5 elders. I have already said to carefully consider the matter of Fishman Island. Now that the 3 admirals have been captured, you must take responsibility for this matter and find every possible way to rescue them. Otherwise, the Navy will only be able to withdraw from the New World and maintain the status quo for a long time. Sengoku roared angrily, speaking to the 5 elders without holding back. Sengoku, watch your tone. The science defense god reprimanded. Humph. Sengoku snorted coldly, refusing to back down, continuing to say, this battle's outcome will soon spread. At that time, those guys in the New World will likely be unable to sit still. The most important thing is still Fishman Island. Not only Adolf, but this battle has already demonstrated the combat power of the Fishman forces. If he truly leads the Fishman forces to attack the warships, we will have a hard time moving forward. Think carefully, 5 elders. This is no longer just a matter of face. It's a real loss for our Navy, and retaliation would be even worse. You don't need to explain this to us. The legal defense god said coldly. If it weren't for this matter being entirely their responsibility, Sengoku wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. This matter doesn't need to be reported. There is no need to change the bounty. This matter will soon pass, and even Fishman Island will completely disappear. The environmental marshal god seems to have made some kind of decision. But do the fish in the deep sea think they can act recklessly just because they're in the depths? It's time for the world to recognize the power of the world government. The agricultural marshal god said grimly. The world government's 800 years of rule is unshakable. The financial marshal god added. The phone call ended, and in the Navy headquarters office, Sengoku was also furious. These high and mighty bastards. I hope you can really do it. Where's Carp? Vice Admiral Carp is supposed to be on leave back in the East Sea, his aide said cautiously. Bang. Get him back immediately, you bastards. You're all driving me insane. Sengoku could no longer hold back and smashed the office desk with his palm. His superiors are idiots, his subordinates are useless, his comrades are like ghosts, and only opponents are like gods. And he has only been a marshal for a few days? Are they all here to annoy him? Indeed, he was laughed at. This chapter is a bonus update of 15, just a little short of averaging 20. Please skip the chapter's adoptive father. Dad, is that you, Dad? Hey, who is this submitting something? We're busy right now, totally swamped. My name is Adolf. Adolf? The God Slayer, Adolf. The mermaid, Adolf? The person on the other end of the line suddenly exclaimed, wait a minute. President, it's Adolf calling. The one we're gathering intelligence on. What? He actually called himself. Hurry, give me the phone. Morgans couldn't wait to grab the phone. I'm Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency. The expression on the phone bug changed to an excited and frenzied grin. The fact that you can still call me means you won, right? Fishman Island won. Yes, a complete victory. 40,000 Navy Headquarters elites. 15,000 casualties. 25,000 captured. All imprisoned in the sea prison. Adolf's lips curled slightly. Quick, write this down. The reporter next to him hurriedly took out his notebook to record. Morgan's eyes were fervently excited. At this moment, he was more thrilled than anyone. And then, what happened to Admirals Akainu and Akiji? Were they captured? Did they escape? Or did you kill them? Adolf's mouth curved into a smile as he said, the Navy's top 3 admirals, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino, have all been captured. What? The 3 admirals. The Navy's 3 admirals have all been deployed. And they've all been captured alive? Haha, big news. Shocking news that will rock the world. Morgans laughed wildly, his eyes shining. You came to me because you want to expose this war, right? No problem, and I won't charge a single cent. This is shocking news that will send ripples across the entire sea. Can you send a few photos? Just a few will do, preferably one with a dead body. Dead bodies grab attention. Don't worry, besides the 3 admirals, there's also the world government God Knights commander, Fegelin Gallant Saint. What? You even captured the commander of the God Knights. Morgans was stunned. Amazing. This is a super news that will shake the world government. I was planning to exaggerate a bit, but I didn't expect the reality to be even more exaggerated. Even the legendary commander of the God Knights. Excited, his entire bird body trembled, his mouth quivering uncontrollably, completely exhilarated. No, we didn't capture him. That guy used a special move as a decoy to escape. We only severed one of his arms, which is currently on display at Fishman Island. Adolf said regretfully. They have reached an irreconcilable point with the celestial dragons of the world government. If they can kill, they will absolutely kill. Directly reducing the enemy's combat power is the way to go. Even so, this is still a century-defining news. This is the biggest news since Pirate King Roger, truly affecting the whole world. The Navy's prestige and the world government's authority will suffer unprecedented blows. Even the world situation will be influenced by you. You will be the first man to officially declare war against the world government and the celestial dragons. Morgans was excited to the point of frenzy, his whole body filled with passion. Since you're so interested in this kind of thing, why not come to Fishman Island? The real big news is coming next, declaring war on the world government, Adolf said, slightly seriously. Oh, what other big news is there? The execution of the 3 admirals. Morgan squinted, seemingly trying to stretch his gaze away from the transponder snail. Execution of the celestial dragons? Morgan's pupils contracted, and he was momentarily speechless. The entire newsroom fell silent, pens dropping from their hands. Ha ha ha, leave it to me. I believe you will definitely become a world-changing figure in the future. No, you are already a significant person, truly affecting the world, surpassing Monkey D. Dragon, the man who truly makes the world government fear and poses a threat to them. You yourself are shocking news for the world. Ha ha ha. Morgans threw his head back and laughed uncontrollably, completely lost in madness. Adolf's lips curled slightly as he remained silent. You guys, head to Fishman Island immediately. It's a moment in history that we, as journalists, must witness. Yes, President. Hey, don't forget about the report. Adolf reminded. Don't worry, future ruler of the seas. We can work on the way and then fax it to printing houses around the world, ensuring it reaches everyone as quickly as possible. Morgans elegantly performed the salute, unable to contain his excitement, even though the transponder snail couldn't provide feedback. Ruler of the seas? I say, let's skip the strange title. Godslayer is also your style, right? Adolf sighed, knowing that Luffy becoming the 5th emperor was entirely his achievement. This is a title, and it will become a reality. The fishmen living in the sea have the ability to determine the navigation of the seas. Morgans grinned, firmly believing in the arrival of that moment. Then I'll trouble you with the newspaper. I'll send over the photos and the relevant process. Adolf's lips curled slightly. The world government wanted to conceal the report, but wouldn't he take the initiative? Didn't he understand the importance of controlling public opinion? Morgans looked at the stack of photos in his hand, growing more excited. So many. Which one should I choose for the cover? The 3 admirals being captured? No. Figureland Garling is the commander of the God Knights, directly under the world government, and also a celestial dragon. His identity is more important than the 3 admirals. So tangled, every single one is a heavyweight photo. There are images of battles with the 3 admirals, as well as scenes of them being defeated and captured, like Adolf lifting Akainu by the hand, and also images of the 3 admirals being submerged in seawater. There are scenes of battles with Figureland Garling and even shots of him escaping, losing an arm, and even a close-up of the severed arm, and 25,000 Navy prisoners. In the entire Fishman army, there are specific troops that record battles using the transponder snails. The battle of public opinion is also a battlefield. The 5 elders don't understand? Does he still not understand? So in his eyes, Morgans is also a strategically important figure. Adolf, as a witness of the era. Let me give you a gift. Morgans was exhilarated, picking up another photo, which was not any photo sent by Adolf. He had already decided to create momentum for Adolf. No, it should be called creating momentum, but rather reporting the facts. What worse generation, what see emperor, for emperors and 5 emperors? It's too boring. Pirates are ultimately just pirates. How can those corner guys compare to Adolf? This is the man who truly influences the world. Next will be King of the Sea Adolf, an era for one person. So this photo is the most suitable for the cover. In the morning, the light of the sun shone in the legendary and dreamlike Fishman Island and Dragon Palace, on the huge shell-like soft bedding. Violet woke up in a daze. Looking at the sky-blue, dreamlike mermaid beside her, memories of all the craziness that had happened before flooded her mind. As the greatest contributor behind this battle, she certainly deserves a good reward. So they stirred up a storm above the sea together. A set, the King of the Sea's secret art, sending her soaring to the sky island, watching the beauty of the clouds rising and falling, revealing the enchanting red glow. You're awake. Adolf spoke softly with a magnetic tone. Violet lay on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Then I'll have to trouble you to stay on Fishman Island for a while, for confidentiality. You can't meet anyone else, just stay in the secret room. Sorry, your ability is too important, but you don't have the ability to protect yourself. Adolf hugged tightly with an apology. Things that are kept secret can lead to failure if leaked. Everyone who plays games knows about the cheating software that makes everything transparent. Leaving no place to hide, all efforts become a joke, turning into a trap that buries oneself. But if others find out, the effect will be halved, and it will put Violetta in danger. If I announce it loudly, I'm also afraid that the Dressrosa Kingdom will face retaliation, not to mention that on Fishman Island, you will accompany me, right? Every day, Violetta said cautiously, a strange blush appearing on her face. Of course, every day. Adolf smiled. Compared to Hancock, Violetta is not considered a beauty, but her figure is equally stunning, and her bold and fiery charm is very alluring. There's a saying that goes, defeat. I want to stay on Fishman Island too. Hancock leaned over, looking at him with a charming gaze. The phrase is keeping a beauty in a golden house, sharing a bed, inseparable, pampered day and night, all popped into his mind, making his head feel sweet and bubbly, completely immersed in the ocean of love. This won't do. You are the emperor of the Daughter Kingdom, possessing great potential. Staying here will only bury your talents. I will specially open an entrance to the Dragon Palace. And at that time, you and your sisters can come to play anytime using the Sea Beast car from Dragon Palace. I will also go to the Daughter Kingdom, since that is indeed the holy land in the hearts of men. Adolf gently stroked her hair to comfort her. Hancock regrettably lay down. It takes 4 to 5 days by warship from Amazon Lily to reach the Calm Belt, and even longer to get to Fishman Island. Traveling by Sea Beast carriage takes about a day. Well, it is possible to specially cultivate high-speed Sea Beast carriages for long distances, like the Flying Fish, aiming to arrive in half a day. Amazon Lily is 500 kilometers away from Fishman Island, Violet suddenly said. 500 kilometers. Adolf was a bit surprised. Yes, it's already beyond the range of the stare fruit. I only realized this when I was on the 9-snake pirate ship between the two. Violet said. The width of the red line is about 500 kilometers, and it is 50,000 meters above sea level, with Mariewa almost directly above Fishman Island. Below sea level 10,000 meters is the Sunshine Cave, where Fishman Island is located. This is the space where the sun tree Eve shines, and the huge cave exceeds 200,000 meters from top to bottom, which is incredibly large. I discovered over 100 large sea kings, Violet said, bringing her hand to her mouth, allowing him to see the entire terrain with his own eyes. The 10,000 meters below sea level is just the location of the space where Fishman Island is. It does not mean that Fishman Island is only 10,000 meters deep. A large sea king exceeds 5,000 meters, and at a depth of 10,000 meters. Not to mention gathering together. Even those with legs would bounce and hit the wall, which is quite amusing. The sea in this world is very deep. Exceeding 100 kilometers is quite normal, that is 100,000 meters. Fishman Island is about 200 kilometers away from Mariewa. This distance is manageable. But with the red line in between, the observation hockey can't reach there. However, we can see their every move with the stare fruit. We know what the warships are going out to do. Adolf nodded in satisfaction. I have already monitored that the 5 elders are preparing to send the real power of the world government to exterminate Fishman Island, Violet said. Real power? The Knights of God, Adolf instantly thought. Violet nodded, but they are waiting for a named Bruno, who has the Door fruit, seemingly preparing to use this fruit's ability to come directly from Mariewa to Fishman Island. The Door fruit. Adolf's expression became serious. The Door fruit opens doors, allowing direct access to Fishman Island, which would undoubtedly be a catastrophe. With the individual combat power of the Knights of God, each one has the ability to completely destroy the entire Fishman Island. If the entire Knight Brigade mobilizes and directly lands on the island, he alone would have no means to resist. Hancock, wait for me to bring the dynamite rock to Fishman Island. You need to, and I want to send these back at the moment they open the door. Then use your ability to turn the sea prism stone into steel balls attached to the dynamite rock canister. And let us see who destroys whom. Adolf immediately made a decision. One must be ruthless to stand firm. The power of the rock suit and the sea tower stone can break magic and armor. Let's see who can withstand it. Hancock nodded, seeing his seriousness. Violet, do you know what Bruno is like? Yes, the 5 elders have his photo and file. Violet nodded. Good. Notify me immediately when Bruno appears. They will definitely report to the 5 elders from the lift and the reaction of the Knights of God. Keep an eye on these places. Adolf instructed. Without the perspective hack, this would be like a destruction falling from the sky, and there would be no time to react. King Adolf, your phone bug is ringing. Sherry entered with a blush. This scene is thrilling. Adolf looked at Sherry, whose ability to foresee the future was equally extraordinary. He certainly didn't mind Sherry knowing about Violet's existence. On the contrary, he needed Sherry to take care of Violet's daily needs. Although the original text had only a few brief mentions, he had a general understanding of her character and trusted Mrs. Sherry very much. Brew, brew, brew. Hello? Who? Adolf answered the call. It's me, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo exclaimed excitedly. It's you. Have you already found out the results of the war? Is that old bird really that efficient? Adolf lay down, with Violet in his left hand and Hancock in his right, admiring the coldly beautiful mermaid, Lady Charlie. The Navy's forces didn't return as I guessed. Now that the call has connected, it means you won. Haha, it's truly unbelievable. Even the 3 admirals of the Navy couldn't take you down, but instead suffered losses at the bottom of the sea. It's simply amazing. Once the news spreads, the entire ocean will tremble for you, and the world will go crazy for you. King of the Sea, Adolf Doflamingo laughed wildly, more excited than during the New Year. His desire was to drag those high and mighty celestial dragons down to the dust, to have them bury their faces in the mud and taste the flavor of despair, to make them regret. And now he saw that this deep-sea vehicle was completely immobilized. Correct. How could it be? The Navy's top combat power was all left at the bottom of the sea? Defeated by Adolf. Behind Doflamingo, the family executives all showed expressions of disbelief. The guy who bought shells from them back then, they were still thinking about blackmailing him. A sense of relief arose. They almost lost their lives. Once, GOLD, Roger circled the globe, completing the journey of the Grand Line, known as the Pirate King. He also ushered in the era of great pirates just before his death. And now, the fame, power, strength, and achievements you possess. Undoubtedly, you are the king of this sea, and over time, everyone will think so. Don't you want to? To dominate this sea, to rule the entire world, to become a true king. Doflamingo grinned, revealing extreme ambition and madness. Even if this person is not him, he still goes crazy for the upcoming era that will go wild. I said, don't compare me to pirates, even to that Pirate King Roger. Adolf was at his feet. Ha ha ha. So even the Pirate King Roger is just a pirate in your mouth? Ha ha. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh wildly. The so-called era of great pirates is merely an excuse to lure greedy hearts in the name of treasure. A group of notorious sea trash, obtaining wealth through burning, killing, and plundering, no matter how good the rhetoric, cannot conceal the ugliness in their hearts and the fact that they harm others at will. Even if the greatest evil is the world government, their oppression and exploitation force them, it does not excuse the wrongdoing of these pirates themselves. Adolf has no admiration for Roger, let alone worship. Even Rayleigh had to hide his true thoughts during the early days of his business to seek some investment. But that doesn't mean he has much fondness for Rayleigh. Karp stated that although he is a Navy officer, he cannot hate Roger as a person, which is why he agreed to take care of Ace. It's complete nonsense. The great pirate era has turned so many people into pirates. And how many innocent civilians have been killed and plundered? If you say children are innocent and newborns are not at fault, that can be debated. But because of Roger, is that considered justice? It's not right for a Navy officer to have such thoughts. As expected, you want to take his place. Doflamingo laughed loudly, his beady eyes and the fiery bird frame revealing madness. What is the world government? Adolf scoffed. Feudalism is nothing in front of centralization. Let alone this doesn't even count as feudalism. He wants to lead the fishmen to conquer a vast territory, unify the language and transportation, and unify the world. All right, enough small talk. Get the remaining 200,000 cannonballs over here quickly. Don't make me come and hurry you myself. Adolf interrupted. The premise of black eating black is not following the rules and a disparity in strength. We still have many businesses to do. Fishman Island is in the deep sea and needs countless surface resources, all of which I can provide. Just pay with the water of life. They won against the Navy. Doflamingo would have to be really bold to default on payment. As long as you understand, I also hope our cooperation can go smoothly. Adolf doesn't mind cooperating with Doflamingo, as long as he remains strong enough to keep Doflamingo in check. Given Fishman Island's current situation, few merchants dare to do business with them openly. And even a steel nail needs to be imported. You know the risks of cooperating with you, right? I need you to provide me with protection to withstand the pressure from the world government and the Navy. Doflamingo directly sought a protector. What do you take me for? To be a pirate's protector? But does the world government dare to stop others from doing business with me because they think Fishman Island is easy to bully? Adolf directly rejected it and would never let Doflamingo cause trouble under his banner. He, the Justice King of the Sea, the world government has truly found a worthy opponent. No wonder they don't take Pirate King Roger seriously. After all, a pirate king is just a pirate king, not someone who can take the world stage. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh, realizing what Adolf's decision meant. This was exactly what he wanted to see. The Sea King, Adolf, Monet, Luga, and the members of his family looked at Doflamingo with fear, as well as at the expression of the snail phone with Adolf's face. The disdain in their words. Calling the pirate king a mere petty thief? How arrogant. You stabbed me once, and I accepted it, but the price should drop with the quantity sold. This isn't being sold to top-tier powerhouses like Whitebeard. There aren't that many wealthy people in the world. Doflamingo grinned, looking every bit the savvy businessman. But if this person weren't Adolf, he would have gone up and grabbed the other's neck to interrogate him, taking full control of the water of life. Who would do business with you then? The price should indeed drop with quantity. The universal medicine will also become a specialty that Fishman Island is known for. So let's set the price for the water of life at 10 million proportion, Adolf thought. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment. A 100-fold drop. Family members couldn't help but complain. The previous 1 billion was too harsh. I will set a unified standard, build my own factory, and sell finished medicine. And you're just my sales channel. But make it clear that this is the water of life from Fishman Island, the universal medicine. Also, be nicer to buyers of Fishman Island products. You can charge a higher price and run a black market if you want, since everyone understands that pirate stores operate like that. But don't overcharge me, and don't use Fishman Island's products to rip people off. Do you understand the image? We are the mermaids of dreams, the darlings of the sea. Adolf couldn't help but remind. What if the panacea doesn't work? Doesn't work? If it doesn't work, that's your problem. Do you dare to tell Doflamingo that it's his medicine that's the problem? For the sake of the shop's reputation, he would certainly help you solve the problem, such as dealing with the person who raised the issue. Adolf is afraid of this. You don't even ask and just directly take someone out. Isn't that him taking the blame? In today's business wars, it's not the high-end play that scares people, but the flashy play. And even more so when your own teammates do something stupid. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment, because he wasn't a serious businessman at all. An intermediary in the underground world. An arms dealer. What violations or exorbitant profits does he manage? But, okay, only you, Adolf, can make me follow the rules, as long as you understand. Also let the user of the stone fruit in your family come to Fishman Island as soon as possible. I need his power, even if it's a loan. 1 billion berries for 2 months. Adolf said directly. Pika. Doflamingo looked back at Pika and his family, instantly thinking about the stone fruit ability. I understand. Then hurry up and transport the ammunition here, Doflamingo said, and hung up the call. Watching the young master hang up the phone, the family members began to speak boldly. Doflamingo, Adolf, and the world government are in a life-and-death struggle. Won't getting too close provoke the world government's dissatisfaction? The snot-nosed trouble was worried. Young master, the new newspaper. Monet handed a newspaper to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, couldn't help but let out a sinister and crazy laugh after reading the newspaper. Finally, someone in this sea has challenged the supreme divine authority. The decaying old era will welcome a new order, and only the final victor can define justice. At this crossroads of changing times, everyone must choose sides. Will it be to defend the hegemony of the old era, or to find their place in the new era? We are really lucky, chosen by the times. Everyone, come with me to witness the dawn of the new era. Board the ship that breaks the waves. Kaido, today's newspaper is all heavy news. Play Queen rushed in with a newspaper. There's news every day in this world. What happened now? Beast Kaido, holding a wine gourd, didn't take care, at his level as the Emperor of the Sea. There is hardly anything that can grab his attention anymore. Suddenly, he remembered to ask, didn't the Navy fleet attack Fishman Island yesterday? Why haven't I heard any news at all? Did that brat Adolf hang up? I still want to drink with him. Boss, this is the report about him. It's really something. The evaluations in the newspaper surpass even Pirate King Roger. Play Queen excitedly gestured. Surpass Roger? What are these kids making up? There should be a limit to sensationalism. Beast Kaido cursed while flipping through the newspaper, and when he saw the cover, he couldn't hold back anymore. That brat Adolf looks a bit like a man now, but what else with this title? What else with the headline? Isn't it too arrogant? Cover photo. In the surging waves resembling a doomsday catastrophe, Adolf is surrounded by conquerors' hockey. Quite a powerful photo. But apart from that, there are no three admirals as embellishments, nor is there a backdrop of Admiral Akainu, because it's no longer needed. Headline, Pirate King? No, Sea King title. Sea King Adolf actually calls the Pirate King a Thief King. Damn, how dare he belittle us pirates. Next time I see him, he is going to pay for it. Hey, isn't this conquerors' hockey? This is the new world where strong people gather. And those with conquerors' hockey are as common as fish crossing the river. What is so special about it? Fool, this is called hockey coiling. Only strong ones like Boss Kaido can master this ultimate move. Alright, let us wait until we read further. You'll all be quiet when you see the rest. In the entire banquet hall, powerful pirates looked at the newspaper in disgust. And when they saw the rest, they indeed fell silent, or rather, they opened their mouths in shock, but couldn't make sound. As the newspaper flipped, the more they looked, the more shocked they became, completely showing expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Captured 25,000. Captured 3 admirals alive. The commander of the Knights of God escaped with a severed arm. And in 10 days, they're going to execute a celestial dragon? This can't be real. One more exaggerated than the other. I must still be dreaming. I still remember the scene of Brother Gene fighting with the yellow monkey. It was earth-shattering and scared me to pee on the spot. And this guy actually captured all 3 admirals alive. Smack. Bang. Why are you hitting me? It's real, my palm still hurts. My face hurts even more, you idiot. No one paid attention to these 2 fools. All eyes were on the newspaper. There are even photos. Capturing 3 admirals alive is real. Flame Disaster Gene said with a calm expression. Looking at the photo, the celestial dragon has had 2 legs chopped off, and the execution should also be real. What a crazy man. Drought Jack looked at his own bloodline. Even if Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akainu dared to approach, but this man, he realized he wasn't worthy of provoking. Fishman Island is under the sea. As long as you destroy the ship, even the strongest abilities will be done for. Using seawater is not surprising. But to achieve this degree and provoke the world government is not something an ordinary man can do. Black Maria became interested. A tall and sexy beauty, enchanting and charming. With a variety of styles, her long golden hair styled in a victory bun, a pair of emerald green eyes, snow-white skin. With a pair of red long horns on her head, wearing pearl earrings, using a knife as a hairpin, and a black low-cut kimono with floral patterns. In short, an 8-foot-tall woman with an island country style, seductively voluptuous, and stunningly beautiful. The truly bold part is that he dares to execute celestial dragons and report it openly. This is a declaration of war against the world government. No wonder he dares to say he surpasses Roger. I'm increasingly inclined to drink with him. Kaido laughed heartily, appreciating it more and more. If it were anyone else, he would pick up his spike club and ask, what kind of king do you want to become? But this achievement, to publicly execute celestial dragons? He poured himself a drink and toasted, you are the true king. If the world government does not respond, they will lose face. But if they act and get defeated again, not only will they lose troops, but they also lose face. No, they've already lost face now. Flame Disaster Gene was especially pleased. This guy always manages to come up with new tricks. The world government must be in big trouble. Hahaha, let us see how they handle it now. Waiting for them to embarrass themselves. Other pirates mockingly laughed. As long as it makes the Navy and the world government uneasy, they are happy to see it. Such a great talent. I really want to recruit him. Even if it means making him the vice captain, I wouldn't mind. Kaido thought happily, his desire for talent burning. Then we will have the entire Fishman Island as our underwater combat power, plus Adolf leading us. We will be invincible, boss. Everyone dreamily encouraged. Boss, let me go invite him to join the crew. Ivory Jack volunteered. Do you want to get beaten to death underwater, Jack? Plate Queen slapped Jack on the shoulder. Such a man will never be satisfied being second to others. Give it up. Black Maria shrugged, her off-shoulder kimono swaying. The upper half spectacular. Boss, if we recruit him, we will have to face the world government directly. Flame Disaster Gene said calmly. That's really a headache. Kaido drank, not wanting to bring up the recruitment matter again. Boss Kaido, let us go check out Fishman Island too. It must be very lively there. Everyone started suggesting. Kaido. What kind of appearance is it to cheer for others? Kaido immediately cursed. He was stubborn and loved to cause trouble, shouting every day that he wanted to commit suicide to bring some excitement to the world, even wanting to steal a chicken during the war. But that didn't mean he was really stupid, nor did he genuinely want to give away his head. So he recognized Adolf. Even though the newspaper said he surpassed the Pirate King and claimed to be the Sea King, He didn't refute it. How could he miss such a big event? Set sail, boys. Kaido raised his kanabo, revealing excitement and madness. Huh? Didn't he say he wouldn't go to Fishman Island? Of course, he was going to trouble the Navy. Taking advantage of their insufficient manpower, he planned to dismantle the Navy bases in the New World. Oh. All the pirates became excited. Maria, you stay here. Use the Den Mushi to connect a line, just in time to watch the live broadcast. Sure, I also want to talk to that man. Black Maria happily agreed. In a corner, a white girl with red horns cautiously peeked in, overhearing their conversation about Sea King Adolf. Who is that? Can he compare to Lord Kazuki Odin? He is the real hero. Brothers, we're just 0. 5 updates away. Dad, did you see it? That guy actually declared war on the world government. Something only the crazy rocks dared to do. He also has the ambition to become the king of the world. Big laughed heartily after reading the newspaper. Rocks? Who is that? At the huge dining table, for year-old Bruley looked puzzled, and the others didn't know either. That was the great pirate who dominated the seas over 30 years ago, the overlord before Joel D. Roger became famous. Mom was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. Besides him, there were Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Shiki the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Captain John, and others. Now, Kaido was just an intern on the ship. First son, Sweet's Fruit, Parasparrow recalled solemnly. He was only 10 years old at that time. They are all famous figures now. One by one, they opened their mouths in disbelief. Then why are they gone now? I haven't even heard of them? For year-old Bruley continued to ask. Of course, they're dead, silly Bruley. Can't you see the situation with your 3 eyes? The other older kids mocked her, saying that having 3 eyes made her too much of an oddity, and she was often bullied. Bruley lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes, secretly grabbing her skirt, filled with resentment. A family should be harmonious. We can't bully family members. Big Mom sat at the dining table, completely looking like a loving mother. Yes, Mom, although she said that, in the pirate environment, not pulling out a knife at the dining table was already good enough. The Rocks Pirates disbanded 28 years ago after Rocks died. Second son, Machi Fruit. Katakuri explained for his younger siblings, I was only 8 or 9 years old at that time. Mom, this guy actually calls the Pirate King a Thief King. Looking down on us completely. Exactly. And he even claims to be the Sea King. Doesn't that mean we, the pirates, are all under his control? How arrogant. The little kids are all annoyed. This sea is full of strong people who act recklessly, so he dares to provoke the world government. Bigamum didn't care at all. If making Sengoku and Akainu kneel was for laughs, letting the Navy lose face would spread throughout the world. Then this time, it was to establish a name based on real strength, reintroducing himself to the world with extremely exaggerated achievements. Praline, you mermaids are really annoying. 17-year-old Marise looked at Praline with dissatisfaction. If you have the ability, go talk to him or capture a Marine Admiral back. 21-year-old Praline directly mocked back. TCH, what's so great about that? Praline ignored those sisters, looking curiously at the photo of the man of her same race, Sea King Adolf. Has he become this strong? And so young? Bigamum gazed at the photo of Adolf in the newspaper, fascinated by his race living in the deep sea, his young and strong body. I want to have his children. The babies must be as strong as their father. At the time of the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin was only 28 years old, sexy, beautiful, full of energy and vitality, and not at all as fat as she is now. But after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, she occupied a territory with her strong power, then lived a high-yield life every year. Coupled with the long-term high-energy food from Fishman Island, which is directly below the world government, and the Navy headquarters is also right next to Fishman Island. It was simply too close. I really can't think of how he dared to do this. 18-year-old Minister of Butter, Carrot frowned. The whole world is waiting for the world government's move. Fourth son, Owen, was particularly excited. The Navy has no extra combat power, but the world government will definitely send someone. If they don't, it won't just be a matter of losing face. If a celestial dragon is executed, it will completely shake the world government's rule. Second son, Machi Fruit, Katakuri pondered. What kind of lineup will the world government come up with? The entire God Knights? 10th son, Biscuit Fruit, Cracker, said solemnly, bringing up this organization made anyone feel uneasy. It would be best if the entire God Knights sank to the seabed. Then we would have our opportunity. 8th daughter, Mirror Fruit, Bruley, smiled wickedly, also enjoying the excitement. There is indeed a chance. Seawater is deadly for those with powers, especially in such an environment as the deep sea. Even non-powered individuals would suffocate. Adolf has a chance. 14th daughter, Squeeze Fruit, Smoothie said. Everyone, don't forget, He is a mermaid. The entire Fishman Island is a deep-sea race. If they can't fight, they can just run. It's impossible for anyone to keep a mermaid in the deep sea, right? 21st daughter, mermaid, Praline said. Everyone woke up to the realization that it seemed Fishman Island had been invincible from the start. At worst, they would just give up Fishman Island just like the pirates, would give up their base. Can they run around the world? Hahaha. From the beginning, it would never fail. No wonder he is fearless. Big MOM laughed. Mom, if he really wants to become the king of the world, he might ask for Mom's help. First son, sweet fruit, Parasparrow suddenly said. Big MOM looked over. There was only one strong person on Fishman Island, and the other strong figures that could be named were few. But their strength could not compare to the three admirals, and they were far from the same level, relying on the advantage of the sea to ensure invincibility. Wanting to ascend to the Red Line and defeat the world government was also impossible. First son, sweet fruit, Parasparrow licked his long tongue, grasping the key issue. Even looking at the whole world, only the pirate community has this many strong people, and I can also use their strength to become the pirate king. Big MOM instantly understood. With a turn of thought, she suddenly looked at Praline. Praline, you are also 18 years old, at the age to discuss marriage. Why not marry him? You are both mermaids. You must have a lot to talk about, right? But Mom, I haven't even met him, and I can't guarantee he would want to. 21st daughter, mermaid, Praline said awkwardly. He needs the strength of humans, so he will definitely be willing. This is the best husband I've found for you, both in strength and influence. You can't find anyone better in the entire sea. You must make him completely lean towards us. We are a family. Big Mom was overjoyed, completely denying her daughter's right to choose. After all, her useless daughter was merely a tool for her political marriage. All she needed to do was obediently get married. Her motherly love was only gentle towards children under 10. All right, Mom. 21-year-old mermaid Praline had no way out. Dad, quick look. This guy really made big news. Last time he took a dump on the Navy's head. This time he did it on the world government's head. How hilarious. Look. The celestial dragons had 2 legs chopped off. That's too much. And they even took photos and reported it. This is bound to infuriate the 5 elders. Is this guy trying to make me laugh to death? Now I completely admire him. King of the Sea Adolf. I admit his title now. He really led Fishman Island to resolve things on his own. And so beautifully, I bet no one expected it. The Phoenix Marco smiled, Dad. We can reclaim our flag on Fishman Island. Gulala. That kid will bring it back himself. Whitebeard laughed heartily. If it were anyone else, he would think they were an arrogant kid. Even before this newspaper, everyone in the world would have thought so. Meeting him for the first time felt extraordinary. But I didn't expect such a complete change to happen so quickly, with just one battle. The King of the Sea, who knows how far he can go, and what direction the future seas will turn. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand with emotion. After reading the newspaper, even he thought it indeed surpassed Roger. At least Roger never inflicted such a devastating defeat on the Navy, nor did he publicly execute celestial dragons, nor dared to engage in a direct war with the world government. King of the Sea Adolf. Red-haired Shanks stared at the newspaper, lost in thought. Adolf is a mermaid, and from the very beginning, he stood on an unbeatable ground. That's why he dared to confront the Navy fleet, and he succeeded. First mate Ben Beckman could see at a glance where Adolf's confidence came from. Now he was even more reckless, using celestial dragons as bait, forcing the world government to send more powerful figures to the deep sea, and then resolving them in the deep sea. Although there was a certain danger. As long as they succeeded once, it would be a rich harvest, until they devoured all fleets that ventured deep into the sea. What a crazy and bold guy. Red-haired Shanks also thought of many things in an instant. The most frightening part is that this is an open conspiracy, unless the world government can watch helplessly as their authority is damaged. First mate Ben Beckman frowned. Even he couldn't find a way to crack it. An open conspiracy. Shanks' expression darkened. Boss, are we going to Fishman Island? Chef Lachi Rune asked, holding a piece of meat with bones. No, it wouldn't help if we went. The storm that's about to happen is beyond our intervention. Red-haired Shanks shook his head. Shanks, what are you discussing? Tell me about the adventures on the sea. A boy in slippers approached with a smile. Luffy. Shanks looked at him, inexplicably thinking of the boy who ate the rubber fruit, still at this point in time. Could this be fate? Shanks, who is the mermaid in the newspaper. She looks amazing. Yuta asked upon seeing the newspaper, a fashion girl with left white and right red hair. Wearing headphones, a user of the song fruit. An ambitious person wanting to rule the world, stirring up unrest in the world, Shanks said. Another one of those annoying bad guys, they're really everywhere. Yuta expressed her annoyance. A mermaid? Do they really exist in this world? So cool. I definitely want to see them in person. Luffy laughed, gazing at the photo in the newspaper with immense admiration, completely indifferent to the content of the newspaper. Sigh. Tavern owner Makino sighed, while looking at the newspaper. What's wrong, Makino? Luffy asked. This sea is about to become chaotic again. Green-haired girl Makino felt uneasy. Don't worry, Makino. The future Pirate King will protect you. Luffy clenched his fist confidently and smiled. Impossible. You can't even beat me. Yuta crossed her arms. What? I clearly won. If Makino only felt uneasy in East Blue, then the West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, it has truly gone berserk. Gangsters and mafia, appearing in multiples beyond the original numbers. More people are going to sea to become pirates. The 40,000 troops of the Navy headquarters and the 3 admirals have no direct impact on the 4 seas. But the complete annihilation of the entire army directly leads to a collapse of deterrence. The police can't manage public order, the national credibility declines, and the number of criminals will only increase, with cold indifference being a rare quality. Not to mention the nobility and royalty, even more filthy and corrupt. The ruling class is completely rotten. Even if the Navy wants to control it, they are powerless because they can't manage the ruling class. Moreover, many in the Navy are in cahoots, wearing the cloak of Navy justice while doing things more insane than pirates. So for the people at the bottom of the world, the incident of Adolf annihilating the Navy fleet is undoubtedly a representation of evil, a symbol of the further collapse of the sea order. But in the newspaper, Adolf thoroughly clarified the causal relationship. Celestial dragons enslaved him. He escaped, then out of anger wanted to destroy the entire country, massacring the people. He is portrayed as a complete victim, who had no choice but to lead the people to resist, and even the army was hastily assembled, using kitchen knives and stones. Not a single decent weapon. Thus, the celestial dragons naturally became the villains, the embodiment of oppression and exploitation. You don't want the high ground of public opinion. That's someone else's. I originally wanted to buy you more clothes, more books. Sorry, I haven't done a single thing a mother should do. Belmir's eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to hold on with her trampled hands. That's not the case at all. I don't want anything. Please don't die. Nojiko and Nami were in tears, filled with heartache, guilt, and complete emotional breakdown. They're your daughters, right? Arlong came up from behind, looking down at the 3 of them. That's right. You must ensure not to harm these 2 children. Belmir said firmly. Clearly she could survive. But she still said these are her daughters. Of course, as long as you obediently die. Arlong grinned, cruelly stating his principles. He raised his hand and aimed a gun at Belmir's heart. Belmir, Nojiko, and Nami were in a state of collapse, pain, helplessness, and despair. Gug. At that moment, the news bird in the sky let out a clear call, simultaneously dropping a newspaper. No money needed, it's subsidized by the old bird. Kruby picked it up and flipped it, his pupils constricting as he hurriedly handed it to Arlong. Boss, quick, look at the newspaper. Arlong picked up the newspaper, and as he opened it, his pupils constricted. Ha. I originally thought Fishman Island was doomed, but didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Executing celestial dragons. Executing celestial dragons. As a fishman, this is incredibly exhilarating. He couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. Boss, what should we do now? Kruby asked. Do I even need to ask? Of course, we go back to Fishman Island. This is the boss we fishmen should follow. Brother Tiger may be a hero, but he was too weak. King of the Sea Adolf. He is our king. Aaron's face twisted into a fierce grin, laughing maniacally, even excitedly grabbing a handful of money and throwing it into the air. You female Navy, you are really lucky to have escaped a disaster. However, your high-ranking generals are not so fortunate. They have been caught all at once. Ha. Laughing wildly, he left, unable to wait to return to Fishman Island, eager to meet King Adolf and to see with his own eyes the celestial dragons being executed by his people. This scene left Ajien, Belmir, Nojiko, Nami, and even the villagers watching from a distance completely stunned. What happened? Because of a newspaper? Ajien picked up a piece of money from the ground and waved at the newsbird. The newsbird quickly flew down and delivered newspaper. Fishman Island. King Adolf? Nami's face was wet with tears as she looked at the photo. This person she would never forget. King Adolf, draped in a green cloak with a stamp on his face, was a man accompanied by a fierce wind as he looked at the newspaper. Everywhere, the celestial dragons. Is there really such a bold man in the world? Ivanov, whose large face took up half of his body, trembled in disbelief as he looked at the newspaper. his whole body shaking. The meatball fruit Bartholomew Kuma also widened his eyes. They had been slaves of the celestial dragon since childhood, from the moment they were born. They understood the terror of that group of demons all too well. Those celestial dragons, who live high in the sky, hold the world's power, claiming to be descendants of gods. Now, they're going to be publicly executed. Dad, Ginny. Tears streamed down the eyes of the burly man. His beloved father was killed by the celestial dragons, simply because the noise disturbed them, shot dead in front of him. The woman he loved was taken away by the celestial dragons. He knew exactly where she was, but could do nothing. Helpless when his father died. In pain when his loved one was taken, and he could do nothing at all. Running away. His life had been about running away. Wanting to escape the control of the celestial dragons, yet he lived in sorrow. The pain deeply entangled his heart. What a torment this is. This is a good thing. It shows that more and more people are resisting the world government. Those bastards will surely get their comeuppance. Ivanov said happily. Bartholomew Kuma wiped away his tears and nodded. Seriously looking at the newspaper, Ivanov then suggested, should we go help Dragon? Even if he has the entire Fishman race, he wouldn't be a match for the world government. Right? If we can rally Fishman Island to overthrow the world government, we could have a better chance. No, we can't act effectively in the deep sea. We can't coordinate with him. Also, I can't be sure of his intentions. Although we have a common enemy, if his goal is to rule the world, it would just make him another world government, not the world we envision. Monkey D. Dragon rejected the proposal. Is that so? But as long as we are enemies of the world government, he is our friend. Ivanov didn't mind. Kuma, Ivanov, while he distracts the world government, let's speed up the overthrow of more countries. This time, let's focus on the allied nations. Let more countries stop paying tribute to those in the sky. And this will weaken the power of the world government. Kuma nodded. After they left, Monkey D. Dragon looked at the newspaper again, seemingly wanting to read more information. Are you an enemy? We're a comrade. The celestial dragons are going to be executed. Sakazuki and the others won't be beheaded too. Right? Carp sat seriously in the conference room chair, even skipping his usual snacks. He didn't care about the lives or deaths of the celestial dragons. And his usual relationship with the three admirals was just okay, best with Kazan, but if they all died, it would be a big deal. The Navy wouldn't collapse. But managing the new world would be impossible, and many other places would have to shrink their influence, avoiding powerful pirates. This matter was no longer as simple as it seemed. Sengoku stared at the newspaper with a heavy heart. The Navy doesn't have extra strength to deal with Fishman Island anymore. Just now, news came from a New World base that Kaido is attacking the Navy base. Without Kizuru as a mobile force, it's too late to stop him. Vice Admiral Tsuru crossed her arms under her chin, appearing calm, yet she was completely at a loss. Carp, go to the New World and at least ensure our people can safely retreat. We've lost 40,000 elite Navy personnel at Fishman Island. The losses are too severe. Sengoku felt like he was bleeding. We didn't lose this many even in the Marineford War. Even though they weren't dead, what difference did it make if they didn't return? He didn't want to deal with this matter and just wanted to take a break, but the kid who was supposed to handle the three big matters got captured. Was Adolf really that outrageous? Carp questioned his life, even doubting whether he was still awake. Sakazuki and the other three, plus Figerland Green Buddha, could chase Whitebeard away, but now they were all sunk in the sea. Zifa found it hard to believe. He had personally taught the three admirals and knew their strength well, but this... Did they all just disappear in one wave? That was in the deep sea, a forbidden zone for devil fruit users. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked on. Not only because of this, Figerland and Green Buddha had discussed that Adolf was no ordinary person. Before the war started, he had already evacuated the residents of Fishman Island and divided them to attack naval ships over a long period. It could even be said to be unsolvable, possessing an extraordinary perspective on the bigger picture. Sengoku felt increasingly heavy, feeling the unsolvable nature of the deep-sea race. Doesn't that mean that before the war even started, it signified no gains? Why bother going to Fishman Island? Isn't that foolish? Carp bluntly stated. Sengoku glanced at the old man and ignored him. Do we need to adjust the bounty? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked. According to the pirate's face, a bounty of 1 billion is no longer appropriate. Give him an amount that matches his status, Sengoku said. They weren't aiming to capture him, but to make him feel respected, so he wouldn't cause trouble for the Navy. But if someone really came to cause trouble for him because of this bounty, whether for challenge or otherwise, it would still be a guaranteed win. King Adolf has almost absolute control over the sea, and he is too young, only 22 years old, commanding Fishman Island, causing more and more trouble, with a significant impact. Vice Admiral Tsuru lowered her gaze to the newspaper. Since the newspaper says he is a maritime ruler surpassing Pirate King Roger, and refers to Roger as the Pirate King. Then let be 6 billion berries. It would be best to provoke hostility from pirates towards him. Sengoku decided. The bounty of Pirate King Roger is 56.48 billion. King Adolf is 6 billion berries, which is a bit more threatening than Pirate King Roger. This is an insult to pirates, Zifa said. This kid can compare to Roger? A king? Carp turned to look at the photo in the newspaper, finding it increasingly displeasing. Roger was a rival he respected. I've sent Guion to Fishman Island to negotiate. Whether we can rescue them is up to fate, Sengoku said. If it's negotiation, her position is too low. It should be more appropriate for me to go. After all, it concerns our Navy's top combat power. Vice Admiral Tsuru said calmly. She had a good relationship with Guion, but the Navy is a profession where one could sacrifice at any moment. There is no such thing as safety, so naturally, she wouldn't let her good friend go without danger. You are a devil fruit user. If they have no willingness to negotiate, you won't be able to return, Sengoku said. In any case, our Navy is already overwhelmed and can't handle so much anymore. The rest will wait for the 5 elders to discuss a countermeasure before making a decision. Meeting adjourned. Sengoku didn't even want to talk to the 5 elders anymore. The matter was fundamentally the fault of the celestial dragons, and they kept making mistakes. If it weren't for them, this wouldn't have happened to this extent. Even the dignified fleet admiral had to kneel and hold his head, becoming a laughingstock for the whole world. Now, they had genuinely lost 40,000 elites and 3 admirals. That they hadn't exploded on the spot was already restraint. Adolf Wong, we have salvaged all the warships, and we can probably repair 12 of them, bringing the total to 26 warships in good condition. Additionally, we have captured 90,000 shells. We have dismantled 240 cannons, 10,000 flintlock guns, and 40,000 naval standard sabers. There are also various food, drinks, and medical supplies, as well as a large amount of steel materials from the warships. Hody Jones reported. Adolf sat on the throne, nodding at the specially made explosives box. I have summoned all the shipbuilders on the island to extract the gunpowder from the shells and remanufacture it. However, we ran out of key materials before, so I personally took a team to the nearby human island to gather some, and we barely managed to produce 10 boxes. Hody Jones reported. I understand. Tear this life card and place it in each explosives box. Adolf took out a life card and handed it to Hody. Hody nodded in response, finding nothing strange. This was how it was done before. The technology in this world is quite twisted and peculiar, and he could only find ways to solve problems with black technology. For example, the life card. When its owner is harmed, the paper will burn, which can naturally ignite the explosives. However, in seawater, it reacts not with flames, but by turning to ash with sparks. Moreover, gunpowder needs to be encased in bubbles, and it requires multiple layers of bubbles to prevent water and moisture from getting in. Adolf's gaze swept across the entire venue, landing on Jinbe, Neptune, Odoheim, Hody Shirahoshi, the left minister and the right minister. He felt disheartened by the unworthy and unreliable individuals around him. Beside them were the Shark Star brothers and Shirahoshi, whose eyes subtly glanced at the big, lowly Shirahoshi hiding behind a stone pillar. The main reason for allowing them to observe was to gain Shirahoshi's recognition and leave a deep impression in her heart. In such a serious meeting environment, he hoped for a moment of self-reflection from her. Don't be so timid. Don't just listen to Odoheim. Otherwise, even if you awaken Poseidon, it will be just like Shingshin. That would truly be a disaster. Sigh. Time was indeed tight, leaving no opportunity for much contact with Shirahoshi to build rapport. He could only use this method to let her actively learn about him. I previously ran a mermaid CAF and have some understanding of business. Do you need me to form a merchant fleet? Shirahoshi proactively suggested. Your priority is to cultivate your observation haki, then combine it with your divination abilities. The current predicament can be resolved by seeking help from Doflamingo. At least for now, Fishman Island is worth helping in the eyes of those great pirates. They would be happy to see us at war with the world government. As long as we have money, resources won't be an issue. But in the future, it won't be possible. A country must have its own network. Adolf said. After leaving the Fishman pirates, Marco, Tans, and Garo had been mingling in the underground world for a long time. They should have experience in this regard. Jinbei suggested. Oh, I almost forgot. They specialize in capturing beautiful mermaids to sell to human traffickers. Adolf suddenly remembered Hody. You will take those 3 to the square and hang them to death. Their bodies displayed in the square for all to see. Then write down their crimes and post it beside them. Yes. Hody nodded. Shirahoshi was shocked to hear about the hanging in the square and quickly covered her mouth. However, What followed made her impression of Adolf change drastically. I hope you all remember, we are a country with principles and laws, not a pirate crew. Not just anyone can be used. And we absolutely cannot allow those with a stained past to be reused. What would that make our citizens think? Should they aspire to be like this trash? Fishman Island has a population of 5 million. If nothing else, there are many who want to improve. Adolf's gaze swept across like a razor. And even if this person was Jinbei, he had to change his mindset. Jinbei's heart trembled, suddenly realizing this issue, and he lowered his head sincerely to admit his mistake. I'm sorry. Adolf nodded in understanding. This world really is a terrible place. Burning, killing, and looting are no longer surprising. Jinbei has become accustomed to it. So what more can be said? Minister Zhua, you announced that Dragon Palace City is looking for people with business experience and quick minds. This matter can be taken slowly. There's no rush, Adolf said. Yes. Minister Zhua took note. There is another more urgent matter. Fishman Island has become a thorn in the side of the world government. They want nothing more than to destroy Fishman Island and wipe us all out. We have won once, so we're not afraid of them coming along the same route. The trouble lies with those strange and powerful devil fruits. It is very likely that their formidable forces will suddenly appear on the island, and we must be prepared for that. I have 2 solutions for this. 1. Design a plan to destroy the bubble surrounding Fishman Island. As long as a human powerhouse appears on the island and begins to kill indiscriminately, any one of you 7 does not need to report. Immediately order the bubble to be destroyed, allowing the seawater from outside to come crashing down. If such a situation arises, your only task is to ensure the survival of the living forces as much as possible. Everything on the island can be sacrificed, even the entire Fishman Island. Adolf said solemnly. Once this is said, the joy of victory immediately vanished for the 7, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. This is almost a mutually destructive approach, but it is also the most decisive way to protect the people. Jinbei said heavily, we are fishmen. The pressure of the sea will not harm us. Instead, we can quickly escape into the sea, and the water will bind our enemies, even drowning them. But Fishman Island. Neptune's face was uncertain, as their royal family had inherited Fishman Island for hundreds or even thousands of years. What are we afraid of? We are a deep-sea race. There's nowhere we cannot go. If we don't have the resolve to risk everything, we might as well surrender and let ourselves be slaughtered. Hody glanced over, as he looked down on Neptune and Odoheim the most. They were too weak. The Shark Star brothers, White Star, were indignant and wanted to defend their father, but they were stopped by Neptune. Although it was embarrassing, he was speaking the truth. Father. White Star and the others were unwilling. Adolf ignored them and continued, in the space of the Sunshine Cave, we need to build more independent bubble islands, including survival bases in the crevices of the Red Earth continent, transforming them into environments with light suitable for living and dispersing the population. As long as we spread out, even if Fishman Island suddenly gets destroyed and no one has time to escape, we will not be extinguished. As long as we cannot be entirely wiped out, the world government will fear the retaliation of our deep-sea race and whether it's worth it to do so. If this were a game, he wouldn't care about the lives of these people, nor would anyone care about the changes in data, unless these soldiers needed money to be accelerated in production, and resources had to be bought with real money. But upon arriving in this world, seeing the fervent worship of the warriors, witnessing people risking their lives to entangle the enemy and create a fleeting moment of opportunity, and seeing those beautiful, dreamlike mermaids dancing before him, his heart was touched. He could no longer treat them as expendable cannon fodder. The crown on his head also began to feel like a real weight. The survival of the entire nation, 5 million lives, everyone's hopes and dreams, all rested upon the crown. King Adolf. Wasn't he supposed to lead Fishman Island to disperse across the seas and destroy all naval ships? Shouldn't we hold the power of navigation? Hody was puzzled. Clearly, we could seize the power of navigation and show the world the strength of our fishman race. So why are we still here, living in fear? If we really disperse across the seas to clash with the Navy and the world government, it may seem imposing, but in the end, what do we gain? Adolf countered, looking at him. Both sides would suffer, and we wouldn't be able to develop at all. Instead, we would lose even more compatriots in the long war, infinitely prolonging the time to rise. The world would also fall into chaos due to the collapse of order, and countless people would die because of our disruption of order, turning our beautiful dreams into a symbol of deep-sea evil. What is the point? To be enemies with all living beings? What we need now is to recuperate, increase our population, and cultivate more youths who love our race and are willing to fight for the rise of our nation. Adolf patiently explained. I understand. Hody was convinced. He had only seen a moment of glory, but Adolf had a broader vision and saw the entire world. Adolf. Sharkstar was touched and admired him immensely. A single sentence made him see a much broader world, a truly beautiful and rising future, rather than the endless battles and slaughter that he had originally imagined would engulf Fishman Island. Brother? Whitestar looked at Sharkstar in confusion. Is there any resistance from the Navy captives? Adolf looked at Jinbei. Not for now. According to your orders, they are all detained in the underwater prison outside Fishman Island, with only fixed bubble spaces. The outside is all seawater, and the patrolling soldiers are not allowed to carry bubble corals. Even if they escape, they would be crushed by the immense sea pressure. Jinbei replied. He was responsible for guarding the captives and had deployed 1,000 Fishman troops, as only he had the strength to suppress any potential unrest. There was no way to capture too many. There were 25,000 elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters, all capable of wearing the cloak of justice. In addition, there were 10 rear admiral captains, not to mention replacing Neptune. Even with the current 100,000 Fishman troops on Fishman Island, they might not be a match for these 25,000 elite soldiers. Perhaps the difference in pure strength wasn't huge, but these Navy soldiers had extremely rich combat experience, which the Fishman troops simply could not contend with. But if they dared to come out of the bubbles, they would understand the terror of the deep sea. Adolf nodded. It was not just Jinbei who was stationed there. Violet also glanced over from time to time, which was the real reason he felt at ease. It was such a waste to have so many people. Let them build the independent bubble island and the survival base on the Red Earth continent. With 25,000 people, they are elite and quality labor trained by the Navy. Just remember to set up a large fixed bubble. Don't give them individual bubbles. Adolf reminded that he was afraid the plot of the animated protagonist would disgust him. These guys had nothing to do but think about how to escape, and he was also worried about something going wrong. Jinbei nodded. Let's go. It's time to check on Akainu and the others. Adolf stood up and arranged Ministers gather all the technicians on the island and take care of the bubble issue in Fishman Island. It could be a bit rough, as long as it can cause destruction. It would be best to research substances that can counteract the bubbles and membrane layers, dissolving the bubble material instantly. Yes, ministers were responded. Fishman Island does have scientific talent. The deadly drug was originally developed there, and Hody found it and then sought out Fishman Island scientists for modifications and upgrades. Passing by Shirahoshi, he glanced at her, and she shrank back a bit in fear, although she also saw the admiration of everyone on the island towards Adolf. Even though she thought saving Fishman Island was indeed impressive, a heroic act, Adolf's attitude towards Neptune and Odoheim, as well as the way her parents honestly bowed their heads and made mistakes in front of Adolf, put a lot of pressure on her, and her senses were naturally not so good. However, everyone seemed to trust him, and even her parents admitted it, so she was also trying to understand. Adolf and Jinbei entered the sea directly, swimming straight toward the island. Brew brew. Hello. Adolf ansvietsedin den Mushi. The Marine headquarters sent a vice admiral to discuss the 3 admirals issue, and the warship has already entered the sea. Violet saw the report. I understand. Adolf nodded. Jinbei cast a subtle glance at Adolf's den mushy, human woman, spy, but he didn't ask more. These were essential for a force like theirs. Adolf, wait. Hody caught up. I have something very important to report to you. What is it? Adolf asked. Hody looked around to see no one, then glanced at Jinbei before speaking. About half a year ago, a celestial dragon fell into trouble and came to Fishman Island. The people on the island all hate celestial dragons, especially the former Sun Pirates, who would love to shoot him dead. Hody. Jinbei's pupils contracted, instantly understanding what he meant. Hody ignored Jinbei and continued. They did shoot, but Princess Odoheim saved the celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragon was not grateful at all. Instead, he got angry and wanted to shoot Princess Odoheim. Everyone was in a panic. It was then that the Sea Kings appeared. Numerous Sea Kings suddenly emerged, their massive forms even biting the ships of the world government. The appearance of the Sea Kings scared the celestial dragon, and Princess Odoheim was saved. Then the Sea Kings left Fishman Island. But I noticed, no, Jinbei should have noticed too. It wasn't a coincidence. It was summoned by someone. Hody looked straight at Jinbei. He admired Adolf and completely trusted him. So, sharing this shocking secret with him was to hope he would gain even greater power. Jinbei's expression darkened. Since Hody had already said it, there was no need to hide anymore. Yes, if the old man guessed correctly, it should be Princess Odoheim's daughter, Shirahoshi, who summoned them. Shirahoshi. Adolf squinted slightly at the two. There has always been a legend on Fishman Island, a story passed down only in Ryugu Palace. Every few hundred years, a mermaid princess who can communicate with the Sea Kings would appear, the king of the Sea Kings, possessing immense power to save countless lives or destroy the entire world. Also known as the ancient weapon of world destruction, the Sea King, Poseidon. However, looking at Shirahoshi now, she should not have truly awakened yet. Since it was brought up, Jinbei decided to lay everything out. Who else knows about Adolf nodding besides you? There were many people present at the time, and I can't be sure who else noticed. Hody said, I understand, you should know the importance of Bai Xing. If you encounter any danger, notify me immediately and protect him at all costs. Do you understand? Adolf said, yes. The two replied, lowering their heads. Adolf nodded and continued on his way. He naturally knew that Shirahoshi was the yet-to-awaken Poseidon, and he also knew that the four-legged target fruit and his two little brothers were aware of it as well. However, he was pleased that Hody Jones could actively share such a secret with him, which also indicated Hody's loyalty to him. Jinbei looked at Adolf's back and felt guilty for hiding the truth. Catching up to Adolf, he said, Old man, I apologize. I was reckless and overestimated myself. In just one day, without checking, I saw over 200 gifts. Uncle, please adjust it. Let's set the gift to 1,000 for more updates. Mainly, the reading completion rate has increased to 4 or 5 chapters a day, so even if there are debts, it won't be compensated. Adolf, how do you plan to use Poseidon's power? Jinbei asked anxiously. I haven't thought about it. It depends on Shirahoshi, Adolf replied. Jinbei was taken aback. What kind of casual answer was that? After all, it was Poseidon. Is Poseidon important as long as we have a population of 5 billion? Adolf counted. His words left Jinbei speechless. As long as we have 5 billion people, we can dig away the islands where humanity survives. Even carving straight tunnels through the red Earth continent. As long as we have 5 billion people, as long as we develop ourselves well, nurture the next generation, and tell them that we are not inferior to anyone else, instilling in them confidence, courage, vitality, and love. How many youths who love their race and homeland will emerge? What a beautiful future will that bring? Adolf looked at him, his gaze unwavering from beginning to end. Because he always believed this way. At that time, did it matter whether Poseidon existed or not? Jinbei was completely at a loss for words, convinced and fully persuaded. Jinbei shook his head, laughing at himself for still worrying that you would use Poseidon. His perspective was indeed too short-sighted. Development is the true path to power. As for Shirahoshi, I will do my best to nurture her. As long as she loves her country and has the right values, she could do anything she wants. Adolf answered directly. In his plan, Shirahoshi was merely the final trump card, a form of assurance, not the entirety of the plan. It would be best to never trigger this assurance, as it would signify the smooth progress of his plan. Of course, it was not the 5 billion plan. That was too far away. Today, I finally realize what a true king is. King Adolf, I will fight for you with all my life. Jinbei wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing him from the bottom of his heart. Adolf grinned and said he was fighting for the Fishmen and Fishman Island, and he wouldn't let you down. He is the king of Fishman Island. Does it matter whether he fights for Fishman Island or for himself? But for Jinbei, there is a difference. The former undoubtedly requires more dedication and instantly elevates Adolf's status. Jinbei nodded heavily, completely unaware of this point. He has always been confused, not knowing what to do. But one thing is indisputable. The sacrifices made for Fishman Island. For those fishmen of the Sun Pirates who drift at sea and cannot return home. He became a warlord of the sea, enduring the orders of the world government, and even released Arlong, who was imprisoned and impelled down. After Whitebeard's death, for the peace of Fishman Island, he joined the Big Mom Pirates to secure the protection of Fishman Island under Big Mom's banner. Was this something he genuinely wanted? Clearly possessing considerable strength, he did not leave like that Mew, but instead made repeated compromises for Fishman Island. Such a person is worthy of trust. Yet, when he encountered King Luffy, he started to lose his mind. With the strength King Luffy showed on Fishman Island, could he challenge Big Mom? Here it is. All the captured Navy soldiers are right here. Adolf and Jinbei arrived at the seabed beneath Fishman Island, which was no longer within the island itself. The entire cave space, illuminated by the light of the Sun Tree Eve, had a large area of darkness behind Fishman Island, where Fishman Street and the giant ship Noah were located. Below, dozens of fixed bubble spaces were anchored to the seabed. 25,000 Navy soldiers were imprisoned here, which Adolf referred to as the underwater prison. There was no need for restraints here. As long as they dared to leave their bubbles, they would be crushed to death by the terrifying water pressure. It was equivalent to the body bearing the weight of 200 kilometers of seawater from all sides. The water was compressing from all directions, not just from above. Water is a flowing liquid. Every inch of skin on their feet, waist, neck, eyes, nostrils, mouth, and anus had to endure such weight. If they dared to come out, they would be instantly crushed into a mist of blood that mingled with the seawater. Ordinary vice admirals were no exception. Even if there were strong individuals at the level of admiral capable of bearing more than 200,000 tons of water pressure per cubic meter, their strength would still be greatly suppressed, and they would soon face the problem of breathing. As for those with abilities, they would be done for immediately. Arrange them as soon as possible, Adolphe said. Yes. Jinbei nodded. Adolphe then looked up and swam over. That was a square water prison fixed in midair by chains. Although it also used bubbles to isolate the seawater, there was still a large amount of seawater inside the bubbles, and the prisoners were submerged in it, with only their heads above the surface, directly touching the top of the bubble, leaving no extra space. At the same time, their hands and feet were fixed to steel chairs, further restricted by sea-prism stone handcuffs, making it almost impossible for them to move. Moreover, there was a destructive design, namely explosives. It wasn't to kill them, as that was unrealistic, but to destroy the bubbles, exposing them completely to the external seawater. Outside this water prison, there were 500 fishermen warriors guarding it, ready to notice any issues immediately. It was truly terrifying. Even the world government would shake their heads at this, leaving no chance for escape. Kizaru felt uncomfortable upon seeing Adolphe arrive, compared to casually saying how terrifying or one kick for a supernova. This time it was genuinely frightening, almost hopeless. This is basic courtesy towards the three of you and a recognition of your strength, Adolphe said happily. Well, thank you for thinking so highly of us, Akiji replied calmly. In fact, I was also planning to pierce your scapula with sea-prism stone chains and then create a sea-prism stone chair to fix you onto it. So even if you had all sorts of tricks, you wouldn't be able to use them, which would make me feel more at ease. Just one sentence silenced the three highest combat powers of the Navy. To be honest, they couldn't think of any escape method at this point. And to strengthen it further would be overly optimistic. If it were impelled down to prevent devil fruits from appearing everywhere, they would have to leave survivors. It would be better to simply sever their hands and feet, turning them into human torches, as they were all just maritime garbage involved in pillaging and killing, not deserving of sympathy or rescue, and then fix them in seawater with sea-prism stone chains piercing through their scapula. I actually suggest doing this and impel down. It's more effective than ice punishment and easier to manage. Adolphe made a valuable suggestion. This made the three of them increasingly silent. After a while, Shinji finally spoke up and said that if they could go back, they would suggest what was mentioned above. What happened after Adolphe's expression slowly sank? Did he continue to serve the celestial dragons after going back? The three quietly watched Adolphe, and they realized instantly that this was a rebellion. Even with the intelligence of a general, I can directly tell you, it is a rebellion. Adolphe stated clearly. You killed tens of thousands of Navy personnel. Do you think it's possible? Akiji said calmly, completely unafraid of angering him. But your purpose for coming here is to destroy Fishman Island, to massacre 5 million people, to exterminate the Fishman race. Adolphe's gaze was sharp, and his voice was even lower. Akiji lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. He thought of the tragedy that happened in O'Hara, where Akainu destroyed all the escaping ships and killed all the civilians on board. I only ask you one question. Why did you become a Navy? Can you achieve it in the Navy, in the world government? Why did you become a Navy? Can you achieve it? Akainu Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, and Kaizura Borsellino all fell into silence. They joined the Navy when they were young, showcasing monstrous talents, allowing them to be reused and to obtain the magma, ice, and light fruits. But now, Akiji has turned from burning justice to lazy justice. The best-natured Kazuru has gradually become a seasoned worker who just goes through the motions. Only Akainu is still burning in an extreme way. Adolphe glanced at the three Navy officers, and it was certain that only the Navy was truly capturing pirates, striving to maintain order and protect the common people in the vast sea. Although there was corruption and decay at the grassroots level, those were minor issues. But what about the world government? What about the royal nobility of the member countries? You have seen it too. The ugly face that surpasses that of pirates, treating the destruction of nations as a game. The pupils of the three contracted, and the deafening silence was overwhelming. They not only knew this, but they also planned to use warships to protect an entire island for their entertainment. What a disgrace for the just Navy. Do you have a solution? No, you do not. Don't even say you can manage it. You don't even have the qualifications to bring it up. Because you are merely driven subordinates. The dogs of the celestial dragons. Akainu, how does it feel to kneel? Humiliating, isn't it? Adolf looked at Akainu. If you don't bring it up, maybe there's a chance to convince me. Akainu clenched his fists, his steel teeth grinding. The humiliation of a lifetime. How dare you mention it? Adolf smiled faintly, but you clearly could refuse. Is it worth it for those garbage celestial dragons? That's easy to say. Without the military funding from the world government, what does the Navy have to maintain order on the seas? Do you really understand the power of the world government if you want to overthrow it? Akainu snorted coldly. It's not just the 3 admirals directly under the celestial dragons. Any Navy personnel with a bit of understanding looks down on the celestial dragons, but so what? Their individual rebellion is insignificant against the world government compared to the pirate forces in the New World. If they lead a rebellion, they'll all be wiped out by the Knights of God on the same day. Even if they become a marshal, it's impossible to escape the control of the world government. Let me answer one by one. The economy of the world government mainly comes from 170 member states, each contributing 10 billion berries a year, totaling 1.7 trillion berries per year, which is quite substantial, but that's all there is to it. The 3 raised their heads, a row of question marks. What do you mean by that's all there is to it? 1.7 trillion berries. Do you look down on it? I want to discuss economics with you. That's too profound. You wouldn't understand. I'll tell you directly. I will rule the entire world and bring all nations under my control, whether they are member states or non-member states. Those original nobles and royal families will all be exposed by the people. Those with crimes will be executed, and those with properties will have their properties confiscated. This way, all the common people will be my subjects, and pirates will naturally be the unstable factors that must be eliminated. It's a showdown. He wants to overthrow the world government and rule the world. After all, you just want to become the king of the world. Akainu scoffed. Adolf's gaze was calm. As long as the fishmen tribe continued to develop, I too could become the king of the world. The 3 fell silent. Indeed, with a population of 5 billion deep-sea beings, there was no need for any tricks. Over time, he would undoubtedly become the rightful king of the world. They had all heard what he said in the square before. It was simply unresolvable. After establishing the empire, I can guarantee that within a month, all famine issues will be completely resolved. At least no one will starve to death. The death of even one person from starvation would be my shame. Within 3 years, the pirate problem will be completely resolved, allowing the people to live and work in peace. It cannot be said that there won't be a single pirate, but they would be mere petty thieves, hardly a threat. Adolf is incredibly confident. If it were in the original world, he wouldn't dare to say such things, because those are problems that even his homeland hasn't solved. But this world is different, completely different. Solve hunger in 1 or 3 months. Solve the pirate problem in 3 years? Do you even know what you're saying? Kazara looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you know the situation in various parts of the world? How many people are starving to death in countless countries? In a member state called the Kingdom of Peipei, over 1,000 people die of hunger every year. Akiji said solemnly, I want to know how you plan to solve the pirate problem in 3 years. Akainu asked. Adolf looked at Akainu and retorted, if the world government really wants to solve this, is there really no way to do it? Akainu fell silent. They have the ability to solve it, but they haven't, so the priority isn't to deal with the pirates, but with them, Adolf said. He then turned to Akiji and continued to question, you only know that these countries are poor and that many people are starving. But do you know why so many people are starving? The 3 of them looked at him, their eyes filled with irritation, feeling insulted again. It was an insult akin to belittling an idiot. Akainu snorted in displeasure, making it seem as if they were fools. First, they kneeled physically, and now they have to kneel in thought too. Adolf smiled faintly and said, it's very simple. Take your navy, for example. You only need a warship to solve the problems of a kingdom. The first step is to kill the king of the starving kingdom. The second step is to eliminate all the unstable factors causing chaos in the kingdom. The third step is to lead them in opening up the sea for fishing. It may not be very prosperous, but at least no one will starve to death. It's quite brainless, focusing on a simple and brutal approach. The 3 frowned, questioning how killing the king relates to the starving people. Of course it does, he continued. Look at those countries where people are starving. Are their islands barren? Full of rocks? Deserts? Or do they have soil with vegetation? A country that sees thousands of people starving each year must have a considerable population. But an uninhabitable island cannot support that many people. Moreover, with the sea surrounding the island, how could anyone starve? Adolf felt it was absurd. The ocean's resources in this world are so abundant, and yet people are starving? Akiji was downcast. I haven't been to the kingdom of Peipei, but you are right. Kizaru and Akainu also fell silent. They have experienced many sea missions and seen too many impoverished places. But is the island itself poor? Is it unsuitable for planting and fishing? If animals eat without gaining weight, they must have parasites in their stomachs. If the people work hard but cannot become wealthy, that society must have vampires. Their hunger is not caused by the environment, but by people, exploiters who are even greedier than vampires. Akainu and Akiji grew increasingly silent. The Navy cannot intervene in other countries, especially in the internal affairs of allied nations, even if what these royal families are doing is excessive. Kizaru spoke up, shedding his previously carefree demeanor, looking particularly heavy-hearted. I have another plan, a plan to further improve the happiness of the people after solving the kingdom's problems. The power of devil fruits not only brings disaster, but can also bring rebirth and happiness. As far as I know, the Navy has someone with a flourishing fruit ability, right? Could it be used to spur the production of more food and vegetables? Even to cultivate high-yield crops? Adolf said, abundant fruits? The three of them actively followed Adolf's train of thought, using the power of the devil fruit to improve the living standards of the people. In an instant, the three understood his idea, and their gazes towards Adolf became complicated. Those who obtain devil fruits always think about how to enhance their strength, how to develop ultimate moves, and how to kill more people. No one has ever thought of using their abilities to make others happy. Even if the three of them obtained such powerful fruit abilities, they would at most think about how to kill more pirates, rather than how to make people's lives better. But if the root of the problem cannot be solved, no matter how much food is given, it will be taken away and then sold again. Ultimately, nothing will change. So this is something to address after dealing with the world government and the royal nobles. What you Navy are doing now is merely addressing pirates. Can it truly solve the root problem? Think about it. A person who is well-fed and clothed, has a beloved partner, adorable children, a happy family, and a few close friends with deep bonds in their homeland. They must be happy. Why would such a person risk everything on the sea? Just because of Roger's words about One Piece? A deathly silence ensued, and the three were left speechless, lowering their heads, unable to see each other's expressions, nor knowing what they were thinking inside. They had found the true source of the era of great pirates and also saw the way to solve it. But they're the Navy. Adolf quietly watched them, not urging, giving them enough time. Brew, Your Majesty, here is the checkpoint station at the entrance of the underwater passage. We have intercepted a naval warship, led by a woman named Gun, who claims to be sent by the warring states to communicate with you. The telephone bug reported. I understand. Confiscate all their weapons and guide them to Dragon Palace City. If they refuse to surrender, let them go back, and we'll sink them. Adolf said, Yes. Your Majesty commands you to surrender all weapons, and I will send someone to take you to Fishman Island. Gun also heard the voice of the electric bug, hesitated slightly, but still ordered everyone to surrender their weapons. She also handed over her prize sword, Kenpyra. The naval representatives conveyed the message. You can take your time to consider. Adolf said as he turned to leave. Wait, Akiji called out, and Adolf indeed stopped, turning his back to them. What do you need us to do? Akiji asked. Return to the Navy, continue being your three admirals, and wait for the opportunity. During this time, you can take a closer look at the world government and the various allied countries to see if I am your best choice. You want us to be undercover? Akainu frowned. To be precise, I hope you lead the entire Navy to join. The Navy is truly fighting for world peace. Every one of them deserves respect, and every warrior is worth fighting for. I do not want these justice-loving people who care for the people to die. Adolf shook his head and corrected, Hey, aren't you afraid that we might not come back? The yellow ape added with a hint of lewdness. In a few days, I will execute the celestial dragons. If the justice you seek is to stabilize the world and eliminate chaos, then I am your only choice. Of course, you can also choose to deceive me and betray the justice in your hearts. After saying this, Adolf left. Execute the celestial dragons. Watching Adolf's departing figure, the three of them felt their pupils constrict. A certain shock surged within them. They were the just Navy subordinates of the world government. They understood the evil of the celestial dragons better than anyone and could hardly bear it. In the water prison, they fell into a long silence. No one spoke. Although they were colleagues, their relationship was not good, and there was no talk of camaraderie. Moreover, with their personalities, such a major decision about their future did not require discussion with others. Talp. In Dragon Palace, Dragon King's Hall, Rear Admiral Ji Yuan stepped forward, wrapped in bubble wrap, to the center. On both sides, Jinbei, Neptune, Odoheim, Hody, and others were all present. It wasn't that Ji Yuan was particularly important, but he was learning how to manage a country. He originally didn't know anything about this as a painter, and these people understood even less, including the former King Neptune. However, it wasn't a big problem. Most people in this rotten world were shockingly incompetent, so there was no need to worry about not being capable enough. Even in the original world, people often learned while doing, and everyone was just putting on a show. A junior college graduate explaining finance to the CEO and selling lack of awareness for a lifetime. A strategist who had never even touched a girl's hand suddenly turning to analyze relationships for a good buddy. Who would have thought that a relationship influencer with millions of fans had never dated even once? See King Adolf, bounty of 6 billion berries. The man who will execute the celestial dragons. Ji Yuan looked solemnly at the man sitting high on the throne, casually resting his chin on his arm. State your intentions, Navy. Adolf's gaze fell. He also didn't know how to present himself with authority. He was just pretending when he was out. But that was fine. His own strength was his confidence. And this world was more straightforward, not thinking too much. I am Rear Admiral Ji Yuan, sent by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to negotiate. Fleet Admiral Sengoku hopes to rebuild friendship between our two nations, and he will do his utmost to help you speak at the next World Conference and completely prohibit the capture of fishermen slaves. Ji Yuan directly revealed his background. Odoheim wanted to step forward to say something, but Neptune stopped her, shaking his head to prevent it. In the corner, Shirahoshi looked confused as to why her father stopped her mother from speaking. King Adolf hadn't spoken yet. How could she express her opinion? The young Sharkstar understood. At the same time, he speculated that if he guessed correctly, given his mother's character, she would want to agree. But the Navy had to come to the bottom of the sea and bowed down because of King Adolf's strength. Otherwise, they would not have come or respected them. Shirahoshi seemed to understand and nodded towards Adolf. Negotiation? Do you know what kind of beautiful things you are thinking about? Do you think I would agree? Do you think we would still attend the so-called World Conference? The Navy is just one step away from wiping out my Fishman Island. And you expect to rebuild friendship between our two nations? Adolf also laughed, thinking he could talk to Neptune so easily. Just wait, once I handle the celestial dragons, I'll take my revenge on Marineford. I will let the world know that the fishmen are not to be trifled with. If you provoke us, it won't end well. His words left Gion sweating profusely. Such uncompromising statements. What is there to negotiate? However, the reason Sengoku sent her was because she is skilled in the arts of a geisha, entertaining guests to lure out all the pirates. Not because she is particularly strong as a Navy officer. In simple terms, it's about extracting information through charm and being good at softening up. There's no choice. With the 3 admirals captured, they might be executed alongside the celestial dragons. How can one not soften up? Hahaha. Hody suppressed his laughter, otherwise he would have burst into wild laughter. But in front of the king he respected, he had to hold back. The Navy, they didn't send anyone to talk before the war. They didn't come when our fishmen were discriminated against. Now that the war has ended in a disastrous defeat, they know to come for negotiations? Unfortunately, it's too late. Everything was caused by you humans. You wanted to destroy Fishman Island. Exterminate the fishmen. This was all your choice. Next, we will seize your rights to navigate the seas, completely isolating you on your islands. Then we will kill every single one of you humans, island by island. Hody's eyes were bloodshot, filled with vengeful madness. Gion's expression was grim. As a soldier who had lived on ships for a long time, she understood the importance of a ship all too well. Losing a ship means losing the right to sail. Those who fall into the sea will be swallowed by the waves, and before reaching the next island, they will be exhausted and die. Adolf raised an eyebrow. Hody, like struck by lightning, quickly knelt on one knee, lowering his head respectfully. I'm sorry, Your Majesty Neptune. I was too reckless and excited. Adolf waved his hand, signaling him to stand aside. Yes. Hody respectfully turned back, with no hint of reluctance. Your Majesty, the Navy indeed made an incredibly foolish decision. But hasn't it caused losses to Fishman Island? They didn't even see Fishman Island before you defeated them, instead enhancing your title as the Sea King. A bounty of 6 billion, surpassing Pirate King Roger, far exceeding that of Whitebeard, Kaido, and other great pirates. This battle defeated the 3 admirals, even including the commander of the Knights of God. What remarkable figures, allowing the world to fully recognize you, and it will leave a significant mark in history. Ji Yuan respectfully expressed admiration, and Hode's words made her understand the importance of her mission this time even more. This isn't just about redeeming the 3 admirals. It's about whether the Navy can continue to sail the seas. That is also due to my strength, and it is only right. Adolf felt a slight interest and pride. There was no other way. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to reasonably send those 3 back. Rely on rescue? Haha. Seeing Adolf's interest, Ji Yuan changed her approach and intensified her efforts. Not to mention the distant ones. There are many female officers within the Navy who admire you. And even my sisters on the ship have been discussing it. Although they are enemies, everyone particularly appreciates and admires men who defend their homeland. Especially those who resist the celestial dragons. Not only are you a responsible hero, but also the legendary dream merman. Men are particularly drawn to the legendary mermaids. And women similarly feel the same towards male mermaids. Ji Yuan admired him, and her words subtly shifted towards a more sensual direction. Adolf's lips curled slightly, and his gaze was no longer so sharp and dominating. Fishman Island and humans do not have to be irreconcilable enemies. I said, as long as the Fishman race develops itself, strives to reproduce, and reaches a population of 5 billion, the world will quiet down and listen to our voices. Guillaume's pupils contracted. 5 billion population. Facing such a massive race, they have no chance at all. How should people treat me? And how should I treat others? This is my principle of treating others. And it is also the principle of treating others on Fishman Island. We hope to coexist peacefully with all races. But you discriminate against us as fish, casually capturing us as slaves, and even trying to exterminate us. All we can do is resist. In the end, the war will only result in all of you humans being killed, because this world is the world of the sea, and we fishmen will kill more than 1 billion, even 2 billion, 3 billion. Adolf said slowly. Cheyenne's heart trembled, truly feeling fear, the shudder of his soul. It was not fear of Adolf's strength, but of genocide, over 1 billion, 2 billion people dead. What 3 admirals? What naval navigation rights? This is a matter of human extinction. Once the war to the death begins, it will be a decades-long racial war, with corpses floating everywhere in the sea. This is something I do not wish to see, and I believe you wouldn't want to see it either. Adolf looked at Guillaume, his plain words carrying endless terror. Of course, we can coexist peacefully. Why engage in meaningless war? In fact, only a tiny fraction of humanity, the pirates and nobles, these utterly vile scum, mistreat Fishman Island. They are just as brutal towards humans themselves, and these individuals do not represent all of humanity. Guillaume quickly replied. Yes, she was scared, truly scared. Anyone with a brain can understand that the fishmen are hiding and reproducing at the bottom of the sea. Do they have any other way? They have no other way. Even if they come to the surface and get captured, that is just a rare occurrence and cannot affect the whole. The deeper the hatred buried in darkness, the more terrifying the revenge that will explode. Guillaume was not the only one. Even Neptune, Odoheim, Jinbei, and the others were frightened. They had never thought this deeply. If they continue to be treated unfairly, hatred and revenge will slowly evolve into a war between races. It is not impossible. This outcome must be avoided, no matter what. Even if Hody was shocked, so what? Even if they killed all of humanity, it was still instigated by them. Adolf's gaze shifted and immediately became restrained. Your Majesty Neptune, I will definitely convey this to the Marshal of the Warring States and the world government to completely improve our relationship. Shi Jin solemnly stated. What gives you the illusion that I would have a friendly relationship with you? Adolf tilted his head slightly in confusion. Did you not say? Shi Jin was taken aback. Were you misunderstanding? I intend to destroy the world government and rule the world. As long as the world government is gone, and the Navy is gone, isn't it all up to me to decide the so-called contradictions and discrimination? Adolf looked at her like she was a fool. Me? But? Guillaume's eyes widened, her dazed mind failing to function. For this war, 287 fish soldiers sacrificed their lives. Do you think a few flattering words will suffice? That we can make up? No. They made me understand that we must eliminate the world government to end all of this. Adolf was determined. Wait. This is not the Navy's intention. We are willing to take responsibility for them. 1 million berries compensation per person? Guillaume quickly said. War reparations? Yes. Only 1 million berries? Do you think Fishman Island can't provide compensation? Adolf scoffed. Guillaume gritted his teeth. 5 million berries. 5 million berries per person. Plus an additional compensation of 30 billion berries, totaling 435 billion berries. The previously mentioned promise still stands, And the Navy can also agree to one condition for you. After saying all this, you just want me to release those 3, right? One admiral is 10 billion berries. It sounds like a lot, but it's only a total of 4.5 days of gold. Adolf really looks down on the mere 400 billion berries. A naval warship only costs 100 million berries, enough to build 464 warships, equivalent to 10 Whitebeard's heads. This is already the Navy's maximum sincerity. Guion is almost pleading. I want to execute the celestial dragons. What did the Gore CI say? Adolf asked. This is the Navy's own decision. We did not consult the world government. Guion slightly lowered his head. I see. No wonder they are so stingy. Adolf squinted slightly, guessing the rift between Sengoku and the world government. It's normal, for the sake of a useless celestial dragon. Things have come to this point. Can it not have thoughts about it? If they really send the person back, then the Gore CI would also have a rift with the Navy, although saving him would earn them merit. After all, there are 3 high-end combat powers involved, but have you asked those 5? If it were him, he would also have thoughts about it. Your Majesty Neptune, what conditions can you propose? The Navy will do its utmost to fulfill them, Guion said. Conditions? Adolf looked up and down at Guion, who was young yet exuded a mature charm, with a quite voluptuous figure and a commanding height that matched his build. Playing with her might be quite enjoyable. But, what can you do for me? What can you decide? In front of the celestial dragons, you're nothing. Go back. If I can't see the money before the execution, then those 3 will be next after the celestial dragons. Adolf issued an ultimatum. Yes, Shikibu felt a surge of joy in her heart. Although the Navy had been humiliated, they had come to pay compensation and plead for mercy. So what was a little humiliation? After all, the matter had been settled. Alas, what a pity. Adolf watched with regret as Shizuka swayed away. As a young man, he was at an age full of curiosity about the opposite sex, and as long as someone was beautiful, he would welcome them without hesitation. Of course, he wanted to keep them around to practice swordsmanship repeatedly. After all, Fishman Island was in a period of population expansion, and, as a king, he should lead by example. It wouldn't be excessive to fill the Dragon Palace with beauties, right? However, Shizuka was not weak and belonged to the Navy camp, making it difficult to sway her. There were many secrets around her, and even if he felt a surge of desire, he had to restrain himself. He couldn't just hang her up on the wall like a trophy, could he? Should he prepare a red candle? He planned to compile the families of the fallen soldiers and grant each a compensation of 5 million berries, in addition to prioritizing national welfare for them and providing monthly subsidies. Anyone who embezzled would be put to death. Adolf issued a harsh command: a state-of-the-art naval warship or a pacifist, costing 100 million belly. The compensation of 5 million is equivalent to 1/20th. This is quite high for an ordinary soldier, not to mention the various domestic priority policies and subsidies. Yes, Your Majesty, replied the left minister. Jinbei and Hody showed smiles on their faces. They were the real grassroots soldiers. In contrast, Neptune and the left and right ministers had long resided in Fishman Island, too far from the surface to understand the hardships of ordinary people. Next, I will go out to sea for a while. You must carry out the tasks I assign normally and are not allowed to disclose anything to anyone. Adolf said, understood. After they left the Dragon King's palace, Adolf used his armed color hockey to extend the seawater to wrap around himself, silently heading towards the sea. His movements were related to the safety of Fishman Island, the actions of the world government, the captured prisoners, and even some other fishmen with ulterior motives on the island. It was not something that could be casually revealed without a stable rear. Adolf! Damn fish! How dare he! The scientific defense god was furious, throwing the newspaper on the ground. The others also took deep breaths, forcibly suppressing their anger. The entire sea spread the news, and only then did Mariewa see this newspaper. It was completely aimed at us. The environmental god looked coldly at the newspaper. The people below only learned about it after seeing the newspaper. Who would dare to report such a deadly thing with a newspaper? Yet Mariewa never issued this newspaper at all. Thus, there was a time lag, and it was too late to stop it now. Morgans dares to report anything. Sends CP spies to take care of it. The legal god suppressed his killing intent. The decision to hide the truth instead allowed Adolf to seize the opportunity. Now the situation was troublesome. The agricultural god frowned. They abandoned reports favorable to them, allowing the content to fall into Adolf's hands. This way, there was no need for debate or verification. People would believe whatever was written in the newspaper. Especially the execution of the celestial dragons directly undermined their authority. The world government was no longer supreme, and the celestial dragons were no longer mysterious and noble. We should discuss how to resolve this. The financial god, the old warrior, said, if it weren't for being underwater, even destroying their entire island wouldn't be so troublesome. The troublesome point was being underwater and, moreover, beneath Mariewa. Separated by the red line, Bruno is coming soon, but it's still uncertain if he can directly reach Fishman Island. Traveling by ship is too dangerous. If they continue to bury explosives in the underwater passage, any number of them would be sending themselves to death. I suspect this is a trap to lure us. A forced move we cannot avoid. Damn it. Now, destroying Fishman Island is no longer realistic, even if they destroyed the entire island. They would merely survive elsewhere underwater, unable to wipe them out completely, especially that guy Adolf. No one can kill him. It's really tricky. The underwater world beneath the red line. The five elders were getting more and more distressed as they discussed. Going would easily lead to casualties. Losing one would be a huge loss, especially since they were already prepared to abandon the island. Not going would mean public execution. The myth would be shattered. This is equivalent to the public execution of Pirate King Roger, with the whole world watching. It's no longer just about one or two celestial dragons, but the authority of the entire world government and the collective power of the celestial dragons. Even the celestial dragons who control the world's power are being publicly executed. The significance is unimaginable. BRR. What? The Navy actually took the liberty to contact Fishman Island and reached an agreement with Adolf, redeeming the 3 admirals for over 4 billion. The legal god lost composure. They didn't even notify us. Is this a move to break away from the world government's control? The scientific defense god stomped his cane in anger. Did Guion mention 2 world nobility? If it can be solved with money, it might be a worthwhile approach. The environmental god said with some expectation. No, the Navy didn't mention this matter. Navy spies. Call Sengoku to question him. Sengoku answered the call. Can the Navy prohibit the entire world, including the celestial dragons, from capturing Fishman slaves? Could allow everyone, including the celestial dragons, to release Fishman slaves? What will be decided? What can we negotiate with? Of course not. Remember, Sengoku, the Navy's power is granted by the world government. The blonde agricultural god reprimanded sternly. Then figure out how to deal with the celestial dragons yourself. Sengoku gritted his teeth, confronting him. In his current state, even the 5 elders should not provoke him. Punk Hazard Island, located in the New World, is an island belonging to the world government. The first island the second-generation expedition team landed on after entering the New World. Now, Punk Hazard Island is neither the polar extremes nor an uninhabited island after a research accident. Caesar, are you conducting research on biochemical weapons again? Overton Materstol. He looked like a giant, but his head seemed to be topped with a long-haired hot air balloon. At the same time, his tongue stretched out from his mouth, reaching down to his hips, seemingly self-sufficient. Vegapunk, only large-scale killing weapons are what the world government likes, and also what those great pirates need, so they can deceive more research funds. The fishermen in the sea are giving the world government a headache, right? As long as I have this thing, those guys will all turn into dead fish. Shoo, 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 shoo. Caesar Clown laughed wildly, proud of his creation. It seems he can already see Fishman Island becoming an extermination zone. Countless fishmen poisoned to death. Vegapunk, what research are you doing lately? That dragon on the island is too noisy. Caesar Clown asked, resting his hand on Vegapunk's forehead. Artificial devil fruits. Vegapunk took out a box, revealing a strange fruit inside. What? Caesar Clown's eyes almost popped out. It showed no signs of flaws at all. Could it really have succeeded? The fish fruit, mythical beast type, azure dragon form. But why is it pink? This is a failure. The research data is still too little. If only there were more Kaido bloodline factors. Vegapunk sighed. The reluctance of a perfectionist. What? I thought it succeeded. Caesar Clown let out a heavy sigh of relief. He almost lost his position as the #1 scientist. Suddenly, a naval image appeared on the wall. Anxious. Vegapunk, we captured a segment of encrypted signals, and it came from the island. The target is in the research facility on the 2nd floor at the right side of the island. The huge head is very eye-catching. You just have to go over to find it. Not good. The communication has been discovered. Violet panicked upon seeing the image, not knowing what to do. Adolf's heart sank, and he immediately hung up the communication. Having been discovered, there was no need to hide. He raised his head and leaped towards the target direction, transforming into a black shadow, shooting like a javelin. He propelled himself from the cracked and sunken spot of the merfolk, his long fish tail moving swiftly in the sea. On land, he could only rely on his tail fin to stand and walk, or jump with his strong fishtail, making movement quite inconvenient. Therefore, he could use floating bubbles and then swim with his tail fin, just like Neptune's pet blue whale and White Star's pet shark, which swam in the air using bubble-like swim rings. They could even swim from the ground to thousands of meters above. Neptune's family, being all merfolk, used floating bubbles to navigate when heading to Mariewa. Not good. Their target is Vegapunk. Quickly request support. The Navy shouted in panic. What? The target is just Vegapunk. Don't they know my research capabilities? Caesar Clown was displeased. Let me see the communication from that side. Vegapunk approached the keyboard-like instrument and began typing. All the Navy immediately secured the research facility. The enemy was about to arrive. The station vice admiral immediately commanded, as he was an elite vice admiral with many years of experience. As an extremely important scientific institution, it was equipped with over 10,000 security personnel, and previously even had Admiral Kizaru. Only Kizaru was still lurking below. On the other end of the signal was Fishman Island at the seabed. Although communication had been cut off, they still found the source based on previous signal clues. Sea King Adolf. Could he have already learned about my research into a large-scale weapon against fishmen and come looking for me? Is it just because your head is too obvious that it was pinpointed to you? There must be a spy. Caesar Clown immediately thought of the massive weapon he had just developed, terrified as he hid behind Vegapunk. A person capable of leaving all three major fighting forces of the Navy at the bottom of the sea truly frightened him. What? Sea King Adolf. Immediately request assistance. And you all hurry and leave this place. The Vice Admiral was even more panicked, disregarding his old experience. He was still just a young sailor of 648 months. Boom! Amidst their panic, the ground exploded, dust swirling, and a figure faintly emerged. Though it wasn't an exaggerated size of 7 or 8 meters, the aura emanating from him was solid and overwhelming, distorting the atmosphere. Streams of water flowed like thin silk wrapping around, refracting a brilliant blue light. It was the unknown and mysterious from the deep sea. Looking at it this way, it truly resembled a mythical existence from legend. Such a big head was indeed easy to spot. As a scientist claimed to be ahead of the world by 500 years, could you please help solve the lighting issue for Fishman Island? Adolf emerged from the dust and immediately noticed Vegapunk. Gulp. The encircled Navy members nervously retreated, swallowing hard. You all run. We'll hold him off. Navy, don't be afraid. He asks just one person. We have over 10,000 people. The Vice Admiral shouted with all his might. Unfortunately, I'm not in a mood to play. Adolf's eyes narrowed, and his conqueror's haki erupted with a booming thud. The invisible force transformed into dark red lightning, sweeping through the area like a devastating storm within a 10-mile radius, causing the Navy to collapse in droves. No matter the rank, whether a captain, colonel, or even a rear admiral, even ordinary vice admirals fainted. Their eyes were wide open, filled with a pale color, devoid of any pupils. How is this possible? Even vice admirals who mastered haki cannot withstand the conqueror's haki. The remaining elite vice admiral was filled with terror, almost scared to the point of wetting himself. Even Shanks, a pirate roaming the seas, possesses top-tier conqueror's haki, let alone someone with ambitions for the world like him. Even if he hasn't truly become the master of the world yet, it doesn't stop him from emulating Qin Shi Huang, sweeping across the world and unifying all nations. To become the first emperor of a unified world. To create a true nation and family, ending this absurd and chaotic era. What is Shanks compared to that? Waiting for the wheel of fate to guide that ridiculous savior? The gap in strength rendered numbers meaningless. Adolf raised his hand. The Vice Admiral of Armored Iron Block changed his expression drastically, his muscles instinctively tensing, even his armament haki fully covering his body. Fishman Karate, Water Fist. Boom! With a casual strike, the atmosphere was severely impacted, water particles bursting forth like cannon fire. In the Vice Admiral's eyes, the fist gradually disappeared, replaced by a faint azure filling his vision, until he vanished completely within the water particles. Everything in its path was destroyed, even the research facility behind him was blasted out, creating a massive hollow with a 5-meter diameter, and several kilometers away, one could see a deep pit carved out of the mountain. The ground was plowed into a half-arc-shaped, moist trench. Next time, remember to run directly. Don't trust the iron block. It's an illusion. Saying this, he passed by the fallen Vice Admiral, his gaze lingering on Vegapunk. I heard that the light of Fishman Island comes from the Sun Tree Eve. Do you want me to solve the lighting issue? Below 10,000 meters underwater is indeed quite challenging, but I can give it a try. However, scientific research is very costly. Do you have enough money? Vegapunk, unafraid, instead showed interest. How much do you need? If you want a specific number, it will be 10 trillion a year. Adolf stated directly. How much? 10 trillion. Caesar Clown, hiding behind, was instantly dumbfounded. 10 trillion? 10 trillion. Oh, 10 trillion. I don't even know how to spend it. How many girls could I find? Wouldn't I be able to live in Pleasure Street forever? Hey. Caesar Clown's imagination ran wild, bubbling with excitement. Although he is an evil scientist who advocates for weapons of slaughter, he is also someone who can swindle big MOM for research funding and live lavishly. Pleasure Street? No problem. I could even consider including foot massages and health insurance. This is my invitation speech. Adolf's mouth curved with sincere intent. That would be wonderful. Wait, can you really come up with 10 trillion? Piling it up would be more massive than a mountain. Caesar Clown snapped back to reality. Do you think there are countless sunken treasures hidden beneath this sea? How many mineral resources are nurtured? How much marine fishery? If one could master the entire world's transportation system, could one control the flow of all goods? Could one dominate all transnational transactions? Even all kingdoms? Even the right to navigate the seas? 10 trillion? Is that a lot? Adolf squinted slightly. Although Fishman Island currently had nothing, it didn't stop him from bragging. Moreover, this was not a difficult industry to achieve. It was readily accessible, and he could only blame the royal family for being so useless in the past. Thud! Caesar Clown's heart skipped a beat, unable to hold back any longer. He suddenly knelt in front of Adolf, rubbing his face against him. Your Majesty Neptune. No, Daddy Neptune. Caesar Clown will definitely go through fire and water for you. Whatever powerful weapon you want, I will research it for you. From today onwards, I will be called Adolf Caesar Clown. Caesar Clown shamelessly pledged on the spot. Vegapunk, hurry over and hug my thigh. Do you know what 1 trillion means to us scientists? 1 trillion, that's 1 trillion. The entire world government's gold totals only 17 trillion. Caesar Clown immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with Vegapunk. There's no respect for my adoptive father at all. This is His Majesty the King, who has included foot massage in medical insurance. He must be deeply loved by the people. As long as there is sufficient research funding, I can join. Vegapunk stated indifferently. His stance was his own science, regardless of the righteousness or wickedness of the forces he joined. Even knowing the darkness of the world government, knowing that they massacred O'Hara Island, he still joined a world government instead of helping his friend in the Revolutionary Army. He would even have a sudden change of heart because of contact, just like designing a backdoor for Bonnie, which showed a complete lack of professional ethics. Well, there are too many people with problems in this world. As long as they can be used by him, it's fine. Welcome aboard, then let's go, before their reinforcements arrive. Adolf grinned, suppressing his excitement. He had resolved the only factor that could potentially lead to failure. Whoosh, I can't wait to go to the legendary Fishman Island. Caesar Clown laughed excitedly. Just as Adolf was about to turn and leave, he suddenly sensed something. Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, where do you think you're going? A strange magical array appeared, with black lightning crackling, and a massive figure appeared in the center of the array. With sharp, spider-like legs, enormous bull-like horns, flames trailing from shoulders, and wielding a wooden staff, it exuded a powerful and eerie sense of oppression. One of the highest authorities of the world government, one of the 5 elders, the god of science and defense, Jagarosha Satan's saint, breathed lightly as he looked down at Adolf with an even larger body. The 5 elders personally appeared. Caesar Clown was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Adolf's heart sank, and he decisively wanted to forcibly take the 2 away. Insects that do not fear the gods will be cursed. The dreadful eye of Satan, Saint, shone ominously. Just as Adolf was about to grab the 2, he felt something, turned, and swung his arm, using armament hockey to block the invisible attack. The devil fruit abilities are truly troublesome. Adolf felt a hint of trepidation. It was invisible to the naked eye. If it weren't for his advanced observation hockey, he might have been hit. With the mobility of mermaids on land, it was impossible to take them away in front of me. The black flame mist burned, his eyes filled with a tangible madness, and his already giant-like body expanded once more, resembling a spider demon walking on the earth. The sharp, 8-legged appendages displayed an eerie color, giving an extremely dangerous and lethal feeling, as if they were coated with deadly poison. It was as if it embodied death itself, leaving silence in its wake. The danger level far surpassed before. Then I'll take you along. You must have consumed quite a bit of stamina teleporting all the way from the Holy Land, right? You've worked hard, sending your head from so far away. Adolf's gaze turned cold as he looked at Satan Saint. This is not the sea. With all abilities activated, Satan Saint had already made up his mind to take this opportunity to eliminate Adolf. On land, this was the best chance. The sharp, poisonous stingers of his 8 legs stirred up a storm of death, creating deep fissures across the land, while the research institute behind him disintegrated like a toy house, turning into countless fragments, revealing twisted steel rebars. The merfolk were limited in their movements on land, let alone with Satan Saint deliberately restricting his space to ensure a hit. If that's the case, then bring it on. Merfolk empty-handed martial arts. Sea collapse, overlord of the sea. Dark red, lightning coiled around his right hand. A droplet of crystal-clear water secreting from his palm, as if carrying the weight of the entire ocean. The azure waves and dark red, lightning mirrored each other, roaring with a devastating strike. In front of it, the world dimmed, launching from a 45-degree angle off the island. Even the clouds above were blasted away, creating a massive void over a kilometer in diameter, which continued to expand with the shockwave. This is not the sea. The power is so much weaker. Adolf looked at his clenched fist with a frown of dissatisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Saint Satan. The severed limbs and broken arms, once powerful enough to destroy everything, now seemed like fingers that had been forcefully snapped and discarded on the ground. Saint Satan himself was completely twisted, lying in the ruins with his shoulder completely pierced, leaving a charred hole. The huge horns on the left side of his monstrous head had vanished, leaving half of his face bloodied and disfigured. The massive wound even included the area where his heart was located, with a third of it destroyed, turning him into a corpse that could not be more dead. This is too exaggerated. Is this kind of destructive power really something that a person can create? Caesar Kurong, hiding behind the ruins, gaped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out, utterly horrified. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he thought that the highest authority of the world government, that Gorosei, was going to be eliminated. Adolf, what is your power? Isn't it supposed to rely on the sea's restraint on those with abilities? Damn fish. Saint Satan, with eyes that would not close even in death, stared intensely at Adolf, his voice filled with a weak and unwilling tone, even leaking air due to his shattered throat. Cackling and laughing maniacally, Adolf came before Satan, unable to contain the intense laughter that twisted his face and made his back arch. Unable to hold back any longer, he burst into a wild laugh and mocked loudly. Fool, who has the time to slowly test the waters? Fighting should be all out from the very beginning. You have to have the mindset to kill the opponent. Next, I will use you to lure the high-level warriors hidden by the world government one by one to the seabed. No, as long as I can draw them out from Mary Geos, I can deal with them one by one. At that time, the world will belong to me. King of the Sea Adolf. Adolf's wild words about ruling the world were not yet finished when Satan exclaimed in surprise, Got you. It was not in vain that I fell in the ruins to act with you. In a giant's massive hand, Adolf was grasped right within reach. With the mobility of a mermaid on land, there was simply no way to evade such a sudden move. Adolf's expression changed drastically. What? He hurriedly tried to swing his tail to jump away, but it was too late. His long fish tail was caught firmly by Satan Saint, who showed no signs of weakness at all. Adolf, how does it feel to be defeated by me using the same method you used against Akainu? I admit you are a very dangerous man. Your intelligence, your power, especially combined with your identity as a member of the merfolk. If this continues, it will bring unbearable losses to the world government. But you're still too inexperienced. In the ruins, Satan Saint stood up as if nothing had happened, even grinning despite being one of the 5 elders, while simultaneously gazing at the tightly held Adolf with a more cruel look. His eyes emitted a strange light, and he used the power of the devil fruit to suppress Adolf, completely sealing off any possibility of escape. Meanwhile, he was surrounded by ghostly flames, and all the damage he had previously sustained seemed to be merely an illusion. In a brief 3 seconds, even his shattered heart fully recovered. His fighting style was like this. He did not need to rely on Haki to resist, but instead relied on his bizarre recovery ability. Even the top powers of the sea, the armed color Haki and the conqueror's Haki, are limited, and even frequent and extreme use of observation Haki can lead to mental fatigue. On the contrary, physical strength recovers quickly due to his strong physical constitution, and if his willpower is strong enough, he could even squeeze out a few more drops despite being exhausted. Are you in despair? Satan's Saint frowned as he looked at the captured Adolf. Adolf, who had been desperately fleeing just moments ago, had stopped moving after being caught. Didn't he even struggle anymore? Since you know what happened underwater, you must know that I intentionally let Sakaski catch me, right? Looking down, Adolf grinned, his grip almost reaching his ears. His body trembled, this time truly unable to contain his excitement. Are you saying that this time you also intentionally let me catch you? Even if you can secrete water and control the moisture in the atmosphere, you are still not a devil fruit user, nor are you seawater, which poses no lethal threat to a user. Satan's Saint was very displeased. As a celestial dragon who controls the world as authority, he viewed humans as ants. Even if they were gone, new ones would be quickly bred. He hated this attitude of being treated like an idiot. Is the only weakness of a devil fruit user seawater? Adolf raised his head and grinned at him. At the same time, a hand stretched out before him. Could it be? Satan's Saint looked at that hand with rage-filled eyes. He noticed it. The golden rings on the 5 fingers. Could it be? Yes, it's Sea Prism Stone. As soon as Adolf's words fell, it was already too late for Satan's Saint to pull his hand back. Or rather, it was already too late when he caught Adolf. With such a close distance, how could he possibly escape? His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the sound of metal grinding seemed to fill Satan's Saint's soul with a deathly melody. Just one stroke wiped away the gold layer on the ring, revealing its true color. There was no need to guess. Something visible to the naked eye required no further speculation. Sea Prism Stone. Satan's Saint gasped, but you realized it too late. Direct contact with the Sea Prism Stone rendered his abilities instantly unusable, reverting him from a mythical beast to a human. And under the suppression of the Sea Prism Stone, he felt utterly weak, even if he could adapt through prolonged contact. It didn't mean he could completely ignore the effects of the Sea Prism Stone. Adolf, how can I accept this? How can I accept such a reality? Satan's Saint's eyes were filled with rage, as everything he thought he had under control was shattered, and his face twisted to the extreme. It was clearly he who had caught Adolf, resolving the crisis the world government was facing. But in the next moment, the situation flipped. It was Adolf who had caught him, plunging the world government into a more terrifying crisis. And even himself, how regrettable. Reality is so cruel and changeable. To catch me and prevent me from escaping into the sea, you put aside the dignity of the 5 elders to act. I also want to quickly catch you to avoid a prolonged battle leading to one after another reinforcement. That would be troublesome. With your recovery ability, dragging it out for a few days and nights is really not a problem, but unfortunately, we both want to end the battle quickly, which locks in the situation. Adolf's mouth was about to twist into a smile. Truly, the unpredictability of the world is like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. At the same time, he used all his strength to grab Satan's Saint. Not to mention the restraint of the sea stone, his wrist was about to be crushed. He raised his left hand, biting down on a sea stone ring on his index finger, pulling it out. Bang! A heavy punch enveloped in armament hockey struck Satan's Saint's abdomen. Satan's Saint tried to withstand it with armament hockey, but the sea stone made it hard for him to even lift his strength. Adolf's punch was much heavier than a rock, capable of smashing a mountain. Ugh! His guts were about to explode, and his body instinctively retched. Puff! Adolf spat out, forcing the sea stone ring into his mouth, his left hand immediately delivering a punch to Satan's Saint's jaw, forcing him to swallow it down. You dare to insult me, insult the highest authority of the world government. Satan's Saint's eyes were bloodshot, like a ferocious beast gone mad. He knew he was swallowing the sea stone and understood Adolf's intentions, but he couldn't accept being humiliated in such a way. Don't blame me. Who told me I was inexperienced at this young age? For safety's sake, it had to be this way. Adolf grinned, pinning Satan's Saint to the ground. The terrifying power made the weakened Satan's Saint unable to resist, forced to lie on the ground. What do you want to do? Are you going to humiliate me? I'm not interested in men, but I can help you find true love that you're interested in. He fished out a stone needle from his belt and stabbed it into the spine of Satan's Saint's back. Yes, it was a Hailu stone needle, as thick as a finger. Bang! Then with a heavy punch, he drove the Hailu stone needle deep into the spinal cord, completely embedding it in the skin and muscle, leaving only a small hole oozing blood on the surface. The cervical bone was also pierced by the Hailu stone, firmly stuck. Immediately after, the lumbar and coccygeal vertebrae were also nailed with Hailu stone needles, penetrating through the bones and completely inside the body. With these 3 places nailed with Hailu stone, it was almost equivalent to being crippled. Although with Satan's Saint strength, it wasn't so easy to die. But the pain was excruciating. directly attacking the central nervous system of the brain, far worse than cramping. A life worse than death. You vile little devil. Is this how Sakazuki and the others keep you imprisoned? Satan Saint gritted his teeth, feeling hopeless, having lost the supreme power he once wielded over the world. Don't be too curious. You will soon see for yourself, and be with them. Adolf smiled, radiating sunshine like the sun, yet carrying the mystery of the deep sea. With just one hand chopped off, he could dig out a kidney or poke an eye and recover immediately. Does that mean he could infinitely extract bloodline factors and then create a factory for phantom beasts? Such a treasure. How could he bear to kill it? But in the eyes of Saint Satan, how much of a demon was that? He remained unshaken even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai. He was afraid. He was wrong. He shouldn't have come here. Let's go to Fishman Island. Adolf turned to look at Vegapunk and Caesar Clown. Yes. Caesar Clown was trembling with fear. If before there was awe and admiration for wealth and power, now there was real fear. They had even captured the highest authority in the world alive. Looking at Saint Satan being dragged behind like a dog, Caesar Clown's voice trembled with uncontrollable fear and excitement. Even I felt my scalp tingle, never expecting such an outcome. Vegapunk was sweating profusely. He couldn't even think of two people acting out the same role. Caesar Clown, Vegapunk, if you can save me, I can grant you both the status of celestial dragons. No matter what kind of forbidden research, I can fully support you. Saint Satan was left with no choice but to seek help from the two of them. Don't dream. How could I save you when I am wholeheartedly loyal to His Majesty the Sea King? Give it up. Wait to die. You are beyond saving. Caesar Clown mocked him with a grimace. Vegapunk, with your intelligence, you should know that continuing down this path is a dead end. The size of the world government is not something you can shake. Saint Satan didn't expect anything from Caesar Clown. What could the gas fruit ability do? I'm sorry, but in this situation, I can't do anything either. Besides, he offered me research funding I can't refuse. Vegapunk declined. Superintelligence told him to quickly use super strength. But he had no super strength. If he dared to act recklessly in this situation, his head would explode on the spot. Bang! Adolf punched Saint Satan on the head, causing it to bleed, and his fruit ability was suppressed, unable to recover. Don't dream. It's more practical to ask me to let you go than to ask them. Adolf pressed both hands on Satan Saint and rushed forward. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was pinned down by High Loose Stone. Whitebeard had a hole in his chest, and his head was blown apart, yet he was still so fierce. As for the effect of High Loose Stone on devil fruit users, at his level, it only suppresses the fruit's abilities. Damn it, Satan Saint gritted his teeth. He never imagined that he would have a day of begging for mercy, especially after becoming one of the elders and holding the world's power. The devil fruit is truly a convenient thing. Can he really teleport from Mariewa all the way here in less than a minute? It makes me want one too. Adolf looked at Satan Saint with envy. I can offer you 10 mythical Zoan fruits to choose from and grant you control over the entire New World Sea. All countries within the New World will belong to you, regardless of whether they are allied nations or not. Satan Saint was lifted up as he made his demands. Do you think I will believe what you say? Adolf remained indifferent and continued on his way. Swish him. Adolf suddenly sensed something and immediately raised the Satan Saint in front of him. Boom! A pitch-black object streaked across the sky for thousands of meters, resembling a meteor flying from the horizon, accompanied by dark red lightning, accurately landing on a meat shield, Satan Saint, while simultaneously exploding with terrifying power, turning the world into a sea of red. The intense firelight erupted violently, expanding and devouring in all directions. Whether it was Satan Saint, Adolf, or even Vegapunk and Caesar Clown, they were all engulfed in the flames. The horrifying firelight distorted the atmosphere, resembling the dazzling sun in the sky. Haha! What I just hit? Did I really see the 5 elders, Satan Saint, standing in front? Carp laughed heartily, with a hint of life questioning. This was not just a playful game of chasing after grandsons with cannonballs. With the support of top-level hockey, both the impact and explosive power reached an unparalleled level. Even the airflow generated by the explosion spread like a storm. Carp! At this moment, although Satan Saint looked disheveled, his suit in tatters, and his abdomen marked by the explosion, even his abdominal muscles twisted, a look of surprise from redemption appeared on his face. At that moment, he truly cried out, "Ah, it's really the 5 elders, Satan Saint." Carp's eyes almost popped out. Although he didn't regard the celestial dragons as anything, this was the 5 elders. It was actually the 5 elders. The Navy soldiers accompanying Carp were immediately panicked. They had hit a 5 elder. Carp, what a perfect timing. Could you please move aside? Adolf slightly lowered Satan's Saint, his narrowed eyes filled with danger. Carp, grab him. We must not let him escape. The furious voice of Saint squeezed out from between his teeth. Only then did Carp notice that Saint was being lifted by someone grabbing his neck. Behind him, the mermaid figure recognized at a glance Adolf. When I received the call for help, I happened to be nearby. I didn't expect it to be you. Even Saint has been captured by you. If you manage to escape, it will be a big trouble. Adolf was furious. Clearly, he had already cleared the soldiers at the fastest speed, dealt with Saint at the fastest speed, and was immediately heading toward the sea, yet accidents kept happening. Whether it was the delinquent from God Valley or the war god who single-handedly challenged the entire Hive Island. As a marine chasing Roger around the world, he definitely had some skills. With this in mind, he suddenly looked fiercely at Vegapunk. With his left hand, he drew a sea stone needle from his waist, wrapping it with both armed haki and conqueror's haki, and shot it towards the enormous head. No matter what tricks you have, or how outrageous your devil fruit ability is, sea stone combined with haki is the cure for all flashy nonsense. Vegapunk instantly felt death looming over him. As long as it hit, no matter how much precious knowledge was contained in that balloon-like huge head, it would explode into a pale brain matter. I won't let you succeed. Ignoring his own pain, Saint suddenly reached out and grabbed Adolf's wrist, even using all his strength and haki. His eyes filled with madness to destroy everything. He grinned with a vengeful laugh. This time it's your turn to be afraid, Adolf. Adolf's expression darkened. Swish. Carp immediately soared up, shooting like a cannonball. His fist as big as a sandbag swung down, with top-level armed color roaring. The gust of wind raised was like cutting flesh with straw, making it nearly impossible to open his eyes. Adolf raised Saint as a meat shield once again. Carp's fist landed heavily on Saint's face, his nose crooked, his jaw dislocated, and his white beard stained with blood. How dare he use Saint as a meat shield? Carp was furious. Had he not held back at the last moment, Saint would have had his head exploded by that punch. But he took the opportunity to get closer and grab Saint, trying to snatch him back from Adolf's hands. However, Adolf was holding Saint by the neck, while Carp grabbed his arm, and the two of them engaged in a tug-of-war. Don't mind me. Don't let him kill Vegapunk. You two idiots better get away, quickly. Saint endured the pain of his body tearing apart, blood spitting from his mouth as he spoke. To achieve great things, one must be decisive at the critical moments of gain and loss. Since Saint cannot be killed, I might as well give up the tug-of-war with Carp. Focusing on a core objective, he secreted a drop of water from his palm, wrapping it with top-tier haki, and then swung it towards Vegapunk. Mermaid karate. Water Heart was aimed for a sure kill, incorporating not only armament haki, but also conqueror's haki, capable of shattering even a mountain. In an instant, Bogart, who had been inconspicuous beside Carp, made his move, using terrifying swordsmanship to shatter the water drop, as if the world was divided in that moment. He slightly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed. Adolf's expression darkened. There were too many people, looking at Satan, Carp, and Bogart, who had saved Vegapunk, along with a group of approaching Marines. Adolf, although I don't know how you found out that Vegapunk is on this island, your goal is not to obtain him, but to prevent us from getting him. Satan knelt on the ground, propped up by his hands. The 3 sea stone needles in his back caused him unbearable pain, making it hard to control his limbs. He still raised his head, filled with a sense of revenge, and looked at Adolf. His once composed and stable expression was now twisted into a grotesque grimace. He almost got taken to the deep sea, facing a humiliation more torturous than death. With a population of 5 billion scattered across the seas, seizing maritime rights is an unsolvable problem from a strategic standpoint. The world government has no way to prevent everything happening beneath the sea. They can only watch helplessly. But as long as one steps out of this mindset and gains more powerful strength and more efficient killing weapons, even a population of 5 billion is nothing more than a large number of breeding fish, or rather, 5 billion slaves. This power is science. The intense desire to kill Vegapunk surpasses the desire to obtain him. This scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world. Satan's expression turned extremely maniacal, seemingly laughing madly for exposing Adolf. His mindset completely collapsed. Adolf remained expressionless. Yes, he could do without Vegapunk, because his plan does not require high scientific power. But he cannot let others obtain him. Vegapunk, the user of the brain fruit, inherently possesses terrifying research capabilities. bloodline factors, laser weapons, pacifists, artificial devil fruits of mythical types including Zoan, sea beast weapons, seraphim, and the holy mother flames that can destroy nations and even erase entire islands. Each of these is an epic-making research technology. With his wisdom, isn't it difficult to research a mass-producible pacifist in the sea? Isn't it even possible to mass-produce a Jinbei model? The holy mother flames wash the land, seraphim encircle. The advantage of the fishmen in the sea is evident. But when the world government possesses these scientific weapons, these advantages will vanish. Therefore, after simply dealing with the affairs of Fishman Island, the first thing is to find Vegapunk. If he cannot be used, then killing him would be a pity. He is in a hurry, and the Marines are also in a hurry. Even if it's not Carp, there must be other high-ranking Marines to cover the retreat of the New World Navy. With the 3 admirals captured alive and Zifa having asthma, Carp is the best choice. A task like covering the retreat must be done at the fastest speed. The distress signal just sent by the Marines reached him, and their original target was right here, the Marines' most important research base in the New World, the laboratory where Vegapunk is located. It can be said that both sides are coming for this place. The analysis is very accurate, but Saint Satan, I'll only ask you one thing. If I block the maritime transport routes, even if you develop the technology, can you produce it? Sneaking and transporting it artificially across the red line, climbing up over 50,000 meters is already very difficult. By then, you won't even have food, let alone conduct research and production. Don't forget the locations of Mariehua and Fishman Island. The red line is in opposition above and below, is situated at a point. Adolf also asked about his Achilles heel. Disadvantage? Who exactly is at a disadvantage? The expression on Satan's face darkened instantly, to the extreme. Vegapunk, I admit that when I saw Carp and Bogart, I wanted to kill you. Because your threat is too great. A threat to the world. Adolf's gaze turned to Vegapunk. What? Am I a threat to the world? Vegapunk opened his mouth, looking at Adolf in disbelief. You should know, the evil deeds of the world government, the enslavement of humanity, are too numerous to list. Genocide, the game of annihilation. Thousands of people dying in an instant, just like O'Hara. They are the source of all evil. Carp and Bogart rarely refrain from attacking, their eyes glancing at the suffering and struggling Satan Saint. Satan Saint no longer thought much, reaching for his back, trying to pull out the sea stone needle. But his large frame made it impossible to touch his own back, let alone pull out the sea stone needle that was completely embedded in his body. Nailed to the bone. The celestial dragons are the creators of the world. They should enjoy all privileges. How could they empathize with insects? The pain in the central nervous system twisted his expression. Yet even so, he spoke as if it were a matter of course. Yes, they cannot empathize with people. How could they consider the lives and deaths of us? By serving such a world government, aren't you giving them the power to commit great evil? Vegapunk, do you think you're not an accomplice in their tyranny? Shouldn't you die? Carp fell silent upon hearing this. Bogart was speechless, and Caesar was sweating profusely. As long as he stood on the moral high ground, he was invincible. Who made the world government so corrupt? Satan Saint, why don't you just die? Carp said astonishingly. Don't say such disrespectful things to the elders. A group of soldiers nearby were scared to the point of cardiac arrest. I'm sorry. Vegapunk lowered his head in shame, the scene of O'Hara's destruction lingering in his mind. But he did not join his friend Dragon's revolution. Instead, he joined the world government for research funding, whether it was under the guise of employment or otherwise. The fact remains that he researched for the world government. Don't let him continue. Carp grabbed him. Satan Saint realized the power of Adolf's words and immediately gave the order. Carp frowned in displeasure, but the elders were right here. He couldn't ignore it. He could only look at Adolf apologetically. I can't continue to turn a blind eye. Sea King Island cutting / Adolf took the initiative, wielding a blade with his right hand. The moisture in the atmosphere clung to him as the conqueror's haki wrapped around him, suddenly cleaving downward onto the earth with a crack, rip. In the next moment, the island trembled, and the massive landmass, spanning 30 to 40 kilometers, was split in half like a cake. The cut was thorough, severing both soil and rock, revealing a bottomless chasm. The terrifying power was far beyond human capability, just from a single slash. The roaring waves surged in, flooding the rift and transforming it into an inland sea. A great swordsman? Bogart stared in shock at Adolf. To comprehend the realm of iron cutting is to be considered a swordsman. Of course, this level is nothing to those of their strength. However, swordsmen vary in strength. Iron cutting is merely the entry level. There exists a realm of severing all things in the world and forging one's own path, which can be called a great swordsman. And now he actually saw the shadow of a great swordsman in Adolf. This kid is too outrageous. He doesn't even have a sword. Carp was exaggerated. Every thought evident on his face. Are you all even taking this seriously? Don't let him jump into the sea and escape. Sakazuki and the others are still in his hands. Damn it, someone help me get the sea stone out of my back. Saint Satan was frantic. He felt helpless and just wanted to quickly remove the sea stone and take matters into his own hands. Carp was too unreliable. Suffering from severe injuries, the sea stone had completely embedded in his spine and urgent surgery was necessary. Otherwise, he would be paralyzed for life. No, the fact that he could still stand was already a miracle. The military doctor was incredulous. What surgery? Quickly find a knife to cut open the skin and pull out the sea stone. We don't need you to judge. Saint Satan was furious. Is this the time for surgery? Damn it, even the slightest movement sends excruciating pain through the nerves, making life feel worse than death. Especially with those 3 kids, Sakazuki. Carp finally remembered and looked at Adolf seriously, although he really didn't want to help the celestial dragons. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing now. Fist bone impact, the ultimate hockey wrapped around his fists, even harder than steel by 100-fold. With a punch from a distance, the hockey erupted, the black-gold color streaking like a galaxy, dazzling and brilliant, simultaneously containing terrifying power. Don't act like you have me at your mercy, just because there are many of you. Not only can you not hold me back, but I will also take down Vegapunk. Sea King. Impact of the Sidolf's right arm clenched into a fist, veins bulging, and he retaliated with the same punch. A pillar of azure water erupted as if it were a solid mass, surrounded by a mist of water vapor, further illuminated by a striking dark red electric flash. The moisture of the entire island was invisibly drawn in. Even the distant sea was inexplicably stirred, raising monstrous waves. If a sword master comprehends the realm of slashing iron, producing an unmatched sharpness, then can one not grasp the essence of the sea? Even without the need to slash, one can still be surrounded by water vapor, with every move carrying the immense power of the ocean. Especially after the life and death battle with the great sword master, Fegelin Gallon, he obtained the abilities inscribed in his bloodline, deepening his understanding through the stones of other mountains to carve jade. Boom! The 2 attacks seemed to transcend time and space, erupting with a destructive power akin to a nuclear explosion, shaking the entire island and causing the ground to tremble as the second sun rose. Almost simultaneously, visible shockwaves erupted, instantly vacuuming the surrounding air, crashing towards all directions like a doomsday storm. Crash. The island trembled, the shockwaves causing the sea to churn with towering waves over 100 meters high, rushing towards the depths of the ocean at a terrifying speed. At the battlefield, a massive depression with a diameter of over a kilometer was formed, with rocks and soil compressed to their limits. Thousands of meters away, even up to 10,000 meters away, whether rocks or trees or the originally constructed research station, everything was shattered and sent flying. Those so-called researchers, the fainted navy under the influence of Conqueror's hockey, each and every one of them was torn into bloody pieces in an instant, with blood splattering everywhere. An extremely gruesome scene. However, if they truly cared, there wouldn't have been so many slackers during the Marineford War, with only Akainu fighting desperately. Cough, cough, cough. Old man Carp is only in his 60s, not that old yet, his body is still fine, quite troublesome. Amidst the nuclear explosion like dust, Adolf coughed and emerged from the human-shaped depression. Carp was fighting a group on Hive Island. How fierce were the pirates on the 6th level of Impel Down? Starting from a vice admiral, those who joined Blackbeard were the elite who survived the battles, with strength at least at the level of a rear admiral. And Rain's Shiryu ambushed and heavily injured Carp. Isn't it hard to understand the transparency of the transparent fruit developed from observation hockey? The Germa invisibility technology. Even Queen's invisibility cannot be perceived by observation hockey, let alone a devil fruit. Akiji Kazan was also just facing him head-on. At the age of 78, Carp was even older than Whitebeard. Protecting a bunch of deadweights, he fought against a group of monsters, injuring each of them heavily. Even Akiji was bound. ISNT that impressive? Super awesome, okay. When being outnumbered, it's impossible to fight. One-on-one punches, while others flank from the side and back. And Rain Shiryu stabs him in the kidney. It's not like they were going one by one. Carp's feats are few, so it feels like a few hits took down the myth and pulled down the pants, and he still has to pave the way for the Deserter King. Fishman Kid, this is not the sea. Get ready to be beaten. Carp burst out of the smoke like a cannonball, grinning as he swung his fist again, not waiting for the dust to settle. Boom! Adolf's fist, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, swung out. The two fists collided, and the terrifying energy tore the ground apart, lifting the dust into the air. The two turned into shadows, fighting fiercely together. Although the sea race was naturally at a disadvantage on land, it only fueled Adolf's bloodlust. Come on, let's fight. Is this all the strength you have? Carp Habum, whether it was observation haki, armament haki, or Conqueror's haki, all were pushed to the limit. He swung his fists madly, releasing all the boiling power from his body, feeling no pain at all, as the adrenaline was surging. The visceral thrill of every punch connecting. The power felt through destruction was so real, completely intoxicated by surpassing the limits of the human body. Every move displayed a might that could shatter mountains and rivers. At this moment, every cell in his body was in a frenzy, urging adrenaline, every cell telling him, squeeze harder, continuously extract the power within, the strength of the body, pouring out endlessly above Punk Hazard Island. Affected by the invisible influence of Conqueror's haki, heavy dark clouds enveloped, looking as if the sky was about to collapse. Dark red lightning flickered occasionally, resembling the apocalypse descending upon the earth, dust rising everywhere, and the ground continuously cracking. The island, riddled with wounds, split apart, spreading deep cracks like abysses. Even the mountains were smashed, exploding into countless boulders raining down. The entire island seemed to be collapsing. Carp, old man, put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? Adolf's eyes were fierce as he endured the heavy punch to his chest. Tough kid falling to the seabed in the sky. Carp stepped on the air, catching up to the flying Adolf at a faster speed. A massive hand wrapped in top-tier haki grabbed his face and with all his might, hurled him towards the ground. He transformed into a falling meteor, trailing dark red lightning. Boom! The rocky ground was as fragile as tofu. A deep well over a kilometer was blasted out, forcefully driving Adolf a kilometer underground. The earth continued to tremble. Meanwhile, the ground shattered, sending countless rough stones into the sky. The edge stones lifted. This time the power was completely concentrated on Adolf alone. Indeed, without the power of the sea, it was hard to bear. At least it would take some time to win on land in a frontal battle. In the massive pit, Adolf's body felt like it was falling apart. It was out. All three were out. Saint Satan? Hang in there, Satan. I'll get you the medicine right away. Huh. Saint Satan's face was pale, lying on the ground, showing no trace of blood, his body weak from dehydration. The pain was unbearable. His suit was torn open at the back, exposing his rear, but he couldn't care less about that. Sea prison stone needles were nailed into his spine, lumbar, and tail vertebrae. They were driven deep into the bones, leaving no trace visible outside. It was like a nail hammered into a wall, with even the nail head completely sunk into the wall. To pull it out, the only way was to grind down the surrounding bone slightly to expose the sea prison stone, then use pliers to pull it out. But the premise was that the skin and muscles had to be removed first, which would be bone-grinding pain, worse than scraping bones to cure poison. Especially since it was in the spine, where the central nervous system is densely packed, controlling the limbs and the entire body. Those with herniated discs could understand that kind of pain, but in such a place, the bones had to be ground down forcefully. The flesh was manageable. But with the strength of someone like Saint Satan, the bones were harder than steel, which meant it would take even longer to torture him. Anesthetic? With his strength, anesthesia wouldn't work. Fortunately, the great swordsman Bogart stepped in. Otherwise, with other ship doctors, I'd be afraid they would have to use a chainsaw to help me up. Saint Satan was drenched in cold sweat, his suit soaked, his back covered in bloodstains, his once dignified curly hair and beard now a mess. Completely losing his image, looking utterly disheveled. A group of sailors hurriedly helped Saint Satan to stand up. Now he truly had no strength left to even stand up. Without anesthesia, scraping the central nervous system was a test of, well, every second. Cut open my stomach. I still have something in my stomach. Saint Satan's pupils were completely bloodshot, as if they were about to explode. Bogart was silent. Carp felt a chill. And the other Navy soldiers were even more on edge. Better to provoke a devil than to touch the Sea King. Quickly, Saint Satan went mad. Saliva flying everywhere. Gulp, Bogart drew his sword, swallowing hard. He could be considered the first man to slice open the stomach of the highest authority of the world government. The five elders. Swish, the flash of his sword was quick, so fast that the naked eye couldn't capture it. Probably the greatest possible way to reduce the pain. Humph. But Saint Satan was ruthless. His right hand, wrapped in armament haki, suddenly plunged into his own body. A large amount of blood gushed out, flowing down his arm like a slaughtered pig. Even gastric juices spilled out. Ha. Breathing heavily, laughing wildly, cruelly, madly. Losing rationality in insanity. Fishman Adolf, I will tear you to pieces, making you suffer 1,000 times more than my pain. His pupils released a cruel red light. He was mad, completely mad. The blood-soaked ring fell from his hand, eerie demonic flames igniting. His whole person began to expand continuously. His lower body transforming into an 8-legged demon spider, and his upper body taking the form of a bull-headed monster. With disheveled hair, a messy beard, his entire body wrapped in demonic flames, and flickering conqueror's haki, he looked like a terrifying demon spider walking out of hell. Completely beastified. All the damage he had suffered before healed in the demonic flames, but his tormented soul remained unhealed, unable to mend that crazed heart. Such overwhelming pressure. Is this the fruit ability of the 5 elders? Saint Satan? Zoan-type, mythical beast. The sailors trembled in shock. Saint Satan then remembered them, his eyes flashing with a strange color, releasing a terrifying power. Who allowed you to look straight at me? Look at me, Jagalusada. Not good. Carp sensed something and immediately dodged to block in front. His crossed fists with armament haki blocked Saint Satan's invisible attack, also blocking Saint Satan's gaze. That was a power that would cause anyone with disrespect in their heart to bleed from their 7 orifices and die under his gaze. Saint Satan, Carp said solemnly, confronting Saint Satan. This also barely pulled Saint Satan back from complete madness, restoring a bit of rationality. Carp was willing to give him face, simply because Carp had saved him from the abyss of the deep sea, preventing the humiliation of the white, cloudy hell. If it weren't for these people rescuing him, that would have been true despair. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sharp 8 legs moved, the massive body comparable to a hill rampaging across the land. Arriving at the pitch-black cave like a deep well, it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Even observation haki was affected underground this deep. After all, it was about sensing breath. If there were too many obstructions and it was too thick, the breath would naturally be concealed. What? He escaped from underground? Are you a dog, Adolf? As the observation haki delved deep into the cave, Adolf was gone. Saint Satan found it hard to accept. He had suffered so much humiliation and torture. The culprit actually escaped? How can he endure this? How can he endure this? Gachala. The dark red overlord's haki released by the ruler caused the ground to collapse, and shocking cracks spread out from the octopus for kilometers. The sky was filled with dark clouds flashing with electrical sparks, reflecting his immense rage. Boom! Punk Hazard Island trembled, cracking from south to north, revealing a bottomless abyss. But soon, roaring waves surged in from both ends, filling the rift with boundless seawater. Is this the highest power in the world? It's too exaggerated. How could it so easily tear apart the island? The Navy couldn't believe it. It clearly looks like that merman kid did it. Carp looked at the massive rift, over 100 meters wide, as seawater rushed in. Several powerful figures instantly arrived at the seaside. Watching as Adolf endured so many attacks from the old man without a scratch, Carp was astonished. Damn it, he wants to destroy the entire island and drag us all to the bottom of the sea. Satan gritted his teeth. The overlord's haki flickered like electric arcs among the white hair and beard, the momentum terrifying. Yet they were helpless. You have so many people, and still in an unfavorable environment for me. I must be out of my mind to clash with you. Adolf raised his middle finger in mockery. MermanSlave technique, heavy rain boom, he casually grabbed seawater and flung it into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The overlord's haki stimulated the cloud's electrons, suddenly illuminating the world with electric arcs and thunderous roars. A mass of New World cumulonimbus clouds appeared in the dark sky, with torrential rain the size of human heads covering the entire island and even extending over 300 miles of sea, and it was still expanding. The fierce winds from the battle with Carp were still raging, disturbing the entire marine climate. The sea level surged to 10 meters high, perfectly replicating the extreme weather of the New World, the catastrophic scene of a tsunami apocalypse. Hahaha, Carp, old man, Satan, let's start our third round. Against me, against the world, Merman, empty-handed karate 100 waves, crash fist. Hey, is this really a fist? It clearly looks like it's pushing a tsunami towards us. Nearly 1,000 Navy soldiers' eyes bulged out, scared to the point of bubbles coming out of their noses. In front of them, a 100-meter-high, giant tsunami stretched over 10 miles. As if the sea was pouring down, giving an overwhelming sense of insurmountable power. Moreover, as it got closer, the waves behind surged madly, stacking higher and higher. With waves hundreds of meters tall, seemingly reaching the sky's clouds, it was like an apocalyptic tsunami. A deep sense of helplessness and insignificance enveloped them, making it hard for anyone to muster the strength to resist. It's over, we're doomed. This is fighting against the heavens, fighting against the sea, fighting against the world. Is this the Sea King, mastering the power of the sea? One by one, the Navy soldiers stared blankly at the giant waves of the doomsday tsunami. Even those seasoned in battle fell to their knees in exhaustion. What kind of depressing talk is this? Vice Admiral Carp is a hero who chased the Pirate King all over the world. It's just a wave. Only those Navy soldiers who have seen great storms with Carp can withstand such psychological pressure. One by one, the desperate Navy soldiers looked to Carp, like they were looking at a savior, waiting for that moment to break through the darkness. We are the Navy. How can we be afraid of the big waves? You should know that the bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Carp grinned, filled with confidence. That's right, what's Sea King? Just a big fish in the sea. Come on, Vice Admiral Carp, let him see our might. One by one, they clenched their fists and cheered. Fistbone shock taking their stance, the right hand wrapped in top-tier hockey. A terrifying momentum surged up, unstoppable, as if it would shatter the heavens. With a punch thrown from afar, brilliant light swept across like the Milky Way, becoming the hope of salvation that pierced through doomsday, drawing everyone's gaze. Clearly too fast for the naked eye to catch, yet it left dazzling afterimages in their vision. The brilliant radiance erupted with terrifying power in everyone's eyes. Boom, 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 the monstrous waves. The doomsday tsunami, hundreds of meters high and over 10 miles wide, collapsed under the terrifying power akin to a nuclear explosion, turning into torrential rain splashing everywhere. Even the 100-meter deep seawater was instantly pushed back thousands of meters, exposing the hard seabed rocks, and even the seabed strata cracked open. The fish and shrimp in the sea had long since fled. Those that were slow had already turned into minced meat, merging into the ocean. A terrifying blow shook the island again, facing the risk of collapse at any moment. The rolling air pressure surged outward with the impact, expanding the affected sea area. On Punk Hazard Island, the residual giant waves on both sides were still dozens of meters high, shattering large rocks and rolling them into the sea, the entire island visibly shrinking. Unfortunately, their line of sight wasn't that high, unable to see the full view of Punk Hazard. Ha, go look at the cannonballs. Merman Kid, if you want to hide in the sea, then I'm going to blow up some fish. Carp laughed heartily. Not good, Vice Admiral Carp. Our ship has been swept away by the waves. What? My dog-headed warship. Carp's eyes bulged as he looked. With such huge waves, how could it not be swept away? Adolf followed the gaze of Carp and the others, noticing the battleship that resembled a small boat in the sea. A battleship? You all are staying here today? Let's turn to the Calabash brothers to save Grandpa. With a casual flick, he sent a drop of seawater to sink the battleship. Damn it, Carp gritted his teeth. But he didn't rush into the sea to fight Adolf for 300 rounds. The merfolk struggled in land combat. Going into the water was also a path to death, and he enjoyed seeing their helpless expressions while they gritted their teeth. Adolf raised his hand again. Originally, this punch was infused with the power of 100 layers like shave, stacking up in an instant to unleash terrifying power. But after comprehending the meaning of the sword master and the sea, the waves followed suit. However, on land, he could only extract moisture from the atmosphere. Although his strength was profound and his destructive power surged, the sea's response was merely a reply. His sword master insight wasn't strong enough to directly turn land into ocean. That was the realm of the supreme great sword master. But in the sea, with every gesture, the rolling waves responded and the vast power accompanied him, truly bringing the great sword master to its peak. Sea King, 10,000 waves sink. Adolf extended his arm, wielding the color of arms, grasping the sea as if it were tangible, transforming it into a trident of water. He thrust it into the sea with great force, instantly raising towering waves that seemed to truly grasp the authority of the ocean. As the seawater rolled higher and higher, reaching up to 1,000 meters, even touching the cumulonimbus clouds, the sky and sea completely merged into one. The width stretched for hundreds of miles, completely exceeding the scale of the island itself by several times. When it swept over, everything was shrouded in shadow, and Satan's expression darkened to the extreme. The storm and heavy rain pounded on him, soaking him to the bone as if he were a drenched chicken. his body softened by the seawater. As one of the elders who wielded the authority of the world, the loss of power felt torturous and weak, leaving him with no sense of security, forcing him to awaken from his rage. At that moment, he felt the insignificance of mortals and a fear that seemed even greater than before. Carp also felt the pressure, clenched his fists again, and assumed a stance, his momentum rising to the extreme. Boom! As he threw a punch, the world went silent. Whatever waves, winds, or storms lost their color. A massive void over 1,000 meters appeared amidst the waves. The tsunami was pierced through, but aside from the 1,000 meters of void created, other parts of the island completely endured the battering of the giant waves. The terrifying force made the entire island tremble. The so-called water can penetrate stone. When such giant waves crashed down, even mountains and rocks were shattered beneath the waves. Just this one wave wiped away 3 to 5 meters of the island, and those places less than 3 meters high had already disappeared beneath the sea. Splash! The wind and waves did not stop. The heavy rain continued to fall. How could the tides calm down before the island was completely submerged? The entire sea area was filled with towering waves. An endless series of tsunamis surged like galloping horses, each wave exceeding 100 meters high, truly a cataclysm of the end times. There were too many. Wasn't this completely endless? One by one, the sea soldiers collapsed, and even the veterans stated they had never seen anything like this. Everyone think of a way. At this rate, we won't even have a place to stand. Caesar Kurong held his head in despair. Normally, it would be impossible to calm the sea and winds by human strength. Vegapunk said, I have already given it my all. Carp gasped, exerting extreme haki to stop wave after wave. But no matter how strong he was, he had already been fighting for over half an hour. Could he keep using haki techniques at such a high frequency? Swish! Bogart stunningly swung his sword, splitting the tsunami in two. The sea parted down the middle. But even so, it couldn't stop the continuous tsunamis across the sea. The seawater was flowing endless, but the island beneath their feet was not. Up until now, Punk Hazard only had this small piece of land left beneath their feet, pushed to the brink. I didn't expect even you couldn't handle him, Carp. It seems we need more manpower, Satan said solemnly, his eyes glowing crimson. Teleportation magic Circle Sea King Trident of the Sea. The trident in Adolf's hand seemed to reflect the azure brilliance of the heart of the ocean, interwoven with dark red lightning of destruction, projected from the seabed. The earth cracked, creating a massive void from below that pierced straight to Satan Saint. Satan Saint instantly sensed the intense aura, his face twisted in terror, his bloodshot eyes wide open. But under the infiltration of seawater and wind, the ability user's body was fatigued, causing a slight delay. Boom! The azure magic and dark red destruction trident shot up from the ground, bursting into the clouds, further intensifying the torrential rain and thunder in the sky. The magic circle was destroyed, and, at the same time, Satan Saint's lower body was pierced. His vicious 8 legs severed once again. Damn! He wants to exhaust us to death here. Satan Saint gritted his teeth, feeling deeply powerless. The situation was clearly unfavorable against Adolf. He also wanted to quickly call over the other 4 who were drinking tea to join in the brawl while there was still a piece of land to stand on. But Adolf gave no opportunity. If Adolf knew he wanted to call for help instead of running away, he wouldn't stop him. He would instead applaud and welcome it, especially the ability users. The more the better. Want to run? What nonsense is that? No wonder a hero like Carp chased after Roger. One punch could level mountain. And this invisible sword master, Bogart, could slice through anything. The intensity had lasted half an hour without exhausting them. How fierce. In the waves, Adolf held the water trident, watching them struggle desperately, just to wear them out. In this half hour, he had restored all the stamina he had consumed. On the contrary, Carp and the others were utterly exhausted and could not stop. The fact that Carp dared to chase Roger on a ship without being cut down meant they at least had similar strength, and Roger's ship still had Rayleigh. This implied that Bogart could match Rayleigh. It could be said that the two were incredibly strong, and with the 5 elders and Satan Saint, if he dared to go up alone, he would probably be hammered into questioning his life, or even be held down by several people, unable to escape. But so what? One punch could level a mountain, even sink an entire island, but could they erase the entire sea? Crumbling wouldn't help. It had to be completely eradicated. The waves kept coming. All he needed to do was occasionally wield the trident to maintain the giant waves. In fact, with continuous use, he felt he could study this further and permanently solidify the giant wave sea area, forming a unique oceanic climate in the New World. After all, in the New World, such extreme weather with storms and giant waves was not uncommon. There were even more extreme conditions, truly a manifestation of the powers of heaven and earth. This kid is too troublesome. Clearly, he could destroy the last bit of land, yet he insists on exhausting our stamina. Carp also felt powerless and quite frustrated. He clearly couldn't beat him. Vice Admiral Carp. Bogart's heavy gaze swept over the sea soldiers protecting behind him, as well as Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and the Five Elders, Satan Saint, and others. Yes, from the very beginning, Adolf could have used destructive moves to attack Punk Hazard's foundation, and Carp and the others couldn't stop him. Once the island was destroyed, Satan Saint would basically lose his combat ability if he fell into the sea, but also force Carp and Bogart to engage in a final life-and-death struggle with him. For Adolf, this was indeed unstable. After all, this was the sea surface, not the seabed. The sea surface is breathable. How could one drown in seawater? One could even run on the moon in the sky. Drown? Therefore, using the relentless tsunami to exhaust Carp and the others, forcing them to defend the island, would undoubtedly greatly increase his chances of victory. As long as the island remained, as long as Carp and Bogart didn't voluntarily abandon the hundreds of people and didn't give up on the giant-headed Vegapunk, they would not voluntarily give up land. Satan Saint, we will create an opportunity for you, but there is only one chance. Carp once again pushed back the waves, speaking with utmost caution. Now, they had no choice but to leave. Satan Saint nodded. At this point, he couldn't be tough anymore. Looking at the remaining 1,000 meters of land, even if he called the other 4 over, it would be of no use. Instead, it would allow Adolf to catch them all in one go and lead to their annihilation. Bogart, Carp shouted. Bogart nodded, looking up at the massive storm clouds in the sky, thick as if the heavens were collapsing, completely blocking out any ray of sunlight. Only the occasional flickering arcs of lightning illuminated the world. It was like a doomsday despair, the darkest hour. Kaz, the sword was sheathed, eyes closed, breath steady. In an instant, his momentum was adjusted to the peak, and he suddenly swung, creating an unparalleled crack in the sky, the clouds violently torn apart for miles. Sunlight pouring down, as if seeing the light of hope, lifting his spirits. The torrential rain was also cut through in the process, granting a moment of respite. Satan Saint seized the opportunity to leap up, his body shaking violently, the armed color hockey shattering his suit and flying away, including the drenched seawater. Although he seemed weak and severely drained, it was still better than being directly powerless in seawater. Teleportation magic circle, a scarlet mysterious magic circle appeared beneath his 8 legs, forming quickly without the influence of seawater. Sea King, Trident of the Sea, the trident in his hand, was projected again, and he could see that Carp and the others were fighting desperately. How could he let them escape? The azure and dark red intertwined oceanic power sliced through space and distance, arriving in an instant. But at the same time, Carp leaped beneath Satan Saint. Malfoy had enough of the fuss. Fist collision, the ultimate entangled hockey erupted in a punch, directly blocking the tip of the trident. It didn't look like there were many flashy effects. It was merely hockey wrapped around his right hand, but it possessed terrifying power capable of shattering most of Honeycomb Island. To put it bluntly, this was the pure essence of a non-ability user, an incredibly powerful body and hockey. And in the collision, the azure waves shimmered brilliantly, reflecting the beauty of the sea across the world, but also carrying a destructive arc of light. Circles of waves spread out from the center, washing out like a super vibration wave, subsequently stirring up a wave of destruction, sweeping everything on the island away. Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and nearly 1,000 trembling sea soldiers were all thrown away. Carp, squeezing out all his potential in madness, his face twisted in terror. The sea power-bearing trident could no longer maintain its form, exploding entirely, transforming into high-pressure water blades that erupted in a ring. And this water blade ring possessed incredibly terrifying sharpness. No one could escape. Adolf charged out. However, Satan Saint was closer and reached out with his 8 legs, leading everyone to escape immediately, leaving Adolf empty-handed. At that moment, endless tsunamis crashed down, submerging the last piece of land. I don't believe you can teleport out of this storm all at once. Adolf was unaffected in the sea, immediately taking out the Den Mushi to request a view. But he suddenly spotted a massive head over 10 meters in the water, alongside a purple figure being swept away by the seawater. Vegapunk? Caesar Clown is also here. After finding Vegapunk and grabbing Satan Saint, the protagonist had been moving backward, With a group of people and such a big body, it was impossible to speed up. The words were what Satan had shouted for help midway, which had been described multiple times earlier, and it couldn't be that they were just waiting to die. Vegapunk? Circling around the massive head, he saw no one. Only a gigantic head remained, along with broken bones. It couldn't be that the shockwave from earlier completely shattered his body. Could it? Adolf was puzzled. But no matter what, it's good that Vegapunk is dead. His greatest threat is gone, and things will be much easier from now on. Even if someone else eats the brain fruit, without Vegapunk's own research skills, they won't be able to fully utilize the fruit's abilities. Haven't there been enough god-level fruits wasted by fools? Can't you just teleport up to the sky, then teleport away? Carp complained while carrying Saint Satan. I teleported all the way from Mary Geos, and after being soaked in seawater, I'm already severely weakened. This is my limit. Saint Satan, immersed in seawater, sounded weak. Wait, where's Vegapunk? We didn't forget him, did we? Carp suddenly realized someone was missing, a crucial character. I should have brought him along. Did he fall into the sea? Saint Satan said, I'm here. I have no strength at all being soaked in seawater. I can't even feel my head. Vegapunk's voice came weakly. Where's your brain? That balloon-sized brain of yours. Carp was shocked to see Vegapunk's current state, nearly bursting into tears. The 5 elders, including Saint Satan, were also dumbfounded. He said he had lived so many years and had never seen anything like this. My head. No wonder I feel so much lighter. Vegapunk touched his head and found that his brain was gone. From above the eyebrows, the place where the brain should be was missing. I just felt something pass through my forehead, and then I was taken away by Saint Satan, Vegapunk said. Just when Carp shattered the trident, the spreading water blade instantly sliced Vegapunk's brain. To be precise, Vegapunk's body was too large, even larger than that of the giants, but his actual body was the same as a normal person. Only his brain kept growing, getting bigger like a hot air balloon. The invisible blade was far sharper than any tangible blade, and it carried the color of Conqueror's Haki. So after the brain was sliced, the brainwaves were still mysteriously connected. No one expected such a result. What should we do if he has fallen? Should we go back to look for him? Bogart asked. Going back now is equivalent to walking into a trap. That guy's power in the sea is something even I must acknowledge, Carp said. Let us go back to Mary Geos first. Our current state is not suitable for fighting anymore, Saint Satan tactfully said. It was really too tactful, still carrying the burden of being 2 ability users along with him and Vegapunk. There's no helping it. The highest authority, the 5 elders, have to save face, then let us hurry and leave. The mermaids are the fastest in the sea. If they catch up, it will be troublesome, Bogart suggested. Adolf checked on Caesar Caron, who was just fainted. Before he could speak, after picking up the phone bug, Violet, who had been watching the battlefield, spoke first. Vegapunk is not dead. He has been rescued, and currently, Satan is using his abilities to take Carp and the others towards Mariewa. What? Adolf suddenly looked at the head on the ground. Such a huge and unique brain, there is no second one in the world. Although it was hard to believe, it was real. The brain of Vegapunk was right in front of you. The Vegapunk saved by Satan didn't have a brain, but Vegapunk was indeed alive. Violet watched the whole thing in confusion. How could someone live without their brain? Adolf was also stunned. Vegapunk is still alive? But his brain is here with me? That's right, it is as such. Violet confirmed once again. Adolf remained silent, saying that it was really absurd. He used to read novels without thinking, but that didn't mean he literally had his brain cut off. The late brain storage, along with Vegapunk's brain, felt like experiencing the wisdom of a genius. It had a bit of the feeling of the split fruit, brain fruit brainwaves. The devil fruits are truly amazing. Since this is Vegapunk's brain, if I destroy it now, can I kill him? No. Since it's already in my hands, I can destroy it anytime. If destroying it doesn't kill Vegapunk and just grows another one, that would be a waste. Adolf removed his right hand from the grip and gave up on the idea of direct destruction. However, he took out a sea prism stone needle from his belt and stabbed it into the huge head. The head was stabbed, its sea prism stone, so uncomfortable. The brain can't function, and even touching the seawater is painful. Vegapunk was paralyzed, lying on top of Bogart, truly unable to muster even a bit of strength. It seemed that even his brain was filled with sludge, completely lacking the smoothness it once had. There's no way to alleviate the discomfort. Just endure it. Now I can only hope that guy won't blow your head off, Saint Satan said. Saint Satan and the others were already 300 kilometers away from you. About to leave the storm area, Violet reminded. No more pursuit, Carp. Bogart is not a devil fruit user. to take 2 people away. It only takes 1 person to hold me back for a while. From the beginning, I couldn't keep them both. What kept them was the Marines on their ship. But now those people have all sunk to the bottom of the sea. Without that mental burden, no one could be held back. Moreover, with Vegapunk's head being several meters tall, it would be faster to take people away. It's fate. If they had even 1 less expert, they wouldn't escape. Having many people makes it difficult to handle. Adolf regretted it and was too lazy to try. At first, he led Vegapunk and the other 2, needing to personally control Satan's Saint. After all, he wanted Violet to see the memories in his mind, while the other 2 had to walk on their own. That huge head was indeed slow. Vegapunk's research on artificial devil fruits was at the bottom of the sea, and there were also 24 spider legs from the beastification of Satan's Saint. Violet said, and Adolf nodded, collecting the spoils. I wonder if these limbs can be used to create Satan's Saint's devil fruit? 24 bull demon phantom beast types? If not, displaying the spoils in a museum would also be quite good. Huh, where's this? Why is it so dark? Caesar Clown looked around in confusion, and just as he was about to light a gas lamp, Adolf's voice came. I suggest you don't do anything so dangerous. Adolf. Instantly waking Caesar Clown up, he almost lost his mind. At the same time, he noticed the huge head beside him. Did you already kill Vegapunk? Vegapunk isn't dead yet, but his brain is in my hands. Adolf returned with the bubble spoils. How could he still be alive after his brain was cut off? Caesar Clown's emotions collapsed. With an excessively flattering tone, he rubbed his hands. Your Majesty, your target is Vegapunk. He is the evil scientist who poses a threat to you. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go back. You said you would develop a weapon of mass destruction against the Fishman race, right? Adolf's gaze turned toward him. Caesar Clown was about to boast, but quickly realized it wasn't. It was just an ordinary biochemical weapon. It was used to combat pirates. With 1 shot, the entire ship would spread poisonous gas, and all the pirates inside would die, perfectly suited for dealing with fleets that come to the deep sea. Your Majesty, didn't you previously invite me to join? I want to join. Let me be your dog. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Caesar Clown actively knelt down to express his position. If he had a cane, he would have bent one. I am very satisfied with your attitude. But if you betray me, I will be very unhappy. Adolf's gaze looked over. No. Even if I betray the whole world, I will never betray you. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to research this, I will never research that. Caesar Clown anxiously kept bowing his head, emphasizing sincerity. There's no choice. Vegapunk's head is still next to us. Do well, after overthrowing the world government. I can promise you the position of president of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, the world's #1 scientist. Yes, Caesar Clown was immediately moved, even starting to daydream. Even the 5 elders had to personally step in, and they let Adolf be pushed to the brink alone. It seemed like a boundless future. Although he was currently an enemy of the world government, he could become an elder of the empire later. His almost twisted, lewd face. Adolf's mouth curled up. He liked to eat a whole pie to feel full. Don't say taking out 1 trillion, even 100 billion is difficult, but as long as there is a pie, all difficulties become tests to overcome, and it tastes incredibly sweet. The storm in the New World is really exaggerated. Monet brushed her disheveled light green hair. After all, this is the New World, a place filled with monsters. Without extraordinary courage, one is not worthy to survive in this sea. Toripole was dragging his snot. Monet, we are about to embark on the ship of a new era. Don't let this little wind and waves scare you. The Indian-like Diamante stood proudly laughing on the deck. On the ship, only Doflamingo looked solemnly at the dark thunderclouds in the distance, as if a storm and giant waves were about to overturn the world. Suddenly, the thunderclouds, which seemed to cover hundreds of miles like doomsday, tore open a huge gap that was over 100 miles long. What is that? Is this the climate of the New World? Everyone on the ship was terrified, all looking at the sky in disbelief. Sister. Little Sugar was so scared she jumped into Monet's arms. Not knowing how long had passed, the thunderclouds dispersed. The sky became clear, and the sea gradually calmed down afterwards. The ship continued sailing in the azure sea. Young master, something is coming from the sea. It seems to be a person. Monet pointed at the surface of the water. Has the storm fallen? How pitiful. Let's wait for him to catch up. Sugar felt pity and immediately proposed like a little devil, then suddenly accelerated, letting him watch us leave. It must be despairing. Monet found it amusing. What a bad idea. We still need to avoid the Navy's coding. We don't have time to waste. Doflamingo walked over, but when he saw the person coming to the side of the ship, his mouth twitched. Stop the ship. Ha. Wait a minute. We need to let him see us clearly. That way, it will be memorable. Sugar grinned wickedly. This is not a joke, Sugar. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, feeling a kind of scalp tingling. What's wrong, Doflamingo? One by one, they came to the side of the ship, but upon seeing the silhouette clearly, they all opened their mouths wide. Ah, it's the Sea King, Adolf? Sugar was stunned, quickly climbing onto a barrel. The moment she saw clearly, she felt unwell. On the surface of the sea, a 5-meter-high wave approached from a distance, seemingly pushed by an invisible force, moving at high speed, and Adolf was right on top of the wave. I didn't say anything. I didn't even know it was yours. Sugar spoke in a panic, her tongue tying in knots. What bad intentions could a little pirate have? She just wanted to play a little prank. The stone fruit user was also present. Very good. The wave rolled up, lifting Adolf to the center. His name is Pika, a cadre of my family. Doflamingo grinned as he introduced. Sea King Adolf. Pika stepped forward 2 steps, an incredibly huge and burly figure. But his voice was extremely soft and sharp. Adolf assessed that their strength was a bit lacking, and the project would take much longer. Let me take you for a ride, he said. With both hands rubbing together, a thick, milky, viscous liquid appeared, and a bubble was blown out, enveloping the entire ship. Its toughness was even stronger than that of normal coating materials. Is this how the coating is done? Is it a devil fruit ability? Contact with seawater, yet not a devil fruit user. The members of the Don Quixote family exclaimed one by one. Everything that just happened was your doing. Doflamingo looked at Adolf. Yeah, I had a fight with Carp and Saint Satan, but unfortunately, they got away. Adolf entered the ship's deck. Carp and Saint Satan? Aren't those celestial dragons? How can they be even more exaggerated? It's not just that they're celestial dragons. One of them is actually one of the highest authorities of the world government. One of the 5 elders, Doflamingo, suppressed his voice, but his mouth stretched into a grin, becoming incredibly excited. What? The members of the Don Quixote family had their eyes bulging, their hearts almost stopping from shock. Swish, 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 yes. Just now it was the battle of His Majesty the Sea King, and these are all trophies from His Majesty the Sea King. Caesar Clown raised his head proudly. As long as the stance changes quickly, there's no sadness, only love. Devil fruit? The crowd looked at the devil fruit he was holding, puzzled. This is an artificial devil fruit developed by Vegapunk, and soon you will see that I have developed the real artificial devil fruit. After all, the lineage factor technology was discovered by me and Vegapunk together, but unfortunately, he is dead now, and I am the world's #1 genius scientist. What artificial devil fruit? They can actually create devil fruits. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, instinctively thinking of the incredibly large army of artificial devil fruits. He looked in disbelief at the nearly perfect, flawless artificial devil fruit. He looked at Adolf. Compared to the boastful Caesar Clown, he clearly trusted the name of the Sea King more. Adolf nodded, affirming Caesar Clown's words. This was nothing. After all, a failed product. The real spoils of the Sea King were these. What a pity. Truly the Sea King. How long has it been? Another earth-shattering event. If it were reported, the whole world would be in a panic. I can already see the demise of the world government. Doflamingo laughed cruelly, filled with passion as he looked at Adolf, his whole being boiling with excitement. Adolf sat on the floating bubble he created and said, Then let's publish it, give the world a little shock. Otherwise, one day, when we replace the world government, people won't even know what happened. This is not a small shock. It will cause a stir worldwide. Monet chuckled softly as she brought over a cup of red tea. It's good, but it would be even better if it were milk tea. I prefer creamy milk, Adolf said, taking a sip and admiring the large fruit hanging from Monet's chest. With her light green hair and golden eyes, Monet appeared much more youthful and pure compared to other women. Of course, her figure was also perfectly proportioned and graceful. It looked like a G-cup, right? Is it a specialty from Fishman Island? Monet wondered, as it was the first time she had heard of it. Hee. Doflamingo noticed Adolf's gaze and laughed nonchalantly. If he doesn't like women, then he should be the one afraid. Lord Neptune, he said this is a joke, right? Even a giant can't have such a big body, right? Sugar asked curiously. Vegapunk is a brain fruit user. The more knowledge he retains, the bigger his brain becomes. Aren't all of you on the ship capable users? What's so strange about it? Adolf glanced around. The Doflamingo family could be said to be a template for a team of traversers, with all members being capable users, except for 1 or 2. Although having all capable users on the ship greatly enhances combat power and provides a variety of abilities, this type of team is what he feared the least. As long as the ship is destroyed, except for Doflamingo and those with the spin ability who can fly, everyone else will be toast. Even if they find a clear weather day, Doflamingo would drown in the sea without a chance to cry. Just like me. I stopped growing after eating the devil fruit, Sugar thought. Adolphe looked with a crooked smile, realizing that it was just that he couldn't grow up, not that he was truly small. That would be acceptable. A little one like you wouldn't even have enough to eat in the deep sea. Eat, people. Sugar was so frightened that she quickly hid in the corner, saying, I don't want to go to Fishman Island anymore. It's too scary. Fishman Island used to have no dealings with humans. Lord Neptune is clearly lying to you, Sister Monet said with a smile. What? How terrible. The great Neptune is actually bullying a little girl like me. Sugar, dressed in a little dress, puffed her cheeks in anger, looking quite adorable. And with a roll of her eyes, she took the initiative to step forward. I'm a fun fruit user, a person of fun. After eating it, I can no longer grow up. Do you know the abilities of the fun fruit? Adolphe looked at the little hand that had reached over and didn't stop the contact. Sugar's hand froze for a moment, her little paw awkwardly scratching in the air. It's fine, let's give it a try, Adolphe said. You said it. Sugar showed an excited expression, and with a mischievous intent, she wanted to make Adolphe look foolish. The stuffed toy activated its ability without any optical effects, just plain and ordinary. Adolphe immediately turned into a mermaid puppet. At the same time, countless people around the world had their thoughts momentarily interrupted, their minds going blank. What was I just thinking? Who defeated the 3 admirals and was going to execute the celestial dragons? That can't be real. How could someone defeat all 3 admirals and execute the celestial dragons at the same time? They are the descendants of the Creator. As a figure that shook the world government and influenced the direction of the world, there were people thinking about him and reading his newspapers every second. But in this instant, all of his deeds and even his very existence were erased from the minds of the people. Even when they saw the newspapers, no one believed it. Even the old birds themselves didn't know when they had written the newspapers. This included the 5 elders of the world government, even him, Hancock, who had been watching Violet, and even Doflamingo and the others. All of them momentarily lost their thoughts and forgot him. They even doubted the accuracy of the information in their hands, wondering if it was a joke deceiving the entire world. Hahaha, you wanted to see me embarrass myself. Now it's your turn to be embarrassed. Sugar, holding the mermaid puppet, laughed triumphantly and said, beg me, and I'll help you release it. It seems they all forgot about me, but you yourself remain unaffected. Well, after all, you're the ability user. After turning into a toy, my physical strength was somewhat weakened, but my haki remained unchanged. Since I'm a cloth toy, I can be penetrated by water, but I won't become powerless because of it. It's a product of the ability user. The fabric should be afraid of fire and can burn. Adolphe, transformed into a mermaid doll, looked at the crowd while also glancing at his doll body. Aren't you scared? Sugar said, disappointed. If you want to see me embarrass myself, you might be disappointed. Adolphe shot her a look. With just a burst of haki, he easily broke free from the limitations of the devil fruit ability. Sugar grabbed the mermaid doll and swung it, and the original form of Adolphe quickly pressed down on Sugar. So heavy. You actually broke free by yourself. Sugar was flattened, unable to believe it. See King Adolphe. As he returned to his original form, Doflamingo and the others instantly recalled who this person was. The whole world also remembered this person. It could be said that this moment directly caused turmoil worldwide. It was even believed that Adolphe had become a devil fruit user with a powerful ability that could influence the entire world. The newspapers were right. How could they have forgotten such an important matter so suddenly? This strange effect could only be the ability of a devil fruit, which made us all forget. Did he eat a devil fruit? If that's the case, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Although the abilities of the devil fruit are bizarre, hiding in the deep sea makes it even harder to deal with. At this moment, using abilities, there was no news from Saint Satan either. Could it be that Carp, Bogart, and the others together are not a match? The 4 elders at Mary Geos became serious and began to brainstorm frantically. The level of haki was at least that of an elite vice admiral. It was not something ordinary people could achieve, and the consumption of haki was also substantial. Once used, it was used. It required time to recover. In a high-level match, being a blue damage mage was also quite challenging. Adolphe lifted the sugar beneath him and pressed it against the upper body of the tail. Although I allowed it, if you want to see me embarrassed, you still need to teach a lesson. The legal little cutie said as she slapped down directly. I know. Sister, help. Young master, save me. Stop hitting. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Those who hear are saddened, and those who listen shed tears. Saint Satan? It's actually Saint Satan. Why is he naked? Is it some kind of performance art? Navy Carp is also here. What did they encounter? How could it be so tragic? A while ago, the commander of the Knights of God also came up from below with a severed arm. Is the sea already this dangerous? Even the celestial dragons. Fool! The five elders hold the highest power in the world government. How could they be injured? After the last teleportation from the Red Soil continent, the group finally arrived at Hahaha, a place far from the sea that gave them a sense of security. It also attracted many people to discover them, who came to watch, but they had no intention of paying attention anymore. Haha, we should be safe now. I really didn't expect we would escape back. Saint Satan was naked and exhausted. Vegapunk was completely drained, and Carp and Bogart were both gasping for breath. Still having to support Saint Satan. They were in utter disarray, with no image to speak of, especially Saint Satan, the dignified highest authority of the five elders. Naked in public, Saint Satan, the guards rushed in, trembling with fear, respectfully handing over a cloak. Saint Satan stood up, seeing the guards bowing. The humiliation and anger in his chest burned. What are you looking at? Are you interested in men? No, I didn't look anywhere. How could I dare to be interested in Saint Satan's body? The guard was terrified, just raised his head to see a small spider in the black jungle. And Saint Satan's killing intent surged, crushing his head with brute force. Ferocious eyes swept across the scene with a cruel, scarlet gaze, erasing all the watching nobles, leaving severed limbs and corpses everywhere. He hated others looking at his body, especially the gaze coming from behind. If Carp hadn't appeared in time, those gazes would have been more than just looks. 20 top-quality devil fruits. He didn't believe Adolf could resist extorting the world government. That cunning and despicable man. Saying it means he really thinks so. Damn fish. Saint Satan gritted his teeth, his whole being in a state of rage. Carp didn't care. Let them kill. After all, the nobles of Hahaha are trash. This incident is very serious. I need to report Adolf's matter to Sengoku. Carp said directly to Saint Satan. Adolf's power in the sea can no longer be stopped. The waves he stirred up could even sink islands to the seabed. There's no need to go to the New World anymore. Saint Satan headed towards Hahaha. He also needed to have an immediate meeting with the other five elders. Carp nodded seriously. Punk Hazard Island is the best example. The entire island submerged, unable to stop the endless tsunami at all. In Panga City, Power Hall, Saint Satan, why didn't you call us over? The other five elders looked at Saint Satan. They had already heard of Saint Satan's embarrassing appearance in Hahaha, which shows the situation is not optimistic. Did you want us to go over to be annihilated together? When a magic circle was finally opened, only 1,000 meters of ground was left, which could be destroyed by Adolf at any time. In that situation, no matter how many people went, it would be a death sentence. Especially the more ability users went, the more they would be a burden. Carp and Bogart couldn't take care of it. Saint Satan said heavily. It actually reached this point. The five elders were serious. In the sea, no one can deal with Adolf anymore, especially ability users. They have no fighting power at all. Saint Satan said with great weight. He has already maximized the advantages of the deep sea races, like a natural phantom beast. The fish fruit, phantom beast type, mermaid form, just like having eaten a natural system, ocean devil fruit. He has almost absolute dominion over the sea. The pupils of the other five elders contracted, surprisingly describing it as a natural phantom beast, ocean fruit. Outside the Red Soil continent, there is probably no safe place. Absolute dominion over the sea. One by one, their expressions darkened, and the entire conference room instantly became extremely oppressive. They all felt uneasy. This means that the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, is facing the most severe challenge. Not because there are strong people who can sink islands, but because the race living in the sea has gained such power. Humans living on land, as long as their brains are functioning, would not casually sink islands. But the deep sea races are different. If the island is gone, there are no external enemies left. Every race has its own extraordinary exceptions. As long as Adolf is killed, the fishmen will be slaughtered just like before. The environmental war god said. That's right, the deep sea races are troublesome. But the real core is Adolf. The legal war god said. The problem lies here. The scientific defense war god, Saint Satan, said in a deep voice. And the others looked at him again. His strength is not just because of his power, but also his character and style. Like a predator in the jungle, patiently pushing the prey to the brink of despair, waiting for the prey to weaken and die, without putting himself in danger. Even after getting the upper hand, he would ensure that everything is foolproof. It is very difficult to kill him. Saint Satan was extremely serious. Even after analysis, he couldn't find a single flaw. That was in the past. Just now, we momentarily forgot about Adolf's existence. If it weren't for the newspapers and documents clearly recording it, his deeds could indeed be verified. We might really take it as a huge lie. It has been verified that his ability covers the entire world, including the most distant islands of the four seas. Extraordinarily eerie. Although troublesome, it is actually a good thing for us. As long as our non-fruit ability users break his bubbles in the sea, he will lose his power like Sakazuki and will be at our mercy. Adolf and his fruit ability can be recorded in writing, so there's no need to worry about forgetting. He understands the flaws of the devil fruit better than anyone else and the impact on him. Even if he gives up the advantage in the sea, he still wants to eat it, which shows that this fruit is indeed very powerful and not to be taken lightly. Find a way to confirm what kind of fruit ability Adolf actually ate. A fruit that can affect the memories of the entire world, even among all devil fruits, is extremely rare. Could it be a newly emerged fruit? The five elders began a deep discussion about Adolf's abilities again. But compared to the previous seriousness, this time it was much lighter. The flaws of the devil fruit are the same for humans and terrestrial creatures, so naturally, it's not a big deal. But for the fishmen living in the ocean, it is too great. We are Fishman Island soldiers. Stop the ship. 1,000 meters underwater, at the entrance to Fishman Island. A group of Fishman warriors stopped the ships. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked over. Fishman Island is currently engaged in a full-scale war with the world government, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. If you're here to watch the execution of the celestial dragons, you can go to Fishman Island under our guidance. But please be sure to discipline yourselves, otherwise it will be regarded as provocation and provocateurs will be executed. If you want to borrow the way to the front section, you can register and we will send someone to take you through. You will not enter Fishman Island midway, and any unauthorized route changes will be considered as spies for the world government and will be directly sunk. A soldier in charge came to inform. The squad members behind him were holding explosive weapons. If you insist on going against advice, then just sink. Even if we kill them all, higher authorities will receive the message and lead more troops here. Do you want to see who is speaking on the ship? Doflamingo slightly moved aside. King Neptune. The warriors instantly panicked and looked at the man on the ship with admiration, quickly finding someone to replace us on patrol. We will escort King Neptune back to the island. You fools, don't forget your duties. No matter who is on the ship, they must register. Even if a fisherman returns in a bubble, they must come out and verify their identity in the sea. Adolf came over and scolded angrily. Register them. It's His Majesty the Sea King. A group of people hurriedly went through the procedures. What pirate crew are you? Who is the captain? What is the captain's bounty? How many people are there in total? What is your purpose in coming to the deep sea? The warrior ensured the information was accurately conveyed and took out a pen to register. Meanwhile, another warrior held a transponder snail in hand, passing the information to the Fishman Island Information Center. After that, every station would follow up on the information until they completely left the underwater world. Hey, don't you think this is troublesome? Doflamingo, with a headache, looked at Adolf. I only know that if we don't do this, it will bring greater trouble to Fishman Island. Adolf replied coldly. He's right here. Do you dare to not cooperate and try? Doflamingo fell silent instantly. Other family members instinctively swallowed hard and became inexplicably tense. The expression was terrifying and didn't seem like a joke at all. All right, I surrender. After all, we are at war with the world government, and being this close is practically face-to-face. It's understandable to be cautious. Doflamingo raised his hand in surrender, not wanting to test the consequences. Then he honestly cooperated. My name is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bounty, 340 million. There are a total of 34 people on the ship, heading to Fishman Island to watch the execution of celestial dragons. And I will abide by your rules of Fishman Island. Okay, the information has been conveyed to the headquarters of Fishman Island. Next, I will take you to Fishman Island and inform you of the precautions. The Fishman warrior actively entered the ship. Release. The Doflamingo pirates had passed the first checkpoint. Attention to the second checkpoint. Headquarters, please note. A nearby warrior spoke to the transponder snail. Second checkpoint received. Headquarters confirmed. After receiving confirmation, the pirate ship continued to move deeper. Aren't you afraid that someone will lie during registration, claiming to have borrowed a route? See Fishman Island. And then kill you on the way? Sugar asked. Don't underestimate the defense system of Fishman Island set up by His Majesty the Sea King. The Fishman warrior scoffed. The entire route has more than 10 Fishman garrisons. If I die, the headquarters will immediately order the nearby garrisons to dispatch sea beasts, and they can reach here in just 20 minutes to search. How far can you run in 20 minutes underwater? Where can you escape to? At that time, They will directly sink you. And if you have any explanations, go to the sea prison. In other words, from the moment I boarded your ship, my life is tied to all of yours. The fisherman warriors said proudly. Look at the current Fishman Island and the Fishman race, standing tall. It's nothing like the cowardice during Neptune's leadership, allowing pirates to run rampant on the island and capture mermaids. The Doflamingo family felt uncomfortable. They are pirates, yet they have to ensure the safety of a guide fishman. This was the discomfort shared by all pirates. Well, precisely because they are pirates. It is even less safe. If they came with friendship, the Fishman warriors on the ship would instead ensure their safety underwater. From the first half of the Grand Line to Fishman Island, 1,000 meters. Underwater waterfall. A massive flow of water falls in the sea. 3,000 meters. Underwater passage, extending for dozens of kilometers. 5,000 meters. Underwater monster layer. Many large underwater creatures. 7,000 meters. Underwater volcanic group. Can artificially create volcanic eruptions. Temperature differences can create large whirlpools. 9,000 meters. Underwater trench. A dark, gigantic drop that can create underwater mudslides. Finally, the area of sunlight. A vast space of hundreds of kilometers where large sea kings can swim freely. From Fishman Island to the New World is the same. Each stage will have thousands of Fishman warriors stationed. If there is a delay in reaching the next location, they will send someone to search and maintain constant information verification with the Fishman Island headquarters. It can be said that they truly have control over the entire underwater world. Aside from a few devil fruits, no one can come to Fishman Island without permission. Even great pirates like Whitebeard and Kaido, or the Navy headquarters and world government leading fleets, can easily send them to the bottom of the sea with the help of the natural environment. Adolf is confident. For example, explosive passages, volcanic groups, and landslides in ocean trenches. The entire underwater world completely belongs to you, Sea King. Even the Navy and the world government are helpless. Doflamingo laughed. My goal is not just the seabed, but the whole world. Next, I will completely take over the rights to navigate the seas, cutting off Mary Geo's control over the ocean from the Red Line, and seize the resources of the entire world. It's true that Fishman Island has a shallow foundation and is difficult to attack Mary Geo's. But my vision will not be limited to the Fishman race. I will rule the entire world, which naturally includes humans and all races. As time goes by, I can drag it out until the world government collapses. Adolf is not just daydreaming this time. He is indeed planning this. Hehe, the countdown to your doom has begun. World government. Don Quixote Doflamingo's blood boiled, his emotions ran wild, and he covered his face while grinning maniacally. He could already see the not-so-distant future, witnessing the celestial dragons. High and mighty, regretting and despairing. Like him, they would be so hungry that they had no food, forced to rummage through rotten garbage. Even pleas for mercy would be denied, their noble faces trampled underfoot. Doflamingo, you are a smart man. You understand what I mean after all this. Adolf's gaze turned to Doflamingo. You can answer me after this, but remember, I am building an empire, not a chaotic pirate world. Doflamingo calmed his emotions and looked at Adolf, a smirk appearing unnecessary. I've already made up my mind. Since I can personally turn this world upside down and watch those pigs kneel, of course, I will choose your side. Sea King Adolf. Saying this, he knelt on one knee in front of Adolf, lowering his head. Behind him, his family members exchanged glances and followed suit. Shush, Doflamingo. You will be proud of your correct decision today. Caesar Clown wrapped an arm around Doflamingo. Get away, you guy. Doflamingo pressed his face, feeling a headache. We will all be elders of the empire in the future, so let's get along harmoniously. Caesar Clown laughed heartily. Doflamingo, I do not require you to withdraw from the underground world, but you must not kill indiscriminately or constrain the actions of those below. You must at least pretend to be a good person. Once you officially grasp the power of the seas, you must completely end all illegal trades. And of course, the law is the law of the empire. Adolf said directly. Doflamingo frowned. If all these businesses stop, how are we different from ordinary pirates? Diamante was dissatisfied. Your Majesty, the Sea King, must control the entire global transportation system, control the flow of all goods, control all multinational trade, even all kingdoms. Doflamingo, the businesses you see are too small, too insignificant to be on the table. Caesar Clown mocked. Doflamingo's pupils instantly constricted, and his mouth stretched to the roots of his ears. He, as expected of Your Majesty the Sea King, I indeed have a narrow vision. What underground world intermediaries, what arms trading, what human trafficking, are all worthless. What's the big picture? Compared to this, he was at best a rat in a stinking gutter, and the world government couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to you. Let me be clear. I do not want to hear that you're using the Imperial transportation system for illegal goods. It must be completely cut off. Don't let it be that before you even step on a Mariewa to see the final scene, you have to take your bow first, and your subordinates, keep them in check. Adolf cast a cold gaze at him, also glancing at Diamanti, Torpol, and others. He was very distrustful of pirates. Their unrestrained and reckless nature was the biggest issue. However, he did recognize Doflamingo's abilities. Indeed, being a good person is troublesome. Doflamingo, feeling helpless, looked at his family members. Since they had decided to ride the winds of the times, the ship could only sail in the direction of the wind. I know what to do. Adolf nodded. Although Doflamingo's words were a bit awkward, it did not affect the transmission of his will. If things were not done well at that time, it would be him who took down Doflamingo. No matter how capable he was, he would have to abandon it. The so-called world transportation system was built on the foundation of the empire, established on the routes opened up by the fisherman race. Changing to another person, while much slower and more troublesome, could still work. It was not Doflamingo who chose him, but he who chose Doflamingo. That was all there was to it. Your Majesty, in this deep-sea environment, the gas bomb I developed only needs one shot to poison everyone on the ship in a completely sealed space with nowhere to hide. Caesar Clown sought credit for his achievements. Don't use things that pollute the environment. It would be better if you could develop underwater launchers and incendiary bombs. Adolf found it. Sure. Your Majesty the Sea King. Burning requires oxygen, and high-temperature flames will also destroy the bubbles. Leave it to me, the world's #1 scientist, Caesar Clown. I'm the future president of the Academy of Sciences of the Empire, and I absolutely do not allow Imperial warriors to use such outdated means of attack. Caesar Clown automatically took on the role. Adolf, do whatever you want as long as you're happy. After passing through 5 or 6 stations, we arrived at Fishman Island. What is that little bubble island for? We didn't have it the last time we came, right? Sugar pointed at the small bubble island in front of Fishman Island. The large dock will accommodate all ships coming to Fishman Island in the future. They will not directly enter the island. After verifying their identities, they will be allowed in, and there will be another inspection upon departure. This is mainly to prevent pirates from kidnapping mermaids or bringing a ship full of explosives for a terrorist attack. Although he loudly claims every day to abandon Fishman Island and die with the world government, that's just a last resort exchange family tactics to boost public confidence. However, if possible, it's better not to give up. A safe and stable collective development space is essential for uniting a nation. If people scatter, they might not care about you anymore. When the population of Fishman Island surges in the future, that's when it will truly radiate across the seas and spread worldwide. Just like China, where you can find Chinese people everywhere in the world, grilling corn under the Eiffel Tower, doing tricks in front of the Louvre. The whole world is essentially a massive made in China. Cowards, always on guard against this, and that if you're so scared, why not just stay inside? Sugar pouted. Being pinned down is a shame she will carry for life. After all, Fishman Island is right under Mariewa, and the Navy headquarters is nearby. We're not some small pirate ships that can compare. Monet Lonet. This lady is not wrong. Among those who have come to Fishman Island to watch the celestial dragon's executions during this time, there are indeed many spies mixed in. A Fishman warrior said, "How can you be sure those people are spies and others are not?" Monet asked curiously. "Can't be certain, but there must be many." The Fishman warrior was extremely confident. Then why let them in? Sugar was speechless. I've already let the Fishman people leave the island. Feel free to investigate whatever you want. If something major is discovered through the grassroots, then I might as well quit. Adolf said nonchalantly, "You guys can just wander around Fishman Island. I don't have time to accompany you right now. Wait, can I see the celestial dragons that are about to be executed, as well as Akainu and the others?" Doflamingo spoke up. Only 5 minutes. After thinking for a moment, Adolf ultimately decided to give face to this newly recruited Minister of Commerce. No problem. Doflamingo naturally accepted. Immediately, Adolf led Doflamingo toward the sea prison. "Hey, Sakazuki, Kazan Borisolino, long time no see." Doflamingo swaggered in with a face that looked like it was asking for a beating. "Tenryubito?" Sakazuki looked up. Soaking in seawater, shackled with sea prism stone, the highest combat power of the Navy is really in a miserable state. Doflamingo mocked as he looked at their faces. "It seems you've captured him. That's quite surprising. You're willing to take in such trash. I misjudged you a bit." Sakazuki said, looking at Adolf. "You and he are 2 peas in a pod. You both need to stop indiscriminately killing innocent people." Adolf said, "But I never agreed to join you." Sakazuki snorted coldly. Adolf, you want to recruit those 3? Doflamingo was stunned. How could he continue to act arrogant then? Wouldn't he just end up getting beaten up when he comes out? The celestial dragons are right there. Just go ahead. Adolf said. Doflamingo turned to look. In another sea prison, Saint Roseward, who had lost his legs, was lying there in complete despair. Saint Roseward, do you remember me? A sinister and violent laugh erupted, veins bulging on his forehead, barely suppressing the urge to kill. The thrill of revenge surged from his heart. The celestial dragon who rejected him back then was in such a miserable state. It's truly wonderful to see you like this. Doflamingo, save me. I allow you to become a celestial dragon again. Saint Roseward once again saw hope. Don't dream. I want to see you publicly executed in front of the whole world. I want to see the supreme authority of the celestial dragons trampled into the ground. Doflamingo suppressed his killing intent. Killing him like this would be too cheap for them. Adolf glanced at the vengeful Doflamingo, but chose to ignore him, as long as he didn't kill anyone. Let me share some good news. The Navy headquarters is offering over $40 billion to buy you back this morning, and I agreed. It's not because I need this $40 billion, but because I said I would let you go back to think and make decisions based on your true sense of justice. However, just now, I captured Saint Satan from the 5 elders alive. I almost had him come here to accompany you, having one more 5 elder on the execution platform. Do you know what that means? Unfortunately, your Navy hero saved him. That old man really is a savior of the celestial dragons. All previous negotiations are void. You not only have to think clearly here, but I also want to nail the seafloor stone onto you. Don't worry if you join me. I will definitely pull it out and heal you. The 3 admirals. You failed, and then you come back to vent your anger on us? Is that fair? Is that reasonable? Hahaha. Sakazuki and the others had bloodshot eyes, drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling. Think it over carefully, or pray for old man Garp to come and save you. Let go, Doflamingo. Adolf clapped his hands without pausing and left with Doflamingo. He could threaten the Navy with the 3 admirals or execute them to force Karp's hand, making it seem like Karp's interference was the reason for their execution. But if he really wanted to do that, are you out of your mind? You idolize Akainu, don't you? Because Karp disrupted the enemy's plans. The enemy retaliates by executing the 3 admirals. So you want to marginalize Karp, who is making contributions? The 3 admirals were already in the enemy's hands, ready to be executed at any moment. To be threatened like this and to undermine internal unity, what kind of stupid leader would do that? It's like being kidnapped by robbers, and the robbers say they will kill 2 cops across the street or else they'll kill the hostage. Do you even hear what you're saying? Even a little fairy unleashing her lover's powers isn't this absurd. And what he is plotting is to dismantle the entire Navy institution, which is the extension of power governing the seas and the foundation of the world government. Even if he kills Karp, or even Sengoku, and annihilates the entire Navy, to him, it's just a temporary gain or loss. He no longer sees the Navy as a threat. His target is the world government. Adolf, I have something to tell you about the celestial dragon's national treasure. On the way, Doflamingo suddenly spoke up. Adolf looked at him. His subordinates need to show loyalty, and as a king, he must give them a chance. I was once a celestial dragon, but because of my utterly hopeless father, I was brought out of Mary Geos and could never return. Doflamingo slowly recounted the story. It was the first time he had voluntarily mentioned it to anyone. This included what he knew about the celestial dragon's national treasure. Do you suspect I've eaten a devil fruit? Perhaps I can play along with your scheme. Adolf leaned on the throne, one arm wrapped around Violette's slender waist, and the other playing casually. Although he wore a sea prism stone ring, as long as it was wrapped in gold leaf or something similar, and did not come into direct contact, it wouldn't prevent a devil fruit user from using their abilities. And over time, it could even enhance their adaptability to the sea prism stone. Violet leaned against Adolf's chest, her body softening, her face flushed, and she placed one hand over Adolf's eyes, allowing him to see everything she had witnessed in Mariehua. With a hint of regret, she mentioned that she hadn't expected that the first few times Saint Satan used the magic circle were not to escape, but to summon the other 5 elders. If that were the case, he should have let him use it. If all the elders who were drinking tea were called over, then neither Garp nor Bogart would be able to save them. Adolf regretted that he hadn't seen them use it in Mary Geos before, so he couldn't obtain this information. It could be said that the vast majority of his previous victories were based on the perspective hack provided by Violet. Without the perspective hack, he would be very passive in whatever he wanted to do. However, looking at how Satan's Saint used it, one must have coordinates to teleport. Otherwise, there is no worry about directly appearing on Fishman Island within a certain distance. But as long as one comes over, the other 4 can immediately arrive as well. No, this thing, which is like black magic, couldn't possibly be an ultra-ancient technology, right? It's not a devil fruit ability? Adolf furrowed his brow in thought. He even considered a possibility. Just like Nagato's Rinnegan, what if the five elders were all puppets of certain entity, and that entity was the true one? The only one capable of making the five elders puppets could only be Im. If it's not him, the problem is even bigger. Just before he arrived, it was exactly when Satan's Saint went to Future Island, and then he vanished. Who knows what ridiculous plot happened afterward? If it also turns into a filial son saving his mother scenario, he would have to be wary of someone pulling at his heartstrings. Sorry. Once they fall asleep tonight, I'll read more of their books, hoping to find these secrets. Violet felt worried for him. I'm sorry to trouble you, but don't feel guilty. It's not your fault. You've already helped me a lot. Adolf comfortait Violetta. Although Violet could see Mariehua. Everything during the war served the war, and there were too many people to keep an eye on. Him and Mariehua, the five elders, Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. The appearance of the Mera no Mi, ensuring safety in the waters around Fishman Island, and the three admirals' water prisons, with 25,000 Navy prisoners. There were just too many places to pay attention to. It's impossible to discover all the secrets of the world government in such a short time. And she herself is not a top student like Robin. The five elders and Im are certainly not insane, casually mentioning secrets every day. Would you announce your payment password out loud? The main work has just been released, providing a cliffhanger. The author has just seen this part too. What can I do? I can only frantically patch things up. I'm just afraid they LL give me a backstab next week, nailing me right here. The worst case scenario now is that the world government has mastered some kind of teleportation technology directly arriving at Fishman Island. Although it's unlikely, precautions are still necessary. It seems we can't let humans enter the territory of Fishman Island. We can only stay at Small Bubble Island. On the other hand, the fishmen have already dispersed to the safe zones of the Red Line continent, with dozens or even hundreds of strongholds. If they come, we'll burst the bubbles and perish together. After all, we are a race that lives in the sea. We don't even need bubbles to exist. So we want to worry about their spatial technology. Once the strength of the fishmen gradually rises, with a strong guardian at each stronghold, they LLB in even more trouble. For now, let us endure a little hardship. Adolf is thinking of a solution. Although it's tricky, it's not unsolvable. This vast ocean is their strongest support. In the deep sea, can you outrun the fish? Once you speed up, you burst out of bubbles. It's like walking on thin ice. Adolf sighs. Currently, the manga hasn't revealed the five elders. Just waiting for the face-slapping moment. Then I can travel through time to change it. To be honest, if teleportation could be done casually, the four emperors would be a joke. Although in terms of combat power comparison, it's not much different from a joke either. Tell Doflamingo to get Pika to start working immediately and build the transfer island as soon as possible, which is the small bubble island that Sugar asked about before. First, lay the foundation, and then I'll find a designer to rush out the blueprints. Adolf is in charge. Didn't you say it was going to be a dock? Doflamingo is confused. I changed my mind. In the future, humans are not allowed to enter Fishman Island's territory, and even the transfer island has to keep its distance from Fishman Island. Let Pika get moving quickly. The Navy captives will also start mining soon. If it's too slow, let Pika go directly to Red Line and get some large stones. The fruit's ability can break stones much faster than the drafts. The Navy can let them build bricks and do construction on the transfer island. In short, hurry up, get the prototype done in the next couple of days, and leave the rest of the Navy captives. I want to keep idle people here. After that, build 100 large cave safety houses inside the Red Line, ensuring they're interconnected. You know what a beehive looks like? It should be something like that. Adolf urged. Doflamingo was taken aback. Is this workload serious? Even his sweatshop doesn't exploit like this, right? Speaking of which, since he joined the Empire, can he still receive the promised 100 million? If he works well, it's not impossible for him to become the minister of the Empire's construction department in the future. It would be a waste not to utilize the stone fruit for construction. With that fruit's ability, the Kingdom of Bridges would have been completed long ago. Adolf said this and hung up the phone. Gulp. Pika swallowed hard. It sounded like he was coming to do manual labor, and it was the kind of workload that one person would do for hundreds of thousands or even millions. But the position of Minister of the Empire, that's on the same level as the young Master Doflamingo. Violetta, can you see the technology in his brain? For example, the technology for artificial devil fruits? Adolf looked at Violetta. Yes, I can see the scientific technology in his brain memories. There are so many technologies, all of which are leading edge in the world. I found the artificial devil fruit technology. Violetta exclaimed. Originally, she couldn't do this. Even 10 years later, she wouldn't be able to see memories. Only what she was thinking at the time. But during her time with Adolf, her body's gene cells had become active, accelerating her evolutionary speed, even including the lineage factors of devil fruits. The immense pressure from the world government also made her feel a sense of crisis. Both her own strength and the development of fruit abilities had made a leap forward. But I don't understand science myself, and it would be difficult to replicate. I must give it to someone who truly understands science, so it could be utilized. Violetta shook her head, looking at the giant brain of Vegapunk on the ground. Let us find a time to give it to Caesar Clown. He can make use of it, digest it, and establish an artificial devil fruit factory. Then we'll have the capital to step onto the land. However, keeping it a secret is a problem, even threatening him with death. That big mouth is likely to spill the beans easily. Adolf frowned. He believed in Caesar Kuran's technology, but this big mouth. By the way, let the imaging phone bug see the memories you observed, and then let it play them back to him. Ah, so clever. I didn't even think of that myself. Violet looked at him with admiration, even though she was the one with the Dengeki fruit ability. What's so smart about it? You're the key to me. Let's see what Vegapunk is thinking now. Adolf hugged Violet tightly, continuing to play with the cotton ball in his hand. What Vegapunk is currently thinking is how to locate the exact position of his brain through brainwaves and then retrieve it. He is also worried that if his brain is in your hands, will he die if it gets destroyed? Still frustrated and affected by the sea stone, his body cannot move. How can he complete his research and invention to find his brain? Violet blushed as she looked at Vegapunk's brain. No wonder he's a genius. Even with his abilities sealed by the sea stone, he can still find a way to conduct research. There's no rush to destroy it. First, extract the technology from his mind. If there is a threat, then it can only be destroyed. Adolf was in high spirits. As long as he kept the sea stone pressed against Vegapunk's head, Vegapunk wouldn't be able to use the brain fruit or even move. Therefore, it didn't matter whether he killed Vegapunk or not. Violet habitually looked up at Mariehua and suddenly saw some significant news, quickly covering Adolf's eyes with one hand. Bruno had secretly climbed up to the red line and was heading to Mariehua under the escort of CP0. News from Fishman Island indicated that Adolf had returned to Fishman Island. It only took an hour to travel from Judicial Island through the giant whirlpool to Marineford. And then Sengoku personally escorted him to the elevator. Even Adolf might not be able to react in time, right? It's better to be cautious. No one knows if he's been spotted by the fishmen patrolling underwater. On the red line, Adolf was finally in a bind. The 5 elders were conversing, maintaining a high level of caution towards Adolf. Violet's gaze moved quickly, soon spotting a group of people moving rapidly on the red line. And Bruno, the user of the door fruit, was protected in the center. Compared to the current CP0, Bruno was much weaker, his stamina completely unable to keep up, and he was being carried on someone's shoulder. If they went by sea, Bruno would be mine. Adolf sighed. Even the 5 elders were frightened. Don't be upset. There must be a way. Violet could only comfort him like this. It's fine. I'm prepared mentally. His strength at sea is formidable. He could be said to be invincible once on land. However, his power is greatly diminished, but with adaptation, he can still summon huge waves by harnessing the ocean's power. Enough to flood the island. But the red line? That's 50,000 meters high. Can you even comprehend 50 kilometers? Not to mention he's the Sea King. Unless the sea god descends, it's impossible to create a tsunami that high. The whole world could face a mass extinction, and certainly. This sea god cannot be some continental deity. A mere 100,000 gene, or 50 tons, dares to provoke? Even like a road roller, right? The deep-sea natural environment could crush this god, showing the capabilities you currently possess. The scientific defense god sat calmly on the sofa, regaining the composure that the highest authority of the world government should have. I am a user of the door fruit. Any object my hands touch turns into a door, allowing me to open doors and move freely anywhere. Once a door is opened, I can enter an alternate space that is identical to reality and perform spatial movement. With my current physical strength, I can accomplish spatial movement within 100 meters, Bruno explained. The 5 elders frowned. Only 100 meters? Bruno suddenly felt overwhelmed. Although he didn't show it on his face, the entire 5 elders were watching him, and he was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. Spatial movement consumes a lot of stamina. That's because you're too weak, the blonde agricultural god said bluntly. Bruno, using the surgery fruit for teleportation also consumes a lot of stamina. Bruno's current strength is not very strong. He hasn't even developed the ability to open doors in the air yet. Can you open a door in seawater? Directly to Fishman Island. The environmental god asked straightforwardly. As the world government, possessing a devil fruit encyclopedia, they understood the capabilities of the Dor fruit better than Bruno himself. Seawater? Bruno was taken aback. He had never thought about it. The sea is a forbidden zone for users. If he enters an alternate world within the seawater, he would likely be affected by the seawater as well. The 5 elders frowned. To be honest, no Dor fruit user had ever developed the ability to open doors in seawater. There's no need to try opening a door in seawater. If affected, then use a boat, said the bald-headed wealth god, holding a knife. As long as we enter the alternate space, the traps on the route to Fishman Island will be meaningless to us. Everything else doesn't matter. The legal god nodded. They never expected Bruno to be able to directly spatially jump them to Fishman Island. Not to mention Bruno, even their own strength made that unrealistic. As long as he could open an alternate space, that was sufficient. This approach also indirectly acknowledged that they were frightened by the defeat of Akainu and the others, not daring to force their way through the normal route. Soon, the 5 elders and Bruno arrived at a massive swimming pool filled with seawater. In this world, seawater and other liquid water cannot be treated the same, especially for users. Open the door in seawater. Bruno plunged his hand into the seawater and immediately felt a sense of weakness. The contact was minimal, so the impact wasn't significant. But using his ability yielded no response. The 5 elders remained expressionless, not saying a word, just watching. Bruno's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Who understands? The pressure is a bit much. Open the door in seawater. Open the seawater door. Seawater, sea door. Seawater? Open the door. After seeing Bruno's performance, Adolf felt relieved. It wasn't that he couldn't develop the seawater door that reassured him, but knowing Bruno's specific abilities. As long as he knew in advance, they could come up with countermeasures or even use it against them. Of course, if it truly couldn't be developed, that would be better and safer. Given the current situation on Fishman Island, steady development is the way to go. But just because you want to stabilize development doesn't mean others will let you, if you don't demonstrate an invincible strength and courage. How could you make others know you're not to be trifled with? Standing close to the world government, they have been bullying you for hundreds of years. Your Majesty Neptune, my brother Arlong, has returned. He wants to see you. Madame Charlie entered the room. Adolph's bedroom is off limits to anyone except her. She is composed and sensible, and even her brother is not allowed in. Aaron, I'm going to see him now. How is your training in the observation of colors and domineering skills going? Adolf asked, progressing quickly, but thinking about the level of predicting the future will take a long time, Lady Sharif said, feeling troubled. Adolf stood up, holding her in his arms, whispering in her ear with a mix of pain and apology. I'm sorry for putting pressure on you, but Fishman Island truly needs your strength, and I need you too. I will keep trying. Mrs. Sharif's heart fluttered. Stay tonight. Adolf cupped her face with one hand, gazing into her eyes up close. Sharif's eyes glistened with unshed tears, slightly turning her head away, unable to face that fiery and yearning gaze, feeling as if she were being invaded, her heart conquered. But, she murmured softly, not feeling repulsed. Adolf smiled lightly and kissed Xia Li's forehead, saying, I'll go first. Not losing out as the Sea King, the harem must have to take care of so many mermaid ladies. Violet, feeling both jealous and helpless, adjusted her collar, her skin still carrying a pleasant flush of pink. Adolf smiled at Violet and gently kissed her forehead. Contact me after Bruno develops it. The so-called jealousy dissipated. Adolf also left. After all, he is a king. No girl in Fishman Island would refuse him, right? Besides, he could be treated gently. Sherry felt pleased as she touched the face he had caressed. He wasn't as gentle at night, as you saw. He was particularly strong and rough, making Violet's face flush. There was some anticipation, like a shark tearing into its prey. Lady Sherry's cold expression also turned rosy. A strong man, a hero, a king, identity, fame, power, and wealth. When one possesses these and reaches their peak, even doing nothing can attract nearly all women. Moreover, he is someone who has truly shown his prowess to Fishman Island. Arlong, welcome back home. Welcome to every compatriot willing to return. Adolf arrived at the Dragon King's palace. Adolf, no, it should be Your Majesty the Sea King. Arlong and his gang looked at him excitedly. We returned as soon as we saw your newspaper. The former King Neptune was too weak, and that ridiculous ideal of Odoheim. But you are different. You have truly made Fishman Island stand tall. We should dominate those inferior human races. I'm willing to follow you, Arlong and the gang. Aaron was excited, and the smile on his face couldn't fade at all. Domination? Inferior races? Unfortunately, it might be different from what you think. Adolf shook his head, while Arlong's smile faded. Although I led Fishman Island in resisting the world government, I have never viewed other races as inferior or treated them as slaves. Arlong, you are a pure racist, and only those who love their own race to an extreme degree would harbor such deep hatred and glare at those races that have bullied us. I trust people like you so much that I would even entrust my life to you. A long-time emotional moment. The king of Fishman Island, the hero who repelled the Navy fleet, can actually entrust his life to him? What incredible trust. But you should know that every race and every country has good people and bad people. We cannot regard an entire race or country as evil because of one person. Even in our Fishman Island, there are fishermen gangs that kidnap mermaids and sell them to human traffickers. Do you know who they are? Why not kill these people? They are more hateful than the humans who oppress us. How many of our compatriots have suffered tortures worse than death because of them? Adolf walked past Arlong, looking at the gang he brought. Each one was not very strong, and Arlong might even be inferior to a colonel from the Navy headquarters. But as long as they were fishmen, as long as they loved their race and their country, he wanted them. Racism will not betray its own race or country. Blind love may not always be right, as it can lead to irrational behavior due to its lack of thought, but it cannot be said to be wrong. It can be said that Arlong is someone worth cultivating with care. Like Hody Jones, he has brains, leadership skills, and takes things seriously. This is a talent that Jinbei and Neptune do not have. The Makuro gang from Fishman Street, that group of scum. Arlong instantly thought of them and fell silent. He certainly knew that every race has good and bad people, but the former Fishman Island had no qualifications to differentiate because it lacked the ability to protect its own kind. Now Fishman Island is different. We have our own place, and we are sending our voice to the world. Besides, I want to dominate the entire world, all countries, and replace the world government. Don't limit your vision only to Fishman Island. That would be too narrow-minded. Replace the world government. Arlong's pupils contracted. Others were also shocked. The former Fishman Island was something they wouldn't even dare to imagine. No need for extra privileges. The advantages of the fishmen living in the sea are enough to make us stand proud among all races. They will no longer see fishmen as ugly. They will only envy, jealousy, and long for our bloodline, to freely roam in the bloodline of this vast sea. Furthermore, Fishman Street no longer exists. It has all returned to Fishman Island, and there will no longer be an orphanage like Fishman Street. All the children are the future of Fishman Island, and I will do everything to cultivate them. The future belongs to us and to them. Adolf clenched his fist and told everyone in an incredibly firm tone. Aaron smiled. His fierce and terrifying face, with sharp shark teeth, appeared sunny and heartwarming, because his heart was no longer filled with slaughter and revenge. A person's spirit can be expressed from the inside out, allowing others to see and feel it. My compatriot, my king, I have nothing left to say. You have resolved all my inner conflicts and made me feel the sunshine, seeing the bright future of Fishman Island, an incredibly beautiful future. I don't know what to do to achieve all of that. All I can do is to go through fire and water for you and for Fishman Island. Arlong knelt down on one knee in front of Adolf, completely at ease and fully submissive. He harbored hatred for humanity, but he loved his fellow countrymen even more. Before coming here, they had already prepared for a fight to the death against the world government. Even if it meant shedding the last drop of blood, they would have no regrets, but that was a determination for revenge against humanity. But now it was different. Now he was willing to shed the last drop of blood to help Adolf achieve this great ideal. Born in Fishman Street with little education, fighting to the death was their most direct expression. Behind Arlong, his group did not hesitate and also knelt on one knee, shouting, "Your Majesty, the Sea King." Those who could follow along were basically racists. They loved their country and their race. I won't let you down, come on. I'll take you to the troops. Remember to change all your thieving habits. This is the Fishman Island Army, warriors defending the homeland, and you must have the appearance of a soldier. Otherwise, even I won't go easy on you. Adolf smiled, patted Aaron's shoulder, and walked outside. Aaron grinned and said, "Did you hear that, comrades? Fishman Street is no more. This is also our country, our home." The others also smiled widely, feeling a wave of emotion wash over them, sensing a warmth. "Hey, Pika, you have a chance to become the Minister of Construction. Aren't you ahead of us?" Toripole looked at Pika, who was working hard with displeasure. "Not just ahead. You guys don't even have positions in the Empire, right?" Pika's sharp voice cut deep. "Are you making us look foolish? It's true. We don't even have positions. Damn it." Diamante held his head. "I'm more afraid that my brothers are living poorly. I'm even more afraid that my brothers are driving Range Rovers. Brothers who once suffered together, and now you've transformed into aristocrats? Who can stand that? No way. I want to get a minister position too. Doflamingo, think of a way for me. What would be suitable? How about Minister of Combat Performances? I'm an art fruit user. Being the Minister of the Arts is only natural, right? Big Mom's subordinate, Jola, looked forward to it. Let me teach fishmen how to swim. That is really a difficult task, said the swim fruit user, Senior Peak, expressing his difficulty. But he was more concerned about another matter. I hope the universal medicine from Fishman Island can cure Lucian, please. Then how about the explosive fruit user? The Minister of Explosions? Gladius suggested. Am I supposed to be the Minister of the Elderly? Elderly Gymnastics? Lao Zepunda. Then I'll be in charge of the toy department. Sugar joined the excitement. Ha! How can one person hold one minister position? Monet laughed, her fingers twirling a snowflake, seemingly contemplating what she was suited for. The Empire, which replaced the world government, directly governs all countries and essentially exceeds the world government's power. Such great authority cannot be casually given to a departmental minister position. It's not as simple as a pirate gang. Doflamingo leaned against a rock. In his view, if Adolf didn't indeed need Pika's abilities right now, doing the work of hundreds of thousands of people and establishing true contributions, he wouldn't let their group have two ministerial positions. It must be said that his subordinates were all talented, but unfortunately, their potential hadn't been realized. Hey Doflamingo, you're a warlord, right? Have you joined Fishman Island? Black Maria approached with a pipe. A group of women followed her. On Onigashima, she managed the brothels, which meant she was part of Kaido's crew. Doflamingo turned to look. If it were before, he would have been wary, especially of Kaido himself, but now, everyone has a big boss behind them, and his is even more powerful. He wasn't even flustered. It's not surprising. Mom also wants to marry Adolf. She thinks highly of him. Charlotte, the 18th daughter and butter minister, came over. Marriage? Is she trying to team up with Adolf? Isn't she afraid of the world government's retaliation? Marco the Phoenix looked on. Isn't Fishman Island empty now? Without the beautiful mermaid princess, can it still be called Fishman Island? Disappointing. Teach held a cherry pie, his face full of regret, his expression clear. Originally, Whitebeard didn't intend to send anyone, but he couldn't resist his sons wanting to see it. After all, executing a celestial dragon is a much bigger event than executing the Pirate King. Thus, Marco came to hang up the phone bug. It was a show of righteousness. After all, it was just about hanging a flag and showing his face. As for Teach, he applied actively, wanting to see Adolf's performance firsthand. The devil fruit being suppressed by seawater like a dog, the 3 admirals wiped out. And his years of scheming for the dark fruit would have turned him into a fool, right? Perhaps Adolf already anticipated that this island would become a battlefield. Queen Stussy of the Happy Street gracefully walked out. The Whitebeard pirates, Kaido pirates, Big MOM pirates, and the Underground World S guys are all here. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Joining Adolf, he transformed from a spectator and witness to a participant. From guest to host. What a refreshing mindset. After all, this was a significant event that would influence the world's landscape, and everyone was paying attention. If it weren't in the deep sea, if it weren't so close to the world government, the crowd would only be larger. Morgan's the old bird walked over. Let me reintroduce. Minister of Commerce of the Empire, Doflamingo. We should have opportunities to do business together in the future. Doflamingo smiled. Future Minister of Construction of the Empire, Pika. Pika's lower body merged with the rock, and his upper body stood tall. Using the stone fruit to build? Teach was a bit dumbfounded. Is that how devil fruits are used? The Empire? They really want to dominate the world and replace the world government. Huh? They can even recruit warlords. That guy Adolf has some big ambitions. Marco Fronith. Only a man with ambition is attractive, Black Maria particularly admired. It's not about recruitment. It's about subduing. Well, as long as you're happy, if you don't board the ship of the future, you'll only be cast aside by the winds and waves of the times. Doflamingo shrugged. Even if these so-called sea emperors compared to that man, they were just pirates content with their territory, and he no longer regarded them highly. Everyone present, all strong, suddenly felt something and turned to look, their expressions turning serious. Sea King Adolf, why is everyone here watching Pika work? Adolf approached, confused. You're not here to supervise, are you? Doflamingo's mouth twitched. This is truly exploitation. As an elder, it's always more tiring. That is how you can hold a high position and gain trust. Adolf patted his shoulder in comfort. The whole Fishman Island is empty. I just came to see the excitement here. Teach said directly, his big eyes appearing cute and devoid of ambition. Mom wants to marry you to jointly resist the world government. She can lend you the power of all nations. This is Mom's only mermaid daughter, Pudding. The 18th daughter and butter minister, Charlotte, introduced. Hello, I'm Charlotte Pudding, 19 years old. The 21st daughter, Mermaid Pudding, was nervous. She was originally a wild and cheerful person, but now meeting her fiancé made her anxious. Marriage? Adolf frowned. If it were Lingling as the king of all nations, it would be fine, but a pirate is out of the question. Besides her, can I take you to? He is a sea king. Isn't it reasonable to have more fish in the harem? With a big house, he has a big heart. He can accommodate Charlotte. But it's greedy. However, I don't dislike it. It depends on what Mom decides. Then after this matter is settled, I'll visit Lingling. How can a girl come to the door? Of course, it's the boy who should propose. Adolf looked at Pudding and Charlotte. Propose. You agree? The 21st daughter, Mermaid Pudding, blushed in surprise. There's no reason to refuse, right? Adolf stepped forward and embraced her. Pudding was shy but didn't refuse, completely letting him take the lead. Click. Ha. Big news. Sea King Adolf is going to marry the big MOM pirates, completely compensating for the ground forces and forming the world's strongest power. The sea boiled with excitement. News King Morgans clicked his camera nonstop, even imagining the scene of besieging the Holy Land. Mariejoa. This is indeed a big event. Don Quixote da Flamingo is laughing wildly, completely excited. The people nearby are frowning, looking at each other. King Neptune, Adolf, has proven with facts that Fishman Island has become a force that cannot be ignored. Now with the alliance with Big MOM, whether in the name of the world government or as a pirate crew, the marriage is a fact. This way, in this sea, they will truly be an invincible existence. Other forces, even if they hide on islands, will be crushed and swallowed. Of course, they still don't know about the Punk Hazard Island sinking incident and think that Adolf is relying on his advantage at sea. I'm going to tell Mom this news. She will be happy. 18-year-old butter minister, Charlotte, happily takes out her transponder snail. If Fishman Island sinks by then, I won't be able to bring Fishman Island snacks as gifts. I hope you won't mind. As a guest, Adolf is polite, and besides, several queens' mothers-in-law won't mind. Mom will understand. After all, it's about fighting the world government, and I will help out when the time comes. 18-year-old butter minister, Charlotte, comforts Adolf, completely regarding him as one of their own. To be precise, he is a trustworthy and reliable husband. After all, they're siblings who often clash and bully each other. Haha, I appreciate your kindness, but if my fiancé, he comes to help deal with enemies, that would be too embarrassing for me. Adolf laughs heartily. The alliance with the Totland Kingdom, that is, with Big MOM, certainly makes Charlotte Lean's combat power important. But the most strategic asset is the Mirror Fruit user. 18-year-old Charlotte BRLE. With her ability, they can cross 50,000 meters in altitude without risk or detection, directly reaching the Holy Land, Mariejoa. By then, it won't just be a simple threat to the world government's rule. Wait, our Grand Admiral wants to recruit you as the vice captain. What are your thoughts? Black Maria looks down nervously at Adolf. Kaido. Adolf looks up and sees her. She's huge, there's no denying it. Standing up, she is right there to drink water. At the same time, she has extraordinary capacity. If he kneels down, he could be buried in her generous embrace while enjoying dinner. Of course, compared to the future Shirahoshi, who would be big enough to lie down on as a bed, she's still quite a distance off and more suitable as a dining area. Right? Thoughts? Do you think a ship can carry an entire ocean? I actually have some thoughts about you. I really like this big beauty. She's so voluptuous. Of course, the small lowly is nice to hold, and hang on a stick too. Haha, we can have a good talk about this, just the two of us. Black Maria says with a smile, completely unbothered by his thoughts about her. You just said you wanted to marry me, and now you're getting involved with other women? 21-year-old mermaid, Pudding, pouts in dissatisfaction. Men can be very fickle. They want all pretty women. Besides, didn't you propose to your sister at the same time? You need to be mentally prepared. Future bride, Black Maria teases. Humph. 21-year-old mermaid, Pudding, snorts coldly at her. Speaking of which, our Grand Admiral also has a foolish daughter. Very strong and beautiful, though she doesn't realize it herself. If you like alliances, the Grand Admiral wouldn't refuse, right? Black Maria takes a puff from her pipe and looks at Adolf. I will visit Kaido, but let us talk about it later. I will never ally with pirates. Adolf casually brushes it off. Yamato, who has come to view herself as another person who has already died based solely on a diary. A big-breasted, white-haired girl, extremely talented and very pretty, though her brain doesn't function well. He wants to treat her as a durable daily necessity, but feels a bit like playing with a mentally challenged child. the mindset is subtle. Our king aims to overthrow the world government and establish an empire, so of course, he won't ally with pirates. In fact, the pirates that threaten world stability must be dealt with as enemies. Of course, after the world government, you still have time to make changes. Doflamingo isn't afraid of the pirates and the world government teaming up, he reveals directly. That's right, the previous world was dominated by the world government. No matter what it turned into, it was all the world government's indulgence, and they could take the blame for it. But after I take over the world, pirates must disappear as garbage, including the so-called underworld Dark Kings, all illegal organizations. Adolf does not hide it either, as long as he marries Charlotte Lin. It's basically no secret. Ah, then aren't you going to destroy my Joy Street? My Joy Street has many young and beautiful girls. Can't they touch your heart? Queen Stussy of Joy Street covers her mouth in shock. If the girls from your Joy Street were trafficked rather than coming voluntarily, you would be doomed as well. Adolf looked over. What a domineering good man. Even the world government allows it, huh? Stussy laughed and said, so the world government needs to be overthrown. Adolf said, ha ha ha, as expected of the declaration of the King of the Sea. Not even the Sea Emperor is taken seriously. What great pirates! Legendary pirates? The entire pirate community and even the Dark World, along with the world government, all must be eliminated from this sea. It's simply against the entire world. I would like to call you the strongest in the world. The News King's eyes sparkled, his fists raised high, filled with passion. He immediately began to record it down, as if he had already thought of the newspaper headline. I, the King of the Sea, stand against the world. Whether it's pirate trash or the world government, bring it on. Hey, stop with the nonsense. Don't make everything so exaggerated. Adolf felt overwhelmed. This old bird loves to attract attention. It's as if he wants to be enemies with the entire pirate forces and the world government, truly against the entire world. Although the reality is indeed like that. Even if Charlotte Lin did not change the power structure, did not abolish the pirate crew, and continued to act as a pirate, he still would not marry her. Would he really want to marry someone with the abilities of the Mirror fruit? As long as he gets the ability user, he can then defeat the sea castle and seal the deep sea. Wouldn't it be up to him how to use them? Does Charlotte Lin have a way? Even if all pirates and the world government unite, he wouldn't be afraid. This sea is his most reliable ally. The Whitebeard pirates have enough loyalty, right? There's only one rule on the ship. No harming comrades. But even with this one rule, some still break it. Without rules, they're burning, killing, and robbing. How many innocent people would die? Where do their treasures come from? It's completely pirate behavior. Even if they form an alliance, they are not to be trusted, let alone the issues of governance after establishing a country. It would inevitably be chaotic. Even if they just overthrow the world government, they would kill each other over the distribution of power. Who knows if the world government would use a divide-and-conquer strategy on them? Even more disgusting. Of course, he could handle it like Liu Bang after achieving success, but now that he has a choice, there's no need to tarnish his reputation. Adolf, you don't want to be enemies with our Whitebeard pirates, do you? Marco the Phoenix frowned. If Adolf becomes a friend, he would be very trustworthy. Everyone would want to drink and celebrate with him. But if he's an enemy, it would be a constant state of anxiety on the sea, and one day, the ship might just sink. Aren't you the ones who are enemies with innocent people? I am also one of the ordinary people from the bottom, of course. I have to speak for our interests. Although you lent your flag to Fishman Island, allowing to find shelter for that, I am very grateful. But your existence has indeed brought fear and death to innocent people. I will visit Whitebeard afterwards and explain this matter to him in person. If you choose to be enemies with me, then I can only say, I gave you the opportunity to choose. Adolf directly stated that he would not grant amnesty just because the Whitebeard pirates had provided them with some protection. The pirates were more malicious than the landlord class, and the empire he sought to establish was absolute and unified. If this could not be resolved, what was there to discuss about a common writing system and unified transportation? What was there to say about the world being subdued under one rule? He did not expect to achieve greater accomplishments than Emperor Qin Shi Huang. However, in light of existing precedents, if they still could not copy the homework and follow suit, then they truly had no right to even bring it up. Marco's expression was serious. In the face of an impending war with the world government, he openly declared enmity against the pirate group, showing that he was determined to go all the way. Ha, truly our king, who would not back down against anyone. He would lead us to create a clean sea. Aaron and his crew were all fired up, their excitement never waning from the very beginning. However, Adolf's words made everyone's expression turn serious. They realized that Adolf was an enemy of the world government, striking hard against the Navy organization. Not to mention the crew, It was entirely hostile. It was even more absolute than the world government's attitude towards them, with a complete intention to eradicate them without leaving a trace. Guliel Adolf's din mushy suddenly rang. Hello. This is Adolf. Since it was a regular din mushy, Adolf directly connected. I am Izambaron V, the financial marshal god and one of the 5 elders of the world government. I am here to negotiate with you. The din mushy displayed the serious expression of a bald old man. Supreme authority? The 5 elders. Negotiation? Everyone present's pupils contracted. They never dreamed that the high and mighty 5 elders would come to negotiate. Does this mean they are admitting defeat? What are we talking about? Adolf placed a finger on his lips to signal silence. Stop what you are about to do. We can negotiate according to your previous conditions, said the sword-wielding financial marshal god. What I am about to do, I'm going to train my troops. Are you asking me to stop doing that? Adolf Glint. You want us to say it out loud, to humiliate us? The sword-wielding financial marshal god gritted his teeth. How would I know what that thing is if you don't say it? How would I know what you are referring to? Adolf mocked. The execution of the celestial dragons. The voice was almost squeezed out between clenched teeth, with killing intent boiling and materializing behind him, in the Hall of Authority. The other 4 elders were also furious to the extreme. However, for the people beside Adolf, it was another psychological shock. Unbelievable. The supreme authority of the world government actually bowed its head in such humility? The news king, Morgans, was stunned, but his professional instinct kicked in, pulling out a video din mushy to record. Ha. About this matter, I hope that before the negotiation, you give me 20 devil fruits. Initially, I asked for 20 devil fruits to let them go, but you didn't listen. Now I need to see your sincerity. Adolf's lips curled slightly. Adolf, it's your problem that you ran away without waiting for the fruit delivery team. The farming god, St. Pitt, is imposing. Do you want to continue this conversation? The cold voice of the sword-wielding financial elder said. You called me. I didn't ask you. Since you took the initiative to reach out, it shows you lack confidence and want to back down, right? Then show me your sincerity. If you don't even have the slightest intention to admit defeat and just shout at me, how can I have a conversation with you? Adolf has an attitude of being talkative yet uncommunicative. I agreed to 20 devil fruits, so let's get to the point. Maz Saint is furious. For them, whether it's 20 or 50, it doesn't matter at all. It's mainly about humiliation. But if it weren't for the fact that there are only a few days left until the date, and Bruno's strength is so weak that I can't have high hopes, I really wouldn't have much confidence. That's why I wanted to resolve this matter in a more stable way. Otherwise, I wouldn't even make this call. Would I be humiliating myself? This is a bit of a talking attitude. Otherwise, it seems like I'm the one begging you. Adolf takes it for granted. Now, there's another thing I need you to resolve. I've mentioned it in the newspapers before, and it's been causing a stir all over the world. If you just say it's terminated, do I not care about my face? Initially, I wanted to ask for 1 trillion berries, but thinking it over, it's better to show some sincerity. If you dare to ask for 1 trillion berries, then there's no need to talk. Financial Wushin Nejiru is cold. Are you asking him for money? Let's just cancel the execution of the celestial dragons and replace it with my Sea King's coronation ceremony. Adolf hadn't finished speaking when the 5 elders directly said, no problem. I can have the din mushy broadcast live in every country around the world, letting everyone see your ascension to the throne. The world government will pay for it, and newspapers will be distributed for free worldwide. You will also publicly acknowledge the legitimate rights of Fishman Island and recognize your title as King of the Sea. The 5 elders readily agreed. Although it seemed that Fishman Island would gain a lot and be promoted worldwide, it posed no loss to the world government. In fact, it could be said that Fishman Island was approved by the world government, and it was their nod that recognized your title as King of the Sea. King of the Sea? What of it? There was a king of the underworld before. Truly, the highest authority of the world government has a grand demeanor. Ascending to the throne as king is precisely the time for my King of the Sea to shine. So why not give me the face I deserve? I asked the 5 of you to come to Fishman Island while I review the military honor guard. Those who gathered to watch were completely stunned, looking at him as if he were insane. He actually wanted the highest authority in the world, the 5 elders, to drive for him at his ascension, and to do it in front of the military honor guard, broadcasted live to the whole world. Has this world gone mad? Boom. Fishman, you are too rude, too arrogant. You want our highest authority to drive for you during your ascension review? We respect you for your abilities, but we absolutely cannot allow you to insult us like this. The 5 elders were completely on edge. How dare he? How could he dare? This was no different from shitting on their heads. Without the Gate Fruit Bruno, they could not come to Fishman Island. The celestial dragons could execute. And Fishman Island itself did not completely prohibit outsiders. They could easily mix in. They could even use a teleportation array to summon all 4 others after reaching the waters near deep-sea Fishman Island. Or those with abilities similar to Castle Fruit could hide inside and forcibly crash in a Fishman Island while bracing bubbles. Without combatants like Adolf, who could stop them? A single use of Conqueror's Haki could clear the battlefield. Who could stop that? But the premise was that they could sneak in and arrive safely in the deep-sea waters. These 5 highest authorities of the world government were risking their lives to save an idiot celestial dragon. Were they insane? Hahaha. The 5 elders were furious, their chests' anger nearly exploding. If it weren't for the public execution severely affecting the authority of the world government, they wouldn't even bother to pay attention, let alone now, to bow their heads and compromise with the fish people they utterly despised. Oh, the 5 elders don't want to talk anymore? Adolf questioned hesitantly. Who would still want to talk to you like this? A younger brother from the white group couldn't help but retort. Shut up, idiot. Who told you to speak? Marco instantly felt a headache, dealing with these unruly, uncultured bastards was really tough for him as their caretaker. Marco, your younger brother really has no manners, Black Maria pointed out in dissatisfaction. Can't you see how exciting this conversation is? 18-year-old Minister of Butter, Garrett, was dissatisfied while being immensely pleased with her future husband, even to the point of adoration. Haha, I'm really sorry, everyone. Our family is just used to being lazy, Teach said, holding the back of his head apologetically. This is not something that can be brushed off with a mere apology, Stussy frowned. Interrupting the King of the Sea and the 5 elders' conversation is truly unforgivable. But I did manage to capture an incredibly precious big news story. The scene of the 5 elders compromising is truly a rare event. News King Morgans laughed maniacally. Hee hee. 5 elders, you can hear my voice, right? How pathetic, you actually have moments of bowing your heads and compromise. Compromising to my king? Hee hee. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, barely able to contain his amusement. Just joining and seeing such an exciting scene, I'm really lucky. The Den Mushie's shocked expression instantly transformed into towering rage. Bastard, how come you have so many people around you? Are you trying to watch us embarrass ourselves? Didn't you just return to Dragon Palace? Where are you now? How many people saw it? Damn it, you never intended to talk to us from the start. You were just toying with us. The 5 elders stood up, their faces twisted, completely furious as they spoke with the 5 elders. You didn't even find a discreet place. Instead, you did it in front of everyone? Even that old Burr Morgans is there. What's everyone panicking about? Anyway, it's something that is going to happen next. So letting them know in advance doesn't matter, right? After all, I also plan to talk to Morgans about the near capture of Saint Satan. No, I mean inviting him to Fishman Island to have tea with Sakazuki and the others. By the way, I also cut off a few spider legs from Saint Satan to hang as an exhibition in Fishman Island, and I can take pictures to show everyone. Adolf grinned and asked talk. He never intended to talk from the beginning. Did he really think he valued the devil fruit? Well, maybe a little ha-ha. Big news. This is big news. One of the 5 elders of the world government publicly executed the list of those to be punished on Fishman Island. Saint Satan, captured alive. The scientific defense warrior, J. Joel D. Sada, and the relics of Fishman Island, the limbs of the 5 elders. Now even Morgans, the king of news, is completely crazy. He instantly thought of a headline, each one more shocking than the last, although we didn't see it with our own eyes. The result was that Saint Satan escaped back to Mariewa. But under his pen, Saint Satan is in a worse state than a dog, haha. I can't help but want to see your newspaper in advance. The Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy laughed. Although we already know the outcome, I do want to see your newspaper, you old bird who creates fictional news to attract attention. The 18-year-old butter minister, Garrett, said helplessly yet expectantly. Just write it out quickly. Let us see first. Anyway, everyone is on Fishman Island, and there's really nothing to do these days. Teach joked. Morgans, the 5 elders, gritted their teeth. They just realized that Morgans was making them feel so uncomfortable. Morgans, wait a minute. I'll give you an image phone bug that recorded the whole process. You know how to write it, right? Adolf said. Morgans was overjoyed. There's such a thing. Leave it to me. I will definitely make you the most famous one in the world. Saint Satan, panic-stricken, exclaimed, how could that be possible? We fought until the whole island sank. How could you have a recording? Of course, it's to record every exciting moment in life, a rare highlight. Adolf said, his lips curling up. You want to find Vegapunk. But of course, he couldn't bring such a thing. However, Violet could show what he saw to the image phone bug, so wouldn't that be material? With the footage and the spider legs, as well as newspapers from all over the world, this is an undeniable fact. Damn it, Morgans. How can you hide this report? Give me a number. Saint Satan suppressed his anger. Huh? You want to hide a report that's not beneficial to you? This is a major event. How can I let you hide it? Although I'm a miser, I want to accept bribes to report on things I don't want to report. I don't like others controlling my reports, and the content published in the newspaper must be decided by me. The king of news, Morgans, stood in front of the phone bug, seemingly glaring at Saint Satan, completely at odds with a thumbs up from everyone beside him. At this moment, even Arlong and his gang thought this old bird was impressive. Hahaha. Saint Satan was furious, reaching an extreme point. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and he was in a state of extreme agitation. But he had nowhere to vent, forced to suppress his anger. He could already imagine the scene of being pressed down by Adolf, the image of the sea stone being spat out and swallowed, and even being dragged on the ground like a dog. Even those threatening words, seen by everyone in the world, evoked the same feelings as Sakazuki and Sengoku. No, it was even worse. Sakazuki and Sengoku had become facts, and now he couldn't stop it, only able to watch it happen. How tormenting. Who could imagine being spat on and swallowing it, being hammered down to the ground for the whole world to see? And he was still the highest authority in the world, equivalent to a president or king. Could he be as shameless as a beggar? Saint Satan's eyes were bloodshot with ferocity, blood pressure rising, hot air escaping from his mouth, wishing he could eat their flesh, drink their blood, and crush their bones to ashes. But he couldn't. He couldn't do it. The highest authority of the world government, standing above all living beings. Saint Satan couldn't do it. Isn't it humiliating? Adolf took a deep breath. You celestial dragons care only for your own dignity. But disregard the face of Fishman Island. Disregard the dignity of the fishmen. 200 years ago, Fishman Island joined the World Conference, hoping to get along with all races and convey goodwill. But what we got in return was humiliation. You celestial dragons treat us as fish, capturing and enslaving us at will. Not only dignity, but even life is trampled and deprived at will. For more than 200 years, I know that you treat not only us fishmen this way, but all races in the world, viewing everyone as ants, insects, and lowly people. But Fishman Island has me as king, so I must restore this face. I will take back the dignity that you, celestial dragons, trampled on, little by little. Don't say anything about executing pigs. As long as you celestial dragons dare to come to this sea, as long as I find out, then 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 5 heads, all killed. When I step on Mariewa, it will be the day you face slaughter. Tell Sengoku that all previous negotiations are void. Redeem it? Don't dream. Wait for my revenge. Adolf was agitated, but his words were resolute and decisive. Even the previously agreed upon plans were rendered null, because he had that power. The choice was in his hands, Adolf. Just wait, we will come. The 5 elders twisted their faces like evil spirits. Bang Bruno, after saying this. The 5 elders could no longer continue the conversation, as one of them smashed the snail phone, and Adolf ended the call immediately. He told Bruno that if he couldn't develop it before the deadline, he might as well die. Satan's voice was hoarse as he tried to control his emotions while gripping his cane. He ordered the entire army to shoot down any news birds they found. The environmental war God commanded. He ordered the entire world to burn all newspapers that were detrimental to the world government. Hoarders, annihilate. The legal war God commanded. Mobilize all CP organizations to find Morgans and kill him on sight. The financial war God commanded. He ordered all member countries to destroy any unknown image snail phones. The agricultural war God commanded. The murderous intent of the 5 elders could not be suppressed, spreading from a room and sending chills down people's spines. Even the sky above Mariewa, over 50,000 meters high, was filled with dark clouds, as if despair was looming, making the nobles residing in Mariewa tremble. From this moment on, the entire Mariewa would be shrouded in an extremely oppressive atmosphere, where people wouldn't dare to speak loudly. This was sheer desperation. Adolf looked at the snail phone in his hand, his gaze profound. You must come to the deep sea. Even now, he couldn't be sure if the world government would send someone to the deep sea. After all, this was the deep sea, not to mention the ability users. This was a forbidden area for all surface races. But the average IQ in this world isn't high. The vast majority are muscle-brained. Whether the high-ranking 5 elders would come up with some foolish operation after such humiliation was uncertain. Regardless, if it affected the emotions and even decisions of the 5 elders, it would be a great gain, even leading to moments of foolishness. Akainu certainly had a say in this. Adolf, king of the sea. All members of the Arlong crew were moved, tears streaming as they looked at their king, wishing they could give him their hearts. This man, their king, upheld the dignity and future of their entire race. Oh no, wait. King of the sea. I suddenly realized that no pirate crew has the qualifications to recruit you. Not even to let you be the captain. A ship, how could it accommodate the entire sea? Black Maria looked at Adolf with sparkling eyes, completely enchanted. He was truly impressive, worthy of being the king of the sea, the king of Fishman Island, the ruler of this ocean. Praline was immediately drawn to him, her eyes filled with admiration. What a captivating man. Garrett was similarly stirred. Even though she was usually very composed, she seemed like a little fangirl at this moment. As an enemy, you're the only one I still admire. Marco felt both admiration and discomfort. Hey, then let us take a good look now, and then decide whether to change or continue to be our enemy. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Only such a man was worthy of his submission. Big news. It's all big news. Coming to Fishman Island, no? After Adolf's appearance, it was all world-shocking news. Were you born to be the center of the world? A man destined to overthrow the world government and become king. Morgans was so excited he couldn't contain himself, completely turning into Adolf's fanboy. And not that so-called fifth emperor Luffy, that scoundrel. Sugar looked at him in the crowd with admiration, seeming not so annoying anymore, or rather. He is quite charming. ISNT, Monet smiled as she came to her side. Ah, sister. Sugar was startled and quickly clutched her chest. Was her secret exposed? Hey, if you keep this up, I want to even feel embarrassed to hit you. I suggest you go back and think about it. ISNT being a good person a given? Otherwise, according to your pirate rules, I should eliminate you. I'm giving you a chance to become a decent person now. To be honest, he didn't really want to eliminate Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and the others. Are they bad? There are too many pirates in this world. When it comes to arson, murder, and pillaging, they hardly rank. But we are pirates. Marco scratched his head helplessly. Sengoku, stop preparing the berries. All previous negotiations are null. The entire army is on standby. The environmental war god's voice was cold. What? Impossible. Even Akainu and the other three failed? Even if the entire navy is put on the line, it will only lead to total annihilation. Are you really willing to stake the entire navy for a celestial dragon? Sengoku directly rejected the 5 elders' order in anger, questioning them. He was already annoyed by the celestial dragons. He had finally found a way to rescue the navy's 3 major forces, and now it was all rendered void by a single sentence. Sengoku, didn't you hear? The 5 elders are also holding back a belly full of anger, and you still question them. Bang! The 5 elders. I've said from the beginning not to go to the deep sea. Now I'm already thinking of ways to clean up your mess. And you want me to lead the entire navy to be buried at the bottom of the sea? Sengoku slammed his palm down, shattering the table, unable to contain his rage any longer. Clean up your mess for us. You dare say that, Sengoku? Are you only considering the navy? Don't forget, the navy is just an institution under the world government. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from between the teeth of the legal war god, their eyes burning with fury, their anger suppressed to the extreme. To take anger from Adolf and then face their highest authority in front of you. Sengoku? I've said before, as long as you give me certain powers, releasing all captured fishman slaves, even granting privileges to the celestial dragons, it's possible to end all this. Do you know what kind of outcome it will be if the conflict with the fishmen continues? Sengoku's voice roared, suppressing everything. He couldn't forget the race war that Gion had told him about. The moment he heard it, he was utterly stunned. Compared to that, we're the celestial dragons. Even if they have national treasures, what of it? Are we supposed to bow to a fish that kills world nobles? Even give him the same privileges as us? Have you forgotten who you are? The 5 elders were almost laughing with anger. They had just suffered immense humiliation, and now they were supposed to lick their faces and grant him privileges? Sengoku, whether it's you, the marshal, or the 3 admirals, when you were promoted to this position, you swore loyalty to the celestial dragons. You are merely dogs placed outside by the celestial dragons. Don't attempt to overreach your authority. The scientific defense war god, Satan, said. Damn it, are you all going too far? The world government, Sengoku roared. Did you ask us before doing this? The agricultural war god said sternly. Now we order you, gather all Navy high combat forces to Mariewa, including you. The legal war god ordered harshly. Adolf is in the depths of the sea and they can't do anything now. Can't you handle a little warring states? What kind of ruler reigns over the world? That heaven belongs to the celestial dragons, under which the warring states are. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his face pale with anger. He even thought about destroying the entire Navy headquarters and just giving up. The 5 elders forcefully hung up the call. If they had communicated properly from start, it could have been explained. But the 5 elders explaining to you? From the very beginning, both sides were in a state of extreme rage. How could they communicate properly? The 5 elders were even less likely to patiently explain the humiliation that Saint Satan suffered. Moreover, the anger they felt towards Adolf would inevitably be redirected towards another person. And Sengoku is the one standing in the line of fire. Even Sengoku's extremely aggressive attitude, while speaking, has already displeased them. What do you mean by cleaning up after them? It's only natural to work for the leaders. Not to mention they're not just leaders, but masters. Do you dare to yell at your master now? If the situation weren't dire, this marshal should be sitting and impelled down for a lifetime. Hahaha, it's truly spectacular. The dignified Marine Admiral being scolded so badly. Will there be a break? Unfortunately, the world government holds the Navy's lifeline, and even so, they still have to obey the world government's orders. Otherwise, the Navy won't be able to sustain itself. I don't know if he has a way to resolve this issue and completely sever ties between the Navy and the world government. In Adolf's bedroom, Violet lay on the bed, both happy and troubled. The Navy was a powerful, violent force sailing the seas of this world. If they could break away from the world government, it would greatly weaken its power, akin to cutting off a leg. In the past, she would have certainly worried that this would lead to instability at sea and rampant piracy, but now it seemed more beneficial for that man, right? Did Violet see something? Charlie curiously asked. Well, Violet began to chat with Charlie. They were the only 2 people on Fishman Island who could interact, and their relationship was very good. Moreover, tonight they would be close friends in the room, honey-like friends. Adolf was unaware of the heated exchange between the Gorosei and Sengoku. If he knew, he might laugh out loud. He didn't expect emotions to take effect so quickly, directly straining his relationship with Sengoku. Turning to Black Maria, he asked, "Are you still in business? I need a large amount of sea prism stone. Have someone bring a whole ship over right now." "Are you sure you want a whole ship? Although I don't participate in arms deals, I know this stuff isn't cheap. Even for you, it can't be free, but I can give you a discount." Black Maria replied, "Then let Doflamingo negotiate with your people." "Doflamingo, it's up to you." Saying this, Adolf left, heading towards the outside of Fishman Island. "Yes, my king." Doflamingo grinned, feeling extremely pleased. "I'll give you the phone. You can discuss it yourself." Black Maria, not wanting to deal with anyone else, hurriedly followed Adolf. "Hey, what about that discount?" Doflamingo was exasperated, but unfortunately, she had already chased after him. Besides Black Maria, everyone else also followed suit. There was no choice. With everyone leaving Fishman Island, there was really no fun to be had. If this group wanted to continue, they might end up mocking each other and getting into fights. Meanwhile, Morgans was busy with his work, needing to spread the newspaper across the entire sea as quickly as possible. Time was tight. In the sunlight of the cave space beneath Fishman Island, there was an immensely large golden beach. Adolf arrived at the seabed encased in a layer of bubbles, followed by Aaron and his crew, along with the curious Black Maria and others, who were also encased in bubbles. "Your Majesty Neptune, Brother Aaron, you've returned to Fishman Island." Hody Jones rushed over, looking at Aaron with surprise. In Fishman Street, Aaron was the trusted leader of pure racists, their big brother. "Hody, you've joined the army too." Aaron smiled broadly. "Well, Fishman Street no longer exists. Everyone has integrated into Fishman Island, and most have chosen to join the army, especially under the leadership of His Majesty Neptune Adolf," Hody said with great admiration. "I see, that makes sense." Aaron smiled knowingly, completely understanding. "It's a pity you came back too late. You missed the battle with the 3 admiral fleets. That was the first battle led by the king to resist the world government." Hody felt regret for his brother. "When I first saw the newspaper, I thought Fishman Island was finished and was even planning to rebuild the Fishman Empire in the East Sea. It was my mistake," Aaron said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "All right, you can catch up later. Time is pressing. Let's get everyone to business first." Adolf spoke up. "Yes." The 2 nodded. "Your Majesty Neptune. Neptune and the Right Minister are leading 15,000 warriors to guard the passage. Jinbei is leading 5,000 warriors to oversee the Navy prisoners. There are also 10,000 assisting Odoheim in the Red Soil Continent Canyon away from the island, while the Left Minister maintains order. The remaining 70,000 are all here and have gathered." Hody Jones reported. After this period of training, he had become more stable, and the army's movements and overall coordination were gradually becoming familiar. resembling a proper military structure more and more. I understand, fall in line. Adolf nodded. Aaron, you stand next to Hody and fall in line like them. Hody Jones fell in line, and Aaron and the others followed. Although they had been pirates for a long time without restraint, under such a grand atmosphere, they couldn't help but be influenced, standing rigorously and neatly, unable to act nonchalantly. The intense gaze of so many people made them adopt a more serious attitude. Not just them, even the Black Maria, Marco, Teach, and Garrett behind felt the pressure and refrained from getting too close to provoke this military formation's momentum. On land, they wouldn't think much of 70,000 people. Anyone who could join a pirate crew of their caliber, even a mere errand runner, was not simple. But in the deep sea, the 3 admirals might want to take note, and the 40,000 elite navy should be aware. Adolf brought the bubbles up above, completely taking in the sight of 70,000 warriors, each arranged in massive formations, a truly colossal scale, orderly and neat. Even he felt different emotions rising within him. These were his soldiers, his people, an extension of his strength and will, and these warriors could also see Adolf's figure above. Their gazes filled with fervent admiration, silently yet deafeningly shouting, conveying their intense feelings. Seeing him invigorated their spirits. An endless power surged in their chests, as if there was nothing they couldn't achieve, nothing they couldn't accomplish, and any tremendous difficulties could be overcome. This was their spiritual leader, Adolf, who led them out of the darkest despair. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, his voice firm and heavy. I am powerful enough to stir up monstrous waves across the entire sea, unafraid of anyone in the world, even if a group of people stands fearless, because this sea is my strongest support. But for a country to become strong, for a nation to rise, it cannot depend on one person alone. They will do everything they can to kill me, spare no effort to eliminate me. I must be cautious in every action I take. In an instant, all the warriors felt an immense weight of responsibility, so heavy it could crush them, suffocating. Clearly a race that existed in the sea. Yet they suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. They also ached for their king, the leader who upheld their freedom and dignity. It was his sacrifices that brought them everything. Their fists clenched unconsciously, unwilling to succumb to the oppression of others, condemning their own weakness. Relying on one person alone was not enough. I don't have the time and energy to do everything well, so we need to work hard together. We need pillars to support our nation and home, standing tall before the world. I can protect the future children to grow strong, nurturing them as hope, cultivating them into the backbone of a nation. But for you, I can only train you with the harshest demands. I know this is very unfair to you, but there is no other way. I need you to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, to bear the weight of the entire nation. Adolf struck his chest, speaking the most sincere and heartfelt words. He hoped they would understand, hoped someone would stand up. We will fight alongside you. All the warriors could no longer contain themselves. Their will ignited, and strong emotions surged from their chests. They were selected to be the most steadfast group for the sake of their homeland, and they had achieved victory under Adolf's leadership, especially those racists who wished to fight alongside their beloved leader for their home and country. This was their strongest desire. Boom Adolf was deeply moved, clenching his fist and shouting, I was born to be a mountain, not a stream. I desire to overlook the mediocre valleys from the peaks of the mountains. I was born to be a remarkable person, not a mere weed. I stand on the shoulders of giants, looking down upon the humble cowards. May we become our own sun, shouldering the hope of our race. A powerful will seems to merge with the conqueror's haki, enveloping the entire space and all people. Shouldering the hope of our race, all warriors respond with heart-wrenching fervor. Perhaps their words are different, but their feelings are the same. That conqueror's haki seems to blend with the spirit and will of all warriors, creating an unprecedented resonance. For at this moment, they are no longer individuals, but a collective. With the same feelings and the same wish, the conqueror's haki, which was originally restrained to avoid overwhelming the warriors, could not help but be fully unleashed. Yet it did not affect any warrior. Instead, it allowed the conqueror's haki to reach an even more terrifying height, enveloping an area of hundreds of kilometers. Even the distant giant sea kings were stirred, roaring in response, but dared not approach. All the small fish and shrimp within hundreds of meters were stunned. Even the bubble surrounding Fishman Island was stirred up, creating distorted waves. Adolf's intense emotions resonated so strongly that even the sea responded, echoing with the sounds of crashing tides. And the once calm underwater world began to churn. What's going on with this group? All of them have conqueror's haki? This is outrageous. Weaklings, step back. This conqueror's haki is even stronger than Dad's. Stay steady. Don't let the sea sweep you away. Watch out for the bubbles. If these deep bubbles break, it's over. The Phoenix Marco raised his hands in front. Even he felt the pressure. The previously stable underwater area was being pushed away in substantial waves by the conqueror's haki, sweeping them and their bubbles away, making it impossible to resist. Captain Marco, don't say anything. He has already passed out. Teach said, cold sweat and panic on his forehead. Marco turned around. Black Maria, Garrett, Perorin, and others, including their little brothers, all fainted. This level of conqueror's haki would make even elite vice admirals like Doberman, Fire Fist Ace, and Squirrel Neil. A tremendous transformation had occurred, completely surpassing the so-called world's #1 conqueror's haki, Shanks. Damn, we have a bunch of people fainted over here too. We can't afford to care about you. Marco felt distressed. Don't even think about rescuing them. They can't even help their own crew. Even he himself was on the brink. If the bubble broke, it would be game over, and he could only reinforce the bubble with his haki to prevent accidents. It can be said that besides freezing abilities, other fruit users would be useless in the deep sea. Adolf noticed the group watching the spectacle. He rubbed his palms together, sending out a giant bubble that forcibly squeezed hundreds of them inside. And with the bubbles thrust, they returned to Fishman Island. Phew, back on the island. Marco breathed a sigh of relief, feeling terrified. The deep sea was indeed too dangerous. He almost thought he was going to die. Teach wiped away his cold sweat. He wasn't even a fruit user, and didn't have the sea's weakness. But this was the deep sea. Can humans survive in such a place? Hey, wake up. Forget it. You might as well sleep through it. Don't watch the spectacle anymore. Marco gave up on waking the others. This excitement almost got everyone killed. It was too intense. Sea King Adolf Teach looked at the blurry figure far away, feeling a bit of a life crisis. He came to Fishman Island just to see Adolf, to determine if it was worth it. He had been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years waiting for the dark fruit. Was it worth it? Even with the powerful devil fruit abilities. Falling into the sea is even worse than a newborn baby. The dark fruit he waited for does indeed restrain other devil fruits, but it's still afraid of seawater. And in this world, apart from the red line, they're S99 of the ocean. It's better not to eat it. Does he have to climb to the red line to show his power? But the red line is all stones. Not a single blade of grass grows. Who would go to the red line? Competing for territory with Mariewa? Is he crazy? No way. He is a merman. This is his racial advantage. Something I can't compare to. My greatest reliance is my special physique. Although he thought this, Teach still began to hesitate. In the future, it's the world of the sea tribes. There is no future for devil fruits. They still be suppressed. With his mindset breaking, Adolf ignored the onlookers and began teaching the entire army the dual-colored haki. There are only a few days left until the upcoming events, and the basic strength training has minimal improvement, so he might as well teach something new. Was that just now? Was it my golden finger's influence? Or is this the world's expected reaction? Their mental emotions actually resonated with my conqueror's haki? Released under my lead, Adolf was puzzled. This was something he had never heard of before. The so-called conqueror's haki is a combination of spirit, courage, emotion, will, dreams, or ambition. It is the power of inner liberation. When countless people share the same will, the same emotion, and the same dream, starting with me, they worship me as their leader, and the beliefs and emotions that surge forth are the same as mine. In this way, the resonance of the inner power of conqueror's haki is released centered around me, which seems to make sense logically. Adolf looked down at the warriors diligently training and reflecting within himself. For the enhancement of conqueror's haki, it's unrealistic to run around with 70,000 warriors. But I suppose it's a good thing. Wait, if we set aside the so-called destiny and the notion of being a born king, theoretically, anyone has the potential to awaken conqueror's haki. Although it's extremely difficult, it cannot be obtained through learning. Rather, it requires a complete transformation of the heart. As I said before, I was born a mountain, not a stream. May we become our own sun, a firm belief in studying for the rise of China, and putting the effort to move forward. With enriched experiences and a strong heart, truly unleashing the power within. Isn't that the essence of conqueror's haki? Conqueror's haki does not submit to others. It is a spiritual high point. But they do not submit to me. They admire, yearn for, and are companions fighting for the same ideal, regardless of rank or strength. It is not an insurmountable mountain in their eyes, but a role model they follow one after another. Aren't countless people inspired by Roger? They can also possess conqueror's haki. They don't have it yet. They only have similar positive energies like intimidation and killing intent. But according to this theory, they can awaken Conqueror's Haki. 70,000 Conqueror's Haki soldiers? Suddenly, Adolf shook it. That's too exaggerated. 70,000 Conqueror's Haki soldiers? If I had known, I should have called those 30,000 warriors over too, making it a nice round 100,000. If that were the case, wouldn't it be the entire Fishman tribe's faith, making everyone like dragons? No, even if they can awaken Conqueror's Haki, they should embody the core of a resilient nation. Even if the nation temporarily falls into a low point, there can still emerge one sun after another to illuminate others, passing on this spirit and quickly rising again from the low. Speaking of which, Teach probably didn't have Conqueror's Haki when he was in the Whitebeard crew, right? It was after becoming Blackbeard, with strength as his foundation and ambition unleashed, that he awakened Conqueror's Haki. However, having the letter D in his name cannot be used as a case. In the deep sea, Fishman Island, all the warriors, in a collective atmosphere, firmly believed and desperately trained their dual Haki, trying everything to hone themselves. Pain? Tired? Hurt? Injured? When a person chases after a goal they have determined for a lifetime, they will unleash an unimaginable passion and desire, filled with boundless power. You can take their lives, but nothing can stop them from moving forward. Not just the original 70,000, but the 30,000 on mission also joined in after their shifts. Aladdin, Alone, Little 8, Kruby, Ju, Hody Jones, 6 who mastered dual Haki. Hody's younger brothers, along with more than 80 others who mastered single Haki. Although influenced by me, there are always geniuses among the large base. Among the 100,000 selected warriors, 90 geniuses, 1 in 1,000. Adolf Zolmavatzo Peist. Regardless of strength or roughness, being able to master it in such a short time is impressive. I've only been teaching for a few days. Even if it's a tiny fraction of a large base, it shouldn't be so many. Derek himself is stronger. It took him 2.5 months to quickly awaken under the intimidation of Conqueror's Haki. Isn't 3 to 5 days too fast? Adolf still felt something was off. A ratio of 1 in 1,000 was too high, and even 1 in 10,000 seemed exaggerated to him. The biggest difference in the before and after comparison is the change in my strength. My bloodline factor can adapt through contact with others, replicating their bloodline factors, similar to genetic completion and growth, ultimately leading to divinity. Moreover, the stronger I become, the more those around me, influenced by my aura, will have their bloodline factors or genes and cells accelerating growth and become stronger. Adolf is hovering above the seabed, overlooking the army in training. With my current strength, it's only natural that I can emit this kind of effect. At Mary Geos, Bruno is sweating profusely, desperately developing his abilities, fearing that he might die at the hands of the emotionally unstable Gorosei in the next moment, perhaps under the threat of death. Or perhaps it was fate, he successfully developed the sea water opening. Although the Gorosei are furious, they would have to be insane to kill him. Instead, they assigned him the best instructors. After his success, he is even regarded as a strategic asset, equipped with 2 elite vice admirals to protect him at all times. How do you feel, Vegapunk? The scientific defense god, J. Garcia Saturn, created a mysterious device based on Vegapunk's method and placed it on Vegapunk's head. I can already feel the position of my brain, far below, in a distant place. The next step is to manufacture the device that locks onto this brainwave's location. Please help me find my brain back, Saturn. Vegapunk looked at Saturn with surprise and anticipation, as he was still in a weakened state due to the sea stone embedded in his head. You don't need to tell us. We would do this anyway. You should know our purpose in helping you recall your brain, right? Saturn said expressionlessly, looking down at Vegapunk. The research is being conducted by the highest authority of the world government, and he is also feeling annoyed. I know, but can you guarantee that my invention won't be used for terrorist activities? Vegapunk hesitated, as Adolf's words still affected him. You have no other choice, Vegapunk, Saturn said coldly. Besides, I'm also a scientist. Even though I haven't eaten the brain fruit, don't think you can fool me. All right, Vegapunk said dejectedly. Even though he possesses the smartest brain in the world, being deprived of freedom is truly pathetic. BRR. The transponder snail rang. It has been confirmed that King Neptune Adolf has been training underwater for several days. However, every time he leaves Fishman Island to enter the water, he goes out with bubbles, likely having consumed a devil fruit. The spies heading to Fishman Island huddled in a corner, quietly transmitting the news. We know. The Gorosei confirmed coldly. What's happening? My body is out of control? Doflamingo, is it you? The spy screamed in terror, his voice coming from the transponder snail. Hey. Sneaky, it turns out to be a CP spy. Doflamingo crouched on a building. Uffed. He didn't give a spy a chance to continue speaking and directly dismembered him. Doflamingo picked up the transponder snail, his expression terrifying, as the Gorosei appeared in his mind. Doflamingo's gaze turned cold. My king is waiting for you on Fishman Island. Remember to come. I look forward to seeing you kneel on the ground together to be executed. Hee. After finishing his maniacal laughter, Doflamingo crushed the transponder snail under his foot. The Gorosei were furious. There were increasingly more people speaking loudly to them during this time. However, as long as Adolf consumed a devil fruit, even if discovered, this fact cannot be changed. The legal god of war stated, in the past few days, there have been 3 global forgetfulness incidents, and combined with the intelligence transmitted by CP, it can be confirmed that Adolf indeed ate a devil fruit. But it is still unclear what fruit power he has. The blonde agricultural god of war furrowed his brow. Except for the first time, the subsequent occurrences have been confirmed through prepared records, and no major problems have arisen. However, they are unsure if, as he develops, these physical records will also disappear, which would be troublesome. The environmental god of war expressed some concern. Bruno has already developed the sea-water opening. He doesn't have that much time left. The financial god of war stated, just right, the 7 warlords, except for Jinbei and Doflamingo, have almost all arrived. They never considered that it was not Adolf who ate the devil fruit, but rather someone else used the devil fruit's ability on him. After all, it is a power that covers everyone in the world, a bizarre ability that makes the world forget. Could it be that this thought process will not completely erase existence? Coupled with Adolf's overwhelming strength, how could they think that someone else used their ability on him? With Adolf's preemptive understanding, the Gorosei do not know that Adolf is aware of their thoughts, but Adolf knows. Intentionally showing this side easily leads to misjudgment. Muscles stuffed in his brain and in a state of furious rampage, they can no longer support rational thought. Adolf ate a devil fruit? Hee. This is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo laughed maniacally as he walked back. He couldn't wait to see the impending war below while it married Geos. The Gorosei made their final arrangements. They must stop what is about to happen and minimize the impact. Even the Navy was mobilized again, and it was impossible to remain uninvolved. As for Adolf's side, of course, they were also ready to welcome it. The 4 seas were in chaos, with various murder and evil incidents occurring one after another. The Vinsmoke family even took the opportunity to seize 4 countries, intending to replicate the feat of occupying the entire North Sea in 66 days, driving all the naval forces out of the New World. The Sea Emperors returned to their lairs, set up banquets, and watched the live broadcast affecting the transponder snail, waiting with their subordinates for the most exciting century performance. The world government remained silent, and the Navy made no movements, completely ignoring the turmoil from all sides. Their only goal was the seabed. What huge transponder snail? Where did it come from? Is it wild? How could that be? It is equipped with instruments. Look, there are many monster-like people following behind. Those are fishmen. I remember. The newspaper said that the celestial dragons would be executed on Fishman Island. Could it be that they're going to live broadcast it with the transponder snail? Those are celestial dragons. How could they? On the streets, people felt instinctively afraid when they saw the fishmen warriors, giving way to let the large transponder snail and the 100-strong fishmen warriors enter the town. They are a completely different race from humans, looking terrifying just from their appearance. The fishmen warriors paid no mind to them, swiftly unfolding the projection screen as the transponder snail, being a living creature, automatically opened the image for broadcasting. Move aside. Damn it, the Gorosei of the world government ordered, forbidding any country from airing the footage. That is forbidden information. Seeing it will lead to annihilation. National soldiers rushed over anxiously, wanting to drive away the fishmen and destroy the transponder snail. I advise you not to disrupt everyone from watching the live broadcast. Let me tell you, there are 200 teams like ours heading to various islands and nations. Does the world government really think they can erase all countries? Just putting on a show is enough. You don't really think we are your opponents, do you? Each fisherman warrior brandished their weapons. Although they cannot be compared to the elite soldiers of the Navy headquarters, they are much stronger than the ordinary soldiers of these kingdoms. With each team, even having a major level strength leading them. They used the projection transponder snail for live broadcasting just so that more people could see, and the large-scale slaughter would not run away. Such events were also happening all over the world. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue. The first half of the Grand Line, and the second half. A full 200 countries have sent News King Morgans to collect all the large transponder snails that can be found and bring them to Adolf's fishermen warriors to distribute them worldwide. But this cost a huge sum of money. Of course, there are still some places where battles have occurred with the fishermen warriors, and among them are even powerful kingdom soldiers. But there are also some places where pirates and gangs actively help the fishermen warriors protect the broadcasts. As the chaos unfolds, they can't wait for it to get even messier. Damn it, there are distress calls everywhere, and these fishmen actually brought phone bugs out of the water. Hurry to the nearest kingdom. Boom, just as the Navy warship approached the island, the bottom of the ship was hit by cannon fire. Not good, the bottom is damaged. And there's a massive leak. Someone, plug it up. Attacking from under the sea. ISNT, that completely impossible. Boom, 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 3 consecutive cannonballs hit again. And the entire warship can no longer hold up, slowly sinking. It's over. Get the small boats ready. Inflate the balloons. Watch out for the underwater fishmen. Otherwise, we'll all be blown to bits. How are we supposed to fight? There's no way to battle at all. Quickly report to the base. We are under attack by the underwater fishermen troops and request support. However, after sinking the warship, the underwater fishermen warriors chose to leave without bothering with anyone, not even paying attention to the small boats. After the Navy soldiers scattered and fled, they returned to collect cannonballs from the warship for resupply. With the fisherman's advantage in the sea, even if the captain is extremely strong, the waves can exhaust him, making it easy to kill him. If the ground forces protecting the broadcast might encounter strong enemies, then in the sea, there are truly no opponents. Even if one is a vice admiral, can you just squat at the bottom of the ship? Even if you really do squat at the bottom, 4 fishmen attacking from 4 directions at a distance, which side can you protect? If it's a devil fruit user, it's even worse, completely at their mercy. It can be said that in this ocean, the fisherman race is the absolute godlike species, the only dominant race, with a population exceeding 10 billion. Those living on islands will become minorities. Beneath the red soil continent, 10,000 meters underwater, in the incredibly vast sunlight cave, the giant bubble island of Fishman Island with a diameter of 20 kilometers, Galankod Square, the place where the new king is crowned, the turning point of Fishman Island's fate is about to become the place of divine execution, where supreme authority will fall into the hands of future generations, a must-pass location for every traveler and adventurer on the Grand Line. The wave of a new era begins here, with 100,000 fishermen warriors all present, neatly lined up, and the crowd of 100,000 is fervently shouting. The loud voices resonate with power and faith, shaking the entire sky of Fishman Island. They do not have unified military uniforms, nor do they have unified weapons. They are divided into merfolk and fishmen, and each is further divided into octopus species, shark species, mahi-mahi species, devilfish species, etc. Even the shark species are divided into white sharks, tiger sharks, hammerhead sharks. It can be said that even their appearances and physiques are different, which really detracts from the overall seriousness. But there is one thing that no other army has, and that is the momentum formed from within, from the heart outward, with determined and powerful gazes, like the essence of killing intent, ghostly aura, fierce energy, and domineering spirit. This momentum is like a hero, a torch that can illuminate the path alone. They are mountains, they are outstanding individuals, they are their own sun, and together with their king, they carry the hope of their race. So many torches gather together. They are comrades, they are kin. They're the most steadfast companions walking side by side on the great road. Betraying them is equivalent to betraying one's own faith, betraying one's values, betraying the meaning of life, betraying dreams and pursuits. If they were once just ordinary fishermen warriors, now they are heroes walking on their own path. The backbone of their nation. Their beliefs have transcended death. No matter the difficulties or fears, they cannot be defeated, not even if so-called hope is shattered. As long as the direction of progress remains, their king is still there. The road they have walked is the road of hope. On the 100-meter-high platform, Adolf noted in Affirmation. The fishermen warriors selected from Fishman Island have all gathered here, totaling 100,000, standing on the 50-meter-high circular walkway below are Jinbei, Neptune, Aladdin, Arlong, Hody Jones, Odoheim, Charlie, the left minister, the right minister, as well as Doflamingo, Caesar Clown, and Pika. Above them, thousands of giant sea beasts float like war behemoths in the air, creating an incredibly terrifying sense of oppression, as if a great battle is about to break out, telling everyone that they are fully prepared to confront the world government. Fishman Island has begun. Let's go to the sea. What use is it to have so many stinky fish and rotten shrimp? They wouldn't want to use a human wave tactic, would they? Communications department, pay attention. If things go wrong, cut the signal immediately. On the sea's surface, a magnificent and huge ship disappears without a trace. Chapter content is being processed. Please be patient. Sea King in a massive canyon fissure of the red soil continent, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, gathered in units of large and small safe zones to watch. The entire venue is boiling, with fervent gazes fixed on the man in the image. Their king whom they believe in, shouting madly, the loud sound even causing the red soil continent to tremble slightly. King Adolf. Amidst the high-energy atmosphere, 6-year-old Shirahoshi clutched her hands to her chest, gazing at the man in the image with longing and admiration. Bring him up, Adolf said. Upon receiving the order, Hody Jones grabbed Roseward Saint and stepped up the stairs toward the execution platform. Beside him, Arlong, wielding a serrated sword on his shoulder, stepped up the stairs alongside him. The two of them, with their ferocious teeth almost splitting their ears, struggled to contain their excitement from laughing. No, please. I beg you, let me go. As long as I return to Mariehua, I will give you anything, Belly. 1 billion Belly. If you don't want Belly, how about treasures? Women, I can even make you legal kings. Roseward Saint was terrified to the extreme. However, the two ignored the temptations he offered, even becoming more excited due to his fear and despair. The despair of the celestial dragons. The screams of the celestial dragons. The heart-wrenching pleas of the celestial dragons. How delightful. The two placed Roseward Saint on the execution platform, having no legs left, severed from the thigh, leaving him to awkwardly lie on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. Hody Jones shackled the chains on his hands to the ground to prevent him from moving or crawling. Then they stood behind Roseward Saint, looking forward at Adolf. They are the executioners of this execution ceremony under Adolf's command. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Forgive me. Give me a chance for redemption. I'll do anything you want. I can feast with you. Use my women with you. By the way, I have 7 wives. Can we use them together? No. I could just watch you use them. I will share everything I have with you, even celestial dragon privileges. In front of 100,000 Fishman warriors. In front of 200 projection phone bugs. In front of everyone in the world. Roseward Saint's panicked face twisted to the extreme, completely devoid of noble image. Struggling with the chains, desperately trying to cling to Adolf and plead, his soul trembling with fear. Ha! How pathetic. This is the best appetizer. Kaido laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. Goolalala. Even that Roger guy never did this. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. It's simply like a century-long carnival. The world government has completely turned into a joke. Let everyone laugh to their heart's content. Big MOM laughed at the embarrassed expression of Roswald. Countless pirates and those who hate the world government around the world are celebrating because of this. Don't be afraid. This time it's mainly to announce everything the celestial dragons have done. As long as you are willing to cooperate actively, it will soon come to an end. Adolf carefully tidied up the holy countenance of Roseward, making it look slightly more noble, resembling a celestial dragon. The words he spoke, empowered by his domineering presence, reached everyone's ears clearly, even without the amplification of a transponder. If I tell you, will you let me go? You won't. You won't, Roseward. Tears streamed down Roseward's face, desperate to the point of collapse. Although he wanted to deceive himself, wanting to believe that this was true, he knew it was impossible. Why was it impossible? Don't forget, I still have a celestial dragon in my hands. It's just that she looks quite good. And having the lofty celestial dragon pinned down beneath me is an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. So you have become the number 1 choice for execution. But if you can satisfy me this time, then it's possible. Adolf's lips curled into a slight smile, even as Lord Roseward roared in fury. He continued to speak gently, so tenderly. However, the latter part of his statement lacked the presence to reach the entire audience. Only Lord Roseward, along with Aaron and Hody Jones, could hear it. Charlia Palace. How could you? How could you? Lord Roseward's eyes widened in anger. That was his daughter, his daughter. The lofty, celestial dragon was humiliated in such a way. Humiliated by a mere fish. Aaron and Hody Jones grinned with increasing excitement. To treat the high and mighty celestial dragon like a common object to be toyed with and humiliated. No wonder they were their king. This trash deserved nothing less. So what is your choice? Adolf Smedet. Give me a chance. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lord Roseward desperately clung to what might be his only opportunity. Adolf's lips curled up in a wise choice. He then faced the 100,000 Fishmen warriors. Raising his hands high, executing the celestial dragons, he wanted the world to know their crimes, to understand why they deserved execution. The world government was formed 800 years ago by 20 kings, consisting of the navy and cypherpole, adhering to the laws they established and maintaining order. The celestial dragons, descendants of the 20 kings, consider themselves the offspring of the creators. They see themselves as gods, believing they are superior and enjoying all privileges. They do not regard others as human, treating anyone as their slaves, disposing of them at will. Even if they kill people on the street, others can only pretend not to see. Even if the Navy or world government officials witness it, they will just dispose of the bodies, allowing the killings to continue. No matter how many lives are taken, the world government and the Navy do not maintain the order of the world, but rather uphold the order of the celestial dragons, protecting all their privileges. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, the entire world is their playground, regardless of the fishmen, mink, long arm, long leg, snakehead races, and all other races, even including the human race itself. In their eyes, none can be considered human. They are all merely their slaves, pests that can be bred anew when they die. Adolf swung his fists, his chest burning with anger, and his words were filled with penetrating force. He had to seize this opportunity to express all the words and emotions in his heart. There was no eloquent speech, nor were there any grandiose words in his address. With a roar that struck the soul, he made them feel the emotions within him. Holy Rosward, tell everyone, am I right? How many slaves do you have? How many slaves does Hahaha have? Adolf looked at Rosward Saint with a crazed gaze. I don't know. How could I possibly remember those dead slaves? In MermanSlave, slaves die every day, and we don't care about such trivial matters at all. Rosward Saint shouted almost in madness. Is that so? Then let everyone see for themselves. Adolf's finger pointed at the center of Rosward Saint's brow, dragging a colorful flow of light, as if extracting his memories, which fell in the air onto the projection of a giant phone worm behind. The giant phone worm opened its eyes and looked at the large screen behind. Projecting, Rosward Saint, this is your slave that your father gave you when you were 4 years old. You will have 100 million pocket money every month from now on. Happy birthday, thank you, Dad. This was one of the 10 slaves obtained when Rosward Saint's memories began to be clear. After that, besides purchasing slaves, Rosward Saint would also take his CP to the streets to catch slaves himself, like a capture game. Anyone he set his eyes on would immediately become his slave, whether they were men, women, the elderly, or children. If they resisted or tried to escape, they would be killed on the spot. Every day he would come back boasting about how many slaves he had caught, how many strong, beautiful, or specially skilled slaves he had, just like a bug-catching boys' game. However, slaves were just tools, things found everywhere in the world. So how could they be cherished? Humans and beasts would snatch a piece of meat, thrown into a pack of beasts to be torn apart in gladiatorial arenas, and even out of curiosity, live dissection of human organs. In Rosward Saint's memory, all celestial dragons were like this, killing, torturing, satisfying their brutal and bloody interests, completely consumable. A series of photos flashed quickly, too many. If they were to be played, it might take a year to finish. Beside them appeared a constantly fluctuating number, each photo representing a slave, representing their death, until it reached over 50,000. You don't believe the scenes extracted from his memories? You could go look for the families of those who were enslaved. Don't they know the atrocities of the celestial dragons? Those who were bullied and taken away as slaves, they simply couldn't resist the world government. And for the sake of those still alive, they could only grind their teeth and swallow them down. Adolf roared, expressing the pent-up anger of those who have lost their loved ones, because he almost became a slave taken to MermanSlave. If he hadn't risked everything for a fight, if he had really been taken up there, he would have been finished too. 50,000, killing over 50,000 people. Unbelievable. Capturing humans like bugs to turn them into slaves? Is this still humanity? It's even more brutal than pirates. How can it not be brutal? They started killing at the age of 3 or 4. In their eyes, we are not even considered human. They can kill whoever they want. Damn it. How can such beings rule the world? Before the projection phone worms, countless people stared at the screen in horror, their hearts chilled with fear, their hands and feet cold. It's hard to imagine that just one celestial dragon has killed over 50,000 humans. Moreover, in various cruel and torturous ways. Like Ginny's father, Bartholomew Kuma shed tears, clearly possessing such a strong physique and immense power, but his heart is scarred. Those damn celestial dragons. Keela clenched her fists in hatred. Damn it, these guys all deserve to die, The fishermen rescued by the hero tiger gritted their teeth, filled with extreme rage. Stella. Somewhere in the world, a man touched the huge pentagram on his back, filled with hatred, anger, and resentment. The people rescued by the hero tiger, the families of those slaves, all gritted their teeth, filled with fury. They wished to tear Rosward sane into pieces, wishing to skin and eat all celestial dragons alive. This is not just about executing celestial dragons, but about publicly punishing the world government. Whitebeard grinned, while also noticing what this devil fruit ability was about. Joy Boy is his own type, right? Truly, he has done something that shocks the world. He indeed has the qualifications to be called the Pirate King by Roger. The world is about to change. Big Imom laughed, finally getting serious. What is the ability of that devil fruit? I like this kid more and more. Let him stir the world into chaos. Kaido laughed maniacally. It suits his taste perfectly. By the way, with such strong racial talents, why still eat devil fruits? Clearly, many powerful figures noticed the scene of Adolf's fingertips flowing with colors, extracting memories onto the phone worm. The world is about to go berserk. Red-haired Shank's expression became extremely serious. He reminded the Crimson King once again that the protagonist hasn't eaten a devil fruit. Bastard. Quickly cut off the signal. We cannot let him transmit anything further. It's over. We can't find the signal. There's no sign of anything transmitted from Fishman Island. Hurry, find more technicians. Otherwise, we are all finished. No. Contacting the Navy headquarters is the same. They haven't detected any signals coming through either. Quickly, bring Vegapunk here in a wheelchair, even if he can't move. Just talking would help. Above Mary Geos, including the communications department of the Navy headquarters, everyone was busy, but they had no way to handle it. Are you scared now? Do you think the celestial dragons just kill and enslave others, and that's it? It can't be that simple. Adolf digs deeper into the darkness of the world. Within the celestial dragons, there is a collective event that takes place only once every 3 years. Externally, they refer to this event as the Celestial Dragon Study Trip. But in reality, it is a nation extermination game. Anyone who is not a member can become a target, with dozens of warships surrounding the entire island, allowing the celestial dragons to hunt down everyone in the kingdom. The winner is determined by the number of kills. This is an inhumane killing game. Adolf's fiery gaze swept across everyone present, as if he wanted to project his anger from the screen, looking at those in front of the phone bug. The rage in his heart made the people in front of the phone bug feel his suppressed killing intent. Behind the execution platform, the huge projection continued. East Sea, Wardhouse Kingdom, Herald Kingdom. West Sea, Matilda Kingdom, Hobson Kingdom. South Sea, North Sea, Grand Line. In the projection behind, one nation after another was obliterated. Countless scenes of slaughter, even including the last champion, were clearly visible, along with the faces of the world's highest powers, the celestial dragons, who came to visit, their cruel and joyful expressions. Rodsword Saint, over 60 years old. Once every 3 years. One can imagine how many such study trips he has participated in. It's too exaggerated. Is the annihilation of nations just a game for the celestial dragons? Or a study trip? Are they demons? That's a nation. How many people? How can it be said to be destroyed just like that? Once every 3 years. How many nations have they destroyed? When will it be our turn? Everyone found it hard to believe. It felt exaggerated no matter how they heard it. That's the annihilation of nations, and there's no report in the world. They are completely unaware. But after understanding the cruelty of the celestial dragons and seeing the undeniable evidence in the projection, how could they not believe? Bear, Emporio, Ivankov shed tears. They were the ones who survived the celestial dragons' nation-destroying game in God's Valley. Too clear about that despair. Bartholomew Kuma clenched his fists involuntarily. That painful and desperate past. The nation-destroying game. It turns out that the destroyed nations are not just O'Hara. Nico Robin, hiding on some island in the West Sea, trembled with fear. On sight, Yamato bit her lip, leaning against the wall to hold herself up, her body weak with fear, nearly fainting. It's too cruel. If we really landed according to the celestial dragon's literature, the consequences would be terrifying. Sharkstar trembled in fear. If it weren't for King Adolf, our royal family would truly become great sinners. Huangstar also trembled in terror. Mother King Adolf. White Star held her hands to her chest, looking at the nearly ferocious face of Adolf, beginning to truly understand his fury, his emotions, and everything he did. That was with all his strength to protect them. Is it really exaggerated? Even you have never heard of it. In the countries around these places, did you not notice anything? Is the final answer received from the Navy and the world government, pirates causing chaos, that it was the pirates who slaughtered the entire kingdom, not leaving a single island intact? Ha 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 ha. Even the cruelest pirates wouldn't be idle enough to slaughter an entire island. They would find and kill those who were hiding. If they really did it so cleanly, how could the world government discover which pirate group did it? The world government has existed for 800 years, once every 3 years. Do the math. Calculate how many nations they have destroyed, how many humans have been slaughtered, and when will it be your turn? Adolf's roar echoed throughout Fishman Island and resonated from the images, striking at their souls. Indeed, the world government has existed for 800 years, annihilating countless nations and killing countless people. And when will it be their turn? The souls of all non-member nations seemed to freeze, their bodies devoid of warmth, terrifyingly cold. In the sea prison, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru were all silent. They lowered their heads. Even their eyes were not visible. That heart-wrenching voice seemed to tear apart the justice they bore, ripping away their last shred of shame. However, what is even more horrifying than the annihilation of nations is the extermination of entire races, the Bacania and Lunaria tribes. Over the past 800 years, at least more than 30 races have been exterminated by the world government, as recorded among the celestial dragons. Just 3 months ago, the Fishman race nearly became the next exterminated race. So I stood up to resist the Navy and the world government. Adolf waved his arms, his eyes filled with madness. A roar emanating from his soul. Behind him, images of once existing races appeared, recorded by the celestial dragons, now long gone. The Bartholomew Kuma stood in silence. Not a word spoken, his expression revealing nothing. The Ember Calamity watched the images, his clenched fist tightening. The exterminated races, the hunted bloodlines, who could truly understand them? To be born is a sin. However, this is only the direct killing they have committed. Do you think you can escape just because you are in the Allied nations? Naive. Adolf's deep voice is like a black hole that devours hearts. The descendants of 20 kings number over 200 celestial dragons. They earn at least 800 billion berries each year, with half of the heavenly gold flowing into their pockets. What an enormous sum of money. Even if just 1/10 or 1/12 is used to buy slaves, it will attract countless people to become slave traders. Perhaps you have a special skill, perhaps you are beautiful, perhaps you belong to a special race, or even if you have strength and can work, you might be targeted and taken away by slave traders. This also leads other royal nobles to imitate, purchasing slaves as a display of status and honor, profiting from the sale of the population of their own country. This forms a whole bloody and cruel industrial chain. The beneficiaries are those nobles, royals, and celestial dragons who exploit and oppress us. How many families have been destroyed? How many have been forced to go to sea to survive? Even more, nobles themselves form pirate crews to plunder the wealth of others. Raiding islands, whether it's the 100,000 fishermen warriors at the execution platform or the people before the transponder snail, all forces are shocked. Their eyes fixed on Adolf as the worldview is forcibly reshaped. To put it bluntly, does the world government really want to eliminate all pirates, but cannot do so? With 17 trillion each year, is it really impossible to allocate 1 trillion for military expenses to deal with mere pirate scum? No. All of this is instigated by the world government. They are the root cause. Only in this way can they push everything they do onto the pirates. And of course, they will allow everything to happen, allowing the appearance of pirates and the rampant actions of human traffickers. Because they are the ultimate beneficiaries. All evil serves them. So why put in the effort to deal with pirates? The lofty celestial dragons do not care about our feelings. They cannot empathize with us insects. A vision of Satan appears, recalling his original words spoken on Punk Hazard Island. How can celestial dragons empathize with insects? Humans are no different from ants. Even if they are gone, new ones will breed immediately. Sincerity is the most heartfelt confession. He is the one oppressed by the celestial dragons, forced to lead his race in rebellion. The king supported by the masses. Saint has appeared in previous newspapers, and the world recognizes him. Now speaking in person, he has found ironclad evidence. In an instant, everyone feels the world is like a giant abyss, dark, filthy, and hopeless. Pirates are the result of the world government's indulgence. Human traffickers, slave trading, murder, arson, looting, a whole bloody industrial chain. They are the lambs to be slaughtered, the sacrifices enjoyed by the celestial dragons, and those nobles. At this moment, even Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom fell silent. The 9 Knights of God, 5 elders, the strongest shield of CP0. The supreme commander of the airborne department, the 7 warlords, and the high-ranking navy of the 6, 7, and 8, along with other agencies. The Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, Kaido pirates, and even the future red-haired pirates, tied together, would still not be enough to fight. Do you think pirates can easily form alliances? Even on the Navy's side, as long as there is one warship, Sengoku and Garp can capture pirates and kings, and the 3 admirals can launch a large-scale attack, then join together to encircle. In pirate territory, there's no need to worry at all. It's an all-out fight. What sea emperors? What 3, 4, or 5 emperors? It's all nonsense. To put it bluntly, they could completely push through one hideout after another. With Aokiji and Kazura there, they wouldn't be able to escape. If the Navy adds the 7 warlords, the cleanup would be even smoother. Not to mention the world government, the Knights of God, and those. Perhaps the more mysterious rocks pirates could resist, but it's hard to form a climate after being scattered. Adolf raised his hand, took a deep breath, and calmed the surging emotions. He also suppressed the atmosphere in the room, easing their feelings to prepare for the next wave of higher tides. On the Red Earth continent, the Holy Land, Mary Geos, where the celestial dragons reside. Do you know how much a cup of tea costs? It's 500,000 berries. Where does this 500,000 berries come from? ISNT, just the 500,000 berries that have been exploited from us? How long can a family survive on that? How many starving people can be saved if it were converted into bread? But to them, it's merely a cup of tea. It's the celestial dragons. Those royal and noble celestial dragons who strip us to the bone. They are too greedy. They see all of us as slaves to be plundered at will. They even take away the little food we have left. All the civilians in the world clench their fists in resentment, gritting their teeth. They struggle to make a living, while the nobles already have so much and still want to take more. Rodswort Saint, do you acknowledge everything you have done? Adolf looked down at Roswell. Roswell was trembling, burying his head on the execution platform, continuously banging his head and crying, unable to face everything Adolf had said. Answer me, Adolf scolded. I have cooperated with you. I have admitted everything. You even saw everything you wanted to know from my memories. You should fulfill your promise. You said that as long as I obediently cooperate, I can go to the Charlia Palace for execution. Roswell shouted in despair, desperately trying to cling to Adolf and plead. He knew that the previous executions were all lies, and there was no way he would be spared. Even if he cooperated, there was no possibility of being let go. But he didn't want to die. However, without the amplification of the phone bug, 100,000 soldiers couldn't hear him, and it was impossible for his pleas to be transmitted through the image phone bug. Pleading for mercy? Did you spare any of the slaves you killed, or those who died from your torture? You must pay the price for everything you have done. Adolf's eyes were filled with madness, and his voice roared across Fishman Island. Pay the price. Pay the price. 100,000 fishmen shouted, ignoring the so-called noble authority, loudly expressing their wishes. In front of the screen, everyone looked on in shock and disbelief at them, this group of madmen challenging the heavens. Adolf roared with an even louder voice, execution, execution, execution. The 100,000 Fishman warriors let out heart-wrenching screams, their eyes filled with heat and madness. Hody Jones grinned, forcefully pressing Roswell down to kneel. Aaron raised the jagged big knife high in the air, under the excited and frenzied gazes of hundreds of thousands of Fishman warriors, under the tense and expectant eyes of 5 million Fishman tribe members, and under the horrified and crazed stares of everyone in front of the screen. He swung down. No puff bang. The head fell to the ground, the eyes wide open and unable to close. Crimson blood gushed from the neck like a fountain, and due to extreme fear, the body's blood flow surged rapidly, causing blood pressure to skyrocket. From the execution platform, it transformed into a rain of blood that poured down, falling on the Fishman warriors. Instead of feeling disgusted, they became fervently excited in that instant, and the entire spirit and belief of Fishman Island were completely sublimated. Long live King Adolf! Long live the Sea King! Aaron raised the blood-stained serrated sword high, his eyes bloodshot and frenzied, roaring with an unprecedented momentum. That was the conqueror's haki. Long live King Adolf! Long live the Sea King! Whether it was the 100,000 warriors or the scattered 5 million men, women, and children of the Fishman tribe, they were all completely insane. Even the usually gentle mermaid lady was screaming his name with a heart-wrenching fervor. Even her voice became hoarse from the execution. It was really an execution. Adolf killed the celestial dragon, executing him in front of the whole world. Long live the Sea King. All the people in the world were stunned, staring blankly at the bloody execution, with no embellishment, such a bloody neck severing, bubbling with blood, streaming with fresh blood. There were even those who could relate, those who had been humiliated by the celestial dragons, those whose family members had been taken away as slaves. Also shouting out in madness. So great, the celestial dragons were really executed. Kuma Amblier Ivankov was rolling on the ground laughing. Dad, Ginny, did you see that? The celestial dragons were executed. The celestial dragons were killed. Bartholomew Kuma's tears flowed with excitement. This is so great. Adolf. Kola was in tears. They're actually such crazy people. Tears fell from Robin's eyes. The world government destroyed her hometown, killed her mother, and everyone. Even she lived a life of hiding. How could she not hate? Hahaha, a masterpiece. See King Adolf, no, it's Joy Boy. Kaido of the 100 Beasts suddenly stood up, grinning wildly. Without even needing to release his conqueror's haki, countless subordinates directly fainted. But even this couldn't vent his inner excitement. Swinging the Thunderbagwa, creating huge holes in the castle of Onigashima. Gulalala. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh heartily. Adolf, I'm liking you more and more. Come to the land of Wano soon. Let us hold a century wedding. Mama, big, couldn't help but laugh wildly. Her unrestrained laughter even shattered eardrums. See King Adolf. Joy Boy. Dragon was silent. The whole world, all who witnessed this scene showed extreme expressions. After a moment for people to vent, Adolf raised his hand, silencing the warriors and causing those in front of the screen to involuntarily stop, all crazily looking at him. Did you see that? The celestial dragons can be killed. They are not gods. Adolf raised the head of the Saint Rosward, and a heart-wrenching spittle burst forth. The whole world was in a frenzy at that moment. How insane. But they needed such a savior to rescue them. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps we are not of the same race, but we live together in this world. We are all innocent victims of oppression and exploitation. When it was my turn, I refused to kneel and crawl as a slave. So I stood up, leading the entire Fishman Island and the Fishman tribe to revolt. We can no longer beg and plead like before. It is useless. They cannot empathize with us, these insects. We must eliminate them. Only by eradicating the celestial dragons and those tyrannical royalty and nobility can we end this bloody, chaotic era. Even the dark red, overlord-colored haki struck fiercely, as if to shatter all injustice and privilege, bringing a strong and domineering impact. Adolf swung his arms with all his might, speaking of the injustice of class, the injustice of life. Eliminate them. 100,000 fishmen warriors roared in response to their king. With the loudest voice, let the world know how they did it. Let all the exploited long for Adolf, who has risen in rebellion because of the celestial dragons, and they are exploited by those royal families and nobles. They are all the oppressed and exploited, while the luxurious lives of those royal families and nobles in Mariewa and the extravagant pleasures in the palace are all derived from their exploitation. Yet they have not even the most basic means of survival. Living in such hardship, they could encounter slave traders at any moment and suffer the plundering of pirates. This world is sick and needs a thorough transformation. Each and every one of us, every race, has the right to exist in this world. If we do not fight for ourselves, are we to pray for demons to grant us? They will only greedily take away all that we have left if we do not fight for it. Our families, our children, will forever be enslaved by these demons. We can live in a dirty world, but our loved ones cannot. Adolf spoke loudly with the deepest emotions. He pounded his chest with his fist, the sound resonating like a drum, as if vowing to life itself. He would never allow the person he loved to be taken away by others, to be toyed with, to become someone else's slave. He raised his chest high, and behind his resolute words was the image of Gilder Taisolo, marked by a huge pentagram. He looked up, tears streaming down his face as he recalled that figure. How wonderful it would have been if you could have appeared earlier, before her death. The one he loved, Bartholomew the Great Bear, was suddenly moved, memories of that person who had always smiled at him, flooding his mind. The one he loved. He could die, enduring any torture, but not the one he loved. If you can only pray for a savior to come, then you'll be disappointed. I am not a savior. This world will not have a savior appear. If you cannot even fight for your own happiness, how can you obtain the happiness you desire? How can you protect your family's happiness? Rise up bravely against those who oppress us. For ourselves, for our loved ones. Stand up. Those who do not wish to be slaves. The moment of revolution has come. Adolf's gaze was mad and determined as he raised the head of a celestial dragon high above. Dragon, I want to go to Fishman Island. Right now. Bartholomew Kuma could no longer contain himself, disappearing in an instant without waiting for Dragon to speak. He realized that with Dragon, He saw no hope of rescuing Ginny. But he saw it in Adolf. Dragon. Everyone, Adolf is right. If we can't even rise up for ourselves, who can we expect to save us? Let's resist against those royal nobles who oppress us. But the Navy will come to suppress us, and we'll all die. My son is in the Navy, and he joined to eliminate pirates. But now it seems the world government is the most brutal thief. I will have my son leave the Navy and fight alongside us. I will also have my son leave the Navy. The world government is rotten to the core. Everyone, let us not forget that King Adolf is leading the entire Fishman Island in war against the world government, and he has even executed celestial dragons. The Navy has no energy to deal with us. Fishman brothers, can you join us? Please, a man suddenly thought, looking hopefully at the Fishman warriors protecting the transponder snail. Instantly, everyone present turned to them. The Fishman warrior captain was taken aback. This was beyond their imagination. I am a warrior of Fishman Island. I need to consult my superiors before I can answer you. Of course. Quick, ask quickly. Our king is a devil who devours people without spitting out bones. We need you. We need King Adolf's support. The man nodded repeatedly, feeling more assured. Others also suddenly developed a good impression and hope for this group of fearsome Fishman warriors. Let's all hurry home to grab weapons and prepare to join in. Soon, the answer from their superiors was affirmative. They could help, but after capturing the royal nobles, there must be public identification by the people before execution. Most of the royal families in this world are bloody oppressors who do not treat people as humans at all. They enjoy everything the country has to offer, satisfying all their greedy desires. In a world that has completely lost order, if even the highest level world government is like this, how can others adhere to the weak moral standards of humanity? Then, the most ugly aspects will be completely imposed on the citizens they rule. At this moment, the flames of revolution ignited. On the sea, Kaido, Whitebeard, Bigum, Dragon, and others subconsciously thought of Joy Boy. Hey, wasn't Joy Boy a silly fool who made funny poses and laughed? Does this speech look even a little funny? Whitebeard questioned his life. While it was indeed amusing to watch the world government embarrass themselves, this serious demeanor seemed even more upright than the world government CP. Is the legend serious? Kaido questioned his life. Could it be that the legend got it wrong? Or is he the Joy Boy of this era? Big MOM questioned her life. It is said that the slaves have been believing in this legendary warrior since ancient times, who will ultimately liberate us. Enel also questioned the legends passed down in his race. Joy Boy, the sun god, Nika, the liberating warrior, the dance of liberation? Isn't he not even one of the D family? Could he be hiding his true name? But the merfolk are real. Monkey D, Dragon broke out in a cold sweat, questioning his life. Did I get wrong? Or did the world get it wrong? Shanks recalled Luffy, who indeed had a bit of Nika's vibe, while also having eaten the Nika fruit. In an instant, countless people began to question their lives compared to the legendary Nika, who laughed and danced in a funny manner. This is the true sun god, the liberating warrior. But even if he ate a devil fruit, it's not the Nika fruit, right? Or as Adolf said, there are no saviors in this world. But everyone can become their own savior. In the deep sea, in an alternate space, a ship of the world government was sailing. On board, all 5 elders were present. Only they could suppress everyone else on this ship. Bruno, open a door and receive the signal. Saint Satan ordered. Bruno immediately opened a door, placing one hand on it, pushing it as the ship moved through the alternate space. Communications department, report the situation. Saint Satan, it's bad. In 200 places around the world, scattered across the seas, including the Grand Line, images are being transmitted via transponder snails showing the execution of celestial dragons on Fishman Island, but we can't cut off the signal at all. We even asked Vegapunk, but couldn't he find a reason? The communications department was in a panic. If I could move my body, even a finger would be enough to operate the machines, Vegapunk said weakly. The 5 elders' expressions were grim. They had actually broadcast such a huge scandal worldwide. Are you trying to say that Fishman Island has more advanced technology than us? Saint Satan was furious. Over 200 locations. Didn't the Navy go to stop it? Admiral Sengoku asked. The Navy ships were sunk on the way. Even if a vice admiral leads from headquarters, it would be the same. If it weren't for the underwater fishmen not wanting to continue the entanglement, there would be massive casualties. But even so, some stormy sea areas have reported many missing persons. Now, the Navy's branches have already prohibited warships from leaving the base. Those sent out are immediately returning to base. The communications department reported urgently. The Navy worldwide will execute tasks as soon as they receive orders. Even if they retreat later, it would still result in a loss of over 1,000 warships. Vice Admiral Crane said calmly, "Damn it, this is no longer just a matter of money. It takes years to build them. And during this time, we will lose control of the sea. What's worse is that the fishmen are out. They have truly begun to attack our naval ships. They only need to destroy the ships, and even the best swimmers will exhaust themselves and drown in the vast sea. Sengoku anxiously and angrily looked at the 5 people sitting at the round table on the deck. Saint Satan, now that things have developed to this point, do you still want to continue? Even to kill Adolf? The fishman's revenge will completely spiral out of control. Sengoku gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap each of them. On the deck, everyone looked at them. Sengoku, watch your tone. The justice god looked over coldly. As long as Adolf is gone, our scientific power can easily solve the fishman problem. Saint Satan said, what if we fail this time? How many people will be left at the bottom of the sea? Sengoku endured the rage that wanted to erupt. The 7 warlords, the navy, the knights of God, plus the 5 of us, we cannot fail. The environment god assured. Don't forget, this is the deep sea, a forbidden zone for ability users, a forbidden area for humans. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. How can these pigs not listen? We are fully prepared, each carrying bubble corals, with Bruno supporting in the alternate space, and several strong martial artists who are not ability users. With our combat strength, according to the plan, Adolf won't last even 1 round before being killed. The blonde agricultural warfare god said. Sengoku wanted to say something more, but the financial warfare god directly interrupted. Enough, Sengoku. You just need to follow our orders. Sengoku gritted his teeth. In fact, there was also the door fruit. Bruno was waiting in an alternate space. Even if the entire Fishman Island was destroyed, Bruno could bring them back one by one to the alternate space and then safely return to the surface. No matter how strong Adolf was, he couldn't harm them in the alternate space. Just this point alone could be seen as unsolvable. Moreover, each of them carried bubble corals that could create bubbles even in seawater. The pressure of the deep sea was terrifying, but their monstrous physical qualities would only affect their movements. They couldn't be directly crushed. Of course, excluding those with abilities, but there would also be Bruno to rescue them. Finally, there was the number of their experts, which was absolutely overwhelming in terms of high-end combat power to resolve battles in an instant. They did not plan to engage in one-on-one duels, but would rush in all together. A group versus one. Even with Adolf's fruit abilities, they were all ready with physical documents, clearly marking all the content. Just ask this lineup. With these preparations, how could they lose? Who would be confident? The images transmitted worldwide arrived, and Adolf's finger pointed at the center of Rodsword's forehead. A strange flow of colors appearing at his fingertips as he extracted memories from his mind. Sure enough, it was the ability of a devil fruit, materializing memories and using a din-din mushi to broadcast. The 5 elders were surprised yet frowning. This meant that Adolf couldn't fully touch seawater. His speed with the bubble membrane in the sea would be the same as ours. But if we just send our non-ability users over to break his bubble membrane, we could take care of him. Other fish wouldn't pose much of a threat. Leave this matter to me. Commander of the Knights of God, Phagolangallan, said, clutching his left arm, veins bulging on his forehead, humiliated by his severed arm. Mihawk looked over, but the swordsman with his severed arm was no longer worth his effort. Extracting memories from his mind, was it the memory fruit? The law warfare god pondered. Previously, there were several instances where the entire world's people lost memories related to him. The scope was incredible. Could the memory fruit have such a strong effect? Even if it was an awakened effect, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? The environmental warfare god was puzzled. Perhaps it was due to his strength, or maybe he himself was highly compatible with that fruit. The agricultural warfare god said, awakening couldn't cover the entire world, but it could cover himself, thus making the world forget. Perhaps this was a new direction for development? The scientific defense warfare god analyzed. This way of thinking seems plausible. If it weren't for being sufficiently strange and powerful, he wouldn't have eaten a devil fruit with his advantage in the sea. The financial warfare god expressed understanding, and others nodded in agreement. In the sea, he considered himself invincible. So was the next step to prepare for attacking Mariewa, using the fruit's ability to compensate for his shortcomings on land? Phagolangallan thought. It was not without this possibility, although eating a devil fruit made him fear seawater. Just small area contact wouldn't have too much effect. He still had the Fishman army to support him, ensuring his safety. Even Sengoku nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could one explain Adolf suddenly disappearing from the memories of people all over the world? Now he was extracting Rodsword's memory ability? That strange flow of colors was visible to the naked eye. Damn it, his statements were too dangerous. Seeing Adolf unveil the dark side of the world government and even present strong evidence, everyone became extremely serious. Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, Crane, Gion, Kaji Doberman, and the others looked even more grim. The righteousness behind them had turned into shame. Sengoku, after this ends, I want to retire, Zephyr said. Sengoku looked over. Shut up. We'll talk about it later. Saying this, he swept his gaze over the other Navy personnel on the ship, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. The 5 elders also saw this and knew that once the matter with Adolf was resolved, the Navy would undergo a significant change. Why not go directly in? There are Fishman soldiers outside Fishman Island. If discovered, we will lose the initiative. Sengoku frowned. The seawater gate can only operate in the seawater alternate space. It cannot pass through different mediums. There is a bubble membrane outside Fishman Island. Even such a thin layer cannot be penetrated. Bruno explained. The 5 elders' expressions were calm. They understood this characteristic now. Sengoku had no way to refute. According to the information I researched, the bubble membrane of Fishman Island is divided into inner and outer layers, with several hundred meters of flowing seawater in between. If we break in from elsewhere, the membrane coated on the ship would be attracted by the huge bubbles of Fishman Island and then fall into the sea. Only the entrance to Fishman Island has a single layer of bubble membrane, which allows ships to enter Fishman Island. Go to the entrance of Fishman Island and open the gate, the 5 elders commanded. The ship in the alternate space arrived at the entrance, and strangely, no Fishman patrols were seen, making everyone frown in confusion. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be people patrolling at the entrance. The absence now indicated something unusual. Sengoku thought heavily. They didn't escape, did they? He knows he can't win, and just ran away. Moonlight Moria waved his claws. We just saw him giving a speech on Fishman Island, preparing to execute the celestial dragons. How could he run away so quickly? Crocodile said, biting his cigar. Open the gate. We will enter Fishman Island ourselves. Bruno, you continue into the seawater alternate space, ready to provide support at any time. The 5 elders instructed. After all, they were in the deep sea, and they had to be cautious. If Bruno was taken care of, they would lose their greatest assurance. Bruno opened the door, and powerful combatants jumped out from the ship, landing in the deep sea with Bubbles. Hancock glanced at Bruno and followed the team with Bubbles. I will go to the underwater prison to rescue Sakazuki and the others. Zephyr said. Sengoku nodded. Fagalan Gallon looked at someone beside him and said, find Vegapunk's brain and bring it back intact. The Knights of God nodded, taking the instruments in hand and separating from the main force. Let us go in. Saying this, the main force successfully entered Fishman Island, still not spotting a single Fishman warrior. It could even be said to be terrifyingly quiet. This is very strange. Sengoku felt increasingly uneasy. We have already set foot on Fishman Island's territory. What kind of cowardice is this for a marshal, Sengoku? Fagalan Gallon mocked. Don't forget how Sakazuki and the others were defeated, and how your arm was severed. Sengoku averted his gaze, showing no respect at all. If you want to die, I can grant you that. Fagalan Gallon's forehead bulged with veins, his kingly dignity instantly twisted. Wasn't the Fishman supposed to shout loud slogans? Why was it so quiet? Vice Admiral Crane interrupted. The scientific defense warfare god, Satan, opened the Den Mushy communication department. Is the execution still ongoing? It is. We still can't stop the signal. The communication department was sweating profusely. Send over the live broadcast content. The environmental warfare god, Maz said. The communication department immediately transmitted it over. They certainly hadn't found the signal, but rather that CP spies were broadcasting through the Den Mushy images, with screens showing other people's broadcasts. Almost all organizations worldwide were doing this around the giant Den Mushy, especially major news outlets, further increasing the spread of execution videos. The situation can no longer be stopped, and kings from various regions are giving up, playing the role of the bully against the weak. However, what is more devastating than the destruction of a country is the extermination of a race, such as the Bacchania and Linaria tribes. The images that have come in have not yet reached the execution stage. They're still recounting the crimes of the celestial dragons. Let's go directly. 100,000 Fishman warriors have gathered in this square, seemingly wanting to engage us in a final battle, said the blonde agricultural marshal god, Nejiru. The crowd nodded and slowly made their way into Fishman Island. 100,000 Fishman warriors stood ready for battle, preparing for the final confrontation at the execution platform, surrounding the executed celestial dragons to carry out a rescue, or rather, to personally kill them, which does not count as being executed by others, aligning perfectly with their logic. In the past, we always gathered a massive force. This time, The enemy has the advantage in numbers, and yet we are taking matters into our own hands. It's really unbearable, said the bald financial martial god, Nejiru. If it weren't for the fear of Adolf escaping, I would just destroy the whole island, said the legal martial god, Vachali. After all, it's only a matter of time before this island is destroyed, said the scientific defense martial god, Satan, expressionless. Hancock and others beside them could not interject, quietly watching them show off. Soon, the group arrived at the location shown in the images, the Gillincod Square, and saw the 100-meter-high execution platform. But aside from this execution platform, why was the entire area empty? The crowd instinctively looked at the image-transmitting snail, which was indeed still broadcasting the scene just before the execution, asking if the accused admitted to their crimes. Only your world government has the power to deceive the entire world. Sand Crocodile, with a vigilant gaze, looked towards the 5 elders, subtly on guard. Are you trying to trick us into the deep sea to kill us? Moonlight Moria questioned angrily, baring his teeth. Even Hawkeye looked suspiciously at the 5 elders. Shut up. Fools. You aren't even qualified, sneered the 5 elders. The 5 elders frowned, glancing at the snail and then at the square, unable to understand what was happening. It seemed the entire world was a massive deception, and even they were kept in the dark, unable to see clearly. Could this also be a fruit ability, causing us to unconsciously forget what we are seeing? Memory confusion? The 5 elders looked at the documents in their hands with suspicion. How could there be a power user capable of ensnaring so many of us without us noticing? Carp spoke up. In fact, they all thought the same. The strong are incredibly confident in themselves. Let alone with so many strong individuals gathered, it is impossible for them to be unaware. They even used haki to strike their own bodies and still found no signs of falling for the trap. From the moment they arrived at Fishman Island, everything had been revealing oddities. Sengoku felt a sense of unease enveloping him. At that moment, the snail behind the execution platform opened its eyes, and the huge screen behind lit up, showing the execution scene of the celestial dragons. The 5 elders looked up at the image playing in the center. You finally came. Surrounding the square, large screens descended, encircling the entire area. Then, one by one, the eyes of the image-transmitting snails lit up, projecting Adolf's figure. He looked down at the group in the square, a crooked smile on his face, slowly splitting until it reached his ears. Adolf, Fish, Satan, and Galen gritted their teeth, unable to hold back their anger, wishing they could tear him apart right now. King Adolf, Dracul Mihawk, Moonlight Moria, Sand Crocodile, Boa Hancock, each one serious, looked at the surrounding large screens. Looking around, aside from the image-transmitting snails, there was no sign of Adolf himself. The environment behind him was water. Was he outside Fishman Island? Vice Admiral Tsuru wondered. What a luxurious lineup. You really think highly of me, Adolf said in the image. Looking down at the group in front of the square, the world government's 5 elders, financial martial god Nejiru, agricultural martial god Peter, legal martial god Vachali, environmental martial god Maz, and the scientific defense martial god Satan, whom we have already met. The Knights of God, Commander Fegalan Galen, along with a long list of 7 other members. But where is the other one? What mischief is he up to? The Navy has even abandoned their headquarters, Admiral Sengoku, Hero Carp, Chief of Staff Tsuru, Vice Admiral Guion, and others. The 7 warlords, Dracul Mihawk, Moonlight Moria, Sand Crocodile, Boa Hancock. Hahaha. So many people have come to Fishman Island. What an honor. Adolf called out names one by one, almost like ordering dishes, becoming more and more excited with each mention. Besides those present, there were even vice admirals like Doberman from the alternate dimension of the Devil Fruit, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Flying Squirrel, Gummer, and Bastille. All are pillars of the Navy, elite vice admirals, non-Devil Fruit users. These individuals are the backup plan to rescue the world government from the alternate dimension in case of an unexpected event. One could say they were fully prepared. Even if they faced failure and danger, there was absolute security. Unfortunately, he knew he was watching it all. We clearly have the advantage. How come we're the ones feeling tense? Vice Admiral Kaji swallowed hard. Does he want to devour us all? His appetite is too big. Guion frowned. This is the deep sea. He probably dreams of us coming here, and now that we are here, can it not be overwhelming? Shaki glanced at the Gorosei and the Knights of God. If there is no countermeasure, I'll be heading back. Dracul Mihawk spoke up. In their view, not having seen Adolf in person meant that this plan had already failed, and they were completely clueless about the situation. Coincidentally, the huge screen in front of the execution platform displayed the moment when Arlong beheaded a celestial dragon. Bastard. How dare you? The Gorosei, and others all turned to look. Their faces twisted in horror. Executed. Hancock's heart was in turmoil. Even after watching the footage dozens of times, she still couldn't calm down. This man truly deserves to be called the Sea King. Dracula Mihawk admired. The caliber to call the Pirate King a Thief King. Crocodile felt a sense of respect. Adolf. The footage broadcasted worldwide, ISNT, a live stream from here, but something you had filmed earlier. This means you had already executed him. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly looked at Adolf. While the Celestial Dragons present lost their composure seeing the execution footage, the warlords either glowed or were shocked in admiration. Yet she remained relatively calm. You have already executed him. The Gorosei's expressions were extremely grim. At this moment, what Gorosei? They looked like brainless apes. The so-called absolute strength and absolute plan? ISNT that just like a clown? Do you think war is just about two armies clashing and fighting? From a moment of establishing a hostile relationship, every second is our confrontation. Gods cannot bleed. If I catch a chance, how could I possibly give you an opportunity to stop me? Do you think I am as stupid as you? Let me tell you, it's not just 200 recordings around the world. Newspapers are also spreading globally at the same time. But you can't pay attention in the deep sea. In the end, you can't stop anything. Are you that foolish? Ha ha ha. Outside Fishman Island, Adolf laughed wildly and mocked, revealing explosive news, filling the hatred meter to the max. He had locked in the ending from the very beginning, giving no chance for any real-time broadcast. By the time the Gorosei and the others arrived, it was already over. Even the newspapers had been printed and were being distributed globally right after the video. One step slow, every step slow. How can you stop it? How could it be so fast? Why was there no news about such a big operation? The Gorosei found it hard to believe. Is this all the intelligence you have? The highest authority of the world government. Your sources of information come merely from CP spies who mixed in to watch the execution, while I controlled everyone watching, took away all the snail phones. Where do you get your information from? Besides, there are those traitors who were brainwashed by Odoheim. Do you really think I know nothing? These traitors are just ordinary civilians. If these grassroots civilians can obtain secrets, then what am I doing as a king? Adolf's crazy mockery, completely looking like a fool. Obtaining state secrets from the most grassroots citizens. What level of fool could come up with such an idea? Princess Yahim used to be a public figure praising the celestial dragons, with royal authority and a natural ability to brainwash. Having long praised the beauty of the surface world, it's destined that some will kneel to the world government, willingly becoming their dogs. There are bad people hidden among the masses, which is the most troublesome. There's no way to identify or stop them. But they didn't even think to look for them, directly issuing orders across the entire island, generously telling everyone to pass this on to the spies. Therefore, the information the world government receives is exactly what he wants them to see. The world government has utterly lost. Such a thought arose in the minds of the Navy and the 7 warlords. Damn it. Repeated, complete failures turned all the elders into brainless idiots. Unable to endure it any longer, completely going berserk, they all transformed into terrifying forms. The war god of science, Jagarusha Satan, spider fruit, mythical Zoan, bull demon form. The war god of finance, Izambaron V, Nejiru, horse fruit, mythical Zoan, horsebone form. The war god of agriculture, shepherd 10 Peter, bug fruit, mythical Zoan, desert worm form. The war god of environment, Makas Maz, pig fruit, mythical Zoan, seal form. The war god of law, Topman Vachali, bird fruit, mythical Zoan, Ijamane form. Each one danced like a demon, fierce beast descending. Their massive bodies resembled savage exotic beasts, occupying a vast space, all surrounded by black flames and clouds, awakening their zone forms. The Navy and the 7 warlords looked at the elders with serious expressions. Ha ha ha, what good is your rampage? Can your anger solve me? What surprised me even more is that you really came to the deep sea, came to my territory. Isn't that seeking death? Today, Fishman Island is destined to sink to the bottom of the sea, but you will also be buried in the deep sea. Adolf couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the deep sea, a forbidden zone for all surface creatures. Even after countless manipulations to execute the dragon people as a grand scheme, making them believe he had eaten a devil fruit to incite their utmost rage, he still couldn't be assured until he truly arrived here. And now, he had really come. Boom, boom, boom. The earth cracked open, with earth-shattering explosions occurring continuously. Pillars of fire, over 10 meters in diameter, shot up into the sky, reaching over 1,000 meters high, with flames raging everywhere. The atmosphere distorted, and the entire Fishman Island was showing signs of complete destruction. The waves of fire rolled like a tsunami, with flames of over 100 degrees Celsius surging from all directions. The 22 experts of the 5 elders were completely engulfed in flames. What was happening? Was Fishman Island going to be destroyed? Moonlight Moria suddenly appeared, panicked. He wants to blow us up. The others instantly understood Adolf's intention. Gas. Caesar Clown. Sengoku thought of this name. Such a massive amount of gas could only be provided by Caesar Clown, a user of the gas fruit, who had been drained by Adolf to the last drop during this time. Don't you want to destroy Fishman Island? Let me help you. However, before they could react, Adolf immediately began his next move. With his command, the entire bubble of Fishman Island suddenly burst, and an immeasurable amount of seawater closed in and pressed down. The giant circular island of Fishman Island, with a diameter of over 20 kilometers, suspended in the sunlight cave of the deep sea, was thus exposed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, surrounded by endless flames, with the seawater closing in from outside. Even the entire island began to sink. Under such circumstances, even if they had astonishing means, they could not resist. The bubble of Fishman Island has burst. Quickly retreat. Head in the direction we came from. Sengoku roared, looking at the seawater covering the sky. Swish! Dracul Mihawk swung his black blade to cut through the flames ahead. Everyone desperately ran along the path, each displaying terrifying speed like monsters. At this moment, even the 5 elders could not muster themselves. Their terrifying bodies, which should have been rampaging and destroying everything in sight, were instead fleeing in a disheveled manner. They even thought that with Adolf's despicable character, he would definitely film this. Then it would be their turn, along with Sengoku, Akainu, and Saint Satan, to be humiliated in front of the entire world. Roar. In competent rage, they hadn't even seen Adolf's face. Stop shouting. Quickly prepare the bubble. Rush straight into the sea. Bruno will come to assist. Sengoku shouted anxiously. It was the same last time. Damn it. I've never fought such a frustrating battle. Garb gritted his teeth. Don't let me catch a break, fish. St. Garland was about to explode with anger. As proud as a king, he was fleeing once again. I have to say, they ran really fast. But with such intense emotions, could they still pay attention? Adolf's mouth curled into a sly smile. Just as his words fell, a sun appeared. Boom! In the deep sea, a crimson sun suddenly lit up, and a terrifying explosion of fire erupted. The Fishman Island, with a diameter of 20 kilometers, was blown into pieces in an instant. Even a large number of rocks melted into magma under the high temperature, and the entire island disappeared in the flames. The closing seawater was blasted away, causing the entire red Earth continent hundreds of miles away to tremble violently, subjected to intense shock, with countless massive rocks shattering from above, falling like meteors. Fishman Street. The legendary giant ship Noah exploded into fragments. Don't even mention repairs. Not a single intact piece of wood could be found. At the same time, the seawater evaporated into a large number of high-temperature bubbles in the terrifying heat, causing secondary catastrophic damage. In a brief moment, as the shock weakened, the seawater from 200 kilometers below pressed back and collided. The water pressure of 200 kilometers deep repeatedly ravaged, becoming the damage of the third explosion. And to cause such an explosion, ordinary explosives wouldn't suffice. Even the specially made explosives of Fishman Island would not work. But the power rock could destroy everything. Fishman Island was truly obliterated in an instant, completely blown apart. Jinbei, Neptune, Arlong, Hody Jones, and countless warriors looked in horror at the dazzling light in the sunlight cave. For them, Fishman Island held an incredibly special significance. The island could be rebuilt. Come on, kill all the remaining survivors. No one in the world can stop our steps anymore. Adolf issued commands through the telephone bug and was the first to charge into the still surging tide. Jinbei, Neptune, Arlong, Hody Jones, Minister of the Right, and 50,000 Fishman warriors burst out from the Red Earth continent. Their strength was insufficient to withstand such an explosive shockwave, and they could only use the Red Earth continent as cover, needing time to reach safety. But it didn't matter. They couldn't escape anymore. Next was another deep-sea hunt, and in that instant, everyone's attention was completely drawn to the deep-sea waters, the raging flames, and Adolf himself, especially the mindless apes, whose anger clouded their judgment. Having held the highest power in the world government for so many years, when had they ever endured such humiliation? What no one expected was that a terrifying explosion would occur right beneath Fishman Island, completely diverting attention from the sea and Adolf. Wah! In the shock of the explosion, the 22 powerful members of the world government were blasted away like cannonballs, crashing uncontrollably into the sea. But the reason why the strong are strong is due to their formidable individual power and haki. Although they didn't anticipate Adolf's ruthlessness, which led to the destruction of Fishman Island itself. At the moment of the explosion, they all desperately covered themselves with armament haki. But it was too rushed, resulting in many sustaining serious injuries. More than 10 of those with abilities were particularly affected, even if they struggled to protect themselves with haki. The moment they came into contact with the seawater, they were rendered useless, relying purely on their strong physical constitution to endure, which only made their injuries worse. Moonlight Moria even lost consciousness directly. Sea King Trident of the Sea. The deep-sea waves continued to surge, and the trident was the first to be hurled towards the old enemy, Satan's Saint. In the depths of the sea, those with abilities were like lambs to the slaughter, completely unable to resist. What? It's targeting me. The scientific defense warrior, Satan's Saint, had blood vessels bursting in his eyes, being submerged in the sea. He could barely control his body and could only sink with the water. Moreover, such a sudden attack caught the attention of all the powerful figures. Figuran Garen Saint instinctively threw the captured Sengoku towards him. Bastard! Sengoku was furious in his heart, knowing that those with abilities submerged in seawater could not resist at all. He collided with Satan's Saint, causing a deviation. Swish! The trident sliced through, staining the sea red, and one of his legs fell off. Sengoku's cold eyes turned. One of his legs had been severed. What kind of power did he have? A top-tier powerhouse of the sea, holding the rank of admiral. Unafraid, even in the face of Whitebeard. And now he was watching his leg get cut off? How utterly unwilling he was, his body covered in burns. Large blisters. Even his hair burned down to a bald head, his head charred and bubbling with blood, the immense water pressure squeezing into his mouth and nostrils. Utterly pathetic. Besides him, everyone else was in the same situation. Extensive burns, nearly disfigured. No one had anticipated Adolf's cruelty, one after another attracting attention. Fishman Island had already sunk, and the seawater was pressing down. However, were these just means to attract their attention? How utterly insane. Even the explosive power was absurdly great, overturning their understanding. If we talk about the most severe situation, it had to be the 5 elders. Each of them exhibited impressive physiques. But the area of injury during the explosion was even greater, and they ended up becoming shields for others. Mihawk, Hancock, Crocodile, Garen Saint, etc. were directly used as cover. The only thing they were thankful for was that Adolf was a devil fruit user, unable to exert the terrifying speed of the fishman race in the sea, having to act within a bubble membrane, giving them a moment to breathe. However, in reality, Adolf moved through the sea like a phantom, trailing azure colors, crossing distances at an incredibly unbelievable speed towards a target ahead, a member of the Knights of God, previously analyzed. The 5 elders have all been slapped in the face. No more guesses. Remember, the author will correct time and space with supreme divine powers. Aren't they supposed to be power users? Mindless apes. Burned all over, his eyes ready to burst, he desperately turned to resist. Sea King Divine Annihilation. Rip. The trident of the sea swung down, the overwhelming haki intertwining, dark red destructive thunder clashing with the azure of the sea, as if the entire ocean descended into destruction. All power rushing forth with the strike. In the face of such an attack, avoiding was no longer an option. Even a god would have to die. I'm not willing. The shock of the explosion still hadn't settled, and he was suffocating in the seawater. Even though he wasn't a power user, he could not withstand such a terrifying strike. From his left shoulder to his right waist, he was completely severed in two, his internal organs exposed to the seawater. And even the arms he had raised in defense were cut off before he could fully lose consciousness. Adolf transformed into a blue arc of light, heading towards the next target. Sea King Divine Annihilation. The seawater, unable to form a sharp weapon, had no edges on either side, yet carried an unparalleled weight, as if the entire ocean bore down upon him. Such power made the sharpness of the blade irrelevant. It's targeting me. Adolf's attack made everyone realize that they were facing one of the strongest groups of monsters in the sea. It was simply unrealistic to think they could react. Only a difference in strength so vast could allow for that. And when the gap was that significant, there was no need for Adolf to take action. The immense water pressure at 200 kilometers deep would already seal their fate. The Knights of God managed to react, but their condition was extremely poor. A massive gash on the chest, ribs, and internal organs were crushed beyond recognition. Immediately after, seawater surged into their bodies like flowing molten steel, compressing their internal organs and even their hearts. Die for me. Rip Adolf swiftly delivered a finishing blow, completely unable to resist, as he was instantly severed at the waist. The Sea King's trident was raised and thrown, transforming into a blue streak of light aimed at another knight of the Divine Order. Coincidentally, he was an ability user. Without even a chance to resist, he was directly struck by the trident and sent flying 100 miles away, impaled on the red earth of the continent. His chest compressed, blood surging, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, the mixed red seawater surged back, pouring down his throat into his stomach. Not just his stomach, but his intestines, throat, and even his respiratory tract were instantaneously filled. The trident pierced through his chest cavity, causing the water pressure to flood back in. His entire body was truly filled to the brim. At the same time, due to lack of oxygen to the brain, his bloodshot eyes began to blur. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have already fainted and lost consciousness. However, he was an ability user. There was no way to save himself. Even the bubble coral on his body couldn't be used. The precious minute supported by his strong will instead became the ultimate torment before drowning, a tragic climax to the extreme. Suffocating to the point where a member of the world's government Divine Knight Order could die like this? Yet this is the deep sea, an absolute forbidden zone. Adolf killed 3 members of the Knights of God with just one glance. And only then did Gallant Saint and the others manage to squeeze out of the bubble and gasp for a breath of relief. Although the black technology is outrageous, it comes from Fishman Island. It is precisely because of this that they dared to venture deep underwater. Damn it. Wasn't he supposed to be a devil fruit user? How could he take out 3 of us with just one look? The commander of the Knights of God, Fagelin Gallant Saint, couldn't help but roar at the Gorosei. The Knights of God, the most mysterious and powerful organization within the world government. They uphold the dignity and power of the world nobles, protect the safety of the celestial dragons, maintain their ruling status, and are responsible for internal order among the celestial dragons, including executing those with supreme privileges, immensely powerful. Moreover, each of them possesses strength that surpasses ordinary pirates. They may not be comparable to the likes of Whitebeard, but they are definitely above the likes of Enel and Katakuri. But to die like this? It's utterly humiliating, not even able to unleash 20 of their strength. Aren't you a devil fruit user? How can you come into contact with seawater? The entire world has lost their memories of you, and even the memory of Rosward Saint was extracted from the footage. That is undoubtedly the ability of a devil fruit. Damn it, what is going on with you? There is no way a devil fruit user can touch seawater without being cursed. The Gorosei, under the protection of the Knights of God, reluctantly questioned in the bubble. At this moment, they completely turned into brainless apes in front of everyone, their intelligence repeatedly crushed into the ground. Yet they still maintain a lofty and confident demeanor, acting as if they have everything under control. Haha, who told you I ate a devil fruit? Didn't you say it yourselves? What you saw was just footage. What does that have to do with me? Adolf couldn't help but laugh wildly. How could he not laugh when he faced off against 3 top masters and resolved the situation in one encounter? When he was first affected by the childlike fruit, the 5 elders mistakenly believed he had eaten a devil fruit, so he simply went along with it, encouraging Sugar to use her powers on him a few more times, and even took the bubble film into the sea for the CP spies to see, deepening their understanding, especially when extracting memories during the execution of the celestial dragons. It further solidified this perception, becoming a fact they witnessed with their own eyes. But in reality, it was just the use of Violet's stare-stare fruit. The stare-stare fruit can see what people are thinking, view past memories, and make what it sees visible to others. Combining these 3 abilities is essentially creating videos at will, right? The transponder snail is a living creature. No matter how fake it can be presented through Adolf's imagination. And Violet can make the transponder snail see it. Not to mention that the execution was a genuine event. It just added a special effect, making it even less noticeable. In fact, Adolf could even accomplish this effect with his bare hands. By applying fluorescent powder to his fingertips and slightly using armament hockey, he could create visible streams of light. Do you understand this little magic trick? But the 5 elders never thought in this direction for their muscle-bound brains. It was too challenging to think of such trivial tricks that wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Photoshopping in videos? Even directly forging them? They had never heard of it. One could also say that the execution footage sent out was edited to perfection, without a trace of flaw. Modern people should understand the power and terror of post-production, and the special effects imagined by the brain can be even more perfect than computer-generated ones. Damn it, those despicable fish. You've completely fooled me, you beast. The scientific defense warrior, Satan, was panting in rage, unable to contain himself. Even a former sea overlord, the Rocks Pirates, only found it tricky because of the sheer number of strong opponents. It was nothing like now, where they were strategically defeated. Being in a high position is great. A whole group of people revolves around you. Adolf looked at the rescued 5 elders and then at Sengoku, who was tearing off the justice cloak to bind his leg and stop the bleeding. But he also had to thank these idiots for being in the highest power. Without you, how could I have gathered so many powerful forces to catch them all in the deep sea? Thank you, 5 elders. Adolf's madness and sarcasm made it hard to doubt the intentions of the 5 elders if they truly understood the world government. Damn, don't let him influence you. Mission failed. Everyone retreat, Sengoku shouted, suppressing his inner anger. No one is allowed to retreat. Do you really think we can't kill you in the deep sea? Since you dare to appear before us, don't think about escaping. Everyone, attack together and kill him. The 5 elders suddenly shouted, transforming into terrifying forms within the bubble membrane. The Science Defense Martial God, Satan's Saint, Bull Demon form, lower body with 8-legged spider limbs, a massive body crawling towards Adolf. The Finance Martial God, Shuru Saint, Horsebone form, lower body of skeletal horse, galloping with freezing seawater, holding a demonic sword radiating cold. The Agriculture Martial God, Peter Saint, Desert Worm form, dozens of meters of completely devouring maggots, swimming like a giant python. The Law Martial God, Vacheli Saint, Sealing form, trampling like a wild boar, with a momentum as grand as a war beast. The Environment Martial God, Maz Saint, Injin Makoto form, a giant bird with a snake tail, spreading its wings over dozens of meters. Each massive form pushed the bubble membrane to its limits, simultaneously reinforcing it with armed color to prevent it from breaking as much as possible. Don't ask why they can run in such an environment. The bubble membrane itself has a floating function. Coupled with the hard power of top-tier fighters, isn't it natural to run in the sea? Do you really want to kill me that much? Adolf spread his arms wide, as if embracing the world and the ocean. Sea King, Infinite Sea released a blue sheen all around, even his long tail scales reflecting a dreamy, deep blue color, resonating with the entire ocean, waves surging constantly. The vast ocean is profound, heavy, and boundless. Yet it has a temperament that can change unpredictably. The disasters of the sea are immense, with giant waves that can cover hundreds of miles, ready to unleash colossal storms at any moment. However, when truly enraged, it can release a cataclysmic power that sinks islands, overturning everything. But it is precisely because of the ocean that life evolved, marking the beginning of all things and bringing vitality to the jungle. It can nurture living beings, yet also possess the great power to destroy everything. As Adolf raised his hands high, the pupils of the 5 elders contracted, suddenly feeling a terrifying crisis approaching. Everyone attack. Take him down. The 5 elders displayed their unique abilities, unleashing ultimate moves, the icy sword master slashing, fiery beams of flame, and the bull demon-s poison. Carp's Fistbone Impact, Garen Saint's Kingly Dragon, and the rest of the Knights of God launched their attacks. Even Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, striking towards the Sea King. Old man is here to help you. The sea flow over-the-shoulder throw was initiated by Jinbei. Rushing over to grab the seawater he had dragged along and slammed it down heavily. However, no one cared about a mere Jinbei, aside from Adolf. The entire Fishman race only had their own racial characteristics worth considering. They shattered the flowing water, focusing all attention on Adolf. Come on. Faced with the overwhelming ultimate moves, Adolf seemed to lift the sky and grasp the sea, a massive blue gem-like substance appearing above his head, smashing down fiercely. Was he crazy to try to take it head-on? Guion watched in disbelief at the scene before him. The ultimate moves of over 10 top-tier fighters. Even if they could only exert 50 to 60% of their power in the deep sea, there were still more than 10. Under everyone's gaze, the apocalyptic power erupted in an instant. Blue, crimson, icy white, golden light, and various intense flashes illuminated the entire underwater world, resembling a colorful dreamscape. The vast underwater space, with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, surged like an apocalyptic storm. Even the Sea Kings over 5,000 meters away were no longer terrifying in the face of this erupting power. Pop, 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 pop. Huh? Jinbei, you actually. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, but there was no time for anger. They couldn't even confront Adolf, gasping for breath. The subsequent overwhelming power shattered the ultimate moves of over 10 experts, unstoppable as it surged towards the approaching 5 elders. Damn it, I'm not willing to accept this. The 5 elders roared internally, the terror of the mythical beast, not yet unleashed, forced to retreat once more. Just like when they were initially suppressed by the seafloor stone or blown into the sea by the power rock. Water filled their mouths, their bodies powerless, unable to even speak. Facing Adolf's ultimate move, they couldn't even resist. In front of the ocean's might, they were sent flying, severed limbs, shattered bones, their bodies twisted, nearly in a state of disability. The ocean surged, the might carrying Sengoku and others along with it. Everyone's bubble was shattered. Carp, Garen Saint, and other non-ability users looked at the flying five elders and then at Jinbei, furious. Although the means were somewhat despicable. Don't blame us for using whatever methods we have with so many of you. Even Fishman Island was destroyed. If we don't leave you behind, we would have no face to return to everyone. Jinbei remained calm, without fear. In that moment, the sea flow over the shoulder throw he executed was not seawater, but a bubble membrane degradation liquid researched by Caesar Clown. Just a touch would trigger a chemical reaction, instantly destroying the bubble membrane structure. Caesar Clown was very skilled in biological chemistry research. After discussions with the original scientists of Fishman Island, he developed this substance a few days later. This was still the result of Adolf exhausting all his strength to create gas that night. After all, research depends on luck. He originally did not expect to use it this time. It seems he underestimated Caesar Clown. Damn it! Under the recent impact, the degrading substance spread throughout the entire sunlight cave space, and we can no longer use the bubble coral, even coming out from the other space. The bubble membrane on our bodies will instantly be destroyed, and with Vice Admiral level strength, we can't save anyone from a distance. Damn it, this plan has completely failed. I'm not willing to accept this. That bastard Caesar Clown. The emotions of the five elders were collapsing. Five elders, now it's my turn. Adolf's mouth cracked open, nearly splitting to the roots of his ears, his eyes completely filled with excitement. Without the ability to continue using bubble coral, isn't the next step going to be a massacre? The swimming speed of the merfolk is unmatched in the world, and coupled with his immense power, he moved like a blue shadow in the sea, directly heading towards the severely injured and defenseless five elders. It's me again. Satan Saint's pupils contracted. Damn it. Lord him. Sea King, Ocean Burial. Grasping the sea's trident, Sword Master of the Sea carried the might of the ocean. With blue ocean currents enveloping the trident, the entire sea stirred, resembling a 1,000-meter tsunami converging downward in a rolling catastrophe. However, just as it was about to hit and completely bury the science defense martial god, Satan Saint, he vanished in an instant. Huh? Adolf suddenly turned to look at the other five elders. Not just Satan Saint, but the other four also disappeared from the sea area. What's going on? Is it I'm? Fathers, don't spray. Here's the setting. The five elders are similar to Pain's six paths. The manga also shows that the five can communicate telepathically without using a den mushy. It might just be a product created by him, or simply puppets made from celestial dragon materials that can grow, plus eating devil fruits. It's too much. Adolf counted and found that, in addition to the disappearance of the five elders, Sengoku and two other members of the God Knights had also disappeared. Damn it, they completely treated them as prey. And those bastards, the five elders. Garp and others gritted their teeth, but the words in their hearts could not be spoken. They had to keep their lips tightly closed and hold back their last breath. What made it even harder for them to accept was that the five elders had vanished so suddenly, abandoning them all. They scanned the seabed, searching for Bruno's location. However, they still had not seen the door appear. It was understandable. The explosion shockwave had blown them dozens of miles away, and it would take some time to come back from another dimension. Garp, surrender. The Navy surrenders. Vice Admiral Tsuru anxiously wanted to say, but as a devil fruit user, she had lost her strength in the water, and when she opened her mouth, seawater flooded in, making it impossible to speak. Sea King Trident. Adolf looked at the people completely submerged in water, their powers rendered useless as they sank beneath the sea. It could be said that even if he did nothing, he could watch them drown. However, there was no waiting. He took the initiative to strike and quickly decided the outcome. Damn it. Carp scanned the area, and besides the commander of the Knight of God, Garen Saint, he was the highest-ranking person present. With the responsibility suddenly on his shoulders, he could only step up. Fistbone impact. The top-level hockey was unleashed, crashing like a meteor against the trident. Then he charged forward, entangling himself with the old man Carp, thinking, this time I don't have time to tangle with you. Sea King, Sea Burial. Once again gathering the power of the sea's trident, he swung it down with the might of a massive tsunami, colliding heavily with Carp's fist. The seawater surged and rolled, sweeping away into the distance. The increase in strength is too fast. He's gotten stronger again. This time I'm really going to be left in the deep sea. At the moment of contact, Carp's forehead bulged with veins. He had to hold his breath. Otherwise, the seawater would flood into his nasal cavity and trachea, causing him to instantly lose his combat ability, making it impossible to fight Adolf with all his strength. He was blasted away upon first contact. Before Carp could adjust, Adolf had transformed into a blue streak of light, chasing up from below Carp, moving at an unbelievable speed. His entire body shone with a brilliant blue light, as if he were about to illuminate the entire space, presenting a dreamy beauty of the ocean blue. Sea King, sea without limits. The blue gem dragged an immeasurable amount of seawater, as if dragging the entire ocean down upon him. Even he could not ignore the water pressure at 200 kilometers deep. His mobility was greatly reduced, making him impossible to evade. He could only reinforce his arms with top-level haki, forcing them in front. From a distance, it seemed as if a solid form of blue water was crashing directly towards Carp, heading straight for the Red Earth continent. Utterly unresistible. Boom! The Red Earth continent shook for 100 miles, large rocks crumbled, and a massive pit was formed. Countless enormous red rocks shattered above the entire sunlight cave space, falling like meteor showers, as if it were about to collapse. Wow! Gurgle! The immense force crashed into Carp, who could no longer sustain himself. Even his sternum was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood along with the air he was desperately holding. The seawater rushed down his throat and nasal cavity, instantly robbing him of all ability to breathe, filling his lungs with water. This also meant that even a hero marine chasing after the Roger pirates like him, no matter how powerful he was, even if he was not a devil fruit user, he still faced such limitations in the deep sea. This was the limitation of being human, as Carp, embedded in the Red Earth continent, looked up at the merman Adolf, who wielded the trident of water and approached like a swimming dragon. A mysterious and extraordinary aura enveloped him. Luffy, I heard that a pirate named Red-Haired has appeared in Windmill Village. You must not become a pirate. Live freely from now on. And you, dragon, you unfilial descendant, the revolutionary army you created has truly failed. It's better than this rookie who just started, you have more vision. Sengoku, Hina, my life comes to an end here. His eyes slowly closed, and the curtain fell as countless scenes from his life flashed through his mind like slides. There were glory, honor, warmth, and also comrades. Mr. Carp, Kikichi's eyes were about to split. Without thinking, he swam over, seemingly wanting to take Carp away with him. Obviously, that was impossible. Sea King, Sea Burial. Adolf caught up, swinging the trident heavily in his hand, the azure sea currents following him, as if a 1,000-meter giant wave converged and smashed down with the force to crack a small island. The mere Kaji couldn't resist at all, forced to release a suppressed breath. In this world, the strong possess physical qualities that match their own strength, along with the astonishing defensive abilities of armament haki. Even such an attack wouldn't explode them in one hit. With that, the Sea Burial funeral trident struck down twice in succession, completely shattering bones and internal organs, and finally, with one thrust, Kaji was pinned to the Red Earth continent, unable to hold that breath, sealing his inevitable fate. Just as Adolf was about to sever Carp's limbs, Shurian appeared, standing in front of Carp, but not making any resistance. Clearly, she knew she was no match, and even escape was impossible. One after another, Adolf tightened his grip on the trident. Shurian glanced back at Carp, then at Kaji, who was pinned to the Red Earth, her fist clenched slightly. Her heart filled with unwillingness. If they were on land, they would never have been defeated like this. But in the end, she could only draw her sword from her waist and offer it. She pointed to herself, then to Carp and Kaji, finally placing her hand on her collar, pleadingly looking at Adolf. It seemed to say she would trade her life for theirs, or perhaps trade herself for them. Adolf looked at her deeply, understanding her meaning. Before he could make a decision, he sensed something and turned to look. Don't move here. After saying that, he ignored Xian's response and instantly pursued the commander of the Knights of God, Gallant Saint. Shurian sighed in her heart, looking back at Carp and Kaji, not taking the chance to escape or do anything superfluous. The only hope left was that Bruno, the user of the Door fruit, whom Adolf was still unaware of. Gallant Saint sensed Carp's breath weakening and turned to look through the heavy seawater, finding the old Carp embedded in the Red Earth, with a broken leg. Damn it, the deep sea environment suppresses us too much. Even Carp, who has been forced to hold his breath, has no strength to resist. Seeing this scene, Gallant Saint moved a bit further away, completely abandoning any thoughts of coordinating with Carp. That kind of reckless display of power would cost him as well. In the deep sea environment, being unable to hold breath meant he couldn't endure it. Strength is a finite resource. But he didn't think of leaving the sunlight cave space. Just distancing himself from that monster, Adolf. Where's that guy Bruno? Still hasn't come? Useless thing. Gallant Saint felt anxious. He had learned the speed of the mermaid in the sea at the cost of one arm last time. Did he have to risk his life this time too? Damn it, that useless Bruno. Not just Galen Saint, the other two members of the Knights of God were equally furious. They were all waiting to retreat into the alternate space, while Jorakar Mihawk, seeing the situation going south, directly returned to reality. As for the others, Moonlight Moria, Sand Crocodile, Boa Hancock, Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Knights of God, all ability users plummeted to the seabed. It can be said that, apart from the Logia Ice Fruit user and a very few spatial abilities, all other ability users were being sent to their doom in the deep sea. Even Ice-type Zoan users couldn't make it. Brothers go. Everyone disperse and attack from a distance. As long as we exhaust them to the point they can't hold their breath, we win. Let's bury these humans who can't breathe in the sea deep. Along laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. They actually had a day to hunt the world government. 50,000 Fishman warriors finally arrived, and the 331st team quickly dispersed, covering the area like a tidal wave, as if hundreds of thousands of troops were pressing down. But in fact, they were dispersed far enough apart to prevent a strong opponent from wiping out a whole area with a single strike. You annoying fish. King Garling's emotions reached a breaking point, and his conqueror's hockey suddenly surged, overwhelming the surroundings. Who do you look down on? We are the tribe of the sea. Aaron's eyes were filled with madness and fearlessness. His roar surged forward along with the conqueror's hockey, dark red, lightning crackling. Come on, kill him. What are the celestial dragons? Even if I die, I will never submit to you. Even if Fishman Island is destroyed, we will live freely in this sea. All the Fishman warriors went completely crazy. The execution of the celestial dragons and the destruction of their homeland drove their emotions to the extreme, like a wave of murderous intent. Their inner will to resist materialized. A blood-red wave surged forth. It was their blood, their will, their unyielding resistance. Everyone shared the same feelings and beliefs with Aaron. Even gods could be killed. How was that possible? Tens of thousands of conquerors' hockey? King Galen Saint clashed his own conqueror's hockey against it. He forcefully resisted the blood-red tide, but upon seeing the blood-red wave, his pupils widened in disbelief. He went completely mad. That was conqueror's hockey, the aura that only kings could possess. Usually, he looked down on these fish who were slaves. But now you tell him about tens of thousands of fish with conqueror's hockey? Even tens of thousands of fishmen warriors with a collective will and belief. Standing against him, the commander of the God Knights, who had reached the pinnacle of strength and power? Who can tell him what is happening? Has the sea gone as crazy? Hahaha, are you scared? Celestial Dragon Aaron was mad, completely unafraid of the threat.